Christopher walking off the show. And these fucking, I love y'all, but y'all assholes at the same time. Don't give a fuck. Tell me what else I called you on that episode. Your favorite one. What did I call you? I can't remember. I called you Dave's. Oh, no. And this is my friend. He said Dave Chappelle's butt plug. I called it Dave Chappelle. What the fuck was that about? That's a good one. Yeah, that's what we call that. That's a good one right there. Yeah, and I'm telling you, these motherfuckers don't give a fuck about that. Yeah. Why you laughing, nigga? You don't give me either, son. And that's it. I'm a father. I love being a father. Yeah. And I deal with these Kill Tony fans for the last fucking 4 years. They keep fucking with me, Tony. They don't give a fuck that I'm a father, that I'm a black man. What the fuck is that? We're not gonna do this. So listen. These motherfuckers are so fucking ruthless.
In their own documentation, they never refer to themselves as a scene. So it's hard to make this
teach him how to ride a fucking bike, right, Rob? And then somebody, one of your fucking friends, says a good thing he taught him how to ride a bike so he can walk up his life instead of rolling out. Tell him about the top 10 video on YouTube. This is what you give me. Thank you for the engagement, everybody. But you know he's the biggest name in copyright fucking Kill, right? So I just Googled myself one day, and I see how people felt about me, right? I was like, I know they love the episode like they were David because I got a animation. I know that. I was like, I'm gonna put Tony Hinchcliffe, Kill Tony, and Donnell Wallace in the search engine and see what happens. You know the first thing that popped up? That's the first thing that popped up.
Certainly
The
their
10 worst guests in Kill Tony fucking history. And I'm letting y'all know, I'm proud to say it. Fuck Ric Flair. I'm number one. So there you have it. About me, Tony. I care so much about this. What you really care about? That's why I have it, bro. You had a 20-minute conversation. Yeah. And this is your friend. You said, how can we make you?
And they also refer to a group of people called the
no one knows about this.
And I looked, I said, the rabbis, because there are elements of the it's definitely overlapping there.
Is that a siren because I'm a black man on this panel?
Oh,
it's a fire truck because when you walked off that one time, we had
There's a lot of fascinating things that we discovered now.
I removed myself from the situation. All right, with your feet, therefore it was a walk-off. So Rob Schneider is #1 ranked worst guest of all time. It is Rob's first time, Rob. Over 300 people sent for the chance to be on this show tonight. No doubt about it. They are on at a bar next door. If I pull one of these, hand it off to our trusty assistant Colt over here, and he goes and rankles the person there backstage. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted to impress with their stand-up comedy talent, and you know their time is up in here. The sound of a kitten, that means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring up an angry West Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts them, and then I conduct an interview with them. We all have fun together. The entire thing's improvised. Anything can happen. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Here we go. Your first minute tonight, while we go wrangle that first fucking pool, is from an illustrious golden ticket winner, one of the best golden ticket winners in the history of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new minute from the great and powerful Martin Phillips, everybody. Here we go. Cool, you know, comedians, they do jokes, they get the about at the end, but I don't always have a drummer, so I use a robotic I stay at hotels, nice hotels can be expensive. It's like $100. The prostitute was $800. How much is that money? I like soda. My favorite soda is
I take my dog plays it. He's not a assistant dog. I got like me, the one's gonna function at any animal with me. You know, I think they do like yes, that raccoon helps him. He has hands.
He has a brand new harmonica. This is brand new.
Yeah, that's why I don't know how to play harmonica. I have no experience.
Wow. I guess that you said it has some debate. Sometimes
I think if you add cocaine, it's a poison.
Can you imagine doing cocaine with him? The cocaine will be everywhere. All right.
Let's go back
Do you have a girlfriend? I know you got a girlfriend. You know why? Because I'm watching you. Your fingers are just going crazy. He was like this. I didn't want to make you. He sounded like Audrey Hepburn or Golden Pond. I want to make you come. Take this finger, bitch. Do this line of cocaine.
Hey, Dora, how long you take a walk?
We'll take a walk. If you walk with me 30 minutes, get out this goddamn room. Stop this guy. Hold on to me, lady.
Wow.
Funny stuff, though, brother. Very funny stuff.
Thank you.
That was fantastic, Martin. Very funny. Favorite part of that diss on Donnell was that you called him Darnell.
No, he did. He said,
It's funny. Last episode, I thought I was disappointed, and I admit it. I thought it was kind of bad. The episode just dropped. I was looking at more news. Turns out nobody could understand me anyway. So I'm like, okay, cool. Okay, I'm still good.
Can I say something, Tony?
Yes.
Even I know that's a joke, but what I understand about you, just watching you, the passion that you have for comedy, I know it's not easy to come up here and deal with the things that you deal with life and still want to put a smile on people's face and have a good time. So whatever, we can crack jokes, whatever, but I respect that. I see it in your face, and I can just tell how hard you go. So that's all.
I thought that it was really funny, and I would have chosen instead of raccoon ferret. And then I think you know, as a closer, you can you just think of it just pull the ferret out of your ass. As a closer, then you can't follow. And then you also have a ferret with shit all over it, which is another problem. These are just ideas. You don't have to use any. I won't take it personally. You just, it's up to you. I just put it out there.
You're still like a pale gigolo.
I normally charge $10, but I'm willing to negotiate. That's a huge bitch.
You like that sex with the lady in the movie. The one-leg lady. So yeah, it's like you know, you were an early ally, I guess. Even though you didn't like that she had one leg, but it was.
I originally wrote it. I wasn't sure if she had one leg or a penis. I wasn't sure. That was really way ahead. Think about it now.
I have both legs and a penis.
So, Martin, you were absolutely on fire. What a fucking way to start tonight's episode. Un-goddamn believable. Make some goddamn damn noise one more time for Mark Phillips. And we are off and running. Holy shit. Into bucket we go. Oh shit. Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
See, this is how it starts, Tony.
That's how it starts. That's that walk-off juice right there. Red Bull gives you wings, that gives Donnell legs. Your first bucket, boys, know how this works. If you don't, anything can happen. It could be a crazy person. It could be the next great talent of the show. It could literally be the next best comedian on planet Earth. Or it could be someone that's put no preparation into this whatsoever. It could be someone super stable. Could be someone completely insane. Anything can happen. There's no show like it. Your first bucket bowl tonight, getting an uninterrupted 60 seconds, is Brandon La Caruba. Brandon La Caruba.
What's going on, everybody? I got cut off by a Waymo the other day, and I didn't know what slur to say at it, you know? Like, it was confusing. It was empty. But then it occurred to me that the whole time I've known about with slur energy, it was fucking Waymo. But I was like, what type of people is a Waymo? And it kind of made sense. It's very fat people. Because they weigh more than you. I lost about 60 pounds doing the keto diet, which you guys are in Austin, you know what the keto diet is. It's high fat, low carb, 2 Adderall a day. And you lose a lot of weight. I'm just saying, it's like having a bacon, egg, and speed in the morning. Worst part about being formerly very fat is the stretch marks don't go away, despite this one demographic that's constantly like trying to weigh in. You know, formerly pregnant ladies. We like to call them moms. No, they're always like, Brandon, cocoa butter makes the stretch marks go away, and I've eaten so much cocoa butter, they're still there. I'm not. Thank you.
Brandon Caruba. Am I saying that correctly?
Perfect.
Is that Italian?
Italiano.
You 100% Italian?
75.
75. What's the other 25?
Ukrainian.
Whoa, look at that.
Oh, yeah, we got a Ukrainian.
I don't understand why that 75% Italian just doesn't completely take over that simple 25% Ukrainian. You know what I mean? Such an easy pushover.
You're not wrong.
He did a minute on Waymo jokes, and half these motherfuckers don't even know what Waymo is. I would expect like you to have way more jokes in that, but
Brandon, how long have you been doing stand-up?
6 years and change.
6 years and change. Where at? Where are you from?
Long Island, for 5 years. Moved out here about a year ago. Got on last October. Just been having a good time.
What do you do for a living?
I am a professional game show host.
Wow.
Yeah.
What kind of
Shout out Game on ATX, my employer. They do survey-style games and wheel word puzzle-style games. The last time I was on, I said what we're directly based on, and I almost got in trouble. So, that's cool. It's a dream job, X-rated, Family Feud. Questions they're really fun.
It sounds like fun. So that happens at like bars and stuff.
No, it's a brick and mortar, a lot of like company team building exercises, and then a lot of bachelorette parties and people at night just hanging out. It's a fun thing.
What's the craziest thing that's ever happened at one of these tapings?
I was producing for a game, and someone threw a mostly full beer can at the person that was hosting. And then that baller was like, "No, we're going to keep going. We're not kicking him out. We're not ruining this person's birthday." That was pretty ridiculous. A lot of people make their name tags. You just gotta have like a fake pretend game show name. A lot of people make their name like a slur.
Okay.
What,
racial slur?
Oh no, the other type.
I'm just checking.
Yeah, regular ones.
N-word doesn't mean neighbor.
Yeah, no, we recently had to start screening people for the N-word specifically.
Sorry about that.
Did I laugh too hard?
Are you really?
Did I laugh too hard at that? First of all, you're very professional. You can tell that you have very good your voice. You're very confident up there. Now, you don't have to end with this. It's just a suggestion. You could have a ferret come out of your ass. I just want to get out there. Now, these are just professional suggestions, but I want to thank you. And I do think they're for not showing your stretch marks, because I do think they're at least from this side of the room.
No diddy.
But I mean, I'm just saying, these are just suggestions. It's my first time on how far I'm supposed to go with these.
I love it. Peter, by the way, is on tour. I don't want to give away what his clothes would be, but tickets are robschneider.com. Pretty sure you can watch him pull a ferret out of his ass. Like 85% sure right now. But that show ends with a bang, dude.
So Rob is on my soundboard at work. I'm sure you can imagine what the button is. So you can do it, but it's cool.
I know Sandler's calling.
No, you can do it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That was cool.
Hell yeah.
Man, no, thank you for that.
Hey, thank you. Very good, man.
All right, wake her ass up. We're going to win tomorrow. Brandon, what do you do for fun? Tell us something crazy about your life or something. You're in the interview part of Kill Tony. You've had some time to think about it since last October.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a huge dork. I love anime. I love Transformers. I got a little Autobot.
Whoa, okay.
I play Smash Brothers for money, which is fun. Yeah, a lot of women.
Smash Brothers. Last time I saw them in Atlanta. From three, just figured out of my ass.
But I had a lot of fun this weekend. I was working on a friend's show called The Hamburger Club, a comedy game show at the Creek in the Cave.
Okay.
And I had to shout them out. It's a great format, super fun. They'll be back in Austin for sure.
Okay. Well, there you go.
But I'm sorry, it was just the best comedy thing I was a part of in a long time. It's cool.
You're a pro. You've got the great technique. Great mic technique. I think you should dress up. I'm not saying gay bullfighter for you necessarily.
Yeah.
That will be a good thing.
You know, but down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Right?
It's real pro, man. You got great.
Yeah, that's like a free t-shirt that you got from a Green Lawn Family Restaurant.
I had to ask for those from my favorite diner before I moved out of New York, and I was.
You are the shout out king, can I tell you that?
It is. If they see one extra customer from this, I would be very surprised.
No, it's just wearing something that gives the audience the feeling that you can give a fuck. You know, it's one of the things. I mean, that's what.
Rob, can I add to that? And I agree with you 100%, right? But when you look, and I was going to wear a suit today, right? Yeah. I was like, just because as comedy comedians, we got the flexibility of whatever we want. A lot of times people dress down, but I just simply said, I didn't wear something. But I didn't want to wear a suit because I didn't want people like this. He's probably going to walk off and go to court and everything. So that's still.
No doubt about it. Brandon, did you get a big joke book last time you were on? A little one? Well, guess what, Brandon? A little upgrade for you. It's a big one. Brandon Lockaruba with your first fucking pull of the night. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere. It's easy to get started. You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider, typically within 48 hours. Talkspace makes getting help convenient. You can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home, and you can even talk it out between sessions by sending text messages to your therapist. Get therapy and medication all in one place. Unlike other telehealth companies, psychiatry is available through Talkspace, so you can get the medication you need to supplement your talk therapy if needed. Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy, accessible. Plus, most insured members have $0 copay. Great, man.
Wow, that was amazing, Tony. I love Talkspace. I think they're providing the best mental health treatment out there. Therapy has definitely helped me in moments of transformation.
You have been transforming. That is incredible, Red Man. And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month of Talkspace. When you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter the promo code SPACE80. Oh, hello there. This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Don't miss any of the excitement this season on Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. The Prize Picks experience is so fun and simple. You know, I'm stoked about football season, which is why I'm picking Josh Allen for more than 2 270 passing yards.
Looks
Now to
like
our
you're dropping
quarterback,
bombs on me.
Pick, Tony. I love prize picks. Prize picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 players' stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. Prize picks puts 30 days to so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, and more for a quick and easy deposit into your account for this football season. The best place to win cash while watching sports. Join millions of users and sign up.
Download the app today and use code Tony $50
Waiting on my
lineups after you
fucking
play your first
parade.
$5 line. That's code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 line of Prize Picks. It's good to be right. And here we go. We're playing with fire, pure momentum as we come into bucket hole number 2. We're going to keep it moving right along.
Breaking bag.
Fell, ladies and gentlemen.
The first time it appeared.
Any fans of foreplay in the crowd tonight? Yeah, I like a little bit of foreplay. Guys, ever heard of dirty talk? Yeah? When you're both in bed, right? And she's already asleep, but you're having trouble getting to sleep. So you tap her gently on the shoulder and say, "Are you awake?" And before she can answer, you're already in. Hey, I also have a version of that for you ladies. Okay, ladies?
I love the
If you're in bed with your man, he's falling asleep, but you're awake. You can just lean over to the side table, open the drawer, grab something out of it, tap him on the shoulder, and say, "Are you awake?" And before he answers, you're already inside of him.
Okay, Eric Bell, ladies and gentlemen. Special kind of.
I just want to say, I don't think a ferret wants to go in your asshole. First of all, that's one. Two, I don't know if rape jokes are quite back yet, but it's an interesting area that could be opening soon. And you're there early. That's all I'm saying. Very early.
You have arrived early indeed today.
That's like the post wars. What's that called? What is it? Like, you fucked my wife for her birthday. He just looks like a poster child.
That is some creepy material you got there, Eric Bell. How long you been doing stand-up? Where at?
Central Texas, Bell County.
Okay.
If you see that I've turned off
And
the
what do you do for
comments,
work up there?
I am just given up. And, the video was really important to include in our
I drop
discussion
off,
of
I pick up
the
medical
course of
specimens
Jewish
such
history
as
and ancient Rome to them. Obviously, this was a turning point for much of world history.
I do my show. I got 5 minutes.
I think I have an image of what you do for a living now. Courier.
Who was this?
Okay, how long you been doing that for?
And how did he relate to his Jewish environment? Of course, those were saying Southwest Jewish, that virtually all of his audience was Jewish. Virtually everyone
What's
who
going on with
interacted
you?
with him was
That
Jewish.
wasn't mine.
It was later, the next generation, specifically recalled
4 months of transporting bodily fluids. What were you doing before that? What were you doing 5 months ago?
Auto parts.
Auto parts.
Wow, let's focus today on Jesus'
What
own
made you
life.
want to get into the medical
Read about it,
career?
and then we're going
They just
to
paid
go
for an hour.
Okay.
and recall it later in the next one.
Were you a good
The
mechanic?
quest for the
I'm like a C plus mechanic.
What does that mean?
They're kind of bit you can change oils,
figure out
rotors,
based on the Gospels what exactly.
How did you learn how to do all that growing up?
We should recall
Yeah.
New Testament. That is the Christian scriptures are quite different from Old Testament.
Are you ever transporting a kidney sometimes and you go, you know what, I'm just going to stop and have a beer first?
National library of spirituality.
I did have a coworker that had to
Hundreds and
transport
hundreds of years. And
Whoa, what was that for? Where were they taking the land?
She didn't tell me she quit.
5 books were dictated by God to Moses.
But she had one that she could just walk off.
I think you got an area here for jokes that you can use, my friend, with your own life right there, instead of, the wife putting something up the man's ass.
Great jokes comes down.
I think the audience responded appropriately.
There are 4 distinct biographies of Jesus in the form of the 4 Gospels, for example. And of course, lots of material gleaned from later books that follow the Gospels. Of the 4 Gospels, the 3 are called the Synoptic
I
Gospels.
still don't understand. Where
They
were
more
they
or
taking
less
this
have
land?
line
No,
up
it's,
with each
first of
other.
all, it doesn't know
Precisely. There are some difficulties, details that are added in some of the Synoptic Gospels, others apparent contradictions. And so for hundreds of years, there has been a single gospel based on those 3. Fourth gospel, that of John, is rather different. It has lots of, it has a different tone in many ways.
Where
So
were they
out of
taking
these
this
4
thing? I
basic
can't get it off my
forces,
mind. Is there a
can
laying
be actually create a historical picture of
laying and transplant?
So lots of attempts have been made. One of the most interesting attempts
I mean, like I said, she quit, so I didn't get to hear the whole story.
This is actually in his
No,
own
that was a
hand.
movie that
The
they're
life
bringing
and
over. One of my
morals of
movies. There's big
Jesus of Nazareth, extracted textually, as you can see, literally from the Gospels.
Like from the knee
And
down?
here's what he
No,
actually
how big
did.
the leg
He
was?
actually took out
We didn't get
razor
to us.
Is there a
and
thigh
edited
involved?
out those
I don't want to make Donnell hungry over here.
or perhaps nonsensical because he like miraculous events, and he tried to
Was there
create
any waffles
a human
included in that?
biography by removing lots of excess material and by combining the Gospels to create one kind of
No, your rape
coherent
jokes
whole.
are completely insane.
Kids, I do not
Our
recommend
jokes
you
are
try this at home.
100%
You'll get in a lot of trouble if you take a race into your
Your
Bible and
shit
try to
is
remove
right.
passages from it. But nevertheless,
Retired.
this is a very difficult enterprise. And it's
Eric,
sources,
tell us something
they
crazy
would
about your
try to
life.
understand the historical Jesus. So
I'm
obviously
a
we have
songwriter.
Christian
What kind of
scriptures.
songs do you write?
Earliest of which are the
I wanna
letters
know
of Paul that
why other
are
people
the
come into the
historical
history.
scriptures. So
Most of the
All
songs
the same
are
time.
contemporary
Different
sources.
ways.
Also,
She said no.
also
She said
United
no.
States
I said yes.
inspired by origins.
She said no. 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 I said yes. She said no. She said no. She said no.
Then we have
She
a
said no.
couple of
I said
passages in those
yes.
talk about one testimonies about the
What kind of songs do you write?
I don't. Most of the songs about my ex.
less about Jesus and more about
Okay.
Christian.
Do you have a song about your ex that you'd like to do right now?
And
Actually,
his life.
This is we're gonna go
We
for
have
broke here.
Tacitus, one
Yes,
of
I
the
do.
Roman authors, necessarily
I
very
don't
charitable
write my
to
own
Jews,
none of that
and
ass.
by
What
extension
are you
Christians.
saying? What
And
does that
again,
mean?
just like
Well,
passing around,
I take more existing music and just try to sing my own lyrics.
Just do it. The band, don't play with them. Let them die out.
There we go. Do you guys remember the music?
Just sing the fucking song. You and these questions. My God.
Alright, take it. This one's for you.
Oh, look at this athleticism.
Then we have the church fathers. Of course, they have
All right, I'm gonna stop you right there. You don't write shit.
essentially
That's
rely
not
on
so
materials
great.
that we still have.
Here's a little joke
In some
book,
cases,
Eric.
materials that have been
You got pulled out of the
Talmud,
bucket. You
that
were the
again is
second
written
bucket full
much
of the night.
later,
Congrats.
years after the events described.
I want to do
And although
something
they
fun
may
right now.
rely on
Donnell
oral traditions
had
as
an
well,
amazing
one of the
opener
important
with
things
him
about
all
understanding
weekend,
the Talmud as a
and
historical
we got to
source
hang
is
out.
that,
We had some
you know,
drinks
the
together,
rabbis
and all of us
Talmud,
were listening to
it's not
music, having a
really
good old
fair
time.
to
I want to give
ask
this
them
guy
to
a little bit of stage
They're
time.
trying
Thanks so
to
much for the
teach
Kill
us
Tony
religion,
debut of
specifically
Adrian
Judaism.
Washington.
So they're saying much about how Judaism views Jesus, again, at some distance, and
Anybody got
perhaps
nieces and
how
nephews?
it
You know the
works
real name?
and so on. But anyway,
I come from a big family.
those things together as best we can. This
One of my
is
sisters
what
called me
we
one day,
have
said,
as
Adrian, I'm running late. Can you set that for me? I said, yeah, sis, don't worry, I got you. I was excited.
As we have
was coming,
Jews
so I wanted to
who
surprise.
revere
I got to the school, and the principal was like, hey, who are you here to get?
you know, inspired word of God in one form or another. The
That is a very good question, sir. I said, I got to step outside and make a phone call. Because I was like, there's no way I can tell this man here to pick up Fat Daddy and Bug.
If we boil down just the smaller
I tell myself I'm picking up Fat Daddy and Bug, they're going to call CPS on my I walked outside, I called my sister and said, hey, who are these niggas that are looking for me?
somewhere between 6
And
before the
another time
common
I
era
was coming off the road and my wife called me, she said, hey, what you want me to take out for dinner? I said, the tits. Just like that. Didn't think twice. I heard my daughter say, oh, man. True story. My wife said, yeah, you on speakerphone. I said, why you ain't say that when I answer the fucking phone? You know I ain't speakerphone material, right? But as a parent, you gotta try to fix it. So I was like, hey, put my baby on the phone. Jordan got on the phone all awkward and shit. She's like, yeah, Dad, all I have is this job. I was like, hey, listen, I said, one day, somebody gonna say that shit to you.
So we know roughly when he lived.
I said, we just hope you don't fucking live with us when it happens. Not very much.
Adrian Washington. He's a pro. Out of the great state of Minnesota, correct? Adrian, Minnesota, right?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Yeah.
He'll tell you University is great. That Dawson's Donnell travels all around the world with his own stuff, man.
I knew I shouldn't order these fucking numbers.
No. I got hands all over my hand. I grabbed Donnell by the elbow. Now it looks like my hand is burning. You are the ashiest human. Can we get some lotion? Hi, do you have any lotion?
Tony, here's the good part. I preference
Rob Schneider.
Here's the good part. If Donnell falls off, I'll just take that seat. You're on his own.
Let's check in with Rob, our chief ferret correspondent.
Now, you're from Minnesota?
I'm originally from Mississippi, but Minnesota's been home for
Minnesota. It's changed so much in the immigration. I mean, Minneapolis has so many Haitians now, it doesn't even resemble Somalia anymore.
What's his relationship to the Torah and to Judaism?
Rob done his homework.
Relationship to the
They are. You hang out with any of the Haitians at all?
I like niggas I understand. Stop my saying.
Really big question.
They scare us too, white people.
Why?
They're not eating pets.
So what's going on in life up there, Adrian Washington?
We empty nesters now, man. Like, so we just fuck wherever we want to. So I love that part. Like, yeah, everybody's like, is it weird not having your kids home? Fuck, well, I don't fuck with my kids like that. Wow, kids think we need it.
Perhaps a little bit of
my daughter said something smart to me one day, and I said, I'll fuck you up. And she was like, oh, you're gonna go to jail. So I was like, guess you've been to jail before, bitch. So they need to know.
That we have are
I was just admiring D. Madness doing his Donnell Rawlings impression there.
and especially
Outside of the fire department in no
the culture of Athens,
Oh, bully in hell, talking.
Adrian, I love it. So all your kids are fully grown.
Yeah, my youngest just turned 18, man. Just got his license. He's on the dean's list. I got a son that fucking 30 next.
Yeah, they're all out of the house.
My daughter lives a little too close. She thinks she just swing by any time. I'm like, I gotta call you before I come to your house. Do you do anytime?
It says,
my wife's super dope. I'm just made 11 years married. You know what I'm saying? I got a fucking dog who changed my life 5 years ago. So like, I love him way more than I love the kids.
Athens, on the other hand, has much of a model of the whole man
What do you do
who
for
is
fun,
a
Adrian?
philosopher like Socrates or
Comedy,
Plato or
like,
Aristotle.
just like honestly, like I'm getting up there, man, and I've been doing this for a long time, so this is super dope because where I live, there wasn't comedy, so I started comedy where I lived. You know what I mean? I started my own company. That's actually how I met Donnell. I booked him to come there, and I actually met Red Man like 8-9 years ago. I ended up hosting for him at the club. He's the best thing I did here for Minnesota. I appreciate that, bro.
Exactly, this is writing these things down, and you may have
Just a question.
agenda.
How do people find more of your work, Adrian?
call in particular,
Instagram,
especially
Funny Man Adrian W. That's Funny Man Adrian W. There's some other niggas who just want to be Funny Man
So
Adrian.
trying to understand how this is teaching the Jewish context. Let's look at those three areas that were identified a minute ago. First of all,
And I got this is my company, One Mic Entertainment. So my website's on here, funnymanadrian.com, man. Austin, you guys have been fucking dope.
Great stuff. Big noise for Adrian Washington, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. This podcast is sponsored by Jacobins. Anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. Find your perfect pair of Jacobins. When the leaves start changing, that means it's season here. You're out of the office, out on a date night, or just meeting up for a casual hang. It's great because you just love down the outfits. Jacobins offers a wide selection of men's and women's apparel, bags, and fine leather goods. Jacobins Heritage Made cowboy boots are crafted in over 200 steps by hand in Leon, Mexico. From the first stitch to the final lemon wood peg, Jacobins boots are made in over 200 steps by hand.
that says that before
Tony,
you
I love my
say the blessing
Jacobins.
over
They're the
bread,
most comfortable
you
boots
must
I've ever
wash your
known.
hands
They
in
make me
which
feel
you
ready for anything.
discussion of why that is so.
Right now, get 10% off at Jacobins.com/GilTony. You sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at TECOVAS.com/GilTony. Jacobins.com/GilTony. He's under details. Jacobins. Point your toes west. On to the next one we go. Back to the bucket.
He's only given a very small measure of water, and he insists on keeping some of that water aside in order to fulfill this particular commandment of the rabbis, because he was so they were not asking him about hand washing, about
It's
other issues like
incredible.
healing
The
and Shabbat
resemblance
laws, but they're
is
trying to find out, like, are you
y'all
part
really
of the
do
Pharisaic
look
community,
alike.
or do you submit to it, or do you not?
Your next bucket
and
pool,
some of the
ladies and
answers
gentlemen.
that
Back to
Jesus
the bucket we go. Make some noise for
suggest that he
Jose
is not.
Ayala, everybody.
Sabbath
Jose.
is a man and not man for the Sabbath, things like that. On the other hand, there are passages like Matthew 5:17,
Yo, what up? How you guys
which
doing?
says, I have come not to
Hell yeah.
abolish
Be
law,
happy,
but
even
to
though
fulfill.
I'm
By
a
the way,
little too happy.
the law is
I'm
what
yeah.
in Greek to translate.
Yeah, I've been dating a lot
Of course, in
lately.
context,
You know,
so
on
which
Latinas.
means Latino,
You know,
as it
you guys
were.
fun with Latinas?
It's much larger than the law.
Yeah, I Latinas only, not because I'm a traditional Mexican. I just like their mustache because my mustache will be kids. That shit's dope as fuck. You feel me? No?
The law is a
Just me? Oh, yeah, you feel me? Fuck yeah. No, they fucking, it
So where
does,
is
you feel me?
Is Jesus like
Yeah, I fucking miss my
rebelling
dad.
against parental authority, or is he trying to support it?
Yeah, my dad fucking hates me telling that
It's
joke.
all about
He tells me all the
utility
time.
and
He tells me, hey, Jose, can you stop telling that joke? But he tells me in Spanish, so it sounds more passionate, so it goes more sound. You know?
About the Sadducees, the Pharisees,
And I go, of course, I can stop telling that joke, but you gotta stop biting my lip when we kiss.
in the sense
Yeah,
that,
he's
you
leaving
know,
marks.
siblings will argue
Alright, my
much
name's
more
Jose.
than
I like your
strangers
joke.
will, because siblings are closer and they care more about each other. And so it's not surprising to see
Welcome.
that
Have you been on this
there's a
show
lot of
before, Jose?
Pharisaic
No, never been on.
debate with
Welcome,
Jesus
welcome.
over things like
You are
washing the
sweating
hands. So
bullets.
Yeah.
there are some points in the gospel
First time.
where Jesus appears positions that are very close to the Pharisees, such as, for example, the idea of render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto God what is God's, which seems to
Amazing
fit
stuff,
with the
Jose.
Pharisaic idea of,
How long
you
you
know
been on
what,
stand-up?
we are not going
3
to
years.
defeat the Roman Empire, let us just
I'm a
pay our
bartender, actually.
taxes,
Okay.
keep our heads down, and occupy ourselves with our inner spiritual
You're
work.
on 6th
But
Street.
on the other hand, he seems like a zealot
Cheers, shop bar down the street.
on disrupting the status quo.
Yeah, they said I
Such
got
as the
$100 for my
dramatic
column.
moment in the courtyard in which
Wow, look at that.
tables and
Amazing.
which is, by the way, a widely mentioned.
I'm sorry, I fucking
So
need the
that would
money.
be much more of a
It's
zealotry
okay.
kind of thing to do. By the way,
Serious
if you
question,
really
Jose.
want
Are
to
you
get
sweating
into the
because
nuts
you're
and
nervous
bolts
tonight
of the
performing in this
what do
number
they
one
want
show
to do?
on YouTube?
And
Or
I
you're
recommend
smuggling
the
drugs?
Jewish annotated New Testament, published by Oxford University Press,
Follow-up
which has
question.
some
Are the
amazing
drugs
essays at the back,
stuffed
which kind of
inside
give
of a
an overall
fair
context, and then of course the entire New Testament with lots of
You got up there
fantastic
somehow.
footnotes
Damn right,
that
buddy.
will
You're
be
damn
especially
right.
helpful.
I think I just can say, Tony, that
I
incest jokes
am
apparently
familiar
are
with the Jewish context, not so much with the New
I
Testament.
mean, it's right around the corner
Really
from
enjoyed it
from
as well.
Eric Bell
So
being the best
politically,
comedian in the
it's hard
world.
to place Jesus on the spectrum.
We are just coming around the corner. Cheers Shop Bar, by the way, has some one-star reviews like you can never believe. This is a little segment on the show that we call Tony Reed's Yelp Reviews. You know, Cheers is one of those bars. Let me just tell you, 6th Street is massive. Austin famously has more bars per capita than any city anywhere in the world. And Cheers is one of those places that I've seen the sign 2 billion times, and I've never gone in there. I have no idea what goes on in there, and probably for good reason. I have a lot of friends in this city that were here before me, and they never recommended it to me. I'm gonna read some 1-star reviews. Let it begin. This is David S. visiting from California. It says in all capital letters, fraud. Make sure to check your credit card statement. 18% gratuity was included in the bill, and they had the courage to write in additional tips when I crossed it off.
Sitting down at a
Do not
meal,
go.
towel cushions.
That sounds like me.
Christian believers who are
Whoops. I mean, allegedly sounds like me, all right? It could be anybody.
What does that mean in terms of
Okay,
the
Diego
architect of
Z from
observance
the
of the law?
University of Texas says,
Is
absolutely
Jesus
abysmal
talking
experience. The
Christianity
bartender
and
got
Jesus
us in by
plus
offering free
in
shots of
Jewish
Buchanan's, in which I took
Sabbath
him up on his
dietary
offer. What
laws
the fuck is
and
Buchanan's?
so
I've never
on.
even heard of that.
And
Like bad whiskey or something?
No, it's
Or
tequila.
is this
but
something
it's
completely
top
new
shelf? Like
that
Tequila called
wipes out
Buchanan's?
all of
A
those
tequila named
requirements,
after a white guy?
especially for Gentiles?
Oh, okay. When you
Only
say
for
it like that,
Gentiles?
it's totally different.
For everybody?
I'm just reading the writing here. It really
Large
needs
and
your
boring
accent. They
questions.
need those little
They're
Latino
difficult to
accent
answer
marks
given
over this.
the expansive
Buchanan's.
nature of
Free shot of
the New Testament.
Buchanan's. Free shots of Buchanan.
Let us now discuss
See
the
the
ends
difference?
of Jesus' life, which of course is
Anyway,
extremely
I took him up
important
on his
for
offer. Later in that
Jewish
same
history. This
evening, I went to
period
the
is called
bathroom and he
Passion.
followed me in and
And
accused me
what you're looking at on the screen here is a
cocaine
very
and other
powerful work
patrons.
by Mark
I was
Chagall,
threatened and escorted out.
European Jewish
I was the
artist.
only
It's
Hispanic
called
male in the establishment and felt racially targeted. If you see
And
a
as you can see,
6'4",
it's not just
225-pound
Jesus
male,
is so clearly identified as surrounding
now,
crucified
bartender
Jesus
with a
is,
beard.
on the left, you see
Don't
it
go in if
as
you're
a Jew and
Hispanic. You would think
Santo
the Austin establishment would be more
the later
progressive in their
Spanish
offerings to
Inquisition,
non-natives, but sadly this is
and
not the case. Save your money and go to a much better
fleeing for his
establishment,
life with
such
a
as
look of fear on his face.
Eisenhower's or
You see
Peckerhead's.
examples of
What the
forced
fuck?
investigators
These are all
set to
bars
blame
I've never heard of.
for
And I have a
flying
drinking
first
problem,
this
so that's
painting
very
in
interesting.
1938 of
Much better
Barry
crowds with those that aren't on a personal vendetta couch. Wow. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Maybe one more. Oh, wow. This is great. Okay.
Shit, I really need this job, Tony.
Oh, my God. I gotta tell you, this one, we're going back. We're going to March 2020 here. Let's go back in time. Joanne L. from Pittsburgh, PA. Says, walk by. Bouncer sees we're Asian and yells, come on in, no coronavirus here. Then proceeds to offer us kamikaze shots. How long have you worked at this establishment?
Only 9 months.
Only 9 months.
And
Absolutely
I hope to
incredible.
continue to.
Oh, it's over, brother. Oh, my God.
So
My
hard to
teacher
say.
Evil L says in all capitals, racist staff. This is the worst place that I come to on 6th Street. The bartender denied services to me and my friend for no reason. We are two kidded, well-groomed Latinos. Why does everybody have to say their race when complaining? Everything has to be racially charged. We asked if there was a bar on the rooftop, and the bartender said no, the rooftop is closed, will be open at 8:30. Meanwhile, there were a lot of customers upstairs having drinks. When I went inside and asked him why he lied to us, he didn't have a word to say, and his face looked really dumb and stupid. I still like to think this is you. Alright, let me read one more here. Let's see if we got one more.
Exactly the opposite.
The kamikaze doesn't sound kind of racist, but there's another drink that establishment called miso also.
Please, Catholic
2 parts gin, 1 part
in the
soda.
1960s, reevaluated 20 years after the Holocaust. And what have we been saying about the Jews? Let's make sure that it's not misunderstood. For millennia, Jews
Four
have been
girls got their
constantly
folks
charged
away out of their purses and
the idea
so
that
out.
Jews killed Jesus, the killing of God, literally. And this has been
$10 for a fucking Smirnoff Ice.
really at the heart of Western
What do you think
anti-Semitism.
the worst part
Come
of
back to
Cheers
another
was?
context later. But let us
We're
focus
the
on
one
the
getting
hard
side
now.
cash
This is
out of
my
them.
actual biography
Shit,
of Jesus.
alright,
Try to
the
understand,
atmosphere kind of sucks.
how he was put together. Why? question.
I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of dumb in there. I'm not gonna
Trial
lie,
as presented in the gospel.
I work there and I'm gonna have to see it every day. Come on,
You know he's gonna be collecting medical specimens
Jewish
after this
law,
shit, right?
it could not have happened as described there. For example, was he charged with blasphemy? Well, it's
Well,
not,
that's,
it's not
I'm on
in
it.
any way
Answer honestly, you know.
how a Jewish court
do.
would work.
Well, honestly,
And
it's
it
hard.
could
Yeah,
be how that
Hasn't helped me in my life at all.
and it just doesn't
It's a great
make
place,
sense.
guys. All right.
Was
It's
he
just
tried
drugs,
for,
Jose,
you know,
the
political
I've
insurrection
never
of
really
some kind?
seen anybody
No,
smell like
I just-
Possible, but
just
on
after
the
it's
other
right.
hand, if that were the case,
You're always like,
why would
Yeah.
his followers also be
Green
killed?
card?
Yes,
It's
I
hard
do.
to reconstruct
Access
what
board.
actually happened
Hell yeah.
from the accounts that we have in the Gospels. We
No,
can say, however,
no,
that the text
go ahead.
really
I'm just saying,
emphasizes
you
the
just
way
look
in
like you
which
still can be rated.
the Romans wanted to
I
mock
guess it's
Jesus
okay
as a
if
Jewish
black
leader.
people do
You
it.
can see that close up in the Chagall painting.
Yeah, it's not never
The
racist. They
Gospels
can't be
describe
racist.
how the
They're
letters
black.
I-N-R-I
So
were
none of that
posted above
can be
the
interpreted
cross
because they're
and
incapable of being racist, as you know,
absolutely
because they're black.
Jesus, the King
Or
of
as my
Jews.
Asian mother
And
would say,
Chagall wanted to
black.
underline this messianic aspect here by writing racial one street, all countries we go.
We'll be right black after these.
I don't know if my
Jose
opinion on this
Ayala,
is
your medium-sized joke book,
but it
ladies
seems
and
to me
gentlemen.
that there may have been some
Jose
elements in the Jewish community who regarded
We're having
Jesus
fun
as
here
a
tonight. There
troublemaker,
goes
as
Jose.
a rabble rouser,
Absolutely
who was
soaking
upsetting the
wet.
status quo in
Oh, look at
a
the
helpful way.
lovely
He
Heidi.
also
Look what
clearly
she
had
has. It's
certain
real
critical mass of
lotion,
followers
everybody.
that would later go on to
Real
build this
lotion for
very
these
church
elbows.
and it's such a tremendous impact. But I
I
get
mean,
the feeling that this was primarily an act
Rob
of
Schneider's
Roman
doing
caprice
some of
that,
his famous
you know,
lines for
he
movies.
crossed the
And
wrong
Donnell
person
is
at the
doing a
wrong
real
time.
life
And life
Ashy
was
Larry.
in the first century. There were thousands
Oh
of
my
descriptions
goodness,
of
what an
Jesus
amazing
that
history of the
Jesus
show.
would
Look at
stand
that
out
one,
as
Heidi.
defeating two
You know her,
bosses.
Heidi. It is absolutely. Oh, we got.
It stretches
Can we get a
It's
little
also
Rob
important to
circle
note,
there?
by the way, that
Yeah.
much of the description of the passion that we receive from later sources offers considerable
This
more detail,
is the
often
number
with
one
a much
show
more
in
negative
comedy
connotation
right
towards
now.
Jewish
And
participation.
this is what it
And
takes.
this is
This is
certainly
what it takes.
correlated
A
with the
powerful
increasing
white woman
generalization of the church. As the
unashing
becomes less and less
Now,
of a Jewish
Rob
family affair,
Schneider's nipple getting
so to speak,
residue.
becomes
You
much
gotta
more
love it.
of a
Anything
group
connects
that
is
attracts
Kill Tony.
Romans and Greeks,
The bucket we
Scythians,
go, ladies and
whatever,
gentlemen,
that
as we get
then
a
it
minute
becomes much more of an
uninterrupted.
us
This looks like a new
them
name.
kind of
Make some
phenomenon.
noise for
Much
David
easier to blame
Womble
the dead.
Jr. Here
Let
we
me
go.
leave the passion, however, by discussing one last thing, which is especially conscious and difficult for Jewish history. That is the so-called blood cry.
I'm a
It's a
single
passage
dad.
that's recorded in the book of
My
Matthew,
daughter is 14
chapter
years
27,
old.
verse
Just
25, in
finished
which,
ninth
and
grade.
again, this is
The
very,
entire
very
year, I was afraid of one thing. I was afraid of the upperclassmen
to
were
gather
going to try to fuck
Jews,
my daughter.
you know, I'm going to let you
One day
have
she came home, she
one
said, Dad,
of
this
my,
guy came up
people
to me and
slated
he
for
asked
death
me if he
for
could hit
free.
it.
Would you
And I
like to
thought to
have
myself in
Jesus
ninth
go free
grade,
or Barabbas
good line.
was a common theme?
But I had
As
my
the
dad
gospel
hat on, so I
describes,
said,
the
how
people
did
say,
it feel?
release
She said,
Barabbas,
very
and Pontius
uncomfortable.
Pilate says
She
that
said,
that
can
means
you
I
tell
will
me
kill
some names
Jesus.
to
And
get
the
these
response
guys
of
off
the
me?
Jews,
I
which
said,
has been defined as
I
the
said, tell
so-called blood
them your
cry,
daddy
is
is
the
going
phrase,
to rip they dick off.
his blood be on us and on
Now,
our
children,
children.
think what you
Meaning,
tell them to
we
say.
Jews
A couple of months
take
go by, she
responsibility,
comes back. She
and
goes, Dad,
so
I got
do
something to tell you.
future generations.
And the
And
dude
many
came up and asked
scholars
me to
have
get it again.
argued
But
that
this time,
given
I did what
when
you
the
said. I looked
gospel
him right
according
in
to
his
Matthew
face,
was
and I said,
composed,
my daddy
probably
is going to
immediately
bite your
after
dick
the
off. I said,
destruction of the
wait.
temple, or perhaps in the context of the revolt.
Whoever said
This
bite?
is
And I be at the school
of
every
the
now and then,
very
and I fuck
next
with the kid. I'm like,
generation of Jews. I mean, it's kind of like a
Thank
prefiguring
you very
of
much.
what would happen a
David
generation after
Womble
Jesus was
Jr.
dead.
What's up, Tony?
Unfortunately, over the centuries, this has been taken
Rob
as a
Schneider.
justification by some
Underage sex jokes are back.
arguing that us for
I
all
think
time
that's
have
confirmation.
somehow
We have our
accepted
finger on the pulse
responsibility
tonight
for
of what's
Jesus' death,
happening in
which is, as I
comedy.
mentioned at the beginning of
Incest
this
jokes
discussion,
back. Underage sex back.
opposite
Great. Not quite
190
yet.
degrees, basic understanding of Christian theology, that
That's what's
Jesus
great
died
about this show.
for
You
all
can really see what's happening in the
Christians
world.
included.
David
Not
Womble
going
Jr.
to
You've
Jesus
been on
Christ.
before, correct?
But
And this went much better if I remember correctly. Am I correct?
You're correct.
That's correct. Okay. David Womble Jr., tell us, how long have you been doing stand-up?
7 years.
7
between the Jewish community in
Where at?
Israel,
Started in Colorado Springs, then in Tampa, and now here.
Okay, how long have you been here?
Christian church
A year and
changes
7
from being
months.
an
How do you make
internal
a
Jewish
living?
phenomenon
I'm an
to a
IT
much
technician.
larger global.
Wow. Look at that.
Thank you very much.
You don't really see that with your people very often. No. My favorite thing right now is Donnell's fresh elbows are leaving a little pile of moisture grease.
How my back?
How you gonna let him say that shit to you, dog?
Well, that, what did you say?
I said, how you gonna let him say that about us? That's a joke. You just told joke while you didn't have that dick. I don't know where they do that. I'm still straight, nigga. I still got a homophobia. And he even did the impression. I did his dick like, and they like, yo, how you gonna tell him don't do the dick on before the kill Tony?
That's true.
You know other people.
Right? And they're gonna want their dicks chewed off.
David, what do you do for fun? Tell us more about your life.
Play racquetball.
You play racquetball. Wow, you people really don't do that often. This guy, if I told you his dating profile, just I in IT and I like playing racquetball, that's the last face you would guess would be behind that avatar.
But it makes sense. You like chewing dicks and playing racquetball. They go together.
You guys usually make a lot of racket, but playing racquetball, that's a whole different thing.
What do you say after this game? We choose some dicks. What do you guys feel about that?
Yeah. I love it. Racquetball.
The story that Paul describes.
My goodness. Wow, what else? Tell us more about you whitest black guy ever. Racquetball, IT.
I lived in Japan for 4 years.
You lived in a van for 4 years.
Japan.
Oh, that's wow again. I mean,
Also,
Not bad.
just throwing it out there, maybe not a dancer.
wow. You know,
I did.
my buddy Ace Henderson, who we did comedy with, not much of an answer. Similar situation.
I have no idea who that motherfucker is, but all right.
So you can dance. Let me ask you this, David. This is a little segment we've done before.
Thank you.
No. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Don't suggest.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it unless he wants me to. Kidding. I'm gonna just ask you. Don't give him a dance.
Just still shake it up.
Here we go.
No biting of anything has happened.
No fears were harmed in it.
And at the same time,
David Womble Jr., so you're a junior. Are you close with your father?
Yeah.
Another white tree.
That was not cool. You know what I'm saying?
We're having fun.
For sure.
We're having fun.
Yeah, my dad was in the military. That's why we're interviewed.
Okay.
I was in the military.
I did not.
Yeah, I was in Air Force for 4 years.
That was something. Thank you for your service.
I used to thank you. I used to be
And in
military.
order to make that leap,
I used to curse out here Korean police friends of mine, right? We would teach each other different languages and shit, our language. And when we get mad at each other, we would curse each other out, right? I would curse him out in broken Korean. He would curse me out in broken English. And I would light this motherfucker up. I'd be like, light up, you know about this shit, what about, don't pull on, yeah, get your mama, he took your, then I kept them out, so he took your, dang, I don't know what I said, but I said that shit. And he would miss me out in all the black shit.
at the same
He
time,
like, shut the Newport nigga up. lemon pepper chicken wing fucking nigga. Your steak well done every day. That's what we did.
The brothers man, they did. When I was there, I was performing for the troops, but I did say very hardworking people, Asians, as I'm half Asian, I can say very hardworking. Koreans, a little lazy, to be honest with you. No, you go to the Korean barbecue, you go and they're like, oh, the Korean barbecue, here you go. The special, the top sole, very marbling. I said, okay, get the top sole. And then 2 minutes later, they come back and it's like, dude, this is fucking raw meat. Oh, yes, you cook it. Hey, I'm going out to dinner, spending $100 with my wife. You cook it. You know, so late, I hate to go to a Korean whorehouse. Come on in. This is the wrong. You suck your own dick. You suck it.
You know how to say how much for the pussy in Korean? This is how you say it. You say, oh my God. That's how much for the pussy. But you can't be like, bitch, hold you on my heel. You gotta be like, hold you on my oh. I'm hungry. How you gonna pick up? Taksan, nigga, Taksan pick up on money. That's like I'm hungry enough to eat. How you gonna pick up on money? Hold you up. I'll eat the pussy. That's what it means.
Donnell, my story was a joke. I'm actually in a whorehouse. You were in a whorehouse in Korea. I was making a joke about a whorehouse, and they thought it was funny. They didn't want to actually hear an experience of a man in a house fucking whores like you did. Anyway, fuck whores.
I participated in, okay, never mind.
It was a cross-cultural experience. I get it.
My kids
There was money influence exchange.
My kids are half Asian. Their grandma's gonna hate this shit.
Your kids are half Asian? Wow. So your baby mama is Korean?
She's Thai.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Poor boy.
On the left.
I don't get that when they play it back.
Exactly.
Did an Asian grandmother ever eat a dick?
She got to America, so obviously she ate so much.
I don't know if you guys know this, but when Donnell was in Korea, he was part of a cooking show called Walk Off.
I like that.
WOK.
Do you remember?
You could walk the walk. So horny. David Womble Jr., fun times, my friend, and it's amazing to watch your growth. I remember, in fact, that's a better set than before. David Womble Jr. getting better, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it's all about. All right, this is going to be a fun one. This young lady is what we call Kiltone famous. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the long-awaited return of the one and only Juanita. Everybody, Juanita
Any Catholics in the house?
Happen around the same time.
New Pope, yeah!
So-called
I didn't know religious. So it was very strange when in 2006, I dropped out of high school, and to hide it from my mom, I joined a touring Catholic ministry. They made me pray to themes, one queen. I'll show you guys. You're going to have to tell me a little bit again.
In the liturgy, the mandatory central part of the liturgy called the Amidah or the 18th blessing.
Jesus was a cool dude, 40 days without food, giving his life for the golden. He died in our place, amazing grace, spreading his love all over the place. Singing, we will praise you. Amen.
In which it's not clear what
I did that for 9 months.
should believe, and what
That's the gayest thing that ever done.
practice. And so they asked
And I do
Samuel to read this lesson, which is extremely and
Welcome back to the show.
Y'all do a remix of that song Any Blackout Watch Her right now? We will fuck you.
It's probably true until you find out she has a dick, Donnell. That is.
That's how it happens, ladies and gentlemen. They can't tell.
No, Donnell, come back.
The brothers can't tell. The brothers,
They will fuck you.
they never, the last place,
You set me up.
Donnell, the last place the brothers look apparently is the Adam's apple. Whereas white guys know. That's the first place the white guys know.
It is. I'm gonna say, Charlemagne's gonna find that clip. We will. Fuck you. You are fucked, Donnell. I'm getting word from the street.
I know it's some different, son.
I'm sure this
I'm
happened.
gonna get banned like Dave Chappelle, nigga.
Donnell, I'm sure this happened before in Korea. I'm sure in Korea as an 18-year-old boy, this is a memory coming back to you.
It's usually how black guys react.
Juanita, have you been with a black man before? Okay, are you just saying that so that he doesn't find you and kill you?
No, it's raised right. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I've been with one. He was hot.
Okay.
Half a black.
My career's over, nigga.
Donnell,
I knew that back was too big, son. I knew it.
it's not just that your career is over. This is also an opportunity to educate other black men tonight. We have to look at it that way.
It's never over.
Black guys out there, you know what to do. It's between the chest and the chin. It's called an Adam's apple. If they have one, they have something else.
That is true.
This is a special moment for you people. So take that for what it's worth. It's worth a lot.
That's so nice.
It is. The more you know. Juanita. An interesting set tonight. Let's just talk
Tony,
Tony.
it's really over for me.
It's okay. I know, Donnell. But it's all right. You can pick yourself up. You know, who knows? It's 2025. Maybe the streets will forgive you. Maybe they'll go, wow, Donnell, took a chance out there. He's a progressive person. I mean, I'm sure when Chappelle sees this, he's just
Shut the fuck up!
Donnell,
he might like how it feels.
Donnell,
Shut the fuck up! Stop touching me!
Donnell, I want you to emotionally pull the balls aside. Can you do that for me? I think you can, Donnell. You can actually spread them out, one on each side. Donnell, we're here for you.
Yeah, it's okay. It's gonna be
There are many factors that come together to create
oh my goodness, you tricked Donnell, and that is gonna be
She didn't trick me! I mean, you see whatever, nigga!
You're fucked. We will fuck you. Yeah.
see that on your next show, Donnell.
Someone's saying entrance music. Someone's coming out of that on his next special. How exciting. Oh, now that your glasses are on, maybe you can see more clearly. Yeah, it's exciting. Ashy Larry beat Ashy Harry. It's very exciting. So Juanita, how has life been going? What's been going on with you?
I have a show in Tyler since the show. Fun and we've been like a really awesome comic. He's awesome.
What that line
Makes me
is.
good.
Last time you were you said we. There you go. There's Red Man trying to save you right now. The last time you were on the show, Juanita, the great Jimmy Carlos here, and we found out about whiskey.
Now, that guy's going through a divorce now.
Oh, the guy that you had whiskey hole with?
Yeah, I didn't realize they said his full name. And,
Shit. Wow. My God.
Does that make it easier for someone to find them if you say their whole name?
yeah, if you're a Turkish Australian,
We're learning a lot of things this evening.
Yes, we are. Wow. So his wife found out about that from someone sending her a clip or something?
yeah, but he told me he was single when I met him. Because I asked him, I was like, you have a girlfriend? Do you have a wife? He said, no. So I accidentally answered.
Oh my God.
Now, that's the crazy question. Was he black? No, he was Turkish. So he was like brown hair, kind of.
He was in the area, she's saying.
Shut the fuck up.
It was black adjacent.
Oh, it's gonna be
And I'm right where I started when I walked up to the first time.
Oh, you're a legend now. Now you're
Just open for you if you want.
So what ended up happening is
Would you say Juanita?
I can open for you if you want.
Oh, yeah, that's what he wants.
Just fix everything. Open your ass.
Oh, yeah, she'll open for you, Donna.
Shut it out!
Is it better than you? Donnell only likes openers that look exactly like him. Can you, Juanita, anything else crazy going on in life that we should know about?
Oh, I have an impression. Yeah. So this is it's Charlie Plainview from There Will Be Blood, explaining birthday pizzas that are Maldives. So we get our birthday pizza like every year. Well, the thing is, we used to get all the birthday emails for free, but now you have to download an application. Yeah, but we get it like every year. You don't get no birthday pizza! Wow, was that a good?
You know what's interesting? Now I can see the Adam's apple. The dude was for her to do a spot on Daniel Day-Lewis for Dynamite. There will be blood. They fuck you, Juanita. It's called mud. Juanita, fun times. You've been on the show numerous times. It's, you know, wasn't your best set, but always a legendary interview with you. We love your sense of humor. Proof that some trans people can roll with the punches. That's another appearance by the great Juanita, everybody. It's a stereotype. Some people say. Oh, yeah. We do have a golden ticket winner here, ladies and gentlemen. This guy's only been on the show one other time when he famously came on with children's books for adults and changed his life forever. This is the second ever appearance from Charlie Mack, everybody. Big noise for Charlie Mack.
First off, I want to thank the Q Tony Universe. Y'all really did change my life, you know? Like, yes, now I'm able to buy a lot of lavish shit. Like, I just bought a new $1,500 shelf. I put all my clothes on it and everything. Some of y'all know it as a treadmill. I've never touched it. I don't know what the fuck it does. Last time I touched it was to balance myself and put my shoes on. It's crazy now. My ex let me have sex with her again. Yes. Yes. I like it because she likes to role play. You know, I be hitting it from the back. You know, I throw on her wig. She throw on my CPAP. Y'all never had CPAP sex? It's like fucking Darth Vader. I'm like, who's in it? She go, yours. I'm like, damn, Luke, I guess I am your father.
Charlie Mack done it again. Rob Schneider. Congrats. You're gonna make it for the rest of your life as a comedian. I mean, the next 6 years are gonna be great for you. No doubt about it.
Charlie,
You
fantastic.
said you did role play. What was the scenario?
I put on her wig and she put on my CPAP.
That's not creative.
It's not.
If you want to do role play, I do role play. If you want to do role play, think outside the box. When I play role play, I play presentation.
Damn.
Juanita, get back up here.
Is it okay if we laugh at this? Are we okay? We're all okay. We're okay.
No, we're good.
Okay, good.
Charlie Mack, you told us about your adult children's books, and I guess it blew up, right?
Oh, hell yeah. They start calling me the hood Dr. Seuss. Now I have to make them new names, you know? So I'm thinking of a couple. I'm thinking of the crackhead from Crumble Street. Cookie and the stimulus check. You know, some shit like that.
Oh, absolutely. Dr. Seuss, that is the only kind of doctor you could be, by the way. Charlie Mack, tell us about how your life changed from that, though. Like, what's going on?
White women look at me now. Yeah. Hell yeah. But no, I got a world tour. I'm going all through Europe, Tokyo, everywhere.
International House of Pancakes. My goodness gracious. Unbelievable. Charlie Mack. Any plans for when you're over in Tokyo and places? Any you're really looking forward to?
Any places you could recommend?
Yeah, exactly.
There's this one little place. Just remember, Pochi on my own.
I'm just looking for the other black people because I don't go nowhere if there's not other black people there.
Okay, well, I'll have fun in Tokyo.
How the fuck you get on this show then?
Man, it's like 12 black people in this whole audience, and I'm 4 of them.
Charlie Mack, you are fantastic. Where do you live again?
I live here in Austin, about 7 minutes away.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. And what do you do for fun?
However,
You're not writing books and performing stand-up. Do you have any side?
The best thing that I really do if I'm not doing anything is I'm on daddy duty. You know, I respect. Yes, me and my 3-year-old, we be kicking it, robbing. She sell crack. We do a lot of fun shit.
Get the money, son.
Yeah, we gotta start a family empire.
Can we laugh at that one? Is that all right?
Daddy duty is also what would have been on Donnell's dick if he fucked Juanita.
I got got daddy duty.
Stay flat. Don't laugh. We all we got, bro.
Nevertheless, the performance was brilliant.
Rob's gonna breathe ferrets after the show.
Oh my God, Charlie, you fantastic set. You've done it again. You're a rock solid comedian. We're excited to have you back on again soon. Charlie Mack, ladies and gentlemen. We're keeping it moving. Back to the bucket we go, ladies and gentlemen. It takes a while for Charlie to get off stage. There he goes. Holy shit. That's a big boy. Make some that's a huge man. Yes. Make some noise for your next bucket pool, ladies and gentlemen. It is Michael Hines, everyone. Michael Hines is next.
Wow, this is exciting. You know, believe it or not, this is the second most exciting thing to happen to me today, though. I saw a UFO way over here, an unidentified flying object. Really was a non-binary person jumping off the bridge over there. But they didn't identify as anything. Went from she, her to see her later. They, them to she, her later. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. This, you know, more of an unidentified falling object. But for a second, Ozzy Osbourne's finally in hell. Do you think it's everything he dreamed it would be? I'm sure it's not that bad though. With all the scientists there, they gotta have an air condition by now. You know, it's probably a party. I voted for Trump, guys, and I regretted it week one. Week one, he took away my food stamps. What the fuck? He said I gotta work 40 hours a week to get them. If I worked 40 hours a week, I wouldn't need fucking food stamps.
Michael Hines. Fantastic set. Edgy, funny, current. I loved it. That's great. You've been on this show once before, right?
Twice, Tony.
Twice. Fantastic.
Please tell me Juanita was the one that jumped off the bridge. I wish, Jono. Jono, you did my favorite episode of Kill Tony.
What was that, Mike?
Jono was on my favorite episode of Kill Tony of all time.
Yeah.
Which one was it? You don't know? I love you, Jono. You're my favorite.
I know. Rob Schneider.
I've learned that laughing and suicide of 9 non-binary people are back. Yes.
No doubt about it. So you gotta hang out in Austin more often. You really love it here, Rob.
And by the way, President Trump wasn't taking away your food stamps. He was just making sure that you weren't buying like sodas and fucking Reese's Pieces with it.
Clearly.
Yeah, guilty as charged. No doubt about it. Michael, remind us, how long you been doing stand-up?
About 2.5 years, Tony.
All of it here in Austin?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic stuff.
I'm on realtor's assistant.
Okay.
Open houses and stuff. Don't tell her.
Wow.
Can I say? I don't think they like you, Tony.
What?
I don't think they like you. So if they know I'm here, I might be done for.
Realtors like me?
Well, those two.
Well, they go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
Give some fun. I'm sure they're so much fun to work for.
You wouldn't believe it, Tony.
I would. I know what people that don't like me. I know what their mental health is like. Rob Schneider.
I don't care about us.
Can I say something about? I guess. Can I say something about you? Okay, yes, you can.
No, I watched the show. I watched the show, but everybody else come up here, they're like super nervous and like sweating. You seem so composed, and I want to say that you just feel like a natural, man. Like in a short period of time, you hit enough jokes, and even your interview, you was likable, you was personable, and you did it in a short period of time, man. I think you sound great. I really see a future for you. Thank you.
A realtor's assistant. That's my question because in my experience, even a half retarded person could be a real estate person. So
You cannot say that, Rob.
a realtor assistant could be a full retard.
Yeah.
Is that
Well, she pays me $30 an hour, so if I do 2 10-hour days on open houses, I have the rest of the week for comedy.
yeah? There you go. You're gonna do great. You're very funny.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic stuff. Did you get a big joke book last time?
I did not.
You got a small joke book?
Yes, sir.
Well, I got news for you, buddy. You're getting an upgrade. There he goes. A fantastic minute and a great return for Michael Hines, everybody. We are flying through it now. We are cooking. Normally I don't do this during an episode, but I gotta tell you guys, this is one of my favorite episodes of the year so far. I'm a hampered now, Alan Rothschilder. I had a feeling that this chemistry would be crazy and wild. Okay.
The irony of that is one of your favorite episodes, kid. It's not a good feeling for me right now. Canceled tonight. I talk about friends, whatever you call it, this shit is over for me. Austin's been really weird to me.
If I can appear to be racist right now and interrupt you. No, this is really fun. I'm enjoying this one. Great fun. This audience here. Yeah, we're having fucking fun. That's flame with fire, and we're gonna keep it moving, ladies and gentlemen. Your next fucking 1 minute uninterrupted. James Kerrigan, everybody. James Kerrigan.
Went out with this girl a couple times, and then the other day she sent me a text that started with the phrase, after some reflection.
5 decades since the destruction of the temple had been absolutely terrible for the Jews.
I didn't read the rest of the text. I didn't read.
Because nothing good ever happens when a woman texts you after some reflection.
It's never after some reflection. I think we should try anal. It's never happened in the history of women or anal. It's always after some reflection. I realize we're two different trees going in 2 different directions in your pore. Now, if a man sends you a text that starts with the phrase, it's a picture of his penis. Followed up by we should try anal. Big crowd in here? No. I've never been big on dick. Drunk, sorry. I've never been big on dick pics myself. All right, that came out wrong. All right. Thank you guys so much. My name is James.
Fantastic set. Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I'll be 11 years in September.
Wow, I love it. You perform like a guy that's been doing it 11 years. That's great stuff. You know, you're tripping on words. You got a lot of big ones.
Yeah, I was just drinking over there, playing chess with this homeless girl, and it was cool. I didn't think I was gonna get cool. They're like, you need to go now.
Amazing stuff. Rob,
I will say your time though was fantastic, but you also had a chance. Instead of saying you've been doing it 11 years, you could have said 11 months. Everybody would have fucking went nuts.
Well, that would be lying, Mr. Schneider. I'm talking to Rabbi Schneider. Fuck, goddamn, this is great. Very funny, and you started out really strong. That's a really funny. I'm telling you, you had the audience, and you never lost them until you couldn't figure out how to end it. Well, I know how to end it. I'm just saying all the goodwill is gone for it.
You did great, and it was really funny, and you really made me laugh hard.
Thank you.
Congrats. Great stuff.
I don't know what to say other than you funny as shit. I really believe you look at dick pics. Once you I need to come back.
James, what do you do for work?
I actually sell air conditioning. I planned the other one where the air conditioner was broken.
You work for them?
I don't work for Airco. I work for ARS.
But at any rate, Trajan waged war against the
ARS. What?
all the
ARS?
way
ARS.
Residential Service. That is
Ars.
this region
ARS.
right down
Yes.
to the Persian Gulf.
Sure. You do everything. You're looking for comfort? Check out our Ars.
We'll cool you down. Ars sale. I actually bother people at Home Depot. That's why.
Apparently,
You don't have to talk to people at Home Depot.
Okay. you right now. What exactly did you drink before this? The biggest opportunity of your 11-year career. Tell us what you've been sipping on. I find this all intriguing. Nothing like watching 11 years of all of a sudden, and here you're doing great, and you're handling it well, but I can tell you are bumped up. Like, if this was not Kill Tony, if this was a random show where it's like a special show where you pull out drunk people and it's a DUI checkpoint, you'd be fucked right now. You would be so fucked. I mean, it's incredible. So tell us, just honestly, truthfully, what exactly did you drink today?
It's just vodka soda.
Okay.
I had the pictures.
You had a picture? Okay.
They sell them next door. You should go check it out.
Yeah, no, we have alcohol here.
Well, I'm just saying, it's a good deal.
All right.
No one refused.
So you had 2 beers?
I had 2 pictures and a beer.
2 pictures of vodka soda and a beer.
That's an interesting choice. After 2 pictures of vodka, you go like, it's not hitting me. Don't they stop me, cerveza, motherfucker? This hasn't worked. That's when you get your money back for those fucking pictures. Juanita!
Rob's up an unbelievably great point. You had the beer after the 2 pictures of vodka. Damn.
I didn't say a pool.
That's what everybody says. That's what everybody, especially when you're that blacked out. My goodness gracious. And wow, do you normally drink this much?
No, but I don't normally come here, so.
Okay. You don't really. How many times do you think you've signed up before you?
I think it's my 4th time.
Okay. It's pretty fucking good. Yeah. Should we do a special segment called DUI Checkpoint right now? What do they have people do? What's one of the things? You have to stand up on like 1 foot, like, right? And what do you do? Is there any police officers here by any chance? Can we get a police officer up here? Yeah! For the first time in the show's history, I would like to make some noise for a real APD police officer. This is Oscar, everybody. This is what I love about officers. Rob, when I was in LA, you couldn't find a fucking police officer. If they're lighting up a grocery store on fire, you couldn't find a fucking police officer. Here, I'm like, hey, let's try a little. Oh, fuck, there's one right there. This is unbelievable. Oscar Donnell, what is it? Are you scared because there's a police officer?
When I was in the military, when I was in the Air Force, that was my job. I was a police officer.
Oh, wow. You never mentioned that you were in the military.
I was the worst police officer. I made 0 arrests in 4 years.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a true story. I was a military police officer.
You used to choke yourself?
Shut the fuck up.
Red man. Red man, you can't.
You dirty motherfucker.
Red man, you can't ask things like that.
No, that was funny.
Did you used to choke yourself? No, let's check it with Rob. Let's check it with Rob Schneider here.
I still can't get over the beer after the 2 pictures. I mean, what's the next thing next to it? Was there a gun?
Not tonight.
Where did you get that drink from? Some guy get that back. Take that fucking drink back. You guys are crazy. All right, Oscar, if you don't mind doing us a favor, this is the first time in the history of the show we've done anything like this before. Thank you for playing along. How about one more time for Oscar? Step on up, step to that microphone real quick that he has. Give him the mic there, James. Give Oscar the mic. Would you mind just giving a quick little DUI test to James Kerrigan? Talk right into the tip of that mic. Just take us through. Pretend like we're not here, and then you just pulled this guy over, and you got him out of his car. Let's see what happens here. James.
James, where are you coming from?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! All right, another microphone? Do we have one under the table? We have one under the where under the table exactly? Someone more under there. There it is.
It's hard to
Just
take
one more?
this seriously. It's
Yeah, we got
so
one more
bizarre.
hidden there.
So
Oh, this is podcast history, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy. James, he asked you a fucking question.
I'm
actually going
They also
How much have you had to drink tonight? 2 drinks.
I wanted to
Honest. Just not specific. Specificity of the officer's question opened up some vagaries, and James took advantage of it. Advantage, James. Continue.
How big were those 2 drinks?
That's like each. Again, slightly vague. Shots could be fucking huge, apparently.
Temples, shrines, for example, the Shrine of Nemesis.
Where you headed to?
Memphis,
just going
public works, roadways,
Oh,
things like that.
Such a suspicious answer. That's all I'm doing. Not doing anything else. Just driving home.
James, you seem way too familiar with this experience. This happened 4 months ago.
You got a DUI for us? No, you got out of it? Oh, you ain't getting out of this one, motherfucker. Oscar, let's do it. Fucking hit him with it. What do you think?
Oh, am I getting arrested?
By the way, let's just take note. Can I just say, when Oscar talks into the microphone, I've been doing this show for 12 and a half years. I've never seen anyone so commanding and clear. It's like a specific type of police fucking, like, where are you coming from?
I just have to say, this may seem racist, but you're drinking tonight. We should still arrest on him.
This property was used basically a
That's an exact white version of it. What would it be? What would it be?
Yo! Get the fuck out of that car!
Black Lives Matter, they ain't do shit.
This went from DUI to DEI real quick. Rob Schneider's moving to Austin. I can tell. We're having fun tonight. Oh, yeah. Oscar, are you cool with this, right? Are we good? Okay, Oscar. Oh, I love it. Fucking fantastic. I'm gonna hand for Rob over here, the man. We have the best squad here at the mothership. Can you give him a little test for me? Can we see a little something? What would you have him do if you wanted to fail real quick?
Stand with your feet together.
Back by Trajan,
Hands out by the side.
appointed as governor.
Look at my finger.
Today. We don't know a lot about
Move my
how
finger from left to right. Keep your head still.
that
Fix
area,
that.
but we know that there was, at least the Tom refers to some acts of violence, and we know that this is brought in a second revolution. I wish we knew more about
What do you think is the verdict?
to see that it takes place.
Oscar, you're leaving here with a big joke book. Make some noise for Oscar. DAPD, the greatest police department on planet Earth. James, you had a fucking fantastic set. You rolled with the punches every step of the way. You are truly an 11-year comedy veteran, and you have the jokes for it. You have the stage presence for it. Here's a big joke book. Sign up. We want to see more of you. Come back, James Farragut. Wow. The first ever DUI checkpoint in Kill Tony history. We got a new segment. Oh my God. I didn't even know that was possible. I mean, what other show in the world has a serious ass police officer just tweeting in the fucking out. I mean, unbelievable. That was the best.
You know what's great is he's gonna have to keep his car parked outside and not drive home at night.
Yeah. Oh, he's fucked.
But Tony, he was giving him the test, looking at me.
It is. It's going to be James Kerrigan, Donnell in the back of the police car, and Juanita. That's going to be a long drive to the station. Donnell's going to get a
Don't do that, son. Don't do that, son. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, son. Black Lives Matter. Don't do it.
What the fuck? We're going to keep it moving here. We're getting there. We're coming around the... Your next fucking poll, ladies and gentlemen. This lady, very funny. She's been on this show before. I'm excited to see a few minutes from Sherry Basenji, everybody. The return of Sherry Basenji.
Thank you. I am originally from Iran. Where women traditionally don't have dicks. Just mustaches. You know what the safe word is for Middle Eastern women? Hashtag not all lives matter. Keeping it real. I have a friend who's so obsessed about the size of her boyfriend's dick. She's so happy. I mean, do women who care about size, do they have like a tape in their, nightstand every time a new guy comes along? They're like, oh, let's measure that. They go, You know who I know for sure has a measuring tape? No, not me. Kim Kardashian. What do you think she uses? A DeWalt, a Stanley, or the circumference of her mouth?
Sherry Basenji has done it again. Rob Schneider.
I just want to say I look forward to your first tour in Iran when you get beaten to death. It's going to be special. No, very funny. That first joke out there fucking killed me. Just really funny. He's just putting those jokes together and boom, it's really funny. Very special.
It is true what Lab said. If you ever do a show in Iran, you're going to be the first, not the first comedian to get stoned after a show, but in that type of way, no doubt about it.
I have a question. Can I?
Of course you can.
How long have you been doing comedy?
About 2 years. This round I used to do comedy years ago.
Can I say this? Like in this business where it's all about relationships, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You've been doing comedy for 2 years, right? And have been getting like all these people that are probably younger than you. That tells me that you had, I feel like you did something, and comedy is your passion. Am I correct? And you said to yourself, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna do it.
Yes.
I'm gonna do it again. Your energy, the jokes is funny. And then in this situation where it's so competitive, it's all about you're not relatable, you're old school, whatever. And I'm not trying to call you old, but I'm just saying that your energy, everything, your jokes, and I can look in your eyes and tell that you want to do it, and you say, fuck it. So, with that said, I really appreciate it.
And I just want to say, I think there was a black man hitting on you.
It's not the first time.
That's what we're doing. Fuck it, we out of here.
Hey,
Iran,
meet I walked.
No, I want to just add to that. Like, I see, like, these comments come up. I'm not knocking nobody. I see the desperation, the nervousness, but you feel so fucking calm. like this what fuck I'm supposed to be doing, and that resonates with me.
He's trying to fuck you.
I mean, you remember that role play plantation? Do you know how hard you can fuck somebody fucking for free?
but they are not necessarily
I'm gonna let that marinate. I'm gonna let that marinate. And you can use the N-word. I'm gonna let that marinate.
It might be time for another relotion of these elbows.
Something's got a hold on me, legs.
Sherry, how's life been? Tell us more about her real life.
Ever since I've been on Kill Tony, I get hit on Instagram, But the quality's gone up and the age has come down.
Love it.
Yeah.
Have you taken advantage of any of these situations?
I have not, but all these young guys trying to show me their minute.
So funny. I love you.
You are fucking adorable.
You really are. You really are. Some goals for you, Sherry. You are hilarious. How much time do you think you have all together? Like,
Not in life.
right, not in life. I'll give it about 80 months.
The clock is ticking. I need to hurry up with this for you.
But as far as the set goes, what's the longest you can do?
I think I can do 20 minutes.
Okay.
But I have more material. I just need an opportunity to do my material.
Absolutely.
You're gonna come down to the plantation. I can take you.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna get that. Good, great job.
It really is. You are. They all said it, and I've said it every time you've ever been on. You're so charismatic. You're delivering and executing your material so goddamn likable. It's unbelievable. Sherry, you've done it again. Right, man? Sherry, I would love to have you back on the Secret Show. She just got booked on a real show Thursdays from the Sunset Strip Comedy Club. Sherry Missechi. How about one more time for Sherry?
Okay.
All right. We have another return of a legendary performer here. This man famously is part of one of the most viral clips in Kill Tony history when he said that he was molested multiple times as a kid. And Dr. Phil famously said, because he wasn't paying attention, I said, Dr. Phil? And Dr. Phil said, who is your favorite? He does a podcast with Tony Hawk. You know him. Hawk and the Wolf. This is a minute from Jason Ellis, everybody. The return of Jason Ellis.
What's up, motherfucker? So yeah, I know what you're thinking. I don't look that gay. Well, it should be naked with a penis in my mouth. Yeah, I know. Doesn't every time. But I'm not gay anymore. I retired from that shit. Fuck that shit. It's hideous. But because I've done gay shit, people think that I'm weird. Like, that guy's a pretty big guy over there. Just so you know, dude, I can fucking suck your dick and there wouldn't be shit you can do about it. So how about we? Some other people might be like, I don't like gay talk, Jason. Maybe you're going to jump me in the parking lot. I am a professional fighter. I will kick you in the head, knock you out, and suck your dick. I'm not finished. I'll film it. And then I'll put it on the internet. And then you'll be gay but not gay, just like me. And you wake up and be like, I'm not gay, bro. I'm like, pretty sure this video says otherwise. Thank you.
Wow, Jason Ellis with the best minute he's done on this show. How special emphasis is. Somehow I'm scared to death and turned on at the same time. I feel both soft and hard right now. Absolutely incredible performance, Jason Ellis.
Jason did my podcast. Remember that? He did my podcast. And I looked at him. I didn't know that he was. No, that's what you said, trans. No, that's what you said. But I'm telling you, this is scary. Like, I mean, whatever.
the best and the ideal. But
Apparently the word's best.
He said it. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't even know it didn't mean anything. Hey, man, I paid my dues. Yo, it's so good. But the shit is like, this what made me nervous. Like, this how fuck you up suck your dick. Okay, that's horrible. But I can do it. It could have been the other side. I'll beat your ass and fuck you. I'm like, oh, we can't do that.
according to Catholic,
oh my God. You like that shit. You might be gay to me, dude. What I'm saying is,
black guys interrupt me.
saying
There it goes. It's not racist. No, they can't be racist, so we all know. They can jump in whenever they fucking want and demand whatever they want, apparently.
what I'm trying to say is that when I met you, you was a guest on my podcast, you was dope as shit. I forgot what we talked about, and I didn't really give a fuck about it. But you was cool. Thank you for doing my podcast.
What the fuck? That's what you interrupted Rob to say thank you for doing my podcast? You know what? We're going to bring Juanita back up here right now. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No one even remembers
You're being mean to me, Tom.
But it's uncertain what exactly.
The other day you told me how much you love me.
Let's check. I do.
No, the other day it was like this. I remember when we first met, our connection. You sit on this, and now you just leave me out here. You don't give a fuck about me.
No, Donnell, we love you. I can tell you have that look in your eye. I've seen this before.
I got 10 minutes worth of show before I go to the bathroom. You know.
I want to say I can't get it out of my head, but I would like to see you, Jason. Juanita.
That is true. That would be the world's greatest threesome.
As someone who enjoys nonviolent sex, where the ending is not a punch in the face, but come in the face. It's different. I just want to say I learned something tonight from you, and I won't sleep well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jason, you are here. How's that?
Yo, dog. What up, Momentarium Labs? How you living, pimp?
Tell us about it.
What's good, son? Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway, douche.
I'm confused.
He was gay. Now he's no longer gay.
I was never gay. I was just a sex addict.
Oh, okay.
I used to fuck everybody.
Okay.
And like, when you fuck one guy, when you say that, the other one looking at me fucking scoundrels. But when you try to fuck a lot of ladies in one day, it's a lot of talking, you know? I know that. So, dudes just suck it, pretty convenient. The only bad thing about it is pretty gay. It's at this moment that I realized I'm on the wrong fucking show.
This is the moment.
I think it might be time for the audience may need a shower at this moment.
Jason, what's the gayest thing you ever did?
It's fucked up. I'm Chaucer, like the dicks of Christmas past. But I guess, like,
I love
whatever you say to Matt,
I love that the horn players have a song for this. The gayest thing that you've ever done. What's the gayest thing that you've ever done? It's the gayest thing Jason's ever done. And everyone wants to know. Gayest thing. Wanna know how it's so fucking gay? We wanna know.
I rollerbladed once. Yo, that's so fucked up. I used to rollerblade in Brooklyn. It's fucking gay to me, dude. You're fucking gayer than me. That's insane. You can't tell a black man sitting like that. You just like take your seat.
Well, if I tell you to take this, you're gonna leave. Would take the actual seat.
I think one question that the audience just thinks, what is the tattoo that's on your neck?
That is a good question.
That's the last spot. I got one more gap, and that's it. I haven't decided what I'm getting on there, but everything. I just want one tattoo, and there's a few gaps. And one of them is my dick.
Oh, so there's no tattoo.
That's interesting, right? It's also pretty gay that you guys give a shit about that.
Hey, believe it or not, this isn't even the gayest part of the show. Donnell took gay
69.
We will fuck you. Oh, you're never gonna put it down, buddy. Oh my God.
They're gonna come up to you at the airport singing that one, baby.
I can't believe you didn't see that she was not originally shit.
Even Jason Ellis is like, yeah, Donnell, you're gay as fuck. He will fuck you. My God, you sang it with such fucking passion.
No, I didn't. You did.
No, my guys think anything white adjacent is hot. That's the fact. That's what was proved tonight.
So I'm just a whole
Jesus, how many times did I tell you I don't go ahead. All right, Jason. That was by far the best minute you've ever done on the show. So much a great set. Again, it's my favorite part of the show is literally watching people get better in front of our eyes. One more time. Anything else you want to plug? You got the Hawk and the Wolf?
That's closed. That's shut down. Hey, Tony's not as good a skateboarder as he used to be, so he has to like get a job. I just like saying that in case he sees it. You're fucking old and you suck, Tony. But I'm
Tony Hawk, you suck.
Yeah. Sorry, wrong guy. But I'm a comedian on the road, so thejasonellis.com is where all my tour dates live.
Perfect. Make some noise one more time for Jason Ellis. Yes, gay, the gayest thing we want to know. What's the gayest thing? Hey, all right.
Yeah, my podcast. I'm telling you how to podcast. DonnieRollinshow.com. Yeah, something he told me how to fight. So now he might be giving suggestions on how to handle it, and I really appreciate that. My podcast is okay, it's struggling, whatever. But he pulled up and showed me love.
Well, it's great that you know how to fight this, so you'll be able to get one knee off. I'm on top of you later.
How much time before the show's over?
We're gonna do, but
Don't touch me, Rob.
I'm sorry, I just
Get down with the man, Rob.
No, I have to cancel being on your podcast. Call me back though when the numbers go up. Thank you for being honest.
ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna make it the final fucking pull of the night. Make some noise for Tom Anderson, everybody. Tom Anderson.
Oh yeah, mothership. So I'm going through a bit of a transformation. Slowly, and there's nothing I can do about it to stop it. So I'm leaving it to my government. Put it in the hands of RFK Jr., our Secretary of Health, to help me. And I don't know what it is about him. I really trust him. He's got like a lot of battle scars, health-wise. You know, he's got that voice, and he had a brain worm, which is, I think that's a disease that kills wizards. I don't really know how you get through that. I'm so curious how that doctor's visit sounded, you know? He's like, "Doctor, my fucking head hurts." And then he's looking at the chart, he's like, "Oh, well, it appears you've got bugs in your mind. We need to get those out." So I can only really think of one solution, Mr. F. Kennedy. We're going to have to blow your head off. Too close to home, I know.
Tom Anderson. Lots of laughs. I can hear them over Donnell talking in my ear.
Tony, I need to come here for this. You don't know the history, Tony. Can we bring down the history?
Yeah.
Be honest. During the pandemic, when you move your shit here, nobody wanted to come on your podcast because they were scared to catch COVID.
Well,
they would, let me tell you, they would come here, they would do Rogan shit, they would like, fuck it, I'm out of here. You asked me, Donnell, can you come?
I did.
Shut the fuck up.
I did.
I don't know how to say axe, nigga. I don't know how to say ambulance either. Shut the fuck up. Please help your people interested from that.
I'm going to be racist and insult the black man.
This is what they don't know. You called me very different. You said, Donnell, could you come into my pocket? I said, you know, I don't fuck this shit. I'm too sensitive. I will crash out. Did I not say that? Yes. And I sat here. And we didn't have this desk. You had
as the last of the Bar Buffalo Rebels.
You're right.
You had this band.
You're right. We had a tablecloth, and it was on a wobbly table. We did have the same exact band.
Okay, sorry.
I know. I would have.
You know all y'all look alike, son. But listen,
Let Rob jump in for one
I would have done his show then, but I still wouldn't have done your shows then. That's because the number of viewers you've been in.
Imagine the number of viewers once they see him hit on Juanita. It's going down.
I had a misunderstanding.
You had a Mr. Understanding. You thought it was a misunderstanding. That was a Mr. Understanding.
Tony,
That's a fucking great joke.
this is the thing. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. A Mr. Understanding is one of the greatest jokes I've ever done in my life. It's all moving so quick, people didn't even notice.
No, that was funny. This is what these people don't understand. It's not time to joke. It's time to be serious.
We're gonna get some.
Don't touch me, Rob. I'm being serious.
We're gonna get some Adam's apple juice for you over here.
I was there for you.
The most consequential questions in Jewish
I showed
history is a very basic one.
Look at me, fuck that.
You might think that this is a settled law, that there is really no question about it, but in fact, if you look a little more at Jewish history,
And it was
it's very
somebody was there from
This made a snot rocket
very
come out of my nose.
Let me
the
get this.
vast majority
He said,
of
Donnell,
the
I said, as a friend,
millennia,
I would show up.
most Jews have
And I
regarded
did
the
the show. I was
Jews
here
as
for
someone
2.5
who has
hours.
a Jewish mother. That is the phenomenal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of affiliation with religion or self-identification. But that has not always been the universal case for Jewish history. What I'd like to do today is focus on this question as being the question of
Even though he wasn't gonna benefit in any fucking
let us
way.
recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is primarily because of a decision that was made by the Reform movement in 1983 that recognized patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both patrilineal and matrilineal descent. But in other words, this represented an acknowledgement by a major Jewish movement that as long as one parent was ethnically Jewish, however you define that Jewishness, then the child could also be Jewish. There's more to it than that. And perhaps one of the most important things to think about is, did this decision, initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened? Into marriage, especially in American Jews, was at such a high level that we already had the phenomenon of children who had on a father rather than a Jewish mother, and wish to identify with the Jewish baseline that they are shut out because children were the dominant message. And it's resulted in a lot of moments. For example, in this article by
my podcast, it's
very
okay.
difficult and personal issue. For
It's
video,
great that you know how to fight this, so you'll be able to get Juanita off from on top of you later.
And I was
How much time for the show?
We're gonna do, but
Don't touch me, Rob.
I'm sorry, I'm just.
You were down with the man,
So the
Rob.
question
No, I'm
that
just. I have to cancel being on your podcast. I'm so sorry.
when did
Call me back though when the numbers go up. Then I want to go.
effective, or when did it
Thank you for being honest.
ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna make it the final fucking poll of the night. Make some noise for Tom Anderson, everybody.
intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but intermarriage in general. And at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Moses, Solomon, who all apparently married non-Jewish women. So how do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.T. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal descent and so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but there's no question it's a masterpiece of the sources, and there's a lot of value in this particular work. So trying to square this conundrum of, on the one hand, we have this long-standing practice of descent, and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples that seem to contradict it. Three logical ways to approach the challenge. The first is to say, well, let's say the law of matrilineal descent, this concept of principle, was always described in the text, meaning that, Moses married a Midianite, but the Midianite woman went through and Joseph married an Egyptian woman, but she went through a conversion. If that is the case, then you have to wonder, well, why doesn't the text tell us this? Why doesn't the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Wouldn't we be prone to be misunderstanding the text if it doesn't say something which actually happened? That's one possibility. Another logical possibility is to say that, yes, the law was always in effect. The Jews always adhered to this matrilineal principle, but it was sometimes ignored. You have that sometimes where, as Rabbi Rothschild often likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, right? Jews do not necessarily behave in normative, acceptable ways. So perhaps, the examples we have in the Bible are, not in conformity with the way Jews are supposed to behave. Now, that would be obviously an acceptable answer, except the fact that, these figures, Moses, Joseph, Solomon, and others, they're really important people. And are we really going to assert that they were behaving contrary to law? That's definitely problematic. A smaller problem, which we won't go into right now, but the Midrash has a principle that even before the Torah was given, at that level, at any rate, certainly behaved in conformity to Torah itself. Like, for example, the laws of keeping kosher were not given until the Torah was given. You still wouldn't have the patriarchs and matriarchs going out for non-kosher food, that kind of thing. But that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now. The third logical possibility is that maybe the law wasn't always in effect. Maybe the law of matrilineal descent, or the principle of matrilineal descent, was introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that the earlier biblical figures who followed apparently a patrilineal principle were not contravening the law. Again, there's that small midrashic objection, which is reasonable, but not for us today. But if that is the case, that we say the law was not necessarily in effect, when did it change? So that's the three possibilities. Let's look at them in turn. So let's start from the basic one. Let's say first unequivocal statement of this principle. So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. And here's one classic passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to the sons, or take their daughters for your sons. And then in verse 4 it says, Ki yasir timcha me'acharai, v'avdu Elohim acherim, v'chara af Hashem bachem, v'yishmita maher. Right? Let's look at the translation. They will turn your children away from me, and the Lord's anger will blaze forth against you, and he will promptly wipe you out. Right? Really strong word of criticism, I think. The problem with this particular passage, as normally Sefaria is amazing, but they're relying on translations that in many cases are already extant, and this translation is a little bit of distortion. If you look carefully at the English, it's for they, which is in the third person plural. It really should be for he, right?
Through a bit of a transformation, getting fatter slowly, and there's nothing I can really do about it to stop it. So I'm leaving it to my government. I'm going to put it in the hands of RFK Jr., our Secretary of Health, to stop me.
In the singular masculine.
And
Your son.
I don't know what it is about him. I really trust him. He's got like a lot of battle scars, health-wise. He's got that voice, and he had a brain worm, which is, I think that's a disease that kills wizards. I don't really know
By the way,
how you get through that. I'm so curious how that doctor's visit sounded. He's like, "Doctor, my fucking head hurts." And then he's looking at the chart. He's like, "Oh well, it appears you've got bugs in your mind. We need to get those out." So I can only really think of one solution, Mr. F. Kennedy. We're going to have to blow your head off. A little too close to home, I know.
Tom Anderson. Lots of laughs. I
Let's
could hear
look at
him
it
over
in the
Donnell
commentary of
talking in
Rashi.
my
I have a review on the right here, the works of illustrated
ear.
detail. So Rashi here is quoting the Talmud, tractate
You don't know the history,
22,
Tony?
right?
Can we bring down the
And
history?
it reads like this, i.e., the son of the heathen, meaning the non-Jew.
When you move your shit here,
Married by
nobody wanted to
daughter.
come on your podcast
Listen why thy grandson,
because they were
my
scared of
daughter,
COVID.
was
Am I lying?
That, well,
They would, let me tell you, they would come here,
This
they
teaches
would do
us
rogue
that
shit, they
thy
were like,
daughter's
I'm out of
son,
here.
who was
You
born of
asked
a
me,
non-Jewish father,
Donnell,
is still called
I know.
your
shut
son.
the fuck up.
Your
I don't know how to
son's
say
son,
ass, nigga.
who was born
I don't
of
know how to
Jewish
say
woman,
ambulance either.
is
Shut the
not
fuck up.
called your son.
Please
Right?
help
So
your
verse
people
1 talks
interested
about
for
the
Madison
situation
Square
in
Garden.
which
I'm
your
going to be
grandson
racist and interrupt black
by
men.
your non-Jewish son-in-law
This is what they don't know.
It does not
You
even bother
call me
talking
very
about
different.
your
And you force
grandson
yourself,
from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law
You
because
said,
it comes to
Donnell,
Rashi,
could you
or
come
the
into my
Talmud,
podcast? I
that
said, you
person,
motherfucker,
that
shit.
grandchild,
I'm too
is not
sensitive.
even
I would
Jewish.
crash out.
That's
Did I
the
not
first
say that?
biblical
And I
statement
sat here.
of
If we didn't have this
the
distance,
matrilineal principle. And as you can see, it's
You're
not
right.
explicit at all.
You're
It
right.
has to
We
be
had a
drawn out
tablecloth, and it was
through
on a
this
wobbly
midrash,
table. We
which
did
is
have the same
expressed in
exact
the
man.
Talmud and
Okay,
expressed,
sorry.
I know, I
later
would've-
in Rashi's commentary. So
You know
that's
what y'all look
how
like, son.
I'll never have credit for what I would have done his show then. Still wouldn't have done your shows then.
perspective, at the very
It's
least,
just the
the
number of viewers
matrilineal
you
principle
admitted.
that is put in place
Viewers, once they see a pin on one,
it's
it's going down.
I had a misunderstanding.
You had a misunderstanding. You thought it was a misunderstanding. That was a misunderstanding. Tony! That's a fucking great joke.
Let's just do this. And this is the thing.
I'm sorry, a misunderstanding. That's the greatest jokes I've ever done in my life. It's all new and so quick. People didn't even know that.
No, that was funny. Just what these people don't say. It's not time to joke. It's time to
Anyway,
We're gonna get some.
we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was taking place. You'll recall that in the 6th century, the Jews by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they returned within a few decades from Persia, from Babylonia, to Israel. And in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, lament long prayer there where he expressed regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rational. Then in chapter 10, one Shemaiah ben Yechiel of Elam sends away the foreign wives and their children. He does not, or doesn't mention what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up, and the wives are sent away, along with their children, which seems go 700 years later and you look at non-rabbinic texts such as the Jewish Peter, who will speak about Josephus, who will speak about extensively, and Paul, and you have to understand that in some ways the Christian writings are kind of like a sort of commentary on Jewish society as well. So it's very useful to kind of like flush out what's going on in the first century side. Really, all these three important figures and sources, they seem to know aware of the bacteria.
Who the fuck are you? How'd you
You
get
have to
out
look at that concept to see the specific examples. They're curious about this. To give you one example,
I'm so sorry I walked on out. I was really I'm so sorry.
And
2 hours ago, you
he goes
performed. How
on
did you feel
and on
about
about
it?
how
I
Harris
don't remember what joke did I do. I have no idea what I said.
is questioned by
Great
the
song.
I think it was interesting basing your whole act on the Health and Human Services
his
Secretary.
father came
That's
from
different than what else we saw
people
tonight.
who had
I
been
will say we have learned a lot from our health secretary that our government has been lying to us. Now it's all coming out. Apparently, Fruit Loops is not good for you.
So in other words, because his
No fruit in the
father
loops at all,
descended
apparently.
from
Thank
people
you,
that had a
Robert
questionable conversion, there are doubts about
Junior.
Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one
Whatever
seems
the
to be
first one,
bothered by the
I
fact
didn't
that his
read up
mother
on it. What
wasn't
happened?
Jewish. His mother
His
was an
daddy.
Arab woman.
Yeah.
So what's going on? It's like
We ran out of big joke books to give away, Tom, but I'll tell you, you had a
there are ways you can
fantastic
approach this. You
set.
can say, yeah,
What do we have for
Josephus
Tom?
is not
Anything?
necessarily the best
That thing, yeah, but
exemplar
that's a big
of
bomb. That's like for
rabbinic
people like
Judaism at
bomb
all.
in a great way.
And it could be
We don't
that
really have any rare
only
to
the
give you. What do you give them
Pharisees
on
were really
spot on the secret show?
observing this
I
kind
don't know, it'd be great.
I'm gonna have you on the secret show Thursday. Amazing. Tom Anderson, you got a spot on the secret show.
what the court argues is
Thank
that
you.
in
You
reality,
saved us.
the
Great
full
man with the big save. Thank you, Tom Anderson. Great stuff. Sign up again, and then we'll talk more. You just have to understand you're on a crazy climax.
One of the greatest episodes in the history of the show.
Also, if you want, you stick around later. There's a gay guy who'll beat the shit out of you after you come on. If you want, it's just an option for some of the performers tonight. If they didn't know,
much more
Ladies and gentlemen, what an episode it has been indeed. And there's only one more performer, ladies and gentlemen, but it is not William Montgomery. William is out on vacation tonight. However, there's only a human that could possibly end an episode like this. A fucking freak of nature, widely considered, without a doubt, one of the top young rising comedians in the world. Soon to be one of the greatest American comedians. For now, he remains the Estonian assassin. This is RBT.
Very strong in the rabbinic tradition, certainly from the Mishnah. And again, a little theological note here. From the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah
Are we getting these way more?
the written form with the 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier, and in fact, the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Manai itself, which
Robots are
corresponds
supposed
with
to
the
do
way
the
the Talmud
jokes.
read
We
that
don't
particular
want to.
passage. Okay? So to wrap this all up,
I see them driving around
we have
empty.
a
They should
natural
get together an
principle
HEB
that
party for
can
them.
arguably extend all the way back to Mount
Everybody
Sinai,
picks one alley and you
Pharisaic
just
interpretation of the text. And when we look at the actual of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this whole principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves. We see it in the book of Ezra. And that even by the
Or
first
if you want to
century
be like vegan
Common
about
Era,
it,
some very prominent
What's up, babies? This is just a test to make sure I'm not like, like this, like this.
But by the time the Mishnah
You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
modified, this becomes the dominant view without question of the Bible.
I used to be like, no, they're all human. That's not
Stop
great. Stop bleeding on my fucking feet.
We started by
The
talking
homeless
about
and
how
all
basic
that, every
this
time I
stuff
see these
was.
motherfuckers, they're getting
And one of the
stronger
things
and
that we tend to
stronger.
see in
They're fucking getting D-vitamin during the day, going through photosynthesis. They're fucking fasting. They're avoiding social media. They're punching a lady for leg.
This particular question, like whether or not is one of those third rail type questions.
The homeless and all that are doing everything Joe Rogan talks about. Thank you, sir.
Absolute fucking rock star, and you get to watch it in real time. Mesmerizing. Ari Matty, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, guys? What's up, Rob Schneider? So good to see you, my friend.
So great to see you, and I'm gonna tell you, I was fucking.
Dude, I moved here a year ago. I used to be like, no, they're all human snowflakes. Fuck you. Stop bleeding on my fucking pizza. Dude, the homeless in Austin, every time I see these motherfuckers, they're getting stronger and stronger. They're fucking getting D-vitamin during the day, going through photosynthesis. They're fucking fasting, they're avoiding social media, they're cold plunging a lady for leg. The homeless in Austin are doing everything Joe Rogan talks about. Thank you so much.
Wow. Absolute fucking rock star, and you get to watch it in real time. Mesmerizing. Ari Matty, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, guys? What's up, Rob Schneider? So good to see you, my friend.
So great to see you, and I'm gonna tell you, I was fucking dying. You're hilarious.
Yeah, I noticed from the camera. That was awesome.
I don't take up a lot of space. Stop bleeding on my fucking pizza. It's such a beautiful image. Because you can see what's happening in the pizza parlor. A crazy fucking person comes in and nobody wants to deal with it. You get your pizza and he fucking bleeds on your pizza.
Keep Austin weird.
No, you're gonna be a gigantic fucking star. Gigantic. And you might get fucked by a crazy guy in the back after too.
I gotta say, it's so great here, Rob, get to finish his thoughts completely uninterrupted. It almost seems like something's missing, something that's been.
That seems almost racist.
It is interesting. A black guy didn't finish Joe.
Where's your fucking audience? And I told you, there is not a platform in comedy that gives motherfuckers an opportunity to go from nobody know you to superstars.
And I know what that podcast isn't yours. Just saying, that's very racist, I know.
It meant a lot to me to be here, Tony. Can I tell you some emotional shit?
No one's ever turned their chair around like that.
We were supposed to. This is what we were
supposed to.
I want to. I'm seeing a therapist now, right? It was because Teddy Swims is my therapist, okay? And I'm gonna tell you this, just the real shit. I'm being honest.
This is the real shit.
Rod, I need a moment.
Teddy Swims is your therapist, the musician.
Something's got a hold of me lately. I want to say this.
Your Teddy can't swim.
I feel like Obama Chef
This is what I want to say.
Obama Chef Drive.
This is abusive, friend. Tony.
It's not nice being interrupted, is it?
Donnell's not going.
I don't know. You do this? Can you do this?
Can you give me 1 minute uninterrupted?
Yes. Yes. Start the clock, Red Man. Restart.
If you give me 5 fucking seconds on it. How about that? Is that racist? Give the Filipino man. That's all I want to say. 1 minute and uninterrupted.
You got it. The clock starts right now.
Okay, listen. I was there for you. You was there for me. My podcast, you was there for me. And the one thing I regret about our relationship is after you dealt with that shit with the RNC or whatever, the convention, and you was hot. Everybody, don't say what, nigga. Shut the fuck up. No, you was hot. I'm saying it's some real shit. It's not a joke.
He was on fire.
One thing I regret is because you wanted me to be on the show. You was like, Donnell, let's go put it into this shit. Come to the show, right? And I was excited about coming to the show.
He was excited.
I worked with, but you was hot. You was hot. With Trump, you was hot with that shit.
It is true. Donnell is referencing that 24 hours after the Trump rally, when all news would not shut the fuck up about me. Donnell was the booked guest, and with 10 minutes before the show started, he told me that he'd be on the show, that the block is too hot. He can't be associated.
No, I couldn't.
No, I know. No, Bill. No. It's not like that. He is.
That's what he meant.
He is.
That's exactly what I did. And I know. That was so fucking racist. I know.
I am in with Rob Schneider. Let the record show.
Let me say this. It was a hard call to make because we talked about it. And we said, dude, you just come up there and walk off. Shit. I called my publicist 9 times. I said, what if I do this? What if she said, I don't know if that's a good idea. And I was like, right? That's me.
That's right. Filipino man just use the N-word. This podcast in the fucking world.
I know we having fun, but I just want to tell you this. It's one thing to regret because I was like this. I put somebody's one day. I said, it's I'm going to say this.
That was 1 minute.
You say it through my minute. I just want to say this. All jokes aside, whatever.
He just wants to say because he just wants to say. He's gonna say. He's about to say. Is it about his saying? But I think he's gonna squeeze it in because he's standing up. He's over his fucking minute. But he's gonna say it. And here it fucking comes.
We can do this.
Hold on. You go ahead.
We can clown all we want, but I'm telling you.
No. We're kidding. Go ahead. You're getting a taste of your own medicine here. Go.
It's whatever. I just want to say this. You can say what I'm saying. It's the one thing because I said, and I told you, I said, yo, I wanted to be there for you on your show. I said, but right now, it feel like it's going to be political. You know?
He was a coward.
Go ahead. No, the block was so loud. Joe, you can stand. I don't blame anybody for not making that episode. Go ahead.
That's what I respect about
He
you.
was a pussy.
Rob is gonna. I'd love for someone. Can we get a statistician to go through the episode and see how many times Donnell interrupted when Rob had more to say, and then we will see if Rob actually caught up during this part. I think it's gonna be neck and neck.
think you guys are gonna break about dead even here. I am trying as a black man. Oh, well, in that case. Oh, no, don't do that. No, I'm trying to have a moment.
You're in Texas. Don't say as a black man. You're in Texas.
What I want to say is, I felt bad because that's why I said, you said to me, you said,
I'm trying to have a moment. You're in Texas. Don't say as a black man. You're in Texas.
What I want to say is, I felt bad because, and this is what I respect about you. I said, you said to me, you said, Donnell, I understand. But that understand, you said, like, you got scared, right? And I was a little nervous about this shit, and I felt bad about it because our relationship is that when you called for me, I pulled up for you. Am I the bullshit podcast?
Cut this part out.
We're not.
It's editable. You just take a little bit, you cut this shit out, an episode still works, and it's funny.
I don't care. Hold on. I want to say this. I know funny. We can be funny all the time. You can do that gag all you want.
It's still working.
It's funny. And guess what? It's going to continue to work.
Yes.
Because it's funny. But the point I want to make, whether you know it or not, the thing I felt bad about is because when I called you to do my shit, my little podcast, you showed up for me, bro. And that thing that I fucking was mad about is that in that situation, you was in here.
I promise you, when it gets bigger, I'll show up too. You watch.
I don't care. Watch. When I tell you,
Get big.
I don't care about that.
No, I don't either.
I'm talking about.
That's why I'm not going to look at your show. We're even now. We're fucking even.
You told me when the job. Can you tell this nigga the job?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
You're a legend. I respect that.
Isn't it crazy that the white guy on the show's name Rob? Isn't this weird?
No, this is what I want to say. I can man up. This is what I want to say to you. This is what I want to say. And I mean it. Y'all can crack a joke or whatever. What I'm saying is, what I'm telling you is that I respect you as a friend. I feel bad that I couldn't show up then. And I appreciate. Stop. Keep going. Please don't do it. Keep going. What I'm saying is I appreciate what you are to comedy. Nobody has a platform like this where you give people opportunities like this. And I apologize that I just stick to my guns and be there for you because you always been there for me. Yo, I mean, after 1 year, people will make them sus.
After 1 year time,
I'm talking fools want me to now. What I want to say is this. Tony, I appreciate our friendship. I appreciate what you mean to come.
Yo, what up, S-Drop Call? How you living, pimp? What's good, son? Hello? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. How's your day going?
It's going good.
How'd you find out about me, my friend?
I saw you in VC.
Oh, okay. From what Discord?
Some shit about e-girls. I don't know.
Of course. Okay, and your date's going well?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild.
Go ahead.
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Do you know of the television show Big Brother or the movie?
Yeah, no one really has LeBron. Or no.
All right. Well, then just enjoy yourself. I'm not here for you. So I'm watching Jewish history lectures. If you don't want to hear about me, that's fine.
We have one of the biggest fucking shows.
Do you ever say shit?
Thank you. The Caesar is there. The Caesar is there. The fact that when I called you, I said, bro, I'm trying to come back to your show. And you said whatever you want to do. I mean, we can joke, whatever. I love you, bro. Thank you.
Donnell Rawlings. You know what? That was so good. I'm giving you a medium-sized joke book. Donnell is right there on that guy, by the way. And let me tell you something. People are gonna say Donnell interrupts, Donnell this, and people make their jokes about Chappelle and this and that. But let me tell you something. The reason why people make the Chappelle jokes about Donnell is because he was on the greatest comedy show of all time. And more than that, if you haven't, you absolutely have to see Donnell Rawlings live. He's always touring. DonnellRawlings.com. And the Donnell Rawlings Show available everywhere where shows are possibly available because he is a true fucking comedian. He wants to say one more thing. Donnell Rawlings. Talk space, Greg Sticks and Tagovas. How loud can this place get for first-time guest and nominee already for 2025 guest of the year, Rob Schneider? He is on tour at RobSchneider.com. It has begun. Rob Schneider has entered the Kill Tony universe and there's no going back. The Austin resident Rob Schneider, the driver Brian J. Ebel is in. Guys, he blended in like camouflage. How loud can this place get for one of the greatest comedians in the world? Ari Manning. Let's see what Chris Rogers cooked up over there. Oh, it's Ari Manning. Unbelievable. Rob, is there anything else you'd like to say? Unbelievable first appearance on the show. It's an honor to be here, honestly. It's the best audiences in the world, and I get it. You guys listening.
You are the man, Rob Schneider.
I love it, man.
This is, by the way, the fun fact. This is rarely happens because I've worked with and met almost everybody, but this is the first time I've
Welcome.
ever worked with Rob
Hope you're having a
Schneider
good day.
anyway, and my God.
How are you?
Love it first fucking whatever this is. Unbelievable.
Welcome.
If you want to, I know you
Hope
can't
you're doing
do a
well.
show, but Matt Bueling and I have been on tour singing together. We can put a song together if you want. But
Yeah,
sister,
play us out. Play us out. Play us out tonight to the year 2025 nominee, Rob Schneider. Thank you to Talkspace, Fried Fix, and Tagovas. Thank you to this audience. Right in. Love you guys. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
sister, maybe little sister.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
That is a positive, and it is associated with time. Women are generally considered obligated in that. Are obligated before.
Ga helemaal op in je favoriete muziek met deze AirPods. Bestel ze in de Google web.
Passover, also positive defined by time. Women are obligated. The Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions and why they are exceptions. But the general rule is as such. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for lifestyle because one of the most disruptive elements of a day, that's putting it in a negative, positive disruption, is prayer 3 times a day. And clearly, for women who are morally overwhelmingly involved in the home, childcare, and things like that, the exemption from commandments are defined by time are extremely useful. You can't necessarily run off the shore when you are a screaming toddler. There's a lot more to say about.
Yo, Steck, how you living, pimp?
Women were obligated in this way and not in another way.
What's good? How's your day going?
Doing pretty good. I'm eating a pizza right now.
What kind of pizza?
Yeah.
What kind of pizza?
Yeah, like a lot of
Oh, okay, like a meat lover's pizza?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
What's up, fam?
Excellent,
It is
dog.
Monday, September 1st.
How'd you find out
August
about
is
me?
over. August is...
How'd you find out about me?
I was gonna avoid. I still join some random AC.
Okay, very well. Was it Igor World?
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, no, that's what it is. Okay,
Yeah, it's either or.
very well. What kind of games do you like?
I don't like games.
You don't like games. Okay. How about you, Lobotomizer?
I play fighting games.
Okay. Like what?
Street Fighter 6.
Oh, that's baller. Okay, very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I am basically like a real life Truman Show or real life Big Brother. Have either of you seen the movie Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Are they about like someone being watched 24/7?
Exactly. So that's essentially what I do. I give people a portal into my life. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, everything. And I have more data than anyone, which may make. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family exceptionally wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have financial independence if you don't already. I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to have generational wealth if you don't already. And most of all, I want to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Excellent. Other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses.
What do you think of Trump?
Yo, calm down. I'm talking here. I talk about things like ending world hunger. My friend, if you don't shut up, I'm going to mute you. I talk about things to end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth over $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations, such as Nigeria, less fortunate. I am a kid for the use of life straws and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Oh, they sound good.
Excellent. I talk about other things. Excellent. I appreciate that. I talk about other things to help the world, but also that people find interesting. Topics like futurology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, things like space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, intergalactic travel, and talk about alien disclosure, things like quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about things like de-extinction technology, Specifically, people don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I'm a major advocate of this type of technology. Additionally, I'm an advocate for their next plan, which is to de-extinct the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. They made headlines recently with their introduction of the dire wolf. I think this is just a fascinating project that they have. I talk about other things to help you, your friends, your family, things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouse, not agricultural drones and floating greenhouses, but technology, but things more like um, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like nootropics, things like cryogenics to get you to be 120 years old. But at that age, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. What's the next plan? And this is again with your consent. You may be able to utilize the type of technology as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that you may have the opportunity at digital immortality in the future. What are your thoughts?
That's pretty cool.
Absolutely. So what are your hobbies?
I play video games, sports.
Okay, excellent. What sports?
Soccer, basketball.
Okay, very well. What position you play in soccer?
I'm a forward.
Very well. You like to score?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. How many goals did you score this past season?
Past season about 5.
Okay, and what what position you play in basketball?
I'm a center.
Oh wow! All right, big dog. All right, and how many points do you average a game?
Around 10.
Okay, very well.
Who's on you, big dog? Yeah, that's species language. I don't feel comfortable.
All right, that's enough of you. All right, so if I may ask the bottomizer, how old are you?
14.
All right, you've got to leave. You have to be 18 years old to be in here. So it's a pleasure to meet you. Take care.
Okay.
The rabbinic formulations come after the sociological realities, or the other way around.
Is over, kiddos. October.
Yo,
Kids back in
what's
school.
going on?
We're in the swing of things. Kids starting to have
Sack,
games. Boston
Chase
first
Van
game
Beps.
Tuesday. Let's go.
What's good, son? How's your day going? Yellow. How's your day going? Yo, Sack, Bass. How's your day going? Oh, I hope it's going well. We're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
I'm ready to get back in the swing of things. Most people have today off. Today's Labor Day. Happy Labor Day? What exactly is Labor Day? We're honoring all the workers. Public holiday day festivities held in honor of working people in the U.S. and Canada. Oh, just in the U.S. and Canada. Yeah, Europe's like, what? Russia's like, hold up. China's like, you guys do what? Public holiday in honor of working people. That'd be us, Chip. Yep. Happy holiday, buddy. This is how we honor the holidays. One thing I love about you, and you're like me, we really don't take the holidays off. If I'm not doing anything else. Unless there's like plans, like real awesome. Yeah, if it's like with your family, like if you called there, like, hey man, mom and dad are done, then I'm like, all right, man. Especially it's a slow fight week, kind of. Yeah, UFC fight night, great card, but you know, it's not like a big pay-per-view or something, so I get that. But in general, you're like, man, yep, brother. That's why I was testing the waters with my son's travel ball team. I said, yo, because they practice on, Mondays. I said, there's still practice tomorrow, right? It's just testing the waters. And like, of course there is. I'm like, my man, let's ride. Let's freaking ride. I was in Dallas on freaking Friday, all day Friday. I was at it's 5-star Ford in Dallas. It's this dealership. There's a young man there named Preston who has a vision. It reminds you of like the early SVT days. If you remember, Ford had the whole SVT division. But it was, like Ford Lightning, the SHO Taurus, the Raptors. They've done all that stuff. They still do the Raptors. But they're big time. But they would do cool stuff. And there's this young man named Preston Carpenter at this 5-star Dallas, and he does builds. He did the kind of the retro mod of my regular cab every 50. And when I was leaving, he goes, you know, we have a whole division that does like mods, upgrades. I'm like, well, what are you talking about? He's like, I don't know, what are you into? I'm like, dude, I'm a mod nut. What are you talking there? He goes, they do like superchargers and all that stuff. And I said, my man, you do superchargers here? He goes, yeah, we do Whipples, we do Roush stuff. And he goes, the cool thing is it's all under warranty too. I said, say less, because I void my warranty the day I buy my trucks or cars. I straight pipe them and all sorts of stuff and void the warranty. But I became privy to this, so then I came on back and Whipple sent a powder coated red, race red 3.0 supercharger. And I spent all day there, man. So I had to go from there, and then I got something else in store. That thing's gonna cook. That thing is gonna cook. Great time. Love Dallas. Love Dallas. While I was there, I got the news that Mike Parsons got traded to the Green Bay Packers. They were not happy. The vibes were not good. Texas has had a tough few days. You lost Mike Parsons, right? Jerry Jones is destroying that team. And then Texas lost to Ohio State. And Arch Manning is taking a lot of heat, as the kids would say. Arch Manning needs some heat. This is my 2 cents on Arch Manning. I didn't do it on Fire the Kid tomorrow, but Brian doesn't know shit about football, so I'll get to the fights. Here's the thing on Arch Manning, and most of people that played football and know it about football, I'll tell you this. Arch Manning is the real deal. He's a talented kid. There's a few things against him. It's his first major game. They're ranked number 1 in the nation. There's a lot of hype on him. Not really deserved, right? He was the favorite to win the Heisman, which is wild to me. But he's that dude. But you got to realize he's played against Ohio State, national champs last year. Everyone's like, oh, they've lost so many players. It's Ohio State. They'll figure it out. Probably the best defense you'll see all season. So that's an issue, is the coverage and the defensive looks. And also, there's no blueprint because the defense coordinator is new and he comes from the NFL. You haven't seen him at the college level. So they didn't have a lot to work with. So the first time they're seeing what kind of defense Ohio State, who has the best safety in the nation, ridiculous quarterbacks. Their whole defense is basically NFL caliber. So he's never seen that. Some of his throws off 100%. Now, you're going to see that loss is going to age like fine wine because I don't think anybody's going to beat Ohio State. They have their issues in Michigan, but everyone's going so hard on Arch Manning right now. I was at this party, and everyone's in Texas gear, that Arch Manning jerseys, and one legit dad was like, honey, you still got that receipt to Tex? I'm taking this shit back. Dead serious. I'm like, buddy, you got to give this kid some leeway. And it's also weird for me. I know I'm in Texas, and it's all the horns and all that shit. You got to realize, I grew up in Denver, Colorado, played at the University of Colorado. We despise the Longhorns. So it's weird for me. I like him, and there's a little more wiggle room there. My boys who I played with are like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Your kids in Texas jerseys? I'm like, it's basically the professional team out here. There's no way to avoid it. I like watching them. The city's better when they win, but I grew up despising Texas, man. Longhorns. I mean, you know, I'm 40 now, so it's okay to kind of like them. And the one thing that gives me wiggle room is they're in the SEC, so they're not the same conference. But they, one of my last football games I ever played in, besides the beach ball, they beat us 70-3. 70-3, Jim. That was the Vince Young year. They were good. They were damn good. So, it's weird. It's a weird vacuum. But if you're a young kid, you know, as a Peyton Manning, he's gonna be okay. He's gonna be okay. You gotta give him slack. Watch how other quarterbacks against that defense and that defense coordinator. He's dealing with a lot of that are out of his control. He'll never see another defense like that ever again until they get to the playoffs, the BCS playoffs, which is 12 teams. So they'll make that. And he'll get better as the season goes on. You gotta give this young kid some slack. You gotta give him some slack. Yeah, so the Longhorns lost. Mike Parsons got traded. It's tough right now in Texas. But I just won last night. Will Smith, DH, baby. We're in first place. We're in first place. Will Smith. You don't get jiggy with me. Oh, sorry. Come on. Will Smith, the catcher, best catcher in the league. He's on a drought right now, but he all the best stats. How he was in the MVP conversation is insane to me. But yeah, Will Smith, come on, baby. So good. Listen, he's been in a slump this last month and a half. Before that, maybe the best player in the MLB. You know? Tony's Tony, so he can. But yeah, he came in DH and hit the game-winning home run. Because we're about to get swept by the Reds, which is wild. Dodgers are frustrating, man. I needed that win because with Texas losing, the whole neighborhood was a little down. Michael Parsons getting traded. The college football, I watch a ton of college football. Love college football. The one thing I watch more than college football is fighting, whatever it is. Misfits, BYP, BKFC. I don't really watch PFL, like I hate the production, I hate the smart cage. I'm not a fan of the fighters. It's not that I'm not a fan of the fighters, it's just not exciting. It's just not. But Misfits is they kind of crushed it with this card, especially with the three. He had a main event, but really had three main events here, kid. Dylan Dennis, right? You know, he's had his issues and he's a polarizing figure, but I like Dylan Dennis. He's so misunderstood. And y'all must have forgot how fucking good that kid is. He won in 15 seconds. Tony Ferguson, thank God he won, dude. Thank God he won. Thank the Lord he won. Shout out to Saul Bobby for taking that fight, man. And then Darren Till, Luke Rockhold, that knockout was vicious. I'm a fan of Darren Till. I appreciate what he's done. When you leave the UFC, it usually doesn't work out for a lot of guys. Now, remember, he didn't get cut. Darren Till left so he could get some, I'm assuming peptide stem cells, get on that acai to get his body right. Because, you know, the UFC pushed him way too fast. And for him to leave the UFC, ask for his release, it was like, I'll be back. Ask for his release and go and carve himself a different career. It had to have been so scary. But if you look at other people that do this, it usually never works out. I can name a handful of guys it's worked out for. Mighty Mouse, right? Going over to one championship, and now in his post-fighting career, his YouTube presence, he's massive, so he's a guy there. But for most people, it doesn't work out. Patriots, you know, it's worked out in other ways. but in general, Francis is a good one because he had the fight with Tyson, got the fight with Joshua. Granted, he lost both. He made more money, so that definitely worked out for Francis. So you gotta give Darren Till credit for banking on himself and putting in the work. Because when you leave the big show, and I don't care what Misfits, whatever other organization you go to, especially if it's not MMA, if it's like these boxing events, Power Slap, you're still not in the big show. So guys can have a tendency to kind of fall off from their training and their discipline, and it gets kind of. For Darren Till, I feel like he's one guy that was like, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna stick to a plan. He had a plan out for him, and I love to see it because fighting, boxing, jiu-jitsu, bare knuckle, whatever it is, it's a tough go, man. There's no blueprint. It's not like these other sports. It's just so different, man. So for a guy to lead the UFC and have success, God, you love to see it. You love to see it. With Darren Till and Luke Rockhold, you're dealing with two different paths. For Rockhold, he seems a little lost. He seems a little lost. Where Darren Till's still younger, hasn't had as many vicious knockouts. So this was a tough fight for Luke. I love Luke, but he needs to find his thing. At his age, he can't be doing this stuff. He just can't. Darren Till, he's still young, doesn't have all the miles on him like Luke does. So his identity can't be fighting. That's what it's going to take to go to where he wants to go. But for Luke, he has to find that other thing. Whatever it is, I don't know what it is. I don't know what he's into, but he has to find that other thing. Play this shit, this knockout's bad, dude. Devastating. It's always seen when their legs twisted behind you. Yeah, it's never good. I love Rockhold. I hate to see it, but proud of Till. Let's take a little break, kids, because this episode of Shop Show is brought to you by Shopify. Shopify, baby. That's what's powering Drive Fast, all gas. That's why the freaking closing rate is so dang easy. It's so easy to set things up. Shopify. When we were young, we used to dream of being anything: an astronaut, president, prince, princess. As you get older, your dreams change, focusing less on running the world and how you can take your skills and ideas and turn them into something real, like a business. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning your own castle, people start dreaming of owning your own freaking business. Payment system, a logo, way to advertise new customers can all be freaking overwhelming, confusing, but thankfully, that's where today's sponsor, Shopify, comes in. Cha-ching! Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world, like Drive Fast, All Gas, all right, Mattel, Gymshark, and all the big names in the world, and they're freaking 10% of all e-commerce. And getting started is so easy. All right, so if you can't design a website, shut you covered. All right, with beautiful ready-to-go templates to match your brand style. Or if you need a hand, get help with everyday tasks like enhancing product images, writing product descriptions, or count codes with Shopify's AI tools created for commerce. All right, what if people haven't heard about my brand? Shopify helps you find your customers with easy-to-run email, social media campaigns. What if I get stuck? Shopify always around. Share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. Shopify is hands down the best. Turn those dreams into cha-chings and give them the best shot at success with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial. Start selling today at shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, SCHAB, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Cha-ching. How about our boy, babe? Dude, he's killing it. He's so fun to watch. He's great. He's so good talent. He's got a great idea. He's just such a good dude. Yeah, dude. That took one off, so another one was right in there, just eating all those hot dogs and shit. He's just like, care. scared to win. He's undeniable. I love that kid.
And he gets it. He knows
He gets it.
That's
He's great.
Yeah.
You know he's on MTV?
Yeah, the challenge.
Yeah. Yeah, he's undeniable.
Yeah, he's gonna be super successful.
El Kakuri gotta win.
Let's talk about this too, because I want to know what you think about the stoppage. But here's the finish.
I would urge you to have a look at
There you go.
I also have an hour-long lecture on the
I'm not mad at the stoppage. This is why. That kid's not a professional fighter. That's why. So he's not familiar with fighting. He doesn't speak the same language. He doesn't have the same pedigree. He doesn't have the same degree in fighting as Tony does. You know, his thing's other stuff.
No, he's not at the level as far as like how long he's been in the sport, but he is a professional boxer.
He's not, don't you? This is the problem. He's not
A professional boxer.
technically, yes. What's his background?
He's an influencer as well, obviously. But
He's an influencer. But go to his background.
I mean, he's specified.
Go to his Wikipedia. So he did Golden Gloves. He came up boxing as a young kid. He did Golden Gloves. He did the whole smoker circuit. He competed on national level. Competed on undercards of big events. You know. So if you just look at that when you were going to this summarization of his career, British influencer and boxer became famous for a TikTok dance.
But I'm saying he has pro boxing.
You gotta be careful with that. So go to his record. It was right there, Jim. So on the right, see box rec. Do that.
And she was disputing with her co-wife over orchard and date palms, things like that. And also she had children.
So this is where the lines get blurred, right? This is where the lines get blurry, where technically he can walk in a bar and say he's a professional boxer. So fought a guy who's 1-1, fought a loss, right? Fought a guy who's 3-0, lost. Debut guy, fought a guy who's 2-2, debuts. And then go to his Wikipedia for me. And this isn't hate on Salt Poppy. Let me see his wiki.
Kept them all together in his couch, and she treasured them like, I have the family doctor.
First one you had Wikipedia.
Does he have like a regular one?
These are very valuable documents for human activity. And it gives us a sense of Jewish woman in the 2nd century. She was not without means. She was probably like upper middle class, dealing with property issues and so on.
No, but I do remember watching him before. He did fight a couple of pro boxers, just even Anthony Taylor too, who was also an MMA fighter at one point. Yeah, he's not obviously at that level, nowhere near the level, but
This lines get blurred. So his background, he's a Filipino-British influencer doing like food stuff. He was previously a full-time nurse. So it was 4 fights. At a professional boxing level, like a real boxer, is probably going to have somewhere between 70 to 90 fights before he turns pro.
no titles. Puppy-faced. Hello, exhibition. And he more speed by a knockout he won.
Many of us do today, and so this is a corrective to the huge silence that we get from the sources.
Yeah, so it's not that what he's doing, good for him fitting in there, but the term professional boxer, there's an asterisk there. So for that's why I'm not mad that they stopped that fight. It would be like me competing in when I do off-road racing, be like, oh, he's an off-road racer. Hold on. because of fame from other areas, I was privileged enough that people pay attention, or I get these brands or endorsements to race, but I didn't come up through the circuit like these other guys who grinded their ass off for years at the lower level to get to there. So there's a big difference. So stopping this fight was probably the right thing to do, you know, because he's not from that pedigree. He's just not, you know. For an influencer, he looks damn good. Most of these guys, but again, good, you know. For a guy who has fame doing this other stuff, but especially at his weight, if he were to jump into the regional circuit, amateur level, like real guys like are trying to get to the Olympics, he would get absolutely destroyed. That's boxing. So we got to be a little careful. Oh, he's a pro. It's like you can be pro right now, Jim. You could be pro. We could get you a pro license. You know, like if this show was bigger and you had a ton of fame for being the producer of the Shop Show, we could get you a pro fight. Misfits. You know, and then you can walk around real bars, say you're a pro boxer, then you fight Lou Rockhold, you fight Tony Ferguson. It's like, damn, Tony beat a pro boxer. It's like, sure. You know? Yeah. But that's why I'm not mad they stopped the fight. Like, Salt Poppy, he makes money other ways. His monthly nuts not come from boxing. It's coming from the food reviews and the TikTok dances, you know? Big difference. So that's why I'm not mad they stopped the fight. Long story short, it's like, yeah, let that kid live another day to make a TikTok video.
It's early stoppage for me, though. That's how you know.
You think they should let it go on? Yeah. Die in his shield?
No, not even
die in his shield.
He was actually doing really well, so I was like, and he was covering up. Something was fine through, but
good on the route for me, like, but, you know, he's not Anthony Joshua with boxing since he was 6 years old and knows how to deal with it. You know, like this kid needs to, you know, he's not gonna make a career boxing.
We're gonna disagree on this. It just is what it is.
Oh wow, you think he's like a legit pro?
No. I think he can actually do pretty damn well though. Because dude, his boxing is actually
it's not, Jim. You gotta watch real boxing. Like if you watch real boxing, you know, if you watch at the amateur level, like guys pursuing like gold. If you went to Golden Gloves, you wouldn't say he's a good boxer.
Well, you know what we should do? We should watch this fight together at some point.
I watched this fight, Jim. I mean, I was a Golden Glove champion. I'm telling you, at the lower level, where he's beyond that because he's pro, at a lower level, you have kids with 70, 90, 100 fights that aren't pro yet. Because they're learning the trade. They're going through the necessary steps before they turn pro. Okay, so and that's boxing. So if you have no prior experience, you just turn pro on Misfits, sure, you can tell Channing, the guys at the bar, you're a pro, but to a pro boxer, you're not. He's in this influencer lane. That's not pro boxing.
But he did fight pro boxers. And either way, we're gonna disagree. When you saw the fight against Tony, did you think that he was winning some of the time, or was he getting destroyed by Tony?
He had some success, but again, Tony's not a pro boxer either. Tony's not a pro boxer. Tony's an MMA fighter who has a ton of miles on him, has lost 8 fights in a row.
Okay,
and Tony still won.
Yeah, he won.
Now, do you know what happened with Tony for an actual pro boxer? The same thing that happened to France when we fought Anthony Joshua. Like Anthony, like Joshua's a pro boxer, right? It came up since he was like 6. Francis is an MMA fighter who crossed over to boxing, and you know, that's how this goes. If it's an actual boxer, these guys don't have a chance.
Okay, so since you said that, since Tony's not a pro boxer, they should let it get going then. Because honestly, I think Sal Poppy would have.
No, because Tony Ferguson is a pro fighter.
Yeah.
With like he wrestled, his background. That's all. This is
what I'm saying. Just during that sequence when the came in, I think it was too early. And a lot of the pundits.
It was a little early. Yeah. But again, Soul Poppy's not making his mortgage off winning fights.
I think he probably makes a lot of money off of these.
He probably makes decent money. But if boxing changed, if you took boxing away from the actual boxers, they're wrecked. For Swampy, this is another means to build his brand and stuff like that, which is good for him. This is a tough fucking way to make a living. But there's guys that literally are fighting to feed their families. There's a big difference.
Yeah, and that's their only avenue. I get it.
Yeah, like he can make a video and probably make more money.
Yeah, but they should have went. Just look
Yeah, technically, you're right. It was an early stoppage. But I look at it and go, he can stop it. Like, Soul Poppy, live to fight another day, live to fight, make another video, TikTok dancing. Which is a good thing, that he doesn't have to rely on fighting. It's a good thing. And kudos to him, because he's made, he's parlayed his fan base into doing this thing, and he was above Dylan Dennis. He's a co-main event on Darren Till, Luke Rockhold. Like, kudos to him. He could be doing anything. That's badass. That's why I'm not mad at the stoppage. He shouldn't take unnecessary punishment. It's not like a fucking national title, world titles on the line, Yeah.
Well, I would like to see it go longer, but I was super happy that Tony won. Yeah. This is what he needed. The way he reacted to it, he fell down on his knees.
I know. It's tough. Yeah, for Darren Till, Luke Rockhold, and I love Darren Till because he's real. Because in the press conference, they asked him, they said, do you think you need to fight with Jake Paul? He's like, he's not fighting me. He's like, I'm a realist. He's such a bigger name. I also asked him about Luke Rockhold's looks. He goes, he's better looking than me. I'm fine with that. He's a good joke. He's good. He goes, I'm going to knock him out. He's like, I'm not going to bullshit. He's better looking. It is what it is. Yeah, Luke Rockhold just has to find his why,
Yeah. I mean, you even said that he's one of the best. I mean, I remember something like this, that he's one of the best grapplers, right? So why? Grappling has never been bigger than it is right now, so why didn't you just focus?
I know. So she had that CGI, all that stuff. UFC has their own fucking jiu-jitsu league now. Like, save your brain, Luke, So take a little break here, kids. We'll jump right back in this juicy episode of the Shop Show. Game on! Week 1 of the NFL starts this week. Every touchdown brings you closer to payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. This isn't just football. It's first touchdown fireworks anytime TD rushes and live bets that ride every momentum shift at DraftKings. Every play is your next shot to win. You got my Broncos playing, baby. Let's go, Bo Nix. There's nothing like betting on college football. Get you some. If you bet on Miami, Notre Dame, wait. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 and get 300 bonus bets instantly. Plus grab over 200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season starts now. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use the code SHOPSHOW. That's code SHOPSHOW. You get 300 bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5.
Earliest period. That is down at the bottom. You see the town Elephantine. I always said, by the way, Elephantine. So I look really more carefully. I think it's supposed to be pronounced Elephantine. Maybe someone in the comments will correct me if I get that wrong. This is known as the Upper Nile. Even though it is on the bottom of the map, as I mentioned to you earlier.
What's up, sluts? Well, the draft is done. Yeah, Ribbits in the back. Give me a breakdown, big dog. Like, we'll get there, girl. Like, I've been vibing to it. I'll be like, calm down, woman. All right, here we go. What are we doing first? Well, firstly, I don't know if you're seeing me like this or like this. Some Rebbitzins will be like, yeah, go ahead, Rebbits in the middle. Hey, what's up, peephole? I'd be like, what? She'd be like, you were sideways, now you're peephole. I'd be like, oh, okay, well, whatever, lady. She'd be like, hey, where did you get those sick-ass earbuds? I'd be like, girl, calm down. She'd be like, no, they're headphones. Whatever, the one's on the string. Anyway, it's like my stethoscope, girl. Want to hear it on your heart? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Calm down, babies. Anyway. I just thought about this. I guess when a doctor has to feel a chick's heart, you gotta kind of feel her. Oh, it's kind of hard. Anyway, yeah, Rebels to the back. Yeah, on behalf of the Rebels, where did you get those sick ass stethoscope like headphones? I'd be like, you don't want these. These are one of a kind of all of my possessions. These are things you never want. Ever. You never want these. Of anything that I have, these are the things you don't want the most, I think. So remember, it's good. Let me get the hands on this. Calm down, woman. All right. Rabbit's on back. Yeah, so give us a breakdown. What's going on, big dog? It's been a while since we've spoken. All right. Here we go. Rabbit's on back. Yeah, I like your little man bun and like you're looking like Gordon Gecko. I'd be like, calm down, woman. All right. You want to see some earwax? Look at this. Earwax. Whoa. Toe jam. Anyway, I don't. Yeah, Rabbit's back. You eat your earwax and toe jam? Be like, no. She'd be like, oh, calm down, woman. Anyway, oh, they just banned me tight. All right, what's new? Yeah, Rabbit's back. Yeah, did you schedule all the reminders for the season for pro football? I'd be like, yeah. Did you schedule all your reminders for all the other sports? Yeah. How about for college football? Yeah, everything's been scheduled. Will I meet all the scheduling? No. All right, is that the end of your story? So last night I had a ton of people who came in all at once and I'm like, hey, how'd you find out about me? And they were like, your clips on Kick. I'm like, oh, tight. And then one person said the clip from Twitch, and I don't really know whether to believe them, but that's tight because I just inundate Kick with clips. It's like you go to like any creator and it's like and that doesn't really do that much for me. It does some. I get more people from that than anything else, but I really think Twitch, some represent, yeah, represent middle. Yeah, Rabbi. I know I've been quiet for a lot of this. If you're watching these, you're probably watching them in the back, so I'm like really vocal at the beginning. Anyway, but what myself this question: what's the difference between the rabbits in the back and the rabbits in the middle? Oh, you don't want to know. Anyway, rabbits in the middle. Go ahead. Yeah, going big dog. Anyway, so you were going and you were talking blah 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 blah. Anyway, you were how you gonna go viral, big dog? I'd be like, that's a great question. When she'd be like, that's why I asked it, big man. And I'd be like, man, I don't know. It could be Kick, it could be Twitch. It's gonna be one of those. And then Rivers in the back would say, yeah, that's what he always says. He's just blue sky and all this other bullshit that we've been witnessing for the last 3.5 years. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Rivers in the middle. Yeah, when is it gonna be 4 years? Fuck. Try to blank out that time of my life, but it's something like I don't know, maybe like mid-October or something. But I have footage before that. Yeah. We know. All right, here we go. Where you rabbits in the back? Give us a breakdown on the draft, big dog. And where'd you get those headphones? I'd be like, calm down. Of all of my possessions, you don't want these. Give me. Calm down, woman. What jersey? Yeah, rabbits in the middle. Yeah, what jersey did you wear? Yeah. Don't they give you jerseys? What color did you get? They're like, calm down, woman. What the jersey I had. It's like hysterical how fucked up that situation still is. Oh my god. All right, here we go. You ready for a draft breakdown? The whole yeah, okay. Here we go. So we're just gonna start at the beginning. Yeah, Rivets in the back. Yeah, did you update your ESPN teams? Like, yeah, did the WNBA, the MLB, the NFL already? But we got to do a draft pick 'em. So before we go to the, or not the draft pick 'em, but just the pick 'em. Yeah, Rivets in the back. Yeah, how'd you do in college football this weekend? I'm like, it's 5-5. Anyway. Not super excited about that. But it is what it is. Anyway. All right, let's do NFL pick'em first. All right, where is it? Actually, let's do college football first. Okay. Are you gonna do the thing where we get to see the thing? Dog, it's so hard to do it this way, and I'm sure you're just seeing it like this. You can see it on Skycam. Anyway, I'm ranked 193,000th in the country. That's fucking amazing. Maybe in the world, I think, actually. But it's better to be best than anybody. We always want to be number one team in the country. Fuck the world. The country, baby. All right, here we go. Iowa State. One with the Hawkeyes. Fuck state. Fuck that whole state. That whole state sucks. All right. UConn. Wait, we're doing it. Like the thing. We're just picking who's gonna win. Where's the thing where it tells you 10% pick? Why doesn't it do it on the other thing? All right, 10% pick Iowa. Dude, fuck Iowa State. I don't give a shit. We never pick Iowa State. Those fuckers suck. All right. Whatever one's in Iowa City, those ones suck. I think Ames, that sucks too. I think that's Iowa. Anyway, UConn. So we're going against the grain on that one. All right. UConn or Syracuse? Dude, the Orange lost, but that's my Rebbitzon's team, so we'll go with that. The Fighting Illini or the Blue Devils? Damn, they're number 11. It's got to be the best Illinois squad in like ever. And ever. All right. SMU or Baylor. SMU. We can't see it. Dude, lady, shut the fuck up. All right. Virginia or NC State Wolfpack. Oh, it's close to the Rebetson Coyotes. All right. Is it? No. But what the fuck's a Cavalier? It's like a Cleveland Cavalier. It's like some kind of knight or something. Some bullshit. All right, Missouri. Dude, these games suck dick this week. Last week it was like pow, 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 pow. This week it's like Iowa State. Snorefest. All right. West Virginia, Ohio. I don't think. Okay, West Virginia. Michigan or Oklahoma? Boomer Sooner, baby. Arizona or Mississippi State. They have a thing. What is it? What do they do? Like this or something? I don't know. Sun Devils. Vanderbilt or Virginia Tech? I guess Vanderbilt. All right. What? How many points will Oklahoma, Michigan? 69. Okay, that one's done. Dude, that's why it sucks. Everything sucks. All right, what's this one? All right, we're 5-5. Oh no, this one. We went 4-6 on this one. What is this? This is against the spread. Texas is going to come out just guns blazing. Texas Tech. 48.5 points. Like, who fucking... Who knows? Who knows? Oh, we're going to beat Kent State by 48.5, and then it'll be like a 49-point game. I don't fucking know how these motherfuckers do this. All right. 49. 34%. No, that's a lot of points. Kent State. All right. Central Michigan. Oh, and the internet went down. What is this bullshit? This is the worst. Worst stream ever. Worst stream ever. No internet. Nothing. And then blah, 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 blah. I like when it comes back. Come on, you little bitch. Dude, I can't hear myself. There's no internet. Yo, dog. Is that shit working? Oh, yeah, it came back. Come back. All right. Is this shit gonna work? All right, Pittsburgh or Central Michigan? Pittsburgh. All right. Utah State or 30.5 points is a lot. How many was Central Michigan? Pitt. All right. Chippewa. All All right, Troy or Clemson? Clemson's gonna be pissed. Troy, is that Troy, New York? I don't think so. Troy's something else. No one knows about that team. All right, OSU, Oklahoma State, or Oregon. OSU versus O. 27.5, but Oregon loves put points. In my mind, like 15 years ago, they did. Who the fuck knows this year? Ole Miss or UK? Ole Miss by more than 10. South Florida or Florida? Gators. Again or Oklahoma? Oklahoma beat the piss out of Usk or Georgia Southern? Usk loves putting up points. 69. Is that it? 9 out of 10 points. Which one didn't we do? Oh, Texas to Kent State. 48.5 is just so many points. All right, is that the end? No, calm down, one. I can't do. Isn't that the end? STFU, girl. Anyway, here you go. Last team. Last one. I hate this one. I might just give up on this one. Some rabbits will be like, no, you have to do it the whole year. All right. Oh, internet went down again. What is this bullshit? And then the internet guy said, nothing's wrong. I'm like, all right, week 2. Dog, I'm not going to do, unless I really, how about this? If I really feel confident about it, then I'll make it number 1, but I don't even know who I picked. Okay, this one, Iowa, Syracuse, Illinois, NC State, yeah, Rabbi. Hey, yeah, do you just pick favorites? But no, we're picking. We picked Iowa over Iowa State. There you go. That's an underdog. All right. Any of these in which you're confident? Yeah, I'm confident Oklahoma State or Oklahoma's going to beat the piss out of Michigan. All right, move it to number 1. Really? No, that's probably not going to happen. How many points are you going to score? 69. Save. All right. I think we have to join 2 new leagues. There's so many fantasy things. Unlimited fantasy. Fuck double fantasy. Unlimited fantasy. All right. Weekly ratings. Dog. Eliminator challenge. What's that? Dog, this shit sucks. Make your pick. Okay, week 1. Cowboys, Eagles. Wait, 15.62% pick versus 0.90% pick? I don't even understand that. What are Chiefs? How is this even a thing? Cardinals, Dolphins, Fish, Raiders. Can't even see this shit. Steelers, Commanders, Jaguars or Panthers. Literally no one gives a shit about this game. Jaguars, Bengals, Browns, Bengals, Buccaneers, Falcons, Bucks, Niners, Seahawks. Oh, this is like rivalries. Titans, Broncos. It's not even a thing. Lions, Packers, Lions, Texans, Rams, Ravens, Bills. Is it rivalry? Yeah, basically. Vikings or Bears, Bills. Ooh, that one's close. Gotta go with Ravens on that one. All right, submit your pick. You're in. Your entry has been created. Ravens, week 1 pick. That doesn't make any sense. Why are they my week 1 pick? Oh, this isn't like a thing. It's pick anybody you want. Oh. I thought I was picking. Oh, fuck this. Dude, then what's the fucking... Give me the Eagles. Oh, man. I was fucked up. Okay. All right. So that's that team. Week 1 pick. So I think you just have to pick winners. So, like, baby. All right. Football. I thought we were picking real things. Okay. Now what? Dog, I don't give a shit about all this news. Eliminator challenge. We did that. Thing where we pick who's gonna win. Wait, there's so many fucking things. 90. We got 29 of these fucking things. Look at this finger work, girls. Anyway. All right, what is this? Join Gauntlet. 3 out of 3 leagues. I'm already in something. Oh. Okay. Dallas beginner, Minnesota beginner, gridiron. What is this? No, dog. Where's the thing where you just pick who's gonna win? Dog, look at this bullshit. Fantasy home. Los Angeles Gauntlet. What is this? Dude, where's the thing? Games. Featured game, eliminator challenge. Oh, here it is. Pigskin win totals, pigskin pick'em. Okay, win totals. Here we go. Over 11.5. Oh, what? This is a different thing? Okay, they're going to win more than that. They're going to win more than that. Okay. Kansas City. Over. Eagles over. Bengals under. Lions over. Chargers under. Dude, there are so many new games on here. Rams under. Niners under. Commanders over. Broncos over. Packers over. Houston under. Yeah. Maybe not. Okay. Bucks over. Cardinals under. Bears under. Cowboys under. They're tanking this year. Dolphins under. Vikings over. Steelers over. Seahawks under. Patriots under. Falcons under. Carolina under. Naptown under. Jacksonville over. Raiders over. Saints under. Giants under. Jets under. Titans under. Browns under.
So let us just put a little bit by.
What's up, sluts?
Because this would, unlike Egypt, become the next great center of Jewish culture. That's what we're going to be exploring in just a few weeks. There's a slow and steady growth of communities after Bar Kokhba. They move from Israel and they make their way to Mesopotamia, and this increases the population. There will be a significant amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region. There are the so-called
What's up, sluts? Well, the draft is done.
Jerusalem to go to Babylonia, teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem. Sometimes we go back many times. So there is an increasingly large population. There's a significant cultural impact as well, because this is a start hundreds of years earlier, but Aramaic, as the state language of the region, becomes the literary.
What's up, slut?
For much of the
draft.
And of course, it will be the bridge of
It's done.
as well. But Aramaic is, by the way, if the Jews write it with the letters, other people's write it with different. And it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from its grammar and structure, and even most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other. We'll come back to that when we talk more about that. The organization of the Jerusalem movement was quite sophisticated. They had something called the Reish Galuta, or in English, the Exiles, the head of the exile. And again, I want to postpone a major discussion of this until a little later on in this next semester, but this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews, although sometimes they get into conflict with their leadership, in particular as the academies begin to grow. They really only take off in the 3rd century, but the various great academies study, which will ultimately produce the Talmud, often get into conflict with the Jewish religion. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the Reish Galuta that is included in every Sabbath service in Aramaic and numbers and as well. But you shouldn't think that it's all sort of organized together.
Yo, baby, I don't know if that'll upload it or whatever, but we the last few ones we've got New York Giants under, Jets under, Giants under 5, Jets under 5.5, Titans under 5.5, Browns under 5.5. Here we go. Ravens over 11.5, Bills over 11.5, Chiefs over 11.5, Birds over 11.5, Bengals over 11.5, Lions over 10.5, Chargers under 10.5, Rams under 10.5, Niners under 10.5, Commanders over 10.5, Broncos over 9.5, Packers over 9.5, Houston over 9.5, Bucks over 9.5, Cardinals under 8.5, Bears under 8.5. I think that the Cowboys are going to tank this season. Under 8.5, Dolphins under 8.5, Vikings over 8.5, Steelers over 8.5, Seahawks under 8.5, Patriots under 7.5, Falcons under 7.5, 7.5, Panthers under 6.5, Colts under 6.5, Jacksonville over 6.5, Raiders 5.5, the Aints under 5.5, Giants under 5.5, Jets under 5.5, Titans under 5.5, Browns under 4.5. Okay, submit your pick. Oh shit! Hold on. You're in. Hold on. How many total points will Philadelphia score in the regular season? I don't know. 169, 609, 609. How many would that be for each game? Okay, let's say there's 6 games. They scored 10. I don't know. That's 696 is too many. Let's say they score 20 each game. 16 games. How would you do this? All right, the way that I do is you've got 16 and then 20, and you have that, so that's 100, so 320. How'd you do it? Okay, that's 16 times, well, if you have 20, that makes it 16 times 10 plus 10. And 16 add a 0, 160 times 2 is 320. So we do that. 320. Is 20 a good score? Yeah, that's fine. All right, maybe 369. All right. Pigskin Pick'em. All right, this is the one we wanted to do, girls. All right, choose a game. Oh, no, we got to do standard, spread, or confidence. Another 3. This shit takes so long. So rip it. Give it to me, baby. Calm down, woman. Some bitch would be like, How's that fucking batting going? They're like still going strong, girl. Look at that pigskin pick'em, girl. Anyway, I got my honey from last year. Still making this fucking year sweet, girl. All right, here we are. Pigskin pick'em. Eagles or Cowboys? Eagles, the birds. Kansas City or Chargers. Tampa Bay, Bengals, Dolphins, Fish, Raiders or Patriots. We're gonna go against the grain on that one. Cardinals or Saints. Saints are gonna be awful this year, I think. Pittsburgh. Hey, Rabbit. Yeah. Rabbit's in the middle. Where'd you get those headphones? I'd be like, oh, calm down. You don't want these things. Nobody wants these things. Anyway, Pittsburgh over the Jets. Commanders over the Giants. Jacksonville over Carolina. Denver over Titans. Niners over the Seahawks. Lions over Packers. Rams over Houston. Baltimore. We're going with Baltimore over the Bills, and Vikings over the Bears. How many points will be scored in Vikings versus Bills? 69. All right. Your entry is yes, share my email address. No, gives a shit. No, gives a shit. All right, join group, quit that shit. Anyway. Okay. Social justice warrior. How you living, pimp? Anyway. Yeah, Ribbons in the back. Hey, social justice dog. How you living, pimp? Anyway. Okay, create another entry. No, not this one. Wait. Hold on. Motherfucker, there's so many of these. Not this thing. Pigskin thing. Now we have to play Eliminator Challenge. Fill up to 5 entries? I don't want to do that. I just want to create another entry. Pigskin pick'em. Spread. Now we do against the spread. Okay. Eagles. Chiefs. I'm basically doing the same thing. Bengals. Bucks. Fish. Raiders +3. Cardinals. Steelers. Commanders. Jaguars. Broncos. Niners. Lions. I'm not reading all the fucking things. I'll do it at that. Rams. Ravens. Vikings. Total points. Okay, here we go. Dude, I don't want to do this every week. I'm sure I won't. Eagles, 6.5 point favorites. Kansas City, 2.5 point favorites. Eagles over the Cowboys. Chiefs over Chargers. Tampa Bay, 1.5 point favorites over the Falcons. Bengals, 5.5 point favorites over the Browns. Fish, half point favorite over the half point dogs over the Colts. So we're going against the grain there. Raiders, 3.5 point favorites over dogs over the Patriots. We're picking that. Cardinals, 3.5 point favorites over the Saints. Steelers, 2.5 point favorites over the Jets. Washington, 6.5 point favorites over the Giants. Jaguars, 2.5 point favorites over Carolina. Broncos, 6.5 point favorites over the Titans. You can't even see what I'm doing. San Francisco, 1.5 point favorites over Seattle. Lions, half point favorites over the Packers. Rams, 2.5 point favorites over Houston. We're picking the Ravens, half point favorites over half point dogs on the Bills, and the Vikings, 0.5 half point dogs on the Bears. The Bears are shit. Always have been. Always will be. Except for 85. Okay, no thanks. Okay, stop. Now I have to do the other thing. This shit sucks. We still haven't gone through the teams yet. Okay, create another entry. Choose a game. Confidence. Okay, Eagles, Chiefs, Buccaneers, Bengals, Dolphins, Raiders. That's an interesting one. Cardinals, Steelers, Commanders, Jaguars, Broncos, Niners, Lions, Rams, Ravens, Vikings. What one? Points for a win. How many points are going to be scored? 69. And you have to just do one adjustment. All right, we're going to go with Ravens over the Bills. And we'll do that's good. All right, submit. All right, folks. We got to do college. We did college football. Okay, that's it. Now we've got to do, Ribbits in the back. Yeah, my colleague, Ribbits in the middle, has a question. Yeah, Ribbits in the middle. Thank you. What about the draft? How did that go? Oh, I'll tell you how that went, girl. But we'll do it in another video because this one sucks. All right, are you done? Yeah, Ribbits in the back. Yeah, are you done? Yeah, calm down, woman. Pigskin, Pick'em. Yeah, Ribbits in the middle. Yeah, did you put notifications for all of the fantasy sports, the NFL, the college? Not just, great question. I did notifications and I did I did 2 notifications. I have my undies. I had this one pair of undies that I've been wearing for 20 years. They're amazing. They're like, the elastic's just gone. Then I got this other pair of undies that I've been wearing for like 1 year. And it is like a loincloth. There's no ass. It looks like that one on the wall. Which one? That one. Those are undies. Those are undies. The black thing on the wall. These are undies. Anyway. Are they? Actually, no, that's a shirt. Apologies. That's a shirt, actually. So I've got this thing on the side that they rip right here when I reach my arm. I look like Kathy Ireland in that celebrity softball game or whatever, where you can see my ribs. It's like Kathy Ribbits in the back. Yeah, where'd you get those headphones? Be like, calm down, woman. Kathy, you don't want these. Ireland, softball. She's so hot. She became like a billionaire selling purses or some shit. Yeah, look at this bitch's fucking rib cage. We looked everywhere. Fuck you, man. You didn't look anywhere, bitch. It's right here. Look at this bitch's body. Okay, look at this. Look at this girl. You can see her fucking like rib cage, just like you can with my shirt's ripped. It's kind of the same. Anyway, this bitch is so hot. Some ribbits move. Oh. So you think that? Like, no. I think that Khani's are my thing. Also, but what do you want me to do about it? All right, are you done? Yeah, rabbits in the back. Yeah, are you done? You're like, yeah, I think I'm done with this video. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Oh, baby, I don't know.
That'll upload it or whatever, but
Hello and welcome
the last few ones we got New York Giants under Jets under
rhetorical question.
Giants under 5.5,
How did
Jets under 5.5,
survive?
Titans under
I
5.5,
say rhetorical because
Browns under 5.5. Here we go.
My goal is to try and recap the period of antiquity, which we have spent the last 15 odd weeks looking at in detail, and kind of provide a moment to breathe, to step back, to reflect on what we've covered, because thematically in the next 15-week semester, when we go medieval period. So again, I'm not going to really answer how the Jewish people survive antiquity. I certainly have a few thoughts on it, and I'll share some of them in the next video. But for the time being, consider just a moment to reflect on what we've covered and to take a deep breath, and we're going to go into the next adventure, which is medieval. So here's a beautiful photograph from Sam. It's actually an antique photograph from the beginning of the 20th century, and it has been colorized. So it's gorgeous. You really get a sense of like, yeah, life in history was actually in color, not in black and white. We're so used to these photographs. Let's begin with a quick recap. So here's our map of the Middle East. You can see I put a little marker for where Jerusalem is in the land of Israel. And we start with Abraham and Sarah's migration from the land of Ur, from that was the ancient Sumeria. And most historians place this somewhere around the year 750 before the Common Era. The challenge of working with this data, of course, is that almost everything is derived from one source. The Hebrew scriptures, Tanakh, presents a whole range of challenges, which we discussed way back at the beginning of the semester. Look at the video on approaching the Bible as a historical source for some of the difficulties. At any rate, according to the narrative that we have in the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah make their way from Mesopotamia to the land of Israel. And then there's some interesting kind of side trips to Egypt that occur not only with Abraham and his descendants, but most significantly with Joseph. The amazing story becomes the fight of Egypt, and then his family follows them because of famine, and the Jews end up being enslaved there for several hundred years. Note, by the way, I'm using the term Jews here anachronistically. They would not have called themselves Jews at that time. Most likely they would have called themselves maybe Hebrew or Hebrews, which comes from Abraham, from the other side of the river, meaning they originate from the other side of the river Euphrates. I have a video on the evolution of various terms, such as Hebrew, Israelite, Judean, Jewish, and so on. And I intend to sort of elide them all and call everybody Jewish. Sorry if that irritates you. The next event, of course, in the Bible is the Exodus, which occurs sometime around the year 1300 before the Common Era, resulting in a settlement of Jews in the land of Israel. And this is where we begin to slowly get more and more archaeological evidence, such as the Memphis stele, which refers to Jews in Israel, or that is refers to Israel in this region at about this time. When we move forward from the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, into the early prophets, we see in the period of Judges, there's a discussion of kind of like a tribal organization of governance in the land of Israel, and then that culminates and describes in the book of Samuel in the appointment of Saul as the first king of what would become a united monarchy. This is the golden age, followed by David and Solomon, where you have really the period when the nascent experiment in Jewish sovereignty in this land expands significantly.
This is just a test to make sure I'm not like
unfortunately, after Solomon descends into civil war, and the region is divided. The northern region is called Israel, and the southern region is called Judah, as shown in this map. Then if we move forward a few centuries, we get to the Assyrian invasion, when Israel, the northern kingdom, is attacked, and a good portion of its population is shipped off in a population transfer, which is something common in the 8th century. This is the origin of the 10 lost tribes, which is a little bit of a misnomer because lots of people were left behind in the region. Many of them migrated south and blended with the population of Judah as well, but nevertheless a significant population was taken off into the north. There is then another invasion which reaches the southern kingdom of Judah and destroys the temple that was built there in Jerusalem. Exiles once again a significant portion of the population, especially the elites, off to Babylonia. This occurred in the early 6th century. This exile, however, is fairly short-lived because a few decades later, Cyrus, leader of the Persian Empire, grants religious freedom to the Jews and many other peoples in his kingdom, and the Jews return to the land of Israel and reestablish the temple there. This refers to the Second Commonwealth, that is the second resurgence of some level of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. It's not a complete sovereignty. They're still really part of the Persian Empire, but nevertheless, Jews are in their land and governing themselves. When the Greeks come in the 4th century, the Jews are overwhelmed by them and overwhelmed more significantly by Greek culture, Hellenism, and this sparks a dramatic revolution in the year 165 called the Canonical Rebellion, when the Jews throw off the dominance, the political dominance, and ultimately the spiritual, cultural dominance of the Greek Empire that was then based in Syria, the Seleucids, and they reestablished a Jewish kingdom under the Maccabees, also known as the Hasmoneans or Hashmonaim in Hebrew. The Greek culture, however, keeps influence, and even though the Jews have established some sovereignty, they are not free from the cultural influence of Hellenism, and they ultimately will continue along that path. Romans invade in the year 63, not a really good word to use. I should have changed that because they didn't exactly invade, kind of invited in because of disputes between the Maccabees. But with the Roman advance into Israel, then you have the gradual and sporadic limitation of Jewish rule. Basically, what the Romans do is they allow the Jews, like they did with many other peoples they conquered, to have a level of self-government, and the power of the kingdoms in now what is called Judea varied depending on how adept the Jewish king was at negotiating the corridors of Roman power. Herod, for example, was one of the most powerful Jewish kings. He had to be very successful at this, and he had a very long rule in the 1st century BCE, tremendous amount of public works and buildings and so on, but at the same time, he was an incredible tyrant, murdered much of his own family, and so on. The Jews will rebel in the 1st century of the Common Era, a major rebellion that goes badly for them, and the Second Temple is destroyed in the year 70. Although we refer to the Roman exile from the year 70, again, it's a little bit of a misnomer. A significant number of Jews were taken off into slavery and so on, but by no means was the region depopulated. There was, however, a second rebellion under Bar Kokhba about 70-odd years later, and this resulted in a much more devastating Roman reaction, and the central region of Judea itself, as opposed to the coastal region and the Galilee, was more significantly depopulated than before. So that's basically the period that we're going to use to describe antiquity. Note, however, that this is not necessarily the same term that secular scholars use for Western civilizations. They tend to stretch the period of antiquity out until the 400s with the fall of Rome. But this is when we start to see really major changes happening in the Jewish population. So let us just recall the tremendous challenges that these developments imposed on the Jewish people. First of all, the loss of sovereignty, right? And that's something that can basically knock out just about any people. The fact that they lost the control of their land multiple times. First under the Assyrians, when the 10 northern tribes were taken away, then under the Babylonians, when Judah was destroyed, then under the Greeks, when their level of self-rule under the Persians was threatened, and then under the Romans, of course. This is like a repeated loss of sovereignty. The Jews keep coming back, nevertheless, and re-establishing some level of self-rule. If we jump ahead to the 20th century, they'll do it again after 2,000 years of absence, which is really mind-blowing. Secondly, not only lost sovereignty, but physical displacement. Right? It's hard enough for a country to reassert its national identity when they lose control of their self-government. But imagine if much of the population, especially the elites, especially the males of fighting age, are taken off to a far-off location. You know, if they're not living within the contiguous borders of one territory, how do they reestablish?
And every time I pick up the paper, it loses more money. Companies never made it. It seems like a new math, doesn't it? I mean, it's someone who doesn't know anything about it. It's amazing. You know, we lost 12 million last year. We're doing great. There are a whole series of Doonesbury cartoons about this. This is not a new phenomenon. We are a famously unprofitable company, and we are investing in the future. It's not, which isn't unusual. Companies have done this before. What's a little surprising about Amazon.com is the scale which we're doing it. We're doing it in a big way. So you just keep reinvesting. We're reinvesting.
War, tremendously devastating to discouragement to see you like standing up and getting knocked down again and again and again.
Dollars or more, plus over 200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV in partnership with DraftKings. The crowd is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction, void in Ontario. Bonus bets expires 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Sunday ticket offer for new and former subscribers only, and auto renews canceled anytime. Additional Sunday ticket terms at tv.youtube.com/learn/NFL Sunday ticket.
Do you want to see Dylan's fight after 15 seconds?
And the displacement
The kid was kind of landing, Dylan smiling, and Dylan's like, all right, fuck this.
Yeah, why did that dude jump in? That was crazy.
He's landed some good shots. I don't know what shot is. You almost have forgot. That Dylan takes a lot of heat online. He has a ton of hate. All good. In the real world, the dude can fucking choke your lights out. World class submissions, you know? But Dylan Danielson buckled, like, I feel like with what Craig Jones is doing, what the UFC is doing with jiu-jitsu, like, I feel like they should run in that direction. I feel like there's more over there for them.
slowly shift to the diaspora.
Yeah, so that was actually a fun fight card. I only watched the last three, obviously.
Now, I also, so Jail fills in, right? Short notice, Jail fills in for Gable Stevenson. Gable Stevenson, where that's just weird. When he pulled out, say a turf toe, and then they announced a fight in LFA with
No, UFC Fight Pass. That's what
it's all weird. Shout out to Chael, but yeah, of course this was in your well. I didn't know he got choked out twice. I thought he just got choked unconscious once.
So this is the first choke out.
Chael's not in the media. You're on the single gun to a body auction.
Dude, I'll be honest, I don't know what the fuck this is.
On the attack, we're at the choke. This is the unorthodox jiu-jitsu that we know from Great Joe. As well. It's tight.
Take a side control triangle.
So that's the first.
So then what happens? They wake him up and he goes gets water, goes to the locker room, and comes back out.
I don't know what there's a breaking.
Then you see the set go back out.
So that's the first one we just saw.
For those of you who are Douglas Adams fans, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 42 is in fact the answer to everything, including this question, but that's not the sense that I'm using it here. You may ask a very obvious question. Wait a second, why are we only talking about video number 2. How is it possible that we've gone through the entire ancient period and we haven't gone to this particular subject? So you would be absolutely right in asking that question. Ideally, I would like to talk about these theoretical things right from the very beginning. But, you know, most people, when they approach Jewish history, they just want to know, could you please tell me the story?
Dog, these fucking tech companies have success averages like fucking baseball players. Like, if they a third of their shit uploaded, it's great. They're like high fiving themselves. Because I just noticed that one of my 20 videos is actually like 20 minutes and like 0.0001. And Zuckerberg's shit is so stupid. It's like, I can't upload longer than 20 minutes. Like, dog, it's the limit that you put on it. Zuckerberg, you don't pay attention to what your companies are doing. You're too busy not learning the name of the bows that you use to shoot wild on your fucking island, reading your kids' children's stories before you go to bed, making up bullshit. Even you make jokes that your wife wants fucking before bed, and you're probably jerking yourself off raw, you fuck. Anyway, welcome. How are you? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. What's good, son? We're just watching Jewish history lectures. How are you? You been? How'd you find out? Oh, is that Pascal? What's good, big dog? What's new in your neck of the woods?
Okay.
Did you play? Dude, you've been better? What's going on?
Nothing much.
Did you play soccer? Did you play soccer over the weekend?
Yeah, absolutely.
How many goals did you score?
I didn't score any.
Why not?
I'm trying to recover.
Why didn't you score any goals?
Well, I was trying to recover an injury, so I'm just trying to be careful.
All right, so you're nursing yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how many do you think you could have scored if you were healthy?
2, 3, or so.
Do you think if you were healthy, you would have gotten a hat trick?
Absolutely.
That's what I like to hear.
Absolutely.
What's on your agenda for this week?
Nothing much, just work.
You're gonna walk a lot. All right, that's tight. How your professional soccer teams doing?
Yeah, actually, they're doing well.
Who's your
playing a league there?
Who's your professional soccer team?
I'll go for Real Madrid.
Okay, why Real Madrid?
Based on history, I think they are the best football team in the world.
Have you never heard of Manchester United?
Yeah, I'm a supporter of Manchester United, but they are not the best team in the world.
All right, that's like your opinion, man. All right, very well. Do you follow any other sports that like are popular in the United States, like football?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite American football team?
Yeah, I don't know any. I just watch.
That's all right.
I don't focus on things. I just watch the game.
That's all right. Is it popular where you are?
No. It's not popular yet.
All right.
Only rugby.
Okay, rugby. What's your favorite rugby team?
I think the team are quite strong. They internationally, the USA team. I like them.
Do you know who the All Blacks are?
No, I don't really know them. I just watch them.
I think they're New Zealand or Australia or something. Oh, you like basketball? Who's your favorite basketball player?
Curry.
Who is that?
Stephen Curry.
Oh, Kobe.
Yeah. You know.
Stephen Kobe.
I love Stephen Curry.
Stephen Curry. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's great. He's the record holder for most 3-pointers in a career.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Word, dog.
The
All right.
LeBron James.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
who LeBron
LeBron
James
James.
is. Yeah, definitely. All right. So you like Stephen Curry. You like LeBron James. All right. Do you have a team that you like?
Yeah, I like him. The Lakers.
Fuck yeah, you like
Lakers.
the
I like
Lakers.
the Lakers.
Excellent.
Warriors.
Do you know who the Knicks are?
Yeah. The Knicks.
Yeah, the Knicks. They're from New York.
Okay. Can you name one of their favorite players so I know?
Yeah, John Starks, but he played like 35 years ago. Um, all right. Yeah, they don't have anybody now. No big deal. And
Uh,
NBD.
okay.
NBD, big dog. Don't worry, they'll be good in the future. Maybe. They haven't won a championship in like 60 years, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just
Uh, so
they're absolute dog shit. All right, so you like the Lakers? Understandable. Very well. All right, and you like to walk.
yeah,
Where do you like to
I
walk?
like to work. Since I'm an engineer, I like to work in powerhouse, you know, in good engineering buildings that actually improve my electrical skills and all the rest. So, I'm an electrical engineer, so
I know you're an electrical
I
engineer.
prefer.
Do you like to holler at bitches?
Uh, you say what?
Do you like to holler at bitches? Like when hot chicks walk near you, are you like, duh?
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about, son. All right. How many girls you've been poking recently?
Normally, I'll say I'm kind of too busy.
Oh, too busy. I
Too
understand.
busy.
But you're never too busy for
Um,
bitches.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Word, dog.
I have one. Let me say one.
Oh, you've got
In the
one?
past month.
You got one? Okay, well, that's good. That's not bad. All right. So is there a girl that you like?
Yeah.
All right. Is she cool?
Yeah, she's cool. She's cool.
All right. Very
She's nice.
cool. Excellent. And so do you want to date her?
I'm thinking about this.
All right. There you go, son.
Not yet.
Does she like sports?
Uh, sure. She has
Okay.
little idea about sport.
All right. That's all
But
right. What does she like to do? What are her favorite things?
uh, she reads books.
She
She
reads
likes
books.
singing.
Amazing. Likes to sing.
Yeah, and she's a Christian, so she loves the things of God.
All right. There you go. She does her best to be as righteous as she can be. Understandable, man. All right. So, do you like to swim?
Actually, I'm not a good swimmer.
That's okay. That's
Yeah.
okay. Are there like crocodiles by you?
if I if I set my eyes on crocodile, I will not even go into the water.
Have you ever seen a crocodile?
Yeah, I've seen a lot.
Oh, that's scary as balls. Wow. They have crocodiles where you are?
Yeah, there are a lot of crocodiles here.
That's scary. Do you ever see them eat stuff?
You see what?
Do you ever see them eat stuff?
Yeah, sure. I've seen them eat stuff.
That is scary.
Stuff like
All right. What kind of music do you like?
I like soul music.
Fuck yeah, soul music,
I like
baby.
Apple,
What kind of soul
Apple.
music? What kind of soul music do you like?
You see what?
What kind of soul music do you like?
I'm usually music without voice, just straight instrumental.
Okay, so you like instrumental soul. Okay, very cool.
Yeah,
What's your favorite
love. Uh, well, I like that of Alan Walker.
Alan
Uh,
Walker?
Alan Walker instrumental.
Okay, Alan Walker
Yeah,
instrumental. Do you like jazz?
yeah, yeah, like jazz.
Jazz is amazing.
Then Giulio Cisetto. So I like his instrumental as well. Uh, I like I know his stuff. So
That's okay.
I like it.
Very well. What are your favorite movies?
Yeah, action movies. All the precisely. All the I think I watch out some movies. A little bit of series movies. Or I think the best I've watched in the past months is Money Heist.
Oh, Money Heist.
Money Heist.
Okay, so you like action movies? Thriller?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, very well.
A lot of that.
Excellent. All right. And when it comes to electrical engineering, what kind of science do you like? Like what kind of
Okay.
what kind of projects do you like? You said you like powerhouses. That's tight. What else do you like?
Yeah, I like electronics.
You like electronics. Very cool.
Yeah, when that's to do with motors, I like motors.
You like
You know what I mean? Motors. So yeah, motors rotating parts.
Okay,
of
yeah,
the
motors with rotating parts. Okay, very well. And what's a project? What's a project on which you've worked that you've been really proud?
Yeah, a three-phase starter, forward and reverse, for lifts, electric chair.
Very cool. Have you ever shopped yourself as an electrical engineer?
So come on, come on.
That's a serious question. Like, I don't know. Maybe you. I. I'm. I've shocked myself.
Yeah, it's common. If you have to deal with electricity, you should expect it.
Right.
But you can get used to. Yeah.
Word dog. Yeah, I understand. All right. So you've seen crocodiles. What other animals have you seen?
Yeah, I've seen monkeys.
Monkeys.
Yeah.
Are monkeys nice?
Yeah.
Or are monkeys mischievous?
Yeah. They're everywhere.
They're everywhere. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you have a pet monkey?
No, I don't. I prefer dogs.
Oh, dogs. Okay, very well. What kind of dogs do you like?
I like the cock. The Caucasian.
The Caucasian?
Yeah, Caucasians and the Rottweilers.
Rottweilers. Okay, very well. Are dogs common where you are?
Yeah, much.
Okay.
They have the major pets here.
Okay. Do people have cats?
Yeah, cats. Well, the cats for me they look a little bit scary. I don't like them.
I understand. I definitely understand. All right. Do you have turtles?
Yeah.
All right. People have turtles. Tight. What about fish? Do people have fish?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of fish.
Oh wow. Okay. Cool. Do people have solar panels there?
Yeah. Solar panels.
Very cool.
We have also wind generating turbines. We have a lot of
Very well. That's very cool. All right. What about dogs do you like? What do you like about dogs?
Uh, they have a good uh say let me say they actually know how to remember the owners.
Sure.
They have a good sense of let me say humor.
They're loyal. You mean they're loyal?
Yeah, like the ones that I have at home, like they have a good sense. They have a good sense, good smell. They always know the owners. And even when they have been for a very long time, they can still come back and recognize their owner.
Absolutely.
So yeah,
Very well.
so I like that about them. Then terms of protection,
Yeah, they're
they're
good
top
at that.
notch compared to other pets.
100%. Yeah, they're wonderful. Right. Do you play basketball?
Yeah.
What position do you play?
Actually, apart from football, other sport I play defense.
Okay. So, like, what's different about basketball?
What's different?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Basketball, nothing much, but yeah, I think the soccer is more appreciated or probably more popular here than any other sport.
Of course.
Any other sport.
Definitely.
Basketball is okay, very nice. They are quite limited basketball compared to soccer people.
I've gotcha.
So everybody in basketball.
Do you know any long distance?
And football.
Do you know any long distance? Do you know any long distance runners?
No.
No. So do people run there a lot or no?
Once in a while. I think once in a year. They kind of host a program for that.
Okay.
Once in a year.
All right.
Yeah.
Do people play racket sports like tennis or racquetball or anything like that? Pickleball?
Yeah. They play. I play.
Oh,
And I watch also.
you play tennis?
Yeah, long tennis.
That's
I watch long tennis as well.
That's amazing. Okay. What about
Yeah.
wrestling? Do people wrestle?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Absolutely, definitely. Excellent.
Yeah. WWE is everywhere.
Oh, very cool. All right. Very well. Well, you guys do everything there. Do you play American football ever?
Not American football. You call it rugby.
Rugby. Yeah, no, I understand. Do you know anybody who plays hockey?
Hockey, nah.
I understand. Very well. All right. Have you ever seen snow?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, when I go viral, we'll get you to see snow. You'll shovel snow. You'll be so sick of snow, you'll long for the sunshine again. But that's in the future. All right. Very well. All righty, pimp. Well, good catching up with you. I'm making a video right now. It's about to end. But I enjoy your friendship, and I always love you coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. You feel free to watch. We're watching Jewish history lectures. I'm going to be making another video, so feel free to enjoy. Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty, pimp.
Yeah.
Just recently, how Jewish is Jewish history? And there are some amazing essays in this very thoughtful theoretical book. We're going to focus in on
Doug, these fucking techies
that is
have
meta history, or what I like to call the grand narrative. Now, Professor Rossman uses this term meta history in the kind of sense of
metaphysics, right? It's kind of like a philosophical term. Meta means above or beyond or past.
Doug, these fucking
So,
tech
for
companies
example, physics
have
is the study of the physical universe, bodies in motion, mass, the velocity. Then metaphysics is like the study of what's beyond that, the nature of God, the nature of the soul, things like that, that aren't measured with conventional scientific tools, but goes beyond what those tools are able to easily measure. And what he's really referring to is like, what are the theoretical underpinnings of any part of Jewish history? Like, what is the larger of this history? You know, of course, the story is embedded inside the word history. What is the grand narrative to which this Jewish history applies? So, just looking at a few examples of historians have approached this question. You have David, a very interesting work written in the 16th century by a brilliant and rather idiosyncratic individual named Rabbi David Gans. I actually have a friend who is a descendant of Rabbi Gans, David Krauss of Prague, great local historian. At any rate, the Son of David represents a kind of early encyclopedic Jewish history. It's not really a history in the sense that it is a chronology, like in this year this happened, and this year this happened, and so on. Not a lot of analytical processes apply to it, not a lot of questions asked of the data, and so on. So what's interesting is that the Son of David divides the work into Jewish history. These are all the things that happen to the Jews. And then there's another complete section, and this is world history. Like, as if they are two totally separate things, as if Jews are not impacting the rest of the world and are not impacted by the rest of the world. By the way, I hate using the word impact as a verb, but I look out there. Just live inside the world, and the world affects Jewish history. Jewish history affects secular history, if you will. That's another question that we'll have to get into later, but we separated them out entirely as if Jewish history was kind of like somehow walled off from other world events. Now, when we get to the 19th century, much more advanced critical historical scholarship is going on. We have the great scholar Heinrich Grenz. And his work has been characterized as a combination of Leidensgeschichte with Literaturgeschichte, which means basically Leiden is like sadness or misfortune. Geschichte, of course, history. And Literaturgeschichte is the history of literature. So, in other words, Grenz's grand narrative sort of portrays the Jewish people as being constantly oppressed, dispersed, compromised, exiled, and nevertheless, wherever they go, they get their energy together and they make creations that are phenomenal contributions to world civilization. They're writing these amazing books. They're developing science. They're engaged in so much productive work. And so it's kind of like this oscillation of like society will persecute the Jews, they'll have to run away, but then in a new location they will rise and do great things for that civilization. Then they'll be persecuted again, be sent away, and then they'll have to rise in another location and so on. And this is kind of like the grand narrative that Heinrich Grenz proposes. Another approach is evident in the work of Shimon Dubno, another great encyclopedic historian. Grenz for missing out some really important things and not including them because they didn't fit with his grand narrative. For example, Grenz tended to look down on Eastern European Jewry in general, and specifically Hasidism and the Kabbalah and things like that. Again, Grenz's grand narrative is really part of the entire enterprise of the Haskalah, of the Jewish Enlightenment, the attempt to demonstrate to the non-Jewish world, Grenz wrote in German after all, that Jews were worthy of acceptance into secular society. Look at how unfortunately and how unjustly they have been persecuted, and nevertheless look at all the great things they have produced. So anything that doesn't quite fit that model is either consciously or unconsciously ignored by Grenz, and this is part of the challenges with the grand narrative approach. So, for example, when you look at the Hasidic movement, which represents in many ways not a rationalist approach to Judaism, not an attempt to come to terms with general society, but rather more of an insular, inward-looking approach. And especially when we're talking about the 19th century, and there's a lot of conflict with the more rationalist Lithuanians and their accusations of the Hasidim engaging too much in alcohol and raucous behavior and things like that. So Gretz kind of looked at that as sort of like backward superstition going the wrong direction of history, and therefore the Hasidism tends to receive a lower grade in Gretz's history, and that's something that Dubno wanted to correct. He was much more in favor of looking at what were the people creating of themselves, and Hasidism was, of course, very much a popular movement that came from the average Jew more than anything else. So Dubno was very much an avid of a philosophy, came to be associated very closely with called diaspora nationalism, in which he said, it's really about what the people are developing on their own. What have the people developed? They have developed the ability to exist outside of the trappings of a conventional state. And he says this is something truly amazing, and we should not ignore it. That Jews once had a state in ancient Israel, and then they were exiled, and that should have been the end of their story. How could they possibly exist without borders and currency and a flag and an army and passports, things like that? How is it possible they continued? He said continued because they advanced beyond what a state requires. That they had developed the ability to exist as an integral unit, even in a diaspora, even as a minority culture, living within very, very different host cultures. And he said, this is something we should strive
Yo,
for.
Pimp.
This is an idea. Everything that is coming from the Jewish
Yo, what's up? Excellent, my friend. You're always welcome. Thank you for coming in. It was great catching up with you. You are loved, and you should always come in here whenever you're bored, okay? Peace, man. Take care.
So everything in his grand narrative looked towards that. Now, obviously, when it comes to something like Zionism, he had a dim view of Zionism because he said, hey, that's going backwards. The Jews have already proved they don't need a state. They can exist very well in modern society, specifically without a state. And you want them to go back to a more barbaric age. So definitely, his grand narrative soft-pedaled Zionism. On the other hand, there, of course, are many great Zionist historians like Ben-Zion Dinor who say that no, the grand narrative of Jewish history is the return to Zion. It's the constant urge of the Jew to resettle and walk the sands of the Judean desert and so on. And so coming back to Israel represents the high point of Jewish activity, and the grand narrative of Jewish history is all about that power of gravity that is exerted upon the Jewish soul by the land of Israel itself. And now, of course, that Israel has achieved statehood, I'm not exactly sure what happens next in Ben-Zion Dinor's model, but maybe we'll explore that later. Finally, one more great historian, the fantastic Salo Whitmire-Barron, fantastic historian working in New York City at Columbia University. He argues that, we should be focusing on the diaspora. We should be looking a little bit like Dubno at how Jews have developed these abilities to exist within the diaspora. We should not necessarily, apply other overarching motives to that, but we should also realize the highly distinct nature of these communities, and that the monolithic approach of Dubno, which was influenced in many ways by Marxist theory of history, is not necessarily something that we should emphasize. We should look at how the Near Eastern communities developed this way. Look at how African Jewish communities, look at how Asian Jewish communities developed, and not necessarily try to fit them into one overarching model. Wow, lots of different approaches to the grand narrative. But when we get to a problem, and that is postmodernism is a remarkably challenging philosophy associated with several thinkers, including Jacques Derrida, a French Jew, who wrote, among other things, Il n'y a pas de beaux textes. exactly does this mean, and what is its implications for Jewish history? Postmodernism represents an approach to text which is deeply unsettling and is having a impact. It was perhaps some literary criticism, but it has slowly made its way into the social sciences, even the hard sciences. And history, archaeology have been hit very hard by postmodernism as a critique. What exactly does this mean? What Derrida and others like Michel Foucault argued was that we can never move beyond the text itself. We can never make legitimate assumptions about any reality beyond the text that is presented before us right now. So what does that mean? Let's say, for example, I were to present to you my birth certificate. It's a document, has my name on it, has my place of birth and a few other odds and ends of the date of it. And you might be tempted to say, oh, so we now know that Henry Abramson was born at such and such a date in this little town in northern Ontario, Canada. And you might be very well correct in making that assumption. After all, you've got a document that says that. But postmodernism would argue that no, all you really know is that you once encountered Henry Abramson on a video who presented his birth certificate, which said that he was born in such and such a place at such and such a time, and these were his parents and so on. That's the difference. There's a world of difference in that. Who says that that document actually represents the truth? Who says that this document hasn't been forged? Who says that this document is the result of a mistake, a clerk's mistake? Perhaps I am deceived in thinking that this is a correct document. Perhaps my parents gave it to me, but they were hiding a much larger system. I mean, I don't know. So you might say, okay, fine. Well, we can verify that. We can go back to the small town where Henry Abramson was born, and we can rifle through the card catalogs, and we can find, the original document, and we say, look, here it is. Same thing. All you can say is that here's a document that says the same things as that other document. So now you have two documents, but there's a possibility that both of them are wrong. And this becomes even more complex when you look at something like narrative. Like a government document is a pretty straightforward thing. It's either mistakenly written down or not. But let's say, for example, you find a memoir. How do you know that the person who wrote that memoir actually wrote that memoir? And how do you know that the things that the memoir claims to remember actually happened? All you have, fundamentally, is this text that purports to be what someone says he or she remembered at a particular time. You can never go back to what actually happened. You are stuck in the text itself. And this is,
as I was saying, girls, you do not want these fucking headphones, and no matter what happens, you don't want the jersey that I had. Nobody wants that fucking jersey. Holy fuck, don't you? Like, that is the worst piece of clothing I've ever had. The worst. All right, are you done? All right, it's time to review the draft. Yeah, rabbits in the back. Yeah, why don't we want those headphones? Gimme. Calm down when we don't want them. It's like a stethoscope, though, just on your heart. Boom, 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 boom. Anyway, girl. We got to go through this. Yeah, rabbits in the middle. Yeah, How'd the squad turn out? We'll get there. This motherfucker, Eli, was giving me shit last night. He's got 20 fucking teams. He learned that from the best. And he's over here like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. I'm like, dog, shut the fuck up. I'm not giving a shit what you're going to say.
House of David. Does that mean there really was a House of David? Does it really mean
Dog.
carbon dating to say this stone was planted in the ground at this particular time, or was carved at this particular time? Is it referring to the David we're talking about? Is it referring to the same David of the Bible? Everything is up in the air because of postmodernism. So what have historians done to this?
Dog. All right, here we go. Here's the fucking league. Now, if you're in this league, well, shout out to all the people playing. I didn't go through their full names, and I still won't because it's too long. Okay, well, I'm 2025 champions. There's Bitcoin to 69.42. What you say, bro? The tickets, San Francisco, $19. No, San Francisco, 190ers. Sproto 69ers. Fayakizzi. The Spastic Spatula Squad. Team Hurricane Nate, Pamp Ketchum, Team BMU, thank you for your generosity. And the Black Cats. Yeah, Robinson in the middle. Yeah. So how'd we turn out? How'd this team turn out? I'm trying to hear. I'm like, calm down, woman. All right, so I'm so pissed. Like my uploads, that's why I have to do so many fucking streams because not everything records. Even though I'm like, hey, here's the fucking Bengals over the fucking Browns, and nobody gets to see that shit. All right, league history, draft results. Here we go. 16 rounds. Oh, wait, draft results. Here we go. 16 rounds. All right, so here's how it went down. It's so pretty. I mean, like, I don't know if you can read it, but this is how it went. And I'm going to now read every single person.
So here's a black and white photograph of me that really doesn't have to be here, but I sort of like it. It's such a beautiful photograph. It speaks to.
All right, here we go. Number 1 pick overall.
I look like as a historian.
For UK, Jamar Chase, 2 Jordan Jefferson, 3 Saquon Barkley, 4 Bijan Robinson, 5 Jahmyr Gibbs, Derrick Henry 6, CeeDee Lamb 7, Christian McCaffrey 8, Amon-Ra St. Brown 9, Puka Nacua 10, Ashton Gentry 11, Devon Achane 12. All right. Then I'm not doing 13, 14, 15. I'll lose track. So then I went Malik Neighbors, Lamar Jackson. I got shit for not taking Nico Collins from some motherfucker from New Jersey yesterday. He literally just tried to light my ass up, and I was like, all right, that team would suck, and you don't know where Nico Collins went to school. Anyway, Brock Bowers is next. Then Jonathan Taylor, Nico Collins sucks, doesn't know shit about going to college. Brian Thomas, then A.J. Brown, then Drake London, then Josh Allen, then Jalen Daniels, then Josh Jacobs, and Bucky Irving. I'm sure there are other people in here who went to that shit school, but nobody gives a shit about them. Jalen Hurts, Breece Hall, James Cook, Tony McBride, Joe Burrow, Mike Evans, Kieran Williams, amazing. Chase Brown, Alvin Kamara, Lad McConkey, Tyreek Hill, man. George Kittle, amazing. James Conner, T. Higgins, Baker Mayfield, Jackson Smith, and Jibbawa, whatever. Devontae Adams, Garrett Wilson, Marion Hampton, Sam Laporta, DK Metcalf, Marvin Harrison, TJ Hawkinson, Smith, Xavier, or I think it's Xavier, oh no, Xavier Worthy, DJ Moore, Chuba Howard, Cortland Sutton, Kenneth Walker, Travis Kelce sucks, Trayvon Henderson, Aaron Jones, David Montgomery, Isaiah Pacheco. I hope that doesn't bite me in the ass. That was bad. Mark Andrews, Tony Pollard, Tyler Warren, Titiana McMillan, Tiaroa McMillan, Jamison Williams, Jalen Waddle, DeAndre Smith, BJ Harvey, Travis Hunter, Rome Adunze, sucks, Tucker Kraft, Kinshon Judkins, Zay Flowers, Jordan Love, Dalton Kincaid, George Pickens, Jerry Jeudy, Calvin Ridley, Bo Nix, Chris Olave, Evan Ingram, Ricky Pearsall, Debo Samuel, Cooper Kupp, Stephon Diggs. I wanted both those guys. It sucks. Jacoby Myers, which I don't know how that's going to go with my team, but whatever. Cam Scattleboo, Rasheed Rice, Matthew Golden, David Njoku, Travis Etienne, Emeka Egbuka, Tyrone Tracy, Keon Coleman. His Emeka Egbuka, I knew a guy like that. No one. No, this motherfucker spent so much time in my room and we didn't know his name. We'd be like, wait, what's that guy's name? And they'd be like, oh, Omeka? And we'd be like, they'd be just like, call him O. We just call him O. He was in my room so fucking much. If my room were like a Discord, he would have been like number 7 on the list. And who's that big motherfucker? Oh, O? I guess. Anyway, shout out to O. Tyrone Tracy, Keon Coleman, Kyle Pitts, Caleb Johnson, Jordan Addison, Jaden Reed, Philadelphia Eagles, Nick Chubb, Baltimore Ravens, Khalil Shakir, Javante Williams, Jordan Mason, Jalen Warren, Denver Broncos, Rashid Shaheed, Zach Charbonnet sucks. Pittsburgh Steelers, Michael Pittman, Brandon Aubrey, amazing. Jawan Jennings, Brian Robinson, J.K. Dobbins, Austin Eckler, Jake Bates, Keenan Allen, amazing. Jared Goff, Buffalo Bills, Cam Little, Minnesota Vikings, C.J. Stroud, Chris Godwin, Ja'Cory Krosky, something, no one knows. Merit hyphen bullshit. Anyway, Josh Downs, Dak Prescott, Tank Bigsby, Houston Texans, Kyler Murray, J.J. McCarthy, Darnell Mooney, Christian Kirk, Cameron Dicker, Jaden Blue, Adam Thielen, Ramondre Stevenson, Colson Loveland, Washington Commanders, Dallas Goddard, Joe Mixon, Braylon Allen, Jaden Higgins, Najee Harris, Justin Herbert, Jake Elliott, Chris Boswell, Dante Thornton, Chig Okonkwo, Zach Ertz, Okonkwo, Zach Ertz, Rashad Bateman, Brock Purdy, Justin Fields, Isaac Trey Benson, Jonnu Smith, Rashad White, Cam Ward, Will Shipley, Brandon Ayuk, Jerome Ford, Marvin Mims, Niners, Hunter Henry, Xavier Legette, Luther Burden, Tyler Algier, Bay Shul, Tootin, Trey Harris, Hollywood Brown, Gordon, Green Bay Packers, Joshua Palmer, Harris Kerr, Amy Fairbairn, Chase McLaughlin, Brandon McManus, Trevor Lawrence, Tyler Loop, Drake May, Amari Cooper, Arizona Cardinals, Alec Pierce, the Chiefs, Kareem Hunt, Ray Davis, Detroit Lions, Dylan Sampson, Will Lutz, Isaac Garando, Romeo Dobbs, and Cedric Tillman. That's it. That's the fucking list. That's the draft. Now, Rabbit said in the back, yeah, big dog. Tell him how you did. Be like, look, there's no like rank, but I put my thing into a rank on some website, and our team, which is Oliver Bettsnote and the Big Dogs team, we took Ashton Gentry, Lamar Jackson, Tyreek Hill, George Kittle, David Montgomery, Tony Pollard, Deebo Samuel, Jacoby Myers, Rashid Shaheed, Michael Pittman, Darnell Mooney, Jaden Blue, Trey Benson, Cam Ward, Tyler Lue, Arizona Cardinals. Okay, that's the squad. Against all these other motherfuckers, I had this asshole Eli from New Jersey going blah 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 blah. How could you take Lamar Jackson at your second pick? You should have taken Nico Collins, but that's just a child, doesn't even know about deep-seated hatred for a place. Anyway, so we put it in this fucking ranker, and guess what we got? A C plus, like the programming language. It was like, what? A C plus? This is the best squad ever. Except you should have seen my team last year, because that team was. Anyway, all right, so I gave them all nicknames last year. I don't think I'm going to do the same. I'll probably do it later today. But all right, so then. Wow. Trending. The Cardinals are the number one fucking trending. And Amari Cooper is number 3. Okay. So get this. Now, if we were ranking the teams of just who's going to do well week one, which is all we can do, and I don't think Ashton Gentry, he's a fucking mystery box. Could be anything. Could even be a boat. This is how it went down. All right, so out of 12 teams, the team that, at least in week one, is projected to do the worst is the Black Cats with 116.45 points. Now, they might make some adjustments. They've got Saquon Barkley, Jaden Daniels, Cook, Worthy, Odunze, Laporta. It's not. Oh, hold on. But they've got Godwin on injured reserve. So hold on. They're going to do better than that. So they'll probably put in. Okay, so that's probably not the worst team. I don't know. Maybe some people have to make other adjustments. But we'll do. So Black Cat should probably do a little bit better than that. Actually, a lot better than that. So they're not probably the worst team. So aside from them, we'll go back to them. Okay, the San Francisco 190ers. Okay. No, dude, they're not the worst either. Dog, because they've got a lot of players in here who aren't ready. Okay, so people haven't made adjustments yet. Okay, so how do we do this? All right, well, I'll just give you what the ranks are right now. So, that's not that fair, though.
Without the temple, the fulcrum of their relationship between themselves and their God had disappeared, and they had to articulate a new way of centering that fundamental religious identity.
All right, that's fine.
On a political level, there's no question that.
Okay, but it's not fair, but it's just how it is. As of right now, in the first round, Black Cats with 116.45, so they're number 12. Number 11, but again, these will adjust. But as of right now, San Francisco 109ers with 119.30. Then we have at number 10, San Francisco. Then we have Bitcoin is $69.42. That's who I'm playing this week. They're at number 9 at 186.32. Then number 8 is Trim Hurricane Nate at 126.47. And we have number 7 would be, I think, Fikezi. Yeah, Fikezi at 128.42. Is that 8? Black Cats. Yeah, it's 8, I think. Number 7 would be Israel, and also more importantly in Babylonia, where the Babylonian Talmud would be developed. So the period of I think TMVMU. He seems like he's going to have a good team, and something's wrong with it. But he won a couple years ago. Okay, TMVMU 130.52. That's number 7. Number 6, I think, is. Oh no, it's Broda 69ers. They're 130.08. 130.08. So that's number 7. I think TMVU is 6. Team VMU is 6. Is 130.52. Team 5, I think, is the Tickets. The 131.20. Team 4. I think it's Pimp Ketchum with 133.66. Team 3 is What You Say Bro. That yo. Thank you for organizing this with What You Say Bro at 137.12. Team 2 is the Spastic Spatula Squad, the 137.67. And team number 1, you saw it. I didn't even get fucking Pacheco or any of those guys I wanted with 140.41, the 2022-2025 champions. We're number 1, baby. Number 1. Champions. You don't want these fucking headphones. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
This is a passage that occurs in the Talmud, Tractate Bava Metzia 59b.
As I was saying, girls,
It's a particular design, and the rabbis are arguing as to whether or not it retains its ritual.
as I was saying, girls, you did not want
basically it boils down to two main sides of the argument. Rabbi Eliezer Gadol, a great sage, tends to follow the teachings of Shammai. And perhaps I should just make an absolute at this point. Shammai and Hillel are two of the greatest Zuko, the generation that preceded the Tanakh. And their teachings, which are by now like 200 years old, have created two large schools: the school of Shammai, Beit Shammai, and the school of Hillel, the school of Hillel. And up until the destruction of the temple, it seems that whether one followed Hillel or Shammai is largely a matter of personal choice. You would associate yourself with a particular school, and you would consistently follow dictates of that school in terms of personal conduct.
These fucking tech companies. What's up, sluts? Well, the draft is done.
Dude, it did it again.
Things change after the destruction of the temple, however, as there is a consolidation of thought, primarily around the opinion of Hillel. At any rate, on the one side we have Rabbi Eliezer rabbis to follow the teaching of Shammai, and on the other side, the growing consensus, the majority vote, is following Hillel's opinion regarding how to deal with this oven. That is the most of them. They're agreeing with Beit Hillel. Hillel is passed away. What ends up happening is really remarkable. The Talmud says that Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let this river reverse course. And the river does. And the rabbis say, doesn't matter. We follow the argument of logic, and you can bring as many supernatural proofs as you like. That's not how we design things. So then Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let these carob trees be uprooted and sent along the road. And the rabbi, that actually happens. And the rabbis say, it doesn't matter. The Torah is something that we debate amongst ourselves, and majority rules. And then finally he says, if the law follows my opinion, let the walls of the Beis Medrash crumble. And they crumble. Then at one point the rabbi says, what to the walls? What are you doing? Why should you be involved in this? And to the walls, they don't collapse. They sort of like stay in a meeting place. And then finally, the same argument goes on and on. Rabbi Eliezer says that if the law follows me, the heavens, and a booming voice comes out from the sky and says, the law follows Rabbi Eliezer. This looks like a slam dunk, right? You've got all these supernatural phenomenon supporting Rabbi Eliezer. So the rabbis say, bring as many proofs as you want. The law is not in heaven. The law is on earth, and on earth we follow majority rule. So Rabbi Eliezer's opinion is not followed. The dominant opinion, which is Hillel, is followed in this particular case of this oven. Two reasons why this is really important. Let me start with perhaps the less important but very interesting reason. and that is so tsunami. So I had this great opportunity. I got a call from National Geographic about a year ago, and they said they want to talk to me, which I was really honored, about the research of Dr. Beverly Goodman, who is a geoarchaeologist working at the University of Haifa. Dr. Goodman has looked at a lot of fascinating historical data and has determined that the earthquake, which is described, for example, far away as Antioch in year 115, probably destroyed ports along the coastline of Israel. And she argued, and this is why National Geographic wanted to ask me for my opinion, I don't know why me specifically, but it was really cool to get the call. Is it possible a passage described in Bava Metzia is actually reflecting a historical event, a geological event, specifically a tsunami hitting the region of Yavne? And it's so interesting because all of the phenomena that are described there, beginning with the river running backwards, the carib flying away, the walls of the Beit Midrash beginning to crumble, and then later there's a discussion, huge storms at sea, they all make sense with this particular event. Now, how to place that in the overall context of the discussion of the Gemara is a fascinating question. You can have a look at the podcast if you want to hear the interview, or you can go back and forth on other questions. But what is really significant, that's the kind of cool point, but the most important point is that the rabbis in Yavne, perhaps with the divine assistance of this tsunami, make a clear distinction that this is how we are going to go forward. We're no longer going to be able to rely on sort of like everybody decides what they want. Am I going to be Beis Hillel? Am I going to be Beis Shammai? Now it's time, especially with the loss of the temple, that we have to come together for sure around our rabbinic leaders. The rabbinic leaders are deciding we're going to follow Beit Hillel, and so the development of this majoritarian consensus rule after debate becomes an exceptionally important element in the way that Jewish groups will organize themselves for the next 2,000 years. Just to be clear, the tsunami and all of the possible impact it had on the discussion that's recorded in Bava Metzia does not affect the central thrust of the meaning of that passage, which is to say that though the Shemayim, the Torah is not in heaven, that the Torah is here on the planet Earth, and human beings will debate it. Bringing a supernatural proof to advance your particular interpretation of Jewish law is not considered a valid argument, and therefore the rabbis will continue to maintain their standards, and this is a very important starting point for the organization of Jewish from It's still very cool to think that it's not happening. There were two institutions that were especially important for the survival of the Jews after Yavne. You can see in this map here that the sages from Yavne, which is sort of
Yo, dog.
they've all spread
How are you,
out
Hammond?
primarily
How are you, Hamdino?
where the majority of the Jewish population
Yo, dog, I don't want to fucking talk with you, Hamdino, anyway.
but also some development in the south as well. There's two institutions
This is like control result attempt. From jail, son.
are the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchy.
Oh, he's gonna possibly end up on top. He does. Absolutely can with this man. Looking it up, that's freezing. Don't put him on much to get right. He's out.
This one guy goes, this AI needs to stop. Jail Son would never tap.
That's fair. Say 3 on 4.
That's a nightmare for jail, man. I'm like jail. Like I probably got choked up the same way. I'm not privy to that new age shit. No, that new shit. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
And it was back to back to the choke. That's pretty wild. Yeah, these things are getting huge now.
They're getting bigger.
So there was also during the weekend.
Exactly how related to the Roman government. There's The DBS, which is Dirty Boxing, Harry's organization. So Daniel Rosenstrike fought someone named Martin, who I don't know much about. But I'll show you this. Here's the finish.
So it's boxing with MMA gloves?
Yeah, but the rule set's kind of weird. I'll show you in a second.
Because you can hit to down a bone like that?
Yeah, and you're supposed to be able to continue hitting as long as it's like
Ground and pound? Jesus Christ, that's Bourbon was a fuck to me wasn't shooting this.
And these people you don't know, and also so after
Arlovsky jumped in it?
yeah, so they're gonna fight afterwards. There's a strike and Arlovsky. They didn't say exactly what location.
I hope Arlovsky wins, but I don't like that for him.
And this is Hector Lombard against someone named James Cannon. James Cannon. That's the here.
Wait, James Cannon beat Hector Lombard?
Yeah, crazy.
Actually, primarily in the northern region, to a certain degree on the coast, although it of the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem climate, sometimes from Palestinian topics, and both of those terms are accurate in the city one way or another. But there is a Talmud. Talmud created first in Israel, and then
Huge upset.
largely brought
And this is James' record, by the way.
9-10? Good for
one of
him.
the challenges of studying this
Yeah, but
period
he's a big underdog in that. Jesus Christ. That sport looks brutal.
Wow. Yep. And Brian Battle, which is released from the UFC.
For missing weight.
Yep, multiple times. So this is him. He's debut here. And I'll show you this finish.
Is this the same league?
See how like this guy's like yeah, but the guy was like on the ground. So this is great.
So that's the action when one guard comes down, his rubber effective handshakes fall back to the ground. The pound will be allowed to continue as long as strikes are effective. The ground fighters will grab up, push the ball off, get back up. The ref will pause the fight. Send fighters up so as long as punches continue to land, the fight will be allowed to ground and pound. So it's like clean. That's a nightmare for people fighting Rosenstrike. Jesus Christ, they can't go for it. And then Francis did that.
Oh, this is a better. This guy's swinging for the fences too.
It's tough for that guy too. You know, Brian was competing at the highest level. This guy's fucking 3-9. And they're fighting Brian Battle because he was weight in the UFC. It's a disaster.
He's punching.
See how it stops there?
Yeah.
Once the guy comes up, they stop it. Yeah.
following the dominant authority.
Also, Daniel was on a private jet and made some announcements for UFC 22. One of them, one on is Islam versus Jack.
There's a fucking big production. Just enjoying this private jet. Selfie video.
Heavily resenting
And during that call, he stopped Donald Trump at a meeting and made some
Yes, sir.
Yes, yeah.
Let's get rid of the weight of the cage and the guard.
On that card,
I wouldn't want to get fight in that UFC White House. I would have to jump in on that for opportunity to fight the White House.
Connor, I don't know if that fighter would want to jump on there. Yeah, that's Shevchenko is phenomenal fight, and that same actually screwed up the belt. Yeah, going up. I think it's the first time ever with someone that small went to flyweight. Yeah, to fight Shevchenko. This is like super hard.
Outside of regular just fighting. So one is fighting with this.
He's fighting right now. They need this. And he's fighting. He's kind of like that. That's heavyweight division. So they don't really get this been in the slump. So they need it. Technically, this isn't a like Rayleigh's not going for double champ status, right? Because she's really cool shit in her belt. But still, like the super fights with the women's division needs it. And also the two most talented women in the world.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Would you rather have this or Kayla Harrison, Amanda Nunes?
Really? Yeah.
Interesting. By far, interesting.
You got up there?
Yeah. Kill Amanda. This is good though. What else did he announce?
Those are the two main ones.
What was it? JDM and Makachev?
Yeah, that's the headline. And then oh, this is the other one. Carlos Prates versus Leon Edwards.
Ooh, man, God, what are Leon Edwards? Yeah, because you lose to Carlos, it's kind of over.
And they're trying to build Carlos.
That's a great fight.
Yeah, MSG. It's always fun to watch the MSG.
Yeah, then we stacked that MSG. But the mirror last time that MSG was John Steve Bain. Man, why did they do my girl's eyes like that?
They don't do their eyes like that. They can do it. They can fucking fix them. It's true. There's another guy in the UFC who had
like that.
Yeah, where it's like the chameleon, and he got it fixed. It's just
I love this for Mackenzie Dern.
Yeah, so they're fighting for the vacant title that Wayne Zaley vacated. So
I can't root for Mackenzie Dern more.
Versus
yeah, I love her.
Yeah.
You know, the UFC's like, dear God, Mackenzie wins this fucking fight. So marketable, gorgeous, skilled as fuck. You know, she's like, UFC's like, come on, girl. Come on now. Come on now. We're gonna sell some tickets.
Kendra was so good, man.
Fucking anger. I don't blame her.
Let me ask you this. If you're stranded on a desert island, and then let's say Verna, she has all the skill sets, knows how to build fires, hunt for food, forage, all that stuff, or Mackenzie Dern.
Mackenzie Dern. Yeah, all day. All right. I'm fine. We'll figure it out. Girl. At least I'll wake up motivated. I feel terrible.
There was rumors that Andrew Tate was going to be this boxing as well, but that apparently is just bullshit. So,
right here, kids. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance, fiscally responsible, financial genius, monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds because Progressive offers discounts for paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on the great customer service to help you so your dollar goes a long way. Visit Progressive.com to see if you can save on car insurance. It's that easy. Progressive Cap Insurance Company affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states or situations. Progressive. This September, CBS has our stream free on Pluto TV. For this month only, stream full episodes of Matlock,
I'm a lawyer with the old TV show.
Fire Country, Elspeth,
I do love a mystery.
NCIS Arches, Watson, and Ghost.
What the hell?
This is the most amazing sight I've never seen.
For free, the CBS shows you love this month only on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
I saw this sparring. This is a Japanese K1 fighter. He was only like 150. He was sparring Sean Strickland. I just want to get your take on it.
Look at Sean's defense.
This way until the 7th century, and then things are going to shift, just like we saw shifting from the MRI. Then we begin to have a different kind of structure organization. Once the Talmud is simplified in this format, then we begin back to
Oh, he's super lightweight?
Anyway, what we're looking at today is the first couple of...
Sean would get so many finishes if he fought like this? It's that middleweight, though.
where the jeans were settled. Look on the right-hand side, you can see the larger scale.
You know, is this the hardest I've ever eaten in my life?
He looked good though.
And
right?
What's up with the creepy music?
I don't know, but yeah, I think they both look good.
And there's a region at the waist of those rivers where they come together.
Oh, so this is where you were kind of talking about a little bit where it was weird how people just pulled out all of a sudden.
Yeah, he's fighting.
Yeah, he's fighting 2 weeks later. So Gordon Ryan says that there might be something with UFC, how they plan that to mess up CGI. Of course. Just of course.
Yeah, that's very strange.
Determination that was made.
But Greg Jones' marketing is better than the UFC's, so he figured a way around it. Chael's not as good of a replacement, but he's a big name. People tune in, so.
I think this kind of overstates it the way it looks right now.
All right, let's talk about this. Rampage Jackson just posted this recently. His son, he's saying a lot of people are putting out reports that are fake, that are bullshit.
Yeah, like this, like Raja Jackson booked for an indie show. That's bullshit, right?
The way they wrote it, despite the brutal attack on Cyprus.
So this is Rampage. This is his post. He goes, "This has gone too far. I'm sick of being quiet and letting all the low IQ people fall for clickbait. Yes, my son took things too far, and I'm pissed at him for being a piece of shit and the way he handled it. But if Psycho Stu wasn't drunk and wouldn't have hit my son over the head with a real beer can while he was live streaming on his own stream, then Knox wouldn't have felt like they had to make things right by letting Raja get his get back, in quotes, in the ring. My son would have just went to the police when the beer can incident happened. Rampage, come on, go to the police. When the beer can happened, then the whole event could have gotten shut down. He could have sued. That's weird. But no, my son is not as smart as I'd like for him to be. Now, my family and I are getting racist threats because of all that misinformation being posted so content creators can get paid from viewers. People actually think my son snuck in a ring in front of a live audience and picked Psycho Stu up without permission to get in there. Get smart, people. It was staged, but Raja took it too far. He only shook his hand and accepted Psycho Stu's drunken apology because they said he couldn't get the storyline. He was told he could F him up. I have witnesses that say that isn't the first time Psycho Stu had done some drunk shit backstage to a fan. Now we have a backstory that my son attacked an innocent military vet with PTSD. Like my son knew everything about the man that came up from behind him, hit him, and asked him. I have other kids to protect, and I don't take kindly to threats. I'm not scared of prison or dying for my kids. Call me don't hurt my feelings. My son should face the consequences for going too far. He knows that's why he didn't tell me anything about the storyline, but Psycho Stu is lucky I wasn't there when he hit my son over the head with a beer can that day after he got a concussion from sparring the day before. If a bunch of pro wrestlers would have jumped me, he would have beat the shit up. I'm a father first, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Let's all learn to keep your damn hands to yourself. You get paid to do fake fighting. Don't disrespect people that do that shit for real. And I put myself in this shit. DM me now. And then Rampage comments that he punishment for his part in it, but everyone else should too. Yeah. Yeah, this influencer fighting, wrestling, kick, streaming, all streaming. The lines are getting blurred. And you're seeing it more with Rampage. Because a lot of these young kids on Kick, these streaming services, they know Rampage has a background fighting, but I would assume 90% of them have never seen him fight, don't know his background. They just know he's this funny character, and especially know him now, right, because of what Raja's done. But they really don't know what they're dealing with. So I saw a video of Rampage streaming, a kid comes up to him, and some young black kid fan was like, "Yo, what's up with Raj, man? That shit's fucked up." He's like, talking shit to Rampage. It's like, this is where the internet and the real world are kind of colliding here, and the term "fuck around and find out" is going to be more clear as this goes on with no regulation. and you're gonna fuck with a guy like Rampage or insert former MMA fighter or insert current MMA fighter, and these influencers are gonna fuck around. You're gonna find out. You're gonna find out. It's happened too. You saw that drunk guy fuck with that former NHL enforcer. You saw he's tossing him in the swamp and beat the shit out of him. You're gonna see more and more of this happening. And Rampage is, again, it's such a hustle to make a career outside fighting when you're done. And Rampage is doing it better than most people. He's huge and his stuff's going viral. And he's with all these big, influencers and stuff like that. And so people are getting pretty comfortable around him. It's similar to me in comedy, right? I'm a silly guy. I can take a joke. You make fun of me, you roast me, I can roast you back. There's a bit of that. But then there comes a certain point where there's disrespect, and then you're going to fuck around and find out where we're not cut from the same cloth, It's like, no, Rampage, I thought I can be totally disrespectful to you and nothing happens. Like the comments online, people will call you the N-word, people say racist stuff to you and you're cool with it. Why can't I do it in person? And you're gonna fuck around and find out. And it's not good. The road we're going out with is streaming and having the camera out constantly. It's not good. And then to the other end of that, there's people out there that are upset at Rampage because he was back on Kick and he's streaming right after Raja did this stuff. Like, oh man, maybe shut it down for a couple of days. Well, Rampage son's 25. He's a grown man, and he's dealing with that. You guys are lumping Rampage into it, and you're saying, Psycho Stu should sue Rampage and his son. You're complicating this, and you're blending the two. Rampage's son is a grown man. He's 25. By all legal standards, he's a grown man, so he's gonna have to deal with that on his own. So when you guys keep saying Psycho Stu should sue Raja, there's nothing to sue him for. Now, you can sue him for payments in the future, and you might see money in 10 to 15 years. There's that, because he's a broke 25-year-old. You're not suing Rampage Jackson. There's a big difference. Big difference. And there's an update on Psycho Stu, too. He's out of the hospital. They showed a picture of him. He doesn't look too bad. I saw his teeth and something. Really? Maybe his old picture they posted. They showed us.
But the woman who was his stepmother, who cared for him, he always referred to her. And on many occasions, my age, the great rabbi, very important rabbi in the Talmud, will refer to teachings of his own mother as if my mother was named. My mother said to me, indicating that he had a high regard for her as a person and as a person of knowledge. Fascinating, but just tantalizing. We also have lots of fascinating attitudes in the Talmud as well. The Magi, I was just looking at the passage of Magi today. These are, of course, important in the Christian tradition. They are the Magi come to visit. They come
what the hell is that exactly? Well, it's become a place where people are publishing information. So everybody can have their own homepage, companies are there, the latest information. It's wild what's going on. You can send electronic mail to people. It is the big new thing.
Yeah, but it's easy to criticize something you don't fully understand, which is my position here.
Go ahead.
But I can remember a couple of months ago, there was like a big breakthrough announcement that on the internet or on some computer deal, they were going to broadcast a baseball game. You could listen to a baseball game on your computer. And I just thought to myself, does radio ring a bell?
You can listen to the baseball game whenever you want.
Right. Oh, I see. So it's stored in one of your memory deals.
Exactly.
And then you get later. Yeah. Tape recorders ring a bell?
Hey, what's going on, man? Why are you gonna pick another way? Would you shut the fuck up?
one perspective. And a lot of
As I was saying, girl, what's up, sluts? Well, the draft is done. Yeah, Ribbit, give me a breakdown, big dog. Like, we'll get there, girl. Like, what's up, baby? This is just a test to make sure I'm not like, you know, like this. That's fine, go fuck yourself. Alright, baby, you see me like this? Last choice that we have here for our draft.
Okay, I'm giving myself a few minutes to decide what the Talmud is. I think that's a crazy impossible time. A strange and unusual and amazing and wonderful document that to just try to scrunch it down into a few minutes is going to be very challenging. But nevertheless, I have a couple of ideas and I'd love to share them with you. First of all, let's look at something a little more prosaic. What exactly is that? What's the structure of the Talmud and its purpose? So probably the best way to understand this is we look at a modern printing of a Talmud page here. And this has been color coded to give you a sense of the kind of literary archaeology that is present on every page of the Talmud. The first section we have to look at is this sort of coral color, and that is the Mishnah. Now, we had a whole class several weeks ago about what the Mishnah was, and so I'm not going to summarize all of that class here, but the Talmud is really a common line of the Mishnah. And just like the Mishnah is sort of like a law code, I mean, it's a little more organized, and it has like, you know, general subjects. This whole order deals with the Jewish calendar, Jewish holidays, and the whole order deals with damages and things like that. So it has some structure to it, but it really is not the same as a law firm either. It has some very wild differences. The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. Immediately following the Mishnah, you'll have a discussion that will include literally tens and hundreds of speakers, primarily rabbis, but also, as we saw, occasionally you'll see a Jew make a statement or a woman to be involved in the story. And this is what makes it really strange. It's like kind of like it's highly arcane in its language. It's very coded, and it takes a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no punctuation in the standard printings, and you have to break up the sentences appropriately. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement or a rebuttal or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to try and work out the language.
There's some picture of smiling somewhere. Of course, we'll talk about it now.
That scholars would have actually memorized
This one.
of Talmud. And it's essentially like a
not careful, but smiling. Better than I thought.
That took its starting point in the
Better than I thought.
meaning,
I wonder
about
is he new? Did he press charges or anything like that? So to have a lawyer reach out to me and go, technically the city cannot pursue. Dude doesn't, file charges.
The only thing I saw was this, like a YouTube thing on saying that, quotes, I'm filing a lawsuit.
But it was this. Some regular, I know, but not the, like, CRISPR. Yeah, who's that?
Dream.
She hasn't released on how to states. I saw that. See, it doesn't say anything about him pursuing.
No, not this.
Okay. Yeah, we haven't seen anything if Steve's going to press charges or not.
So this and Stewart's like him and his wife.
Yeah, but there's nothing about him pursuing charges.
It's just this main language that says
This says I'm filing a lawsuit.
Yeah.
I tried to look at a lawsuit. Did you see anything?
I see it.
I've seen that guy. Yep, I've seen that. Yep.
Seen all this stuff.
Yep, MMA Guru.
not everyone fully understands the circumstances of the incident.
I don't
That's a Rob video. We hope you find it informative.
Not really, but that was fun.
Yeah, it's all old stuff.
Toy's crazy.
A ton, but it's a week. Yeah. This I just saw pop up. I have no idea who this girl is, so I had to Google. This, by the way, this is Tom Aspinall standing next to this girl that looks like a, like an Instagram model. I don't know why it says Tom Aspinall. He goes, what would it take? I don't get that either. To like what? But if he actually wrote that with the, but so it's him standing next to her, and then what I thought was funny was a comment. I'll show you here. This top one here.
Tom doesn't use pouches, he puts the whole tin on his lip.
You notice like Tom has like
big pouch.
Just the thing, I don't know. Like that girl said, look, John, and she does this kind of stuff.
That can't be a real page who has 12,000 followers. There's no way. There's no way.
And then there's this link, but then
she's like an OnlyFans. Yes, she's
yeah.
Alrighty, stay in the path, young Thomas.
So this was from Dirty Boxing. Some dude that got knocked out ended up going after a ref for whatever reason. I think he was just kind of still messed up in the head at that point. And by the way, that's John Anik's twin brother.
Yeah, it's John with hair.
Yeah.
Hey, you rewind it? I didn't see it back there. Rewind it? I was staring at John Anik's brother. Who I love. Let me see it back there. Why did he start fighting the ref?
What I read, someone said that he's just out of it. Oh, wait. I didn't see what happened.
I don't think he was out of it. I think he was an early stoppage.
I didn't even see the fight.
Oh, you're taking that right away. The ref looks like a handful.
Yeah, he looks like all the words.
Is that it, brother?
Let me see, because we, oh, this one, this is the last one. I don't know what happened here, so Luke Rothschild posted these pictures of him and Darren Till after the fight, but whatever filter they're using looks so strange.
It does look weird. It looks like Luke's been in a coal mine, and he also looks like Jake Gyllenhaal. It looks like Jake Gyllenhaal there. He looks like he has coal all over his face. And then Darren Till looks like a doll.
Yeah, they look freaky.
Yeah, they look crazy.
Like, this one's not as bad, but that first one.
Yeah, that's weird.
Posted it, so. And I didn't see anyone mentioning it, which is even more bizarre to me.
Yeah, that is strange. Shit happens. It's all love to him, too. All the best to you, brother. Good for him.
Alright, dude, so there's fights this weekend.
Yes, this is the first round of the middleweight contest. Who gets to fight Hamzat? You got the Fighting Nerds taking over France. It's tough to bet against the Fighting Nerds. Imavov, though, it's going to be tough to beat that guy. The grappling's going to cancel each other out. Imavov's so fucking tough. I'm going for the Fighting Nerds. I'm going for Braulio and Ruffy, but Barrio could have a tough time. I don't think it's the most exciting fight unless Barrio gets a finish, you know? Ruffy's one of the most exciting fighters to watch. Cardio not great, so we'll see how that goes. You're former PFL champs. The good man.
That's at 2 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, wait. The pressure on Imavov, Barrio, RDR, and those boys is not only you have to win, but you got to do it impressively because again, it's a 4-man tournament. Whoever's most impressive, you're reward is fighting Hamza after the fan base is talking shit to Hamza, saying he's a boring fighter and can't finish. It's a disaster whoever wins. That's the first round. This whole card from top to bottom for a fight night's pretty freaking good. Yeah, definitely going for Paul Craig. Is that it, Chin? That's it. All right, kids, that's it. No drive fast, all gas. Add a promo here because it's over, baby. It's over. It's been a long one. I'm staring at the truck right now. Drove it to the studio today. I'm sure the winner will be announced very soon. Can't wait to hand the keys off to some lucky winner of $10,000 cash. Get you some. That's it, kids. Kiddos, games of this week, so wish me luck. Hopefully you come out firing here in Texas, all right? That's it. Like, subscribe, do all the fun stuff. Love you guys. Thanks for watching. Happy Labor Day. Hopefully this gives you something to listen to while everybody took the day off, all right? All right, kids. Love you. I'm out.
Well, I'm very much involved in actually producing a daily video study in a format called documentary, which means a folio a day, 2 sides of 1 page per day. And this is a program used by thousands of people around the world today on cross-country.
Now, yeah, what's up, fam? It is August 25th, 10 a.m. on this lovely Austin crispy morning. How we doing, kiddos? We good? Again, can't hear you, but hopefully you're doing well as you're listening to this. Wherever you're at right now, wherever you're at, kids are back in school, kids' sports are starting, so this last week is my last free weekend. Then parents with kids in sports night goes, there's no more weekend, no more free weekends, which I don't mind at all. I wouldn't want to spend it any other way, so we're good, but it's picking up. Baseball and football, kiddos are popping, man, so we're off and running. We are off and running. Got the lifts up here at the studio finally, the Bedpack lifts. Ordered these lifts, and then you don't realize everything that goes into it. I just thought you installed the lifts and you're off and cooking and working on cars, and that's not the case. You need air compressor, you need the right electricity, and it's been a hot second, but we're up and running, baby. We're up and running, so I can't wait. And then this is the last freaking, dude, I think we got 2 days before the TRX giveaway ends. This bad boy ends soon. This week it ends. I think we got 2 days. We got 2 days. Did they send that to you? Yes. Really? There's less than 4 days left to win the badass TRX. Over at Drive Fast All Gas, when you enter your email and phone number, I'm going to load your account with a special discount. Every purchase gets you 25 times bonus entries. So get yourself this badass rig. I will miss it when I give it away. But it's time. Yes, it ends in 3 days. Maybe. It's been a long one. It's been a long one. But this is a special one, so hopefully whoever wins it loves it. I'm ready to give away my baby. So go to drivefastallgas.com. This is my favorite hat we've ever made. I'm rocking right now this white with the Drive Fast All Gas race team. We got a bunch of stuff on there, man. The Kiwi Tech collab, the freaking King Shocks collab. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff, man. Bunch of stuff. So get you some. We got Diesel Dad, Methane Blue, Superfood Greens on there. We got it all. Get you some, man. Get the Diesel Dad package. We got everything on there, man. So enjoy, kiddos. Get you some at fastallgas.com. Let's get to it. Bit of a slower week in fighting, but there is some.
It's just barely hanging on. The Christian population in Israel, however, is growing significantly, both from conversion to Christianity from the indigenous populations, Jews and others, and also from immigration into the region for a whole host of reasons. Remember, Israel is
taking away to make up the dull day. We're there away to now is an outside way. In your hometown.
What's up, fam? It is Monday, September 1st. August is over. August is over, kiddos. August over. Kids back in school. The swing of things. Kids starting to have games. Boston's first game Tuesday. Let's go. I'm ready to get back. Most people have today off. Today's Labor Day. What exactly is Labor Day? We're honoring all the workers. Day of festivities in honor of working people in the U.S. and Canada. Oh, just in Louisiana. Yeah, Europe's like, what? Russia's like, hold up. China's like, you guys do what? Public holiday in working people. That'd be us, Jen. Yep. We're here. Happy holiday, buddy. You too. This is how we honor the holidays. One thing I love about you to me, we really don't take the holidays off. If I'm not doing it, unless there's like plans, like really awesome plans. Yeah, if it's like with your families, like if you called in, like, hey man, my mom and dad are in town, then I'm like, all right, man. Especially it's a slow fight week, kind of. Yeah, UFC Fight Night in Paris, which is a great card, but you know, it's not like a big pay-per-view or something, so I get that. Yeah. But in general, you're like, man. That's why I was testing the waters with my son's travel ball team. I said, yo, because they practice on, Mondays. He said, there's still practice tomorrow, right? It's just testing the waters. And then, of course there is. My man, let's ride. Let's freaking ride. I was in Dallas on freaking Friday, all day Friday. I went Star Ford in Dallas. And it's this dealership. There's a young man there named Preston who has a vision. It reminds me of like the early SVT days. If you remember Ford, they had the whole SVT division. They still do some of it, but it was, I did like the Ford Lightning, the SHO Taurus, the Raptors. They do all that stuff. They still do the Raptors, but they're big time. But they do cool stuff. And there's this young man named Preston Carpenter at this 5-star Dallas, and he did the kind of the retro mod of my regular cab F350. And when I was leaving, he goes, you know, we have a whole division that does like mods, upgrades. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, I don't know, what are you into? I'm like, dude, I'm a mod nut. What are you talking here? He goes, they do like supercharger and all that stuff. And I said, my man, you do superchargers there? You do Whipples, you do Roush stuff? And he goes, the cool thing is it's all under warranty. I said, say less, because I warranty the day I buy my trucks or cars. I straight pipe them, I do all sorts of stuff and avoid the warranty. But so I became privy to this, so then I came on back and Whipple sent a powder-coated red, race red 3.0 supercharger. And I spent all day there, man. So to go from there, and then I got something else in store. That thing's gonna cook. That thing is gonna cook. I had a great time. Love Dallas. While I was there, I got the news that Micah Parsons got traded to the Green Bay Packers. They were not happy. The vibes were not good. Texas has had a tough few days. You lost Micah Parsons, right? Jerry Jones is destroying that team. And then University of Texas lost to Ohio State. And Arch Manning is taking a lot of heat, as the kid would say. Arch Manning is taking some heat. This is my 2 cents on Arch Manning. I kind of do it on Friday tomorrow, but Brian didn't know shit about football, so I'll give a little bit here and I'll get to the fights. Here's the thing on Arch Manning, and most people that played football and know a few things about football tell you this. Arch Manning is the real deal. He's a talented kid. There's a few things going against him. It's his first major game, right? First major game. They're ranked #1 in the nation. There's a lot of hype on him. Not really deserved, right? He was the favorite to win the Heisman, which is wild to me. But he's that dude. But you got to realize he's playing against Ohio State. National year. Everyone's like, oh, they've lost so many players. It's Ohio State. They'll figure it out. Probably the best defense they'll see all season. So that's an issue, is the coverage and the defensive looks. And also, there's no blueprint because that defense coordinator is new. He comes from the NFL. You haven't seen him at the college level, so they didn't have a lot to work with. So the first time they're seeing what kind of defense Ohio State, who has, the best safety in the nation, ridiculous cornerbacks. Their whole defense is basically NFL caliber. So he's never seen that. Was some of his throws off? 100%. Now, you're going to see that loss is going to age like fine wine, because I don't think anybody's going to beat Ohio State. They have their issues in Michigan, but everyone's going so hard on Arch Manning right now. I was at this party, and everyone's in Texas gear and they have Arch Manning jerseys. And one dad was like, honey, you still got that receipt to Tex? I'm taking the
Yo, dog,
back.
how are you?
Dead serious. I'm like, buddy, you gotta give this kid some leeway.
What up, baby?
It's also weird for me. I know I'm in Texas and it's all the horns and all that shit. You gotta realize, I grew up in Denver, Colorado. We played at University of Colorado. We despise the Longhorns. So it's weird for me. I like them, and there's a little more wiggle room there. My boys who I played with are like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Kids in Texas jerseys? It's basically the professional team out here. There's no way to avoid it. I like watching them. The city's better when they win, but I grew up despising Texas, man. Longhorns. I'm 40 now, so it's okay to kind of like them. And the one thing that gives me wiggle room is they're in the SEC, so they're conference. But they, one of my last football games that I played in, besides the Peach Bowl, they beat 70-3. 70-3, Jim. That was the Vince Young year. They were good. They were damn good. So, it's weird. It's a weird back and forth for me. But if you listen to this, a young kid, he's almost Peyton Manning. He's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. You got to give him some slack. Watch how other quarterbacks do against that defense and that defense coordinator. He's dealing with a lot of things that are out of his control. He'll never see another defense like that ever again until they get to the playoffs, the BCS playoffs, which is 12 teams. So they'll make that, and he'll get better as this season goes on. You got to give this young kid some slack. You got to give him some slack. Yeah, so the Longhorns lost. Mike Parsons got traded. It's tough right now in Texas. The Dodgers won last night. Will Smith, DH, baby. We're in first place. Will Smith. Getting jiggy with me. Oh, sorry. Come on, dude. Will Smith, the catcher, best catcher in the league. I don't know. He's on a drought right now, but he had all the best stats. How he was in the MVP conversation is insane to me. But, Will Smith, come on, baby. Never knew. He's so good. He's been in a slump this last month and a half. Before that, maybe the best player in the league. Otani's getting Otani, so he can. But, he came in DH and hit the game-winning home run. Because we're about to get swept by the Reds, which is wild. Dodgers are frustrating, man. I needed that win because with Texas losing, the whole neighborhood was a little down. Michael Parsons getting traded. The college football, I watch a ton of college football. Love college football. The one thing I watch more than college football is fighting. Whatever it is, Misfits, BYP, BKFC. I don't really watch PFL. I'm not gonna lie to you. I hate the production. I hate the smart cage. I'm still not a fan of their fighters. It's not that I'm not a fan of their fighters. It's just not exciting. It's just not. But Misfits is they kind of crushed it with this card, especially with the three. You had a main event, but really had three main events here. Kid Dylan Dennis, right? He's had his issues. And he's a polarizing figure, but I like Dennis. He's so misunderstood. And y'all must have forgot how fucking good that kid is. He won in 15 seconds. Tony Ferguson, thank God he won, dude. Thank God he won. Thank the Lord he won. Shout out to Salt Poppy for even taking that fight, man.
By the way,
And then Darren Till, Luke Rothschild, that knockout was vicious. I'm a fan of Darren Till. I appreciate what he's done. When you leave UFC, it usually doesn't work out for a lot of guys. Now remember, he didn't get cut. Darren Till left so he could get some, assuming peptide stem cells, get on that acai to get his body right. Because, the UFC pushed him way too fast. And for him to leave the UFC, ask for his release, and was like, I'll be back, ask for his release, and go and carve himself a different career, it had to have been so scary. And if you look at other people that do this, it usually never works out. I can name a handful of guys it's worked out for. Mighty Mouse, right? Going over to one championship, and now in his post-fighting career, his YouTube presence, he's massive. So Mighty Mouse is kind of the key guy there. But for most people, it doesn't work out. Paige Van Zandt, it's worked out in other ways. But in general, Francis is a good one because he had the fight with Tyson, he had the fight with Joshua. Granted, he lost both. He made more money, so that definitely worked out for Francis. So you gotta give Darren Till credit for banking on himself and putting in the work. Because when you leave the big show, and I don't care what, Misfits, whatever other organization you go to, especially if it's not MMA, if it's like these boxing events, Power Slap, you're still not in the big show. So guys can have a tendency to kind of fall off from their training and their discipline, and it gets kind of sad. For Darren Till, I feel like he's one guy that was like, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to stick to a plan. And he had a plan, and it's kind of worked out for him, and I love to see it because fighting, boxing, jiu-jitsu, bare knuckle, whatever it is, it's a tough go, man. There's no blueprint. It's not like these other sports. It's just so different, man. So for a guy to in the UFC and have success, God, you love to see it. You love to see it. With Darren Till and Luke Rothschild, you're dealing with two.
What is this bullshit?
Two different paths. For Rothschild, he seems a little lost. He seems a little lost. Where Darren Till's still younger, hasn't had as many vicious knockouts. So this is a tough fight for him. And I love Luke, but he needs to find his thing. He needs to find his identity. At his age, can't be doing this stuff. You just can't. Darren Till, he's still young, doesn't have all the miles on him like Luke does. So his identity can't be fighting. That's what it's going to take to go to where he wants to go. But for Luke, he has to find that other thing, whatever it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know what he's into, but he has to find that other thing. Play this shit. This knockout's bad, dude. Devastating.
One of the more consequential.
It's always saying when your legs twisted behind you. Yeah, it's never good. I love Rothschild. I hate to see it, but proud of Darren Till. Take a little break, kids, because this episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Shopify. Shopify, baby. That's what's powering Drive Fast, all gas. That's why the freaking closing rate is so dang easy. It's so easy to set things up with Shopify. When we were young, we used to dream of being anything, an astronaut, a princess, less on running the world and more how you can take your skills and ideas. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning your own castle, maybe start dreaming of owning your own freaking business. You need a website, payment system, a logo, way to advertise new customers. It can all be freaking overwhelming, confusing. But thankfully, that's where today's sponsor, Shopify, comes in. Cha-ching. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world, like Drive Fast, All Gas, all right, Mattel, Gymshark, all the big names in the world, and they're freaking 10% of all e-commerce. And getting started is so easy, all right? So if you can't design a website, Shopify got you covered, all right? With beautiful ready-to-go templates to match your brand style. What if you need a hand, get help with everyday tasks like enhancing product images, writing product descriptions, or generating discount codes with Shopify's AI tools created for commerce. All right, what if people haven't heard about my brand? Shopify helps you find your customers with easy-to-run email, social media campaigns. What if I get stuck? Shopify always around to share advice with our award-winning 24/7 customer support. Shopify is hands down the best. So turn those dreams into cha-chings and get a shot at success with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial. Start selling today at shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, SCHAB, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Cha-ching. How about our boy, May?
Dude, I was so proud of him. He's killing his blown up. He's so fun to watch him. He's great. He's such a talent. He's great guy too.
Yeah, he's just such a good dude. Yeah, dude, turtleneck. And it's going off so head under, just eating all those hot dogs. Yeah, man, he's undeniable. I love that kid.
And he gets it. He knows what's
He's great. Yeah, he's great. You know he's on MTV?
Yeah, the challenge.
Yeah, he's undeniable.
Yeah, he's going to be super successful.
El Kukui, gotta win.
Let's talk about this too, because I want to know what you think about the stoppage. But here's the finish.
I'm not mad at the stoppage. This is why. That kid's not a professional actor. He's not, that's right. So he's not familiar with fighting. He doesn't speak the same language. He doesn't have the same pedigree. He doesn't have the same degree in fighting as Tony does. You know, his thing's other stuff.
No, he's not on the level as far as like how long he's been in the sport, but he is a professional boxer.
He's not though. This is the problem. He's not. He's a professional boxer. Technically, yes. What's his background?
He's an influencer as well, obviously.
He's an influencer. But go to his background.
He means specified.
Go to his Wikipedia. So he did go came up boxing as a young kid. He did Golden Gloves. He did the hooker circuit. He came on a national level. He compete on undercards, events, you know. So if you just look at that, when you were going to this summarization of his career, British influencer and boxer became famous for TikTok dance.
I'm saying he has pro boxing.
No, you gotta be careful with that. So go to his record. It was right there, Jim. So on the right, see box right. Go that.
Creates a kind of a dichotomy that will be
so
also at the same time.
So this is where the lines get blurred, right? This is where the lines get super blurry, where technically he can walk in a bar and say he's a professional boxer. So he fought two debut, fought a guy who's 1-1, fought that lost, right? Fought a guy who's 3-0, lost. Debut guy. Fought a guy who's 2-2.
I often get a lot of.
And for me, and this isn't hate on Salt Poppy.
Not the real Jews. You are Khazarians, or the
let me see his wiki.
Jews are actually Black Americans, and I like. It doesn't bother me that much.
First one he had
Other people want to say
like a regular one.
The true Israel. It all sorted itself out in the end, I guess.
Not.
What bothers me is what does it matter to you what I call myself? I can call myself an alligator, right? Why is it such a big deal to you? I decided to identify as an alligator. Anyway, that's something that is a very pronounced idea that.
No, but I do remember watching him before. He did fight a couple of pro boxers, just Anthony Taylor too.
Yo, dog, what's up? Can you hear me? I'm kicking ass, taking names, baby. Everything's good in the hood.
I saw your live on YouTube.
No way. Amazing. How are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you. I'm gonna follow you.
Oh, well, excellent. How was your day going?
Yeah. Yeah, my day is fine, and yours?
Oh, kicking ass, taking names, baby. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a
Yeah.
feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
That's really nice.
Excellent. If I may ask, what name?
My name is Dario.
Dario. Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, of course.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Real, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
And the Truman Show, I love that movie, The Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, that's what I am, baby, and you're now on it. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. It overtook petroleum. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I'm going to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you.
100%. Some things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I want to help with those types of projects. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those ideas sound to you? How do those ideas sound to you?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. It's not my first language. I'm sorry.
No worries at all. You just know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life, that I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most of all, I want to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need from me, I'm here to help you, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend.
I will join back later. I'm going to have dinner, okay?
Absolutely. Enjoy your dinner. We look forward to
Thank you so much.
you being here. Thank you for being a member. Take care. It's been 7 hours and 15 days since you took your love away. I go out every night and sleep all day since you took your love away. Since you've been gone, I could do whatever I want. I can see whomever I choose. I can eat dinner in a fancy restaurant, but nothing I said, nothing can take away these blues, 'cause nothing compares. Nothing compares to do. It's been so lonely without you. Yeah. Like a bird without a song. Nothing can stop these lonely tears from falling. Tell me, baby, where did I go wrong? I can do my arms around every girl I see, but it only reminds me of you. Went to the doctor and guess what he told me? Guess what he told me? He said, boy, you better not have fun no matter what you do. But he's a fool, 'cause nothing compares. Nothing compares to do. All the flowers that you planted more. All died when you went away. I'd go out living with you, baby, sometime. But I'm willing to give it another try. Nothing comes, nothing compares to do. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to do. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to do.
This is where the lines get blurred. So his background, he's a Filipino British influencer, doing like food stuff, who was previously a full-time nurse. So he has 4 fights. At a professional boxing level, like a real boxer, is probably gonna have somewhere between 70 to 90 fights before he turns pro. No titles. Faced Halal Ham exhibition. Andy Worski by Anaka Hiwan.
To admit that everything that Justin Martyr and other church fathers are saying is true. And this is why, according to Justin Scott, the Jews deserve more, because really, by refusing to admit the truth, they brought it on themselves. If Justin Martyr would demand that Jews admit something, and if Jews refuse to admit it, then they should be punished for hypocrisy. Yes, man. Great start for Jewish relations, and it is a very important early thing in the church fathers. As we shall see, however, there are some very important correctives, especially the Augustine. But before we get to him, let's have a look at briefly at any rate, at the work of St. John Chrysostom. And look, isn't this amazing? Hey, we have another one of these great portraits, another true portrait of St. John Chrysostom.
No way.
This one seems to me rather captures a certain element of his thought. Anyway, he is a
This is interesting.
5th century thinker based in Antioch. And as I mentioned earlier, it is to his work that we hold the very term Adversus Judaeus, because of the whole cycle of sermons that he delivered in the 4th century.
What else you got? Not a ton, but it's alright. It's a slow week. Yeah. This I just saw pop up. I have no idea who this girl is, so I had to Google. This, by the way, this is Tom Aspinall standing next to this girl that looks like like an Instagram model. I don't know why it says Tom Aspinall, and he goes, what would it take? I don't get that either. To what would it take what? But if he actually wrote that with this post, I don't know. But so it's him standing next to her, and then what I thought was funny was a comment. I'll show you here. This top one here. Tom doesn't use pouches, he puts a little thing under his lip. You notice like Tom has like a big pouch. It's just the thing, I don't know. But that girl, so I looked her up, and she does this kind of stuff. That can't be a real page who has 12,000 followers. There's no way. There's no way. And then there's this link, but then she's like, OnlyFans. Here's my music. Cool.
7 specific commandments which are incumbent upon all humanity.
Yeah.
And by and large, those 7
stay the path, young Thomas.
Pretty reasonable. Like, for example,
so this is from Dirty Boxing. Some dude that got knocked out ended up going after a ref for whatever reason. I think he was just kind of still messing with it at that point.
Things like that. There's 7 basic laws. Just be a mensch. That's the law.
Oh, by the way, that's John Annick's twin brother.
Jewish theology.
Yeah, it's John over there. Yeah.
Whatsoever
Hey, rewind it. I didn't see it back there. Rewind it. I was staring at John Annick's brother.
If they so choose,
who I love.
They may, and of course
let me see it back there. Why did he start fighting the ref? What I read, someone said like he's just out of it. Probably. I don't see what happened. I think he was an early stoppage or something. I didn't even see the fight. Oh, yeah, taking down right away. The ref looks like a handful. Looks like he's on all the roads. Right, is that it, brother? Let me see. Oh, this one. Here's this last one. I don't know what happened here. So Luke Rockhold posted these pictures of him and Darren until after the fight. But whatever filter they're using looks so. It does look weird. It looks like Luke's been in a coal mine, and he also looks like Jake Gyllenhaal. It looks like Jake Gyllenhaal there. And he looks like he has coal all over his face. And then Darren Till looks like a doll. Yeah, they look freaky. Yeah, they look crazy. Like this one. Yeah, that is weird. But I didn't see anyone mentioning it, which is even more bizarre to me. Yeah, that is strange. Shit happens. It's all left until all the best to you, brother. Good for him.
Making sure that Christians would observe
All right, Abe. So there's fights this weekend.
Yes, this is the first round of the middleweight contest. Who gets to fight Hamzat? You got the Fighting Nerds taking over France. It's tough to bet against the Fighting Nerds. Imavov, though, it's gonna be tough to beat that guy. Grappling cancel each other out. Imavov, great. So we'll see how that goes. Your former PFL champs. It's a good card, man.
And that's at 2 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, hell yeah, I'll take that. The pressure on Imavov, Barrio, RDR, and those boys is not only you have to get a win, but you got to do it impressively because again, it's a four-man tournament. Whoever looks most impressive, your reward is fighting Hamzat. After the fan base is talking shit to Hamzat, saying he's a boring fighter, can't finish. It's a disaster whoever wins. This is the first round. This whole card from top to bottom for a fight night's pretty freaking good. Yeah, definitely going for Paul Craig. Is that it, Chin?
That's it, dude.
All right, kids, that's it. No drive fast, all gas. Add a promo here because it's over, baby. It's over. It's been a long one. Stand at the truck right now. Drove it to the studio today. I'm sure the winner will be announced very soon. Can't wait to hand the keys off to some lucky winner of $10,000 cash. Get you some. That's it, kids. Kiddos, games of this week, so wish me luck. Hopefully they come out firing here in Texas, all right? That's it. Like, subscribe, do all the fun stuff. Love you guys. Thanks for watching. Happy Labor Day. Hopefully this gives you something to listen to while everybody took the day off, all right? All right, kids. Love you. I'm out.
All right, before we get into how upset Shab is, what is this lean into the mic thing? I've been noticing. He like leans into his feet. Why does he do that? But as you can tell by that last comment at the end, that he had to think that was all the people who missed work, because this dummy didn't know it was Labor Day. He started off the podcast going, oh, this is Labor Day, what's that? He didn't know that Brian Callen would be taking that day off. And the reason why Shab is so upset was this was supposed to be the first Patreon episode. This was it. Today was the day. They announced that today was the day. This was supposed to be the first episode. Now, obviously, they were going to do the free episode, but there were more content. Longer stuff. This was supposed to be the day of the shooting of the first Patreon episode, and Brian Callen once again blew off Shab. Because Brian Callen doesn't like Shab. Yes, sure, Callen is yeah about the whole Patreon thing, and then Shab probably called up Callen, hey, going into work, and Callen was like, it's Labor Day. I'm not coming. Any excuse not to come and Shab, but just sitting there by himself with chin, upset. And then did you notice he was talking about that other dude's Patreon numbers? No way. Because these are forecasting. Nobody's going to sign up to my page. I might sign up to it. I think it's pretty obvious how to sign up. But, I mean, the fact that Callen blew him off for the first Patreon episode and didn't show up. Although, is it more Callen blowing him off, or is it just that dummy didn't know? Or he just assumed Callen wouldn't take the day off because Sutton tells him to go down to that conference. Right, and he's stand-up speech. Christianity is built on the foundation doesn't want to be and the Shab clearly has God commanding the Jews. This is the first day of the Patreon episode, and 7th day of rest.
will their clothing, all kinds of really.
They already got the cake shop set up, by the way.
They
just haven't started yet to where you can do the tiers, but you can't go technically.
And should we not, praise the Jews, steadfast in their
So, what is it with everything into the mic? I don't like that thing.
Jewish theology in this case, but the fact that the Jews would remain steadfast to the Torah, that's a positive. Why are you criticizing that? In other words, he's taking issue with a lot of other church fathers like Justin Martyr several centuries earlier. In fact, Augustine writes that Judaism functions as the desk of Christianity that supports all Christian teachings, is the foundation, to use another metaphor, and therefore the Jews should be valued as they are, without demanding them to convert to Christianity. This will actually have some explicit reference. He developed something extremely consequential for Jewish history called the doctrine of witness. It argues that the presence of Jews and their maintenance of the Torah is an essential testimony to the validity of the entire enterprise, including Christianity. That
Because we're back at it again. It's the father and the kid. Bitch, nobody gives a shit about your garbage ass cat.
That the Jews must be allowed to remain as testimonials to the communication with God in the Torah. And in fact, in Christian thought, they will once again lie to his identity. So, contra Justin Martyr,
Bitch, it's really a slide in the kid.
Let's go. Now, what's up? Worked out yesterday. Now, it's one thing to work out where I'll work out. And then what happens is you go to like box, and then you do like a semi-CrossFit thing where you're doing burpees, and then you're doing jump squats. That's the warm-up. Tim Kelly's warm-up. Yeah. Jump squats. Then let's go ahead and do pull-ups. After all of that, for 20 minutes, we'll do pull-ups. We'll start with 5. Then we'll go 10. Then we'll go 15. See who breaks at the end. Daddy did 15 strict, and I gotta tell you, it used to be no problem for me. 15 pull-ups strict for me. Now I'm getting weaker. Yeah. And I did that, and then so I'm a little sore, and so sore that my body feels hot. My body feels hot. Yeah. So I got that going. Knees. My knees have never been a problem. It's the old shoulders that take a while to get warmed up. No, I'm lucky. I think it's because I warm up like a motherfucker, man. Yeah, and I'm fairly flexible, so I at least at this age, I don't have those kinds of pains. What age do you think you're gonna stop doing all that? I'm glad you asked me because I'm going to Ways to Well tomorrow at noon, and we're going to go ahead and test my levels. But it won't matter because it's called age. You know, there's some stuff you can do to combat it. There is, but you better be careful about wrestling full or sprinting or all those shit like full jiu-jitsu. So I ran yesterday. Me and Tony had a group right around. Tony's got a crazy grip. There's something about it. He's got a gorilla grip. Did 151. I got 110. I'm like, what the fuck? Because Tony doesn't work out a lot. He's just like, he's got crazy ID. He got 151. It's more than Rogan. We're like, what the fuck is with Tony and his strong hands? It is surprising. Oh my god. And then he was like, yeah, wrestle, let's go. And he's messing around with wrestle in high school. Yeah. And so he's doing this stuff with me, and I looked at him, I go, no, I wrestle. I will wrestle you right now. And Rogan just looked at me and goes, hey, you'll get injured. Don't. And he doesn't do jiu-jitsu anymore. We're at an age. We are of an age where you cannot just grab your friend in a green room and start wrestling because something's gonna pop. Father Time has Father Time put you on the IR. Father Time's here. Father's Time's here. All this self-defense, all this stuff. I have a joke. If I have to fight for my life on the street, I better be
very warm, and thoroughly stretched.
But you're not gonna be able to.
And even then,
You keep it busy.
yeah, until you
blow.
blow a gasket, and the gaskets are hanging on.
No, one thing is that I'm learning is I just can't get out of third gear. I have to stay in third.
Isn't that interesting?
Fourth and fifth,
You pull a quad.
yep. The internals just aren't there anymore.
Funny?
It's not Ford's internals anymore.
No,
I'm dealing with stock material now.
that's right. And you've really kept yourself injury free for the most part,
But
until you become stupid.
the most injury, until I get stupid.
All of us, it's like, oh, my ego. Let me see if what?
Not always may look just go.
Spend a lot of time talking about how
Yeah.
humans were
Yeah.
And I'm on all sorts of peptides and things.
There's an elasticity that you lose. There's something about that.
Anything really explosive, I have to be super careful.
I never even thought about when I would get out, like, I could just go from here to start sprinting when you're young. You don't think about it. What do you want to do? Pull-ups? I just ate. I'll do 30 pull-ups.
When you're a kid,
When you knew
I
me,
your body from 0 to 100 with
you and I, when we were Tim Tebow, I remember I did 30 pull-ups or 30, you did, or 32 pull-ups, you did 32. I remember I was like, damn, like, we didn't think about it. We didn't warm up. We started doing it.
never believed it.
Now, the mornings have to be moving quick and slow. Picking my kid up, I'm on my shoulder. My daddy doesn't have any injuries. I'm lucky.
So we can do it at least a will.
I'm gonna go get my levels checked. Let's really see what's going on with my free testosterone.
Have you seen the oil change they can do?
I have.
They pull it out.
Yeah.
It filters it.
Yeah.
Not feeling it?
I
wouldn't knock it.
I bring them. I know Brigham's awesome. My thing about all of that is that your kidneys do a lot of flushing.
They can only do so much.
When they talk about detoxing, I'm still, the jury's out on a lot of that stuff. I'm gonna stick to I think peptides, I think, are real. I think stem cells are real. I think testosterone's real. I think creatine's real. You know, certain things that we know for a fact. And like athletes, you know, if you had to put your money on pets, you can do peptides, stem cells, testosterone. What is it? Like, you have to choose one. What is the most effective you can actually do?
Well, stem cells if I'm injured.
Yeah, for sure they work.
Oh my god. Yeah, fix my knee, fix my bicep, fix.
And also peptides.
Philadelphia, you're taking cells in the city, just looking at the space here. What are the odds?
TRT,
You like to be change the name of the street, all right? It could be anything else.
Peptides are going to be our future hair growth, muscle without side effects. All of that shit.
stem cells.
What connects to what, and the
Yeah, that'd be good for you. They're
patriarchs,
Fine. I'm going to land by helicopter. Because I don't want to drive. I don't like to drive.
First time I got an 6 years old, so I got 6 years old to get an acre. I didn't see because they wanted to change my name to Lenny Williams.
When you say you're a South Bay 14, my buddy Nick, who's my teacher, tell Brennan I'm he's like the panel of the circuit. So he's like, sure he knows it. I'm like, this is what I sent you. I sent you that time. Nutrition, like I remember with the cryo stuff. I remember with the cold lunch, all that. Because it's not good to have a cold lunch every day. Your body
Cold plunge is still pumping, like it's kind of dying down. Cryotherapy
because you can sit in ice water.
Yeah, there's a trend there with like chiropractor,
6 months.
cryo chamber.
The chiropractor should have this surgeon, and the chiropractor comes out. So you see how you have here this colorectal issue here. You've got some inflammation. The surgeon goes, so this is the biggest bunch of bullshit. That's your colon, and it just happens to have feces in it. That's the most common thing. That's the most normal thing. Bullshit.
It's all snake oil.
Snake oil. Snake oil. Like, what are you talking about?
Anyway,
It's a great way to kind of like make money. And then the main thing, all this like flushing and detox and stuff. It's like, what do you need detox? What are the toxins? Should I ask that?
Yeah, we talk about inflammation. Yeah, if you're Sean O'Malley, you should be probably worried about inflammation.
Wow, that was pretty impressive.
I mean, it's not good. You want to do what you can. You don't want to get inflammation, Starbucks, and all that bullshit.
Just give me my
Yeah, it's not going to help you.
right here.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're good.
Most Americans are worried about like they're worried about dyes and all the toxins. Hey, dude, you should worry about how much food you eat and what your insulin levels are because you're eating sugar and shit all day. That's what makes worry about. My favorite is Greece. Yeah, you have Greece and Italy. They're like in Spain. They're like they eat all this fat. They don't die and stuff like that. It's the olive oil. You have to eat olive oil. Eat a lot of olive oil. This guy got me whatever. The Plant Paradox listeners do. He's like, hey bro, yeah, olive oil's fine. It's good. Okay. What you don't take into account is the fact that they take a jab and the portion of how active are they? Right, walking, and they take a nap. They have lunch with their family. They've got great thoughts. Their stress levels are really low, and they take a nap. When they stop taking naps, so they've done some studies. The guy who wrote Why We Sleep, sleeping. When you look at the metadata in like Greece, when all of a sudden, because there's money to be made, tourists are there, they're not taking a nap.
This is really the finally can.
Yo, dog, you ready to have the most boring podcast ever? Oh, for sure, dog. What's so boring about it? Dog, all we do is talk about how we're old and we work out. All this
There's much more that is agaric in nature, meaning that is homiletical, that, it does not necessarily have to be taken absolutely literally, but should certainly be taken very seriously. It's not uncommon to have midrashic interpretations, as the Torah itself is reputed to have 70 different interpretations, meaning an infinite number of interpretations. Maybe not infinite, but a lot of them. Anyways, the Agadic Midrash, or legendary Midrash, go in many different directions, even contradictory directions. And the collections of these Midrashim, which are tied to their synagogue service, is especially
Now, what's up? Worked out yesterday. Now, it's one thing to work out where I'll work out, and then what happens is you go to like that box, and then you do like a semi-CrossFit thing where you're doing burpees, and then you're doing jump squats. That's the warm-up. Yeah. Jump squats. Then let's go ahead and do after all of that. 20 minutes. We'll do post jump flies. Then we'll start with go 10. Then we'll 50. And I gotta tell you, it used to be no problem. 15 pull-ups straight for me. Now I'm getting weaker. Yeah. And I did that, and then so I'm a little sore, and so sore that my body feels hot. My body feels hot. Yeah. So I got that.
Carlos' knees.
My knees have never been a problem. It's the old shoulders that take a while to get warmed up.
Any back problem?
No. I'm lucky that way. I think it's because I warm up like a motherfucker.
Yeah, you've always been about warming up.
Yeah. And I'm fairly flexible, so I at least at this age, I don't have those kinds of pains.
What age do you think you're going to stop doing all that?
I'm glad you asked because I'm going to Ways to Well tomorrow at noon, and we're going to go ahead and test my levels. But it won't matter because it's called age.
There's some stuff you can do to combat it.
There
all the peptide shit, but some stuff.
You better be careful about wrestling full or sprinting or all those.
Or jiu-jitsu, like full jiu-jitsu. It's just the knee problems are tough.
I was talking to Rogan yesterday. Me and Tony Henchman were playing around. Tony's got a crazy grip. Something about him's got gorilla grip. He gripped that thing. Did 151. I got 110. I'm like, what the fuck? Because Tony doesn't work out a lot. And he's just like that.
He does 110.
He's got crazy. I do. He got 151. That's more than Rogan.
That's really good.
More just strong. We're like, what the fuck is with Tony and his strong hands?
It is surprising that he has strong hands.
Oh my god! And then he was like, "Yeah, wrestle, let's go." And he's messing around.
He wrestled in high school.
Yeah. And so he's doing this stuff with me, and I go, I look at him, I go, no, I wrestle, I will wrestle you right now. And Rogan just looked at me and goes, hey, you'll get injured, don't. And he doesn't do jiu-jitsu anymore. We're at an age, we are of an age where you cannot just grab your friend in a green and start wrestling because something's gonna pop.
Father Time
has
Father Time to put you on the IR.
Father Time's here. Father's Time's here.
Yeah, no.
All this self-defense, all this stuff. I have a joke. If I have to fight for my life on the street, I better be very warm and thoroughly stretched.
You're not gonna be able to.
And even then,
You keep them busy.
yeah, until you
Until you get to
blow a gasket and the gaskets are hanging on.
One of the things that I'm learning is I just can't get out of third gear. I have to be third gear.
Yes.
Fortune turtles.
Okay.
Sock material.
That's right. And you've really kept yourself injury-free for the most part. Until you become stupid.
Most of it, yeah, until I get stupid.
All of us, it's like, oh, my ego. Let me see if
Okay, that's just a very quick look at some of the creativity that's going on in the Jewish population.
So, yeah. Podcast cringe.
Thank you very much for watching.
Okay, here's the question. The first question is, how did you feel not having the podcast for a month, 2 months?
Fantastic. It was the best. I would love to never do this again.
It was the greatest feeling I've ever had in my life. It was so funny. I've never been funnier in my entire life. You said we need to take time off from Two Bears to do our shows. It was like I was so defiant because I'm still subscribing to that model of it's got to be released every week. It's got to be released every week. No matter if it's good or not. It doesn't matter if it's good. It's got to be released. If it's good, I don't care if it's good. Does it get released? Like that's my mentality I've been in.
After Chrissy D and Stubby revived Two Bears One Cave over a 6-week redemption arc, the original Bears are finally back. We all knew this moment was coming, and yet somehow in the first 30 seconds, it was even worse than I thought it was going to be. Instead of picking up where Chrissy and Stubby left off with the high-energy comedy podcast stylings, that transformed the show into what it was supposed to be from the start, all the energy out of their return, and confirmed the biggest criticisms of the show almost immediately. Welcome to the final episode ever of Two Bears One Cave. It was a blast while it lasted, and we're here to sign off. We thank Stubby and Chris Stefano for taking over. We hope you enjoy them, and we'll continue to enjoy them. Bert, good to see you.
Population within a large Muslim population.
Did you watch any of the episodes? I watched everyone. Yeah, no, I watched the clips. I just know they were trashing us.
That was the saddest attempt at leading into it I've ever seen from Tom. He's mastered the art of sucking all of the energy out of a room. The guy is so far gone at this point that he seriously needs to consider getting away from the microphones and cameras and focusing on all of his various business interests instead. If you've been following this saga across the last few weeks on my channel, you'll know how much the guest host experiment backfired on Tom and Bert. What started off as a bit of filler content to keep the ad reads rolling over at YMH ended up exposing just how stale and lifeless this show had become. Chrissy and Stubby hosting the show in their absence turned out to be an intervention just without Tom and Bert in the room, which honestly made it so much more effective. Finally, Bert was able to confront his inner demons and come face to face with the consequences of his massive overexposure, and to his credit, he actually admits it. He admits that not podcasting for 2 months was the best thing that's ever happened to him.
in his life. He is way funnier, more present, happier, more grounded, and for just a brief moment he seemed self-aware, like he was about to have a breakthrough. But then in true Bert Kreischer style, he completely fucks it up, because without even a hint of irony, he declares that he's never been funnier. This is the kind of delusion we've come to expect from one of the 6 never been funny comedians who Joe Rogan keeps pushing on his show. And speaking of never been funny, if you haven't already, check out the link in the description to my Patreon, because I just dropped a video covering the Kill Tony London show that Tony and Red Band have been hiding from everyone. You won't see it anywhere else. So if you want exclusive access to one of the biggest bombs in Kill Tony history, head over to my Patreon and become a member. Even comedy legend Timmy No Breaks just signed up, so you know it's good. Also, I want to give a massive shout out to all of you who have already headed over to my new channel, More Cringe, and subscribe. If you want to see more cringe outside of the usual suspects I cover on this channel, head over there and subscribe so you don't miss out on all the extra content I've been posting. Let's face it, Bert's not going to be around for much longer, am I right? Anyway, let's get back to Tom and Bert both having a Schultz epiphany and admitting that they hate podcasting and want to give it up completely.
Here's the question. The first question is, how did you feel not having a podcast for a month, 2 months?
Fantastic. It was amazing. It was the best. I would love to never do this again.
It was the greatest feeling I've ever had in my life. It was so funny. I've never been funnier in my entire life. I think because I'm talking so much, I forgot what it's like to be a regular person in conversations with people and be spontaneously funny. And my stand-up, everything I thought went on stage, it didn't go to a podcast.
We should do less podcasts.
Jews living as Christians in the Iberian Peninsula.
Do you know how many years you have much content I put out? Podcasts.
Some Jews
Out of 7, every 3 a week. 7 days.
Yeah, it's a lot.
But are Spain, Catholicism,
It's time to quit.
for the time being. The other end of the spectrum, you have Jews who become enthusiastic adopters
Are
of
we saying bye?
along that spectrum. There's also a significant expatriation.
How do we make this to make us happy?
That cancellation gag was way worse than the lame-ass jokes I put in my own videos. But it's honestly kind of perfect that they're both admitting they hate podcasting. And what makes it so good is that neither of them actually watched the guest episodes over the last 6 weeks, so they don't realize they're admitting things that Chrissy, Stubby, and the whole comment section called them out for. Instead, they're trying to reframe it by claiming that their burnout was some kind of creative reason. Bert talks about how not podcasting made him funnier, more present, more engaged in conversations, which obviously sounds like a step in the right direction, but then he immediately pivots into listing how many podcasts he's still doing every week, and even admits he probably needs to quit. The thing with Bert is he's not saying all of this in an eye-opening moment of self-awareness caught on camera. He's straight up fucking bragging. This is Bert 101. He's been doing this for years, where Brendan Schaub will brag by telling a lie and fabricating a story that clearly never happened to him. Bert will tell the truth about something that makes him look bad and then brag about it. He's effectively saying, taking time off made me realize how overexposed I am. I do multiple podcasts a week. It drains the energy out of me and my audience. It's completely ruined my comedy career because my stand-up routines now are just recycled podcast content. But hey, look at me. I'm still here.
So fun, and then I did one podcast with Jeff Foxworthy.
Yeah.
And I was engaged, and I was interested. I hadn't done one in 2 months, and I was like, I was present. It was crazy.
Look, there is such thing as doing too much.
Buddy, I lived the life where I wanted to prove to everyone I could do everything. You said we need to take time off from 2 Bears to do our shows. I was so,
I know.
because I'm still subscribing to that model of it's got to be released every week. It's got to be released every week, same time. No matter if it's good or not, it doesn't matter. It's got to be released. If it's good, I don't care if it's good. It's get released. Like that's the mentality I've been at. I am absolutely not Joe Rogan, who can put out amazing podcasts 7 days a week. I mean, he can do
I don't know how he does it.
I don't either. He's also just wired.
He's so different. We're in the business. We right now are in the business that everyone is dying to get into, and we are in the top 5% of that business, and that we monetize. We have sponsors. We have companies. Like, I mean, you look at, like, what's her name? Amy Poehler.
Yeah.
Amy Poehler, is that her? The blonde lady. I don't mean this like shitty, but like it kind of broke my heart. She is one of the most, if not one of the top 10 female comedic actors, not just of her generation, that will ever do. She's one of the funniest writers, directors. She is a prolific talent. She is a prolific talent. I will never be as talented as Amy Poehler in any facility. And yet here she is doing a podcast. But why? What are you doing? Make movies. And so what I'm saying is Amy Poehler realizes that the business we're in right now, like making movies and television shows, that's dying. This is the one thriving. She just has that. She's the first one to get to the oil rig and going, oh, this is cool, living on the ocean. And we've been living on the oil rig for 15 years going, it gets old. She feels about film and television the way we feel about podcasting, we feel about film and television the way she feels about podcasting.
It's perfectly, possible, like, she's obviously like killed it in that space, so I don't know, maybe she's bored. Maybe she's just like really having a good time doing these podcasts.
Hey, Amy Poehler, will you breathe some life into our podcast to be our guest?
So by the time we get to the Talmud,
Bert Kreischer's basically narrating his own decline. He's sitting there having what he thinks is a career-altering revelation, talking about burnout, overexposure, the grind of constantly spamming content, but instead of using it as a wake-up call, he turns it into a brag. He's describing the symptoms of having a creative collapse as if he just invented it. I was funnier, more present, more engaged. Yeah, man, that's what taking a fucking break does. That's not enlightenment. That's what 99% of normal people do whenever they get the chance. But Bird acts like he stumbled onto a secret no other celebrity has ever figured out. Right before admitting he still records 3 episodes a week and has no intention of stopping. And for the love of God, will somebody please explain to Bird that you don't say in any facility. The correct way to say it is in every facet. For fuck's sake, can we get the Bird and Shaw show we've all been asking for already? And the whole Amy Poehler thing is straight up coke. The only thing that broke Bird's heart about seeing her new podcast is that she gets 10 times views he does, and she's only just started this year. Bird's so wound up by it, you can hear it in his face. According to Bird, Amy Poehler doing a podcast is evidence that Hollywood is dead. Name has changed, as if she's the first Hollywood actor to start a fucking podcast. Friends, it like Amy is the one having the identity. What's she doing? Make fucking movies. Bro, she's just trying to cash in on those ad reads just like you and Tom. Bird's projecting so hard in that clip. He's just not heard that a Hollywood comedian is branching out into podcasting while him and Tom are trying to get into Hollywood. We've seen him cope like this whenever Shane Gillis drops a new special or a new season of Tires or what it is. He starts off by giving Shane his flower, then tries to insert himself into the picture by claiming he discovered Shane before he got famous and put him on tour because he knew he was going to blow up before everyone else did. And he's doing the exact same thing here. He's praising Amy, saying she's got more talent than he does in every facet. Also, he can low-key brag that she's copying his formula by starting a podcast. Watching someone like Amy Poehler enter the space, getting way more views than him, and without a whole ecosystem dedicated to shitting on him, is giving him more FOMO than watching an episode of Protect Our Parks while chugging a bottle of Porosos, laying in a bar full of his own tears. Even Tom picks up on it. He starts asking hypothetical questions like, do you think she feels about film and TV the way we feel about podcasting? And yet again, a comedy podcast turns into a group therapy session. This is what the end looks like. 2 burnt-out millionaires trying to reframe their downfall as some kind of philosophical dilemma. But it seems like Bert's jealousy has no bounds.
Tom lost a bunch of weight recently after he had to do a 5-day fast for a cancer screening test and basically didn't put the weight back on after dropping it. Clearly, Bert bigger than ever. He's so bloated and red that he's surely about to pop. I mean, how much more expansion can his body take? Not dying is by far Bert's biggest achievement in life. And so now that Tom's looking like a cancer patient in remission, Bert's had to find a way to put him down.
So wait, 185, you're 185 right now. I said to everyone, I know you probably don't want me to say this to people, but you're getting a bunch of skin removed. And I was like, what's cool is that he's got so never seen the scars. And they were like, everyone was like, oh yeah, you're right. You won't see the scars. I was like, that's what's great about it, skin removal.
That's cool, thanks.
Bert is such a dick. I know Tom nothing more than to talk about his own body and all the shit he takes, his personal chef and all the fancy meals he eats every day because he's rich and famous, but getting skin surgery is probably something he wanted to keep private or talk about himself. I honestly think we're seeing Bert entering a whole new phase of douchebag. He's slowly realizing how he's aging with the grace of a bull in a china shop. His stand-up comedy material is drying up. His ticket sales and podcast views are dropping off. Now he's becoming a bitter has-been who can't cope with the success of others. I think it's time for Bert to get the book from Joe Rogan. You know, the one about not blaming others for your own failures and looking inward instead of outward for solutions. But if that doesn't work, just go back to the 55-year-old frat boy talk.
Yeah, we shoot till midnight. So lunch is around 6, and around 8 o'clock, I'd start getting hungry. And I would send my assistant Kyle 40 pizzas one time. I sent him to get 300 cheeseburgers at McDonald's. I sent him to get White Castle, and I would just bring in fast food. I ate 8 White Castles in the middle of the day one time.
During the day?
I think I just want a different. And then the second, we would rap. They would call, I don't care what martini is for these guys. Martini is the one that matters. And then when they
so narcissistic.
they keep going, they do that for all people. And so they do. Yeah.
I've never heard it, but go ahead.
I've only been on one movie, Tom. So
I've been on 7, and I've never heard one from Warren Wahlberg.
I would run to my Sprinter van and make a double Rosos and soda. And when they called cut for me, it was
Zoot,
right.
how you living, pimp?
And I would drink at midnight.
What's good, son? Zoot, you're gonna start talking. Or you're gonna jerk yourself off raw. Zoot. Zoot, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you ready to lose?
I'm gonna go to the gym soon.
Okay. Well, that's a nice story. That's really cool. Good on you. I asked you a question. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah, I'm ready to win.
Zoot, you lose at everything. How was your day?
Good.
Okay, but I have a question for you. Are you ready to lose? Everybody's waiting on you. All right. I want retribution. You're up, big dog. You fuck. That was uncool. Oh, fuck you, Zoot. Oh, fuck you, Zoot. That was incredible. Good job.
Yeah, Robot.
Yeah, what up, pimp?
Have you ever heard of someone getting their diagnosis revoked?
I've heard of people being misdiagnosed.
Yeah, but can you get it revoked after a diagnosis?
That's one for ChatGPT, dog. Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? I've never heard of it. I'm sure it's a thing, but that to me is just known as a misdiagnosis, not necessarily a diagnosis revocation. You happy that you're going first? Made a giant mistake. Maybe one of the greatest mistakes we've ever seen.
What's that?
Oh, dude, I don't like that it moves around. That shit sucks.
You made a mistake.
Dog, I didn't make a mistake at all.
You could have just got an extra move.
No, I couldn't have.
You could have made an extra move.
Impossible. Zoot, what do I do? You're up,
Well, you made a
pimp.
mistake with the
Zoot, let's see you win.
berries.
Dude, you picked the absolute most dog shit people. Whatever. Characters. Your dogs, your characters are dog shit.
That was the best move you could have made.
Oh, for sure, dog. No dizzy. Look at this. Look at these moves, Zoot. Look at these moves.
I think you just helped me.
Oh, no way. Not even close. Zoot, are you ready for this? Zoot, you got nailed. Zoot, you're down 25 points. What are your... Zoot, you're down 25 points.
Ready?
Are you proud of that move? Dude, this what? It's going to do 5 damage? 5 damage, that's it? That's terrible. Zoot, are you going to go? I see an extra move. Fucked up. Zoot, you fucked up. Your hydro rush doesn't mean shit. Oh, and another extra move? Oh, fuck you. That was great. Now that was fucking great. Oh, Zoot. What the fuck, man?
I fucked up some the wrong way there. Grandma, we're tied.
No, I'm actually up 20 points on you.
We're about to be tied.
Dude, this thing does nothing. I'm not even afraid of it.
Oh, it does.
Oh, it sucks.
It helps.
Wow, 10?
Man.
10? That's nothing.
Yeah, but look what it also does.
What does it also do? Dude, look at all these purples. Look at this move, dude.
How did you find that?
Look at this move, Zoot.
5 damage.
Zoot, look at this move.
Yeah, that's cool, but why did it do 5 damage?
Because
You don't know the answer.
did it only do 5 damage?
I said, why did it do 5 damage? There was no reason for it to do damage.
Shouldn't it have done 10 damage?
No, before that, there was a random thing that did, and it did 5 damage.
Oh yeah. That I don't know.
Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
you want to know something? You are terrible at this game.
I'm better than you are.
Why are you winning?
Zoot, I'm winning by 10 points. Do you think that was a good move? Zoot, I'm winning by 10 points. Zoot, I'm winning by 10 points.
I think it was an okay move.
Zoot, that was a terrible move. You have to steal all my moves. You have to steal all my moves. What the fuck is this? Oh, baby. Oh, no. Zoot, what is bullshit? Zoot, what is this bullshit? Zoot. Zoot. What is this bullshit?
I don't know, but I have the advantage on this map.
Why do you have the advantage on this map?
Moves around for me.
That's
It's in my
true.
favor.
I don't really know how that's in your favor, but that's cool that you think that. That's a really nice story. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, are you ready for this move? Oh, it fucking moved around. And it fucked me.
That's not a good move.
I think it was an excellent move.
I don't know why you're not healing.
Dog.
If I was you, my focus would be on healing.
Okay, and that's a really nice story, and everybody likes it. But I'm going to tell you this. The score, how am I losing? You going to go? Or are you going to jerk off Raw? Zoot. Zoot, are you going to go? Or are you going to jerk yourself off Raw? Are you going to go or are you going to jerk yourself off Raw? Because from what I'm witnessing right now, you are jerking yourself off Raw. You're stealing all my shit.
Okay. No, that wasn't great. This is not good.
Oh, Zoot. Look at this move, Zoot.
Yeah, but it's good for me.
It's not good for you.
The next move's good for me. That was great. Ready?
What up, pimp? Oh man, I fucked up. Zoot. But I gotta come back. Oh baby, Zoot. Zoot.
That was good. That was a good play.
Yeah, it was. You remember when you said that I'm shitty at this game and now I'm gonna beat you?
In no way did you fuck up.
Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot, are you gonna go? Look at this move, Zoot. You're up, pimp. Zoot, it's 65-15. Remember when you were flapping your jaw, saying that you were doing well? Oh, what is this hydro special? And you get that extra move? This is not cool. This is not cool at all. Zoot. This is not... Oh, fuck you, Zoot. What the fuck? Zoot, what the fuck is this shit? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, 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 Zoot. Zoot, you keep moving around all the shit, man.
You just won.
Yeah, I did. Because I'm sick. You're done. It's over for you.
I chose the word. Hang on. We're not. Okay, here's the deal. We're not allowed to choose the red or the green guy.
Zoot, you're gonna lose. Zoot, you're done. You're done.
Oh, fuck. I might have fucked up.
Oh, you fucked up big time, big man. Zoot, are you gonna go?
The board is not in my favor.
Well, why don't you just go? Do you have to steal? Do you have to steal my shit?
Heck?
You didn't help anybody, Zoot.
I did help you.
No, you didn't.
Hit on me.
Baby,
that was a fucking...
Do you know what the hydro rush is, son? Do you know what the hydro rush is?
I don't think you were trying to do that.
Zoot, do you know what the hydro rush is, son? Zoot, are you gonna go? Electro Claw. Dude, are you ready for this move? Extra move. Max HP. Dog. Did you just see that? Yo, how are you? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Who the fuck puts the channels?
What'd you say, dog? Yo, dog, what'd you say? Yo, dog, we speak English in here. Can you repeat that?
Listen, Fat, listen. Who the fuck puts their Discord link in my Clips channel?
Oh, you're from Twitch? Oh, dog. Marcus, I love you. How are you, man?
Do you even know who the fuck you put it in your Discord link here?
Oh, yeah, I fucking know all about it, dog.
You should love fucking dumbass. I see that.
Hey, how are you? How's your day? Marcus.
I've been good until I fucking see your face.
Okay, can I tell you about myself?
No,
Why not?
because I don't want to.
Dog, your channel's amazing. That's
I
what.
don't care enough to care.
Dog, what do you like to stream?
None of your business.
All right, well, do you want another link?
Do you want to suck my dick?
No, I don't. That's a big old no.
Then no.
All right. What are your hobbies?
Not caring about you.
Marcus, can we be friends?
Just the same question again. Can you suck my dick?
I mean,
Then you're not my friend.
do you make your friends do that? That's kind of a high bar for friendship.
Listen, my friends are next to me, so it's not a matter of consensual things. So.
Yo, dog, say hi to your friends for me. Yo, I hope they're having a wonderful day.
I see. You're a fucking masochist.
Mark, come on, let me tell you about Marcus, big dog. Let me tell you about myself.
No, I'm gonna mute you the moment you talk about yourself.
All right, well, we'll talk about you then. How are your friends doing? How do you like that, Zoot? Zoot, how do you like that? Zoot, are you there? Zoot. Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot, are you gone? Zoot, what the fuck, man? Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot left. Fuck. Twitch. Dog, who is that? Who is that guy? Marcus something. Maybe he's a big time streamer. Maybe one of the biggest streamers of all time. Marcus. Dog, he's my best friend. One of them. Dog. This fucking strategy is working. Zoot, where the fuck have you been, dog? Zoot sucks. Zoot, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, my phone fucked up and glitched out.
Dude, did you hear that guy?
Yeah, for a bit.
Yeah.
Right, Rabbi, I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna go to the gym because I need to go to the house.
All right, well, go do what you need to do, big dog. Oh, there he is. Because we did, because we back at it again. It's a fighter and a kid.
Midnight? Here's how I was 2 hours. So how many 2 hours between drinking? So I barely drank at all.
Oh. That's good. That sounds good.
The only reason why Bert's personal assistant hasn't poisoned his bird is because he's milking that cash cow for everything it's worth in Bert's life. Sorry, did I say cash cow? Lol cow. Bert was trying to give us a behind-the-scenes story from his latest film shoot as if he's some comedy diva who can't stop being funny no matter how hard he tries. But he really just thinks it's the multiple disorders he has that his money, fame, and everyone around him is enabling. I've said this before, but if you took the money out of the Bert Kreischer equation, he'd be a bum living on the streets begging for change. Even Tom straight up called him a narcissist for naming his own drink. He had run to his Sprinter van and mix up a double porosis and soda so that when the director yelled cut, he could immediately have a drink placed into his hand as if he's fucking fro. This is Bert's idea of healthy, because he only drank for 2 hours a night, which in his brain somehow means he's barely drank at all. This is why I keep saying it's not a comedy podcast anymore. This whole episode was a glimpse into the kind of self-destructive narcissism that's been eating Bert alive for years, but he's way too far gone to realize that his funny story is just proof that everyone around him is just being paid to enable his collapse. But then he got onto his testosterone therapy. For the life of me, I cannot understand how any doctor would recommend Bert go on TRT before cleaning up his diet and drinking first and losing 50 pounds on his stomach. This is a disaster waiting to happen. The pressure on Bert's heart right now is written all over his face.
Did you shave your back for this movie? Because I think you did.
Yeah, the wardrobe, the makeup department.
You shaved your shoulders.
You always have someone trimming your back.
Every time I see you, every other day.
Every other day?
Ever since I got testosterone, my back's been
the big guy.
Really?
Yeah, my back started, but I still bench 95 5 times.
How much do you weigh?
Although
You know.
I think I can tell you, be honest, anyone listening, if you have this barometer too, I can tell you if I'm above 255 or below 255
Yo.
on whether or not I can touch
How are you? Abdullah. How you living, Pimp? What's good? How are you, baby?
Good. Quick question though. Is you the one who's posting that spoke link on my YouTube?
1000%, dog. How are you?
Which channel though? Which channel just using bots?
Wait, which channel? What?
Which channel you're posting TikToks and not TikToks? Fuck. What is it called again? Yeah, the Discord link.
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, which one? Or just do it for a lot of people?
Oh, I do it for everybody, dog. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, Abdullah?
Okay, share away.
Thank you so much. Firstly, apologies for my bots if it caused any issues. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Abdullah, have you happened to ever see the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I know the Truman.
Okay, well, that's what I am. In 2018, they...
Streaming right now?
Oh, yeah, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams.
Oh, shit, that's a lot of that.
Word, dog. In fact, if you look at the top of this Discord, you'll see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Put that link into YouTube, and you'll see I'm live on 22 different streams simultaneously. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. If you don't want to do that, just type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live, and you can see all my simultaneous live streams. With that...
Wait, you have 3 Discord accounts at the same time here?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 accounts. I have more social media than anybody on earth, Abdullah.
And you managed them by yourself?
100%, absolutely.
Oh shit!
How are you? Hello, whoa. How was your day? Hey, how'd you find out about me? Hello?
I came in here a few years ago.
Oh, a few years ago. Okay. How did we meet? How did you find out about me?
The Bitcoin man.
Oh, no way. Okay. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu?
Yeah, man.
Oh, to the moon, baby. Excellent.
Man, how have you been, man? Last time I saw you, you didn't have your beard was slightly smaller.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like my dick, it keeps getting bigger. I'm doing well, my man. We just had our Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu fantasy draft, and I've got a new friend in here named Abdullah, and I'm telling him all about myself. So, hello, do you mind if I continue?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Excellent. So, Abdullah, what the plan is, data overtook petroleum in 2018 as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than any person ever, and that may make me an influential person someday. And if it does, I'm going to make sure you, Abdullah, all your friends and family have enough money to be independently wealthy if you're not already, that you're able to create generational wealth if you don't already have it, and most important, so that you can start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Abdullah?
Very nice. I'm not saying no to free money.
Absolutely, exactly. My kind of man.
Fuck yeah.
Well, fuck yeah, absolutely. Additionally, you should know, in addition to streaming my life for world peace, I want to help the world by ending world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. Actually, the person who's also in here, hello, he and I are in a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. That's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I want to continue those types of programs. I'm an advocate for the Life Draw program, and then most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you, Abdullah?
Okay, I understood that thing,
Okay.
but I agree.
Absolutely. We want to end world hunger and end world thirst. Those are important things. Additionally, I talk about things to help the world. Okay, well, he can leave. That's fine. Hello, whoa. So, what's good in your neck of the woods? What's new?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. I started DCAing into Bitcoin.
Oh, there you go, big man. All right, so we have a situation with Bitcoin where we just had our fantasy football draft. Do you follow football?
No, I don't follow sports.
Okay, well, do you know who Yo-Yo is and VMU, all those guys who are in Bitcoin, ticker Bitcoin? We are in a 12-man fantasy draft or fantasy football, and it kicks off. We just did the draft. It took us like a week to do. It was amazing. And then we have the NFL season that starts up on Thursday, which is really exciting. So we are getting ready for that. I still have my streams going, thank God. And I've got these random ass people who keep coming in here because I came up with a fucking brilliant strategy. Hello, whoa. If you're like, all right, Rabbi, well, what's the brilliance of the strategy? I created robots that post my Discord link on people's Twitch clips, and it causes them to come in here. And a lot of times they yell at me, but a lot I'm doing is cool. And last time you were in here, we didn't have new people in the Discord, and we're approaching 2,000 members. What are your thoughts?
I think that's interesting, man. Getting the word out for Bitcoin, man. I think that's great.
1,000%. I talk about it all the time. And sometimes I say the whole name, but that throws people off sometimes because they're like, wait, what? And so a lot of times people will ask me, so what's the name of that cryptocurrency? And I'll show them merchandise. Shout out to Yo-Yo for that. And I'll tell them where they can buy it. Then I get people to join the Telegram. So they join t.me/HPOS10I. And I've gotten people to actually buy it. It's not why I do this. I do it for world peace. But it's just kind of like additional benefits. So that's all really good.
Yeah, this is actually why I'm here, man. I've been going through an occult core. I wanted to pick your brain about the Pizzagate stuff. That was maybe 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, certainly.
What do you how informed are you on that topic? Because I've come to the source, not the source, but the what do you call the chief occultist.
Yeah, I basically know everything about it.
I'm listening.
So I know who James Alefantis is. I know about Comet Ping Pong. I know about. So if you want to go down a rabbit hole, look at the tunnels that connect Comet Ping Pong down that street. I forget what it is. It's like Federal Street or it's like 38th Street. It's one of those streets. But they all connect to houses of predominant people, including this isn't necessarily like the list, but it's something like the Obamas, the Podestas. There's a line of all of their houses, and another thing that I would say is really interesting about that situation is there were recordings that were taken by someone. His name escapes me, but you can still find them on the internet. They haven't completely been scrubbed. And what you want to do is listen to them, because there were complaints by people to the city that were like, hey, you have a ping pong pizzeria that's right on the street and the ball keeps rolling into the street and somebody's going to get hit. So somebody took video of this, and you can actually hear in the video the screams of children, which is very disturbing. Another thing, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's called, just give me a second, the Pegasus Museum. You want to look up the Pegasus Museum. It's this creepy dungeon-like place that's right around the corner that's owned by the same group that owns that pizzeria. And you also want to look into Bucks. It's called Bucks Trading Co. or whatever. It's right next door to Comet Ping Pong. And then next door to that is a bookstore where all these predominant people have their books on, called Politics and Prose, like that. And I know way too much about this fucking shit. And it's all under the guise of just this random pizzeria owner. But when they had that shooting there, all of the videos, the cameras, it's right outside DuPont Circle. And so all of those went down. Very conveniently, the guy shot the computer, so the computer went down. And they also make argument. I mean, if you've ever seen the Instagram of this, very creepy pictures to the ping pong tables. There's also another. There was you won't find this anymore, but there was a Instagram account of these very, what's the word, hipster guys who were contractors who built a room apparently for this business that they called the Murder Room, which allegedly was a place where you could. It was just designed. I don't know exactly how, but the floor was such that it would all drain into one drain in the center of this room. And this isn't. I'm not the one who was saying that they had an Instagram post. I mean, I saw the Instagram post. So you can find the archives of this There's arguments to be made that the Madeleine McCain, the little girl who was stolen or kidnapped in Portugal, is related to this. Sigmund Freud's nephew is related to this. What else about it? So big thing that they say to discredit it is there's an interview. Everybody says, everybody says that there's a basement, but there's no basement. However, there's an interview Fantas with a magazine that said they store their tomatoes in the basement. So you can look into that. There's all kinds of occultism and symbolism in scarves, especially BDSM world, and the colors that they use are symbolic of what they do to people. So like you go to like one of these parties, and I don't know exactly. I remember some of them, but like if you have a black and white checkered scarf, it's like a symbol that like you're into like hard play, and they have strange names for these things. Like another thing might be like if you have a yellow one, you're just like into being gentle. Those aren't the colors, but whatever. There's a list. There's a list or like a chart of what all these colors mean. But if you really want to dig down that rabbit hole, you can find that out about it. So there were some what would I call them? What's the word? Just one moment. Give me a moment to think of the word. There is a what do you call those people? Like basically they were amateur investigators who it's strange. This whole area of DC is strange. Okay, so a couple things. One is there are tunnels under DC, and some are abandoned, and some have been abandoned for a long time. There are tunnels under like every major city in states, and people don't talk about them. But they're in New York, they're in Los Angeles, they're in Chicago, they're in DC, and it was like 100 years ago when they were building the subway systems and such. They built some and they closed off some areas. Okay, fine. But there's a system of tunnels underneath DC, and these amateur explorers went down and they were able to find these weird rooms that were basically like they were like big bathrooms, and these bathrooms matched much of the art Tony Podesta had in his house. If you're aware of what Tony Podesta's collection is, it's he has like Jeffrey Dahmer decapitated head, like gold like table that he had hanging in his like foyer, and he basically like has said in interviews. This isn't me like this is what he said in the interviews. You can read it. He says that in his house, I think he sold the house, but there was a theater in the basement. Like Tony Podesta, if you ever watch this, I'm just quoting you what you said to this fucking like Washingtonian magazine, I think, or something like that. And he says that he and his friends watch videos in the basement, in his basement theater, of he uses a strange word that are there. I don't want to look it up, but it's basically like not for the faint of hearted. It's like, what kind of fucking movies are we watching down there, dude? Apparently, like something about the theater that he has in his basement. It's like I think like a plain white room, but he uses projectors to be able to show this stuff on the walls. It's something like that. And there's all kinds of weird stuff with Tony Podesta owns Podesta Consulting or whatever. It's something like that, which is just a strange company. And then there's the other Podesta John Podesta. He has a very strange story as well. So he was Hillary Clinton's chief of staff. One thing I like about the guy, and I don't like a lot about him, but he was very much for the disclosure of aliens back maybe like 10, 15 years ago. He has some weird ass pictures um, of him like with his hands, with like some very occult things carved into his hands, or like some fish. And then you have to know, if you want to get into this, you have to know who Maria Abranovich is. So she's like an artist who is, I think, Ukrainian or something, Polish, Ukrainian, something like that. And she, I'm not exactly, she's from Eastern Europe, I'll put it that way. And what she would do, she has all this weird art that would be like, I mean, these are just pictures that these people have. This isn't like I was staring into their bedrooms or anything like that. This is stuff they put out to the world. She would host these like events where they would take models and strip them down naked, and then put like food on them, and people would eat off of them, and it was very cannibalistic. She also had, that you can look up, this is her art, that's basically like this thing that was written on this plain white wall in like pig's blood, which was it was something like stick a sharp knife into the ring finger, like right here below the second knuckle. Like that's literally what it says on this wall in pig's blood, and then suck it out, something like that. And if you do that, apparently, like, it causes some kind of amphetamine, or not amphetamine, adrenaline rush. A lot of this is argued to be around the idea of adrenochrome and adrenaline. And there are creepy cookbooks that I have seen on how to prepare a human body, what the best kind of human body is if you want to eat them from a cannibalistic standpoint, what type of people generate the most amount of adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is also known as adrenaline or epinephrine. So this is what like EpiPens are. The best kind, the most amount of adrenaline that you can get out of a person, the purest form, alleged, this is just stuff I've read, is from an Eastern European white brunette child, young male child. Why? They get the scaredest, apparently. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I don't have experience with this, but it's really creepy. What else do I know about it? There are places you can find. Well, yeah, this was weird. Now that I remember. Okay, so Comic Ping Pong had a website. It was just like Comic Ping Pong, just like whatever. Then there was, oh yeah, there was something else. Hold on. There's Comet Ping Pong, and there was Beast Pizza. That's what it was. And I think Beast Pizza went out of business, but they had this weird logo as well. Basically, these were front companies, but they had these websites that you could go to the back way into their website. And there were some people who tried to hack it. It was protected very well, but something about like you could order stuff on there, and it was all very coded, but it was like you could order people to your house for whatever reason you wanted. I'm not exactly sure because all of the language is very coded, but if you've ever read the Podesta emails, you know they've got coded, let's enjoy a piece of pizza for an hour. Like no multiple people enjoy a piece of pizza for longer than 5 minutes. Like it takes maybe 5 minutes to eat a piece of pizza. No one shares a piece of pizza, and no one makes plans to share a piece of pizza, and no one takes an hour to share a piece of pizza. It's just very, very strange. There's an email from like a real estate agent that states like, hey, you left your handkerchief at my house or something like that. What do you want me to do with it? It's like who cares about this handkerchief? Like, they keep talking about just very coded, strange language. So if you're interested in this, the Podesta emails are an excellent place to go. Then this gets into Frazzle Drip, if you know what that is. But basically, it was this strange website that people found in the darkest parts of the internet that has a video of a child that's allegedly being tortured. And if you know, like within the story, again, this is all alleged. I don't know if this is true. This is just the dark side. If you want to dig into it, like people will say, "Oh, it's all been debunked." Okay, fine. What has been debunked? All that I've said have allegedly been debunked, but people don't want to know the dark side of it. So there's a video. You can't directly see John Podesta, but you can hear him. And Podesta has this alter ego that he's being used that's known as Skip. And basically, there's a child being in a shower, and you can't really see anything. It's very, very blurry. But the child is being scalded, basically, like has hot water being from a shower that is causing extreme pain to them. And every time, like you hear Podesta and someone in Podesta's voice, and this isn't just like, well, it sounds like him. No, somebody did some kind of voice correlation and said there's like a 99% chance this is him. So whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But they said kid he Podesta said something like, "What's my name?" And the kid screaming Skippy because he gets water poured on him, and he says, "I am your father," in this like really harsh, like New York accent, and they cause extreme torture to this child. Now you can't really tell what's going on, but it's very disturbing, and that's that. There are also some strange stories. So Podesta, I believe, went to Georgetown, and he so his dad wasn't around when they was growing up or something like that. I think he was raised by a single mom, something like that. Maybe I could be wrong on that, but there's this Netflix series that was on that was something like, it was about a nun, a Catholic nun, and basically this Catholic nun was being chased by somebody, and there was just like a lot of evidence that the guy who killed her was, I don't want to say a lot of evidence. There were associations that Podesta did this. And if you've ever looked into the Madeleine McCann story, this little girl who was stolen from her parents' house or their parents' like vacation house in, it was like in Ibiza. It was like in Portugal, something like that, or around that area. It was right down the street from Sigmund Freud's nephew's house. And the police sketches look exactly like John and Anthony Podesta. I mean, exactly. To the point where they get like molds correct on their face. This was back in like 2003 when computer generation of faces wasn't that good. But these are dead on. I mean, dead on. It was so specific. What up, Miss Aquarius? How are you? Miss Aquarius, how are you?
Hello, man. I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely. How was your day?
It was good. It was good. Do you know how to unfollow people? Because ain't nothing.
Oh, no way. Isn't that funny? Okay. Well, you tried. You tried. And that happened.
My thing going. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing happened. Look at me so I don't worry about it.
Oh, you look lovely. You look lovely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Good on you.
Right. Yeah. How was your sleep? I know you slept all day. How was your sleep?
I didn't sleep all day. I slept to some extent. It was really good. And the reason why it's really good, as you know, it's really hard to get people to come visit you or to follow things. But I came up with a really good strategy. that has brought multiple people in here today. And that is, I created a robot that puts my Discord link in their clips. And at first they come in and they're all upset, but then I'm able to usually settle them down, and then they want to hear about me and what I do. And so it's just really great that that strategy has been working. So I'm very excited about that. So things are good. Thank you.
Sorry.
You're good.
I'm drinking vinegar water because I'm trying to. I don't want no more hiccups.
That's all
I
right.
was like, I might as well just drink the rest of this.
Do you have the hiccups? Do you have the hiccups?
I had it earlier.
Okay.
Stop. So I'm just drinking the rest of this. I ain't gonna waste it.
Okay, I understand. To my
I
friend,
don't want to just pour it out.
absolutely. To my friend, hello. Did I give you enough information to be able to go down rabbit hole? Hello. Hello.
Yeah, man. I'm just taking it all in.
Absolutely. So, that's that. You've got enough to research on your own. So Miss Aquarius, did you have a good day at work?
I did have a good day at work. I'm glad to be home.
Excellent. Are you going to relax for the rest of the evening?
Yes, I am. But I get ready to go iron my pants.
Okay.
Work tomorrow. I'm gonna go take me a shower. I'm gonna relax.
Excellent. And then you come back in here and we'll play. How's that sound?
There you go.
That's the plan. Okay, excellent. Very well. Well, that's great to hear. I'm glad you had a good day at work.
I just came in here to let you know that did not work. Nobody. I had one person I did get 44 instead of 43, but then nobody really still it didn't go up no more.
I understand.
But none of them people I followed though didn't follow me, so I just unfollowed.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, probably best to do that. But one of them followed you back?
No. So I don't know how that person followed me. I don't know where he must probably in one of the little chats or something. I don't know, but it wasn't the people that I followed.
Okay, so another way, I'm not saying this is, the other way used to work. It really did. But another thing you can do, I think you get the ability to follow. It used to be 200 people. It used to be. If you just follow 200 people and just go through and just follow, you'll get 50 people tomorrow who have followed you back. So basically,
under what? On what category?
On any active category. So basically, like if you go to just like whatever's trending, and you just go to the comments, and then you just see it's real people who have commented. Just send them a follow, and they'll follow you back. Especially because you're a woman, people are more inclined to follow you back.
I mean, what happened in here though?
Okay, so just type in something like funny, FUNNY.
Okay, funny. Okay. Funny videos.
Yeah. Just the first thing that shows up.
Okay, and it's a top one. Right here.
Excellent, and then click on it.
Click on the users or click on the video?
Click on the comments.
The video, right? The video. This is a video.
I know
so
it's
click on the video.
Yeah, but then there should be comments on the right side. Yeah, comments, and then just follow those people.
Oh Lord. Oh, this old though. I need to go to a newest one.
Okay, well, yeah, go to something newer.
This old.
But basically, you want to.
Yeah, this is top.
You want to just engage with.
I don't know what. How do you go to new stuff? Okay, videos. Let's see. This new? Nope. Let's see something new. What's this? Okay, it's on 612. Let's see. 424. Yeah, this ain't nothing. 18. Okay, what about this one? Let's see. Okay, this one's a little bit new.
Yeah, absolutely.
This one, 11. Okay.
And then just go to the users, and then you can just go through the comments and press follow. Now, another way you can do this, it's not going to be as good, but just go to the search bar and type in any word, whatever word, I don't know. Type in friend, FRIEND. And then what you can do is when you go to users, there's the option to follow people. There's like a list of people. There's a list of people with the word friend in their name, and you just go down the list. Follow, 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 follow. And you do that 200 times, and TikTok will limit you from following any more people than that, or it used to, but it will. And then you just don't touch your phone until tomorrow, at least not with TikTok. And then tomorrow, you'll get, if you did 200 people, you'll get 30 people who followed you back, something like that.
I got no videos here. I got 83 followers. Okay. I'm just following some people.
Another thing you can do is anybody who you know, real friend on TikTok, go to their followers and then just follow their followers.
Okay. All right, that's enough. I'm gonna see if that work. I don't want to follow everybody. I'm just gonna see this work.
Alrighty. Well, we'll see if it works. You let me know tomorrow if that worked, okay?
All right, I will.
Excellent.
Let me see. Like she got 16 years. See. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I see. Let me see. I'm at 44 right at the moment. So we'll see. We shall
Excellent.
see.
Sounds like a plan.
Because I'm following 174. Some of these people I need to unfollow because I only follow people because I like some stuff. So I don't care. Some people might want to follow you back, but I like I like their topics.
Right. I understand.
I'm just gonna keep it that way.
Excellent.
Okay. Well, we're gonna see how this works.
Keep me updated.
I will. Got 44. Remember, I got 44 followers right now.
Okay, excellent. Take a screenshot of it. Take a screenshot of it.
Okay. Oh, you know the brat? Oh, he done got big. You know the brat, right?
The female rapper?
The rapper? Yeah, look at him. He walking. This is no. Look at, that's Jessica. That's her wife. But look at their son. I forgot his name.
Wow, there you go.
And then look at him. He done got big.
Word, girl.
Yeah, True Legend. That's his name.
Okay.
Yeah. You remember Brad had the baby, remember?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he done got big. Right.
That's what happens with children.
He walking now.
That's what happens with children.
I remember he was a baby.
Time flies.
Okay, I didn't mean to mess with you. You can talk to hell. I'm sorry.
No,
I didn't mean to interrupt nothing.
You're good. Don't you worry about it.
Okay.
While you're here, I wanted to ask, what do you think the difference even in God and just knowing He exists?
Great question.
I love God, baby.
Okay, great question.
I love God. I believe in Him. And I know He exists, baby. I've been loving and believing in God since I was little.
There you go.
I know He exists.
When when you have like a certain instincts when it says that somebody just ain't right, when you're not walking down the street, or when you're at the grocery store and you gotta do business.
Absolutely.
I thought you got that certain instinct about somebody.
No, I think I'm just being full of randomness.
Well, do you believe in Him? Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
I know, right? I love mine. It's so good to me. So good.
Yeah, I think I've just been spending too much time online. I ended up on down one of those rabbit holes. I came over the head. He is so funny.
Y'all have a good day. I'll see you later, Rabbi.
Excellent, Mr. Aquarius. Thank you.
You're welcome. Later. Nice to meet you. Hello.
You too. Bye, Aquarius.
Okay. Later.
Hello. To answer your question about God, just keep in mind nobody knows. Anybody who tells you anything, whether they're an imam, a priest, a rabbi, anyone who tells you that they know, they don't know. They're lying to you.
And these, I mean, you know how the past few weeks, maybe the past few months, the whole Epstein thing, it's pretty obvious at this point about how the ruling class, the globalists, they just don't care.
100%.
How do you distinguish when somebody's not a believer?
Oh, well, I don't think anything bad of them. I think that it's an opportunity for us both to learn about each other. I think that with that. So, I mean, it depends what you want to say. What is God? I mean, in my own opinion, God is incorporeal, meaning he doesn't have a body. And I just think of God as energy. So, like, when you get that feeling about somebody, like you've said, sometimes that's just energy that the person's giving off. Real energy, like brain waves and stuff. And I personally think that we don't, science doesn't really, because it's very difficult to measure. Science doesn't give those types of waves much credit, but I really believe that there are telepathic waves that occur. We can't always. I mean, it's measurable. I was just reading yesterday to some people. So brain computer interfaces, and they make wireless ones that measure brain waves outside of the skull. If we have a machine that can measure brain waves outside of the skull, then perhaps we can detect them from certain people in certain situations. And is that God? Again, I believe God is energy. So anything that encompasses energy is God. That's just my opinion, though. And you can find other people who will tell you that God is meddling in the daily lives of people. You can think that God is affecting people's decisions. You can think that God is someone who died on a cross. There are people who think that. There are people who think that God might have just started the earth, or I should say the universe, and just went away and just let it play out like a watchmaker. Uh, there are people who think that God is dead, Nietzsche. There are people who think that God doesn't exist at all. Very secular people. I personally blend the two. And it's pretty easy for me to get along with secular people when I say that God is incorporeal, that perhaps God doesn't necessarily talk directly with people. Maybe perhaps people interpret what they've thought in the past to be that, but at least in the current age. And I get people who think that what I have to say about God is accurate, and that is nobody knows. Anybody who tells you that God exists is lying to you because they don't know. I'm just honest about the matter, and I'm going to tell you that no one knows.
Yeah, I agree. I know that the truth is somewhere in the middle. between that secularism and the whole omnipotence.
Absolutely. And so the
Thanks, man.
absolutely,
Thanks
and
for this conversation.
absolutely, and so the way that I justify it is when people say I pray to God, that's cool. I pray to God every day, multiple times a day. I say blessings, I daven. To whom am I praying? I don't believe I'm praying to a human or anything in a human-like form. I pray to energy. Whatever's going on that started the universe, that's what I pray to. And hopefully things go my way. But if somebody is to say to me, you know that thing exists, I say, I know energy exists, and that's what I associate with God. And if somebody says, well, I think that God had a son and did all these other things, okay, that's cool. That's cool. I just don't believe those things. And then for somebody who says, well, I don't think God exists, I'm like, okay, I understand that. But do you think energy exists? And they can say, yeah, they think, usually those people think energy exists. And I say, okay, what you think of as energy, I think of as God. And they can say, but that's energy. And I'm going to say, I know. I think energy is really great. Whatever allows you to get up in the morning and to love your children and to laugh and cry, that's all energy that causes that. That to me is God, find God. And usually those secular people understand that. And if I say to them, if I were to say to them directly that I think that they must think that that's God as well, that's wrong of me. I shouldn't force that on anybody. But if so, you don't think God is anything but energy? I say no. I think God is only energy. That's all, and that there's no human body to it, and that allows me a lot more flexibility, especially when I talk about other planets and other solar systems. Because if you really think that God thinks Earth's at all special, when the universe is 13.2 billion years old, and there are arguably millions of intelligent life forms out there, well, then you just are closing your mind off to a lot of science, and I don't want to do that. And so, to the secular people, I say, as a religious person, to me, God is energy. And to the religious people, I say to them that I keep a secular idea that God is energy. And it praying and doing things like that, to me, helps me to meditate to some extent and to organize my day. And I would say that, let's say somebody barged in and held a gun to my head right now, would I want to pray? Yeah, but that's just because I don't have anything else to do. I wouldn't know how else to react. There's a saying, there are no atheists in foxholes. And that's basically, I would say, somewhat accurate. That basically, even even if you are the most atheist of people, you are going to pray, or whatever you want to call it. You're going to wish or hope for whatever gives you life to allow that to continue. That something will stop your life from being taken. But my overarching answer to anybody who comes in who asks, is there a God? I say, it depends how you define God. I define God as energy, and that would be yes. But if you want to define God as a corporeal being, I generally say no to that. If you want to say that God died 2,000 years ago and was resurrected, those are just things that I don't vibe with. But additionally, those are just things that are inconsistent in my belief system. If you want to believe that, that's fine. But overall, no matter what I say, it's just my opinion. No one knows. I hope that helps you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that really helps.
Excellent.
On a more practical, back to the material world, what's your what do you know about the CIA and how powerful are they?
Yeah, well, they're not as powerful as Mossad. They were founded from the OSS in 1948. I think they have they're I really think that they were founded as to provide a lot of cover for UFOs. If you think about Roswell, Roswell occurred in July of 1947, and the CIA, I believe its actual was, I believe its actual let me get the day that there are like two dates that they say. One, I believe, September 1947, and another is um, in 48. Um, and I think that it was, so yeah, September of 1947. They say September 18th. So they're coming up on their 78th anniversary. Um, and there's just a lot of interest that I have that, hey, we could have this event that occurred in July of 1947. What would happen? Basically, like the OSS, which is the Office of Special uh, Office of Strategic, hold on, Office of Strategic Services, which was during the war, basically then into the OSI, I believe. Just one moment. Um, yeah, Office of Scientific Intelligence. Yeah. Uh, this was the Scientific Intelligence Division of the CIA. Um, and then eventually gets into the founding of the NSA, which occurred in like 1951. But I think that the CIA, it wasn't just for UFOs, but it makes a lot of sense to me that you could have a crash, and then they had to, the government had to, what would be the word? Had to organize itself and how we could keep this stuff quiet with, while simultaneously reverse engineering it. And so the NSA was in 1952. So basically, there are some major things that happened between Roswell, which happened in July of 1947, and the founding of the NSA in 1952. So we had the founding of the United Nations, which technically happened in 1945, but um, it wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't that easy. So they take it to June 26, 1945. However, that's when the charter was signed. Um, we have it entered into force October 24th, 1945. It moved to from San Francisco because it was started in San Francisco. Uh, it
And you're aware that the first Church of Satan is in San Francisco.
Oh yeah, definitely. Anton LaVey, all that stuff.
Well, how do you synthesize that information?
Yeah, so it's unfortunate, but I think that the people who run the world recognize that in order to keep the world disorganized and disjointed, you need to have bad things happen. And so there are organizations, not necessarily I'm saying the Church of Satan, but just in general, things like um, war and child trafficking and uh, things like even drug trafficking. And basically, you need to keep things disorganized in order, the more disorganized things are, the more advantageous it is for the people in power because they have, and it causes people to argue amongst themselves. I think if you had, let's say you had 100 people, you sit next to each other, and we have 100 people there, and you and I have, let's just say, a basketball, and the only thing that the 100 people have to do is get that basketball from us. What would we do in it? Well, if they were organized, they're just going to run at us and steal the basketball. However, if we can convince these people that the people on the right side are better than the people on the left side, and we shout at them with a megaphone, hey, the right side should hate the left side, and the left side should hate the right side. The people on the right side and the people on the left side aren't going to focus as much on you and I having the basketball. They're going to focus on the people on the right or the people on the left. And then from there, we're going to make the argument that the people in the back are better than the people in the front. And we'll say the people in the front, that the people in the front are better than the people in the back. So then they start that argument. And then we would start the argument that the people with who are odd numbers are better than the people that who are on even numbers, and the people who are even numbers are better than the people with odd numbers. So that's just going to cause all kinds of chaos amongst these 100 people when you and I are just sitting there with the basketball. When it's very easy for these people, there are 100 of them, they outnumber us, to just organize themselves and run after us. And whenever any one of them gets loose, it's easy for you or I to one of them off, but it's not as easy for us to fight 100 of them off. And so how is this done with populations? Well, basically there's a 1% of a 1% of a 1% at the top, and they are able to keep general public disjointed by saying that it's a black and white issue, or it's a communist and capitalistic issue, or that it's a Christian, Jewish, Muslim issue, or that it's a religious issue, or that it's about Western countries versus countries, or whether it is about developed nations versus non-developed nations, or whether it is about people, men versus women, or tall versus short. Many different ways to disjoint people. And these are arguments that are made, and eventually what the ideal situation is something where you have people who continuously argue about things but never pay attention to what's going on. So you and I are just sitting there with the basketball, and let's say the people who are just arguing about right versus left and left versus right, we then convince them that Pokemon is better than Yu-Gi-Oh, or Yu-Gi-Oh is better than Pokemon, or that the New York Giants are better than the Dallas Cowboys, or the Dallas Cowboys are better than New York Giants, or whether the Lakers are better than the Celtics, or Celtics are better than the Lakers, or Manchester United is better than Real Madrid, or whatever. And we start putting emphasis on this, that no, we don't want our children to marry people who were Real Madrid fans or Manchester United fans. And the more we can disjoint them, the longer we can keep the basketball, the longer we can keep the power. And it's very easy to do. If you control the megaphones, you can make the masses do whatever you want. Basically, if we gave the megaphones to the masses could say, hey, let's go after the people with the basketball. But they don't have the megaphones. We have the megaphones. So we just sit there with a megaphone and shout at them whether the Lakers are better or the Celtics are better, or the Celtics are better and the Lakers are better, and people just focus on that. And once they're done focusing on that, we focus them on whether it's better to be a capitalist or a communist, or a communist or a capitalist. And once they're done focusing on that, we go back to the Lakers and Celtics and Lakers. And then they get done with that. And then we go back to communists and capitalists. We go back to freedom fighters versus terrorists. We can scare them. We can say to the 100 people, did you know that there are terrorists out there? People say, no, what is that? And we explain to them that there are people here, boogeymen, who can scare you and can cause harm to you. So then they're always on edge and they don't know what to do. And we can eventually recruit their kids to go fight wars for us. and go fight against other people, and basically nobody's focused on the fact that in the end the people with the basketball win, and we've got the basketball. Basically, the fact that we have megaphones allows us to control what arguments are going to be made amongst 100 people. Does this analogy work, or I know it worked. Do you understand it? Hello?
Yeah. I follow you. It's I just went for a walk this afternoon because I had a lot on my mind. I think I was on one for too long, and I got a little too mixed up in the house of mirrors with all this information overload.
Absolutely.
So it's nice to sit down and have some clarity.
I do my best to help that. I'm always here if you need it.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Absolutely. Well,
I'm just a simple DJ trying to make some money on these names and whatnot. So I really don't have much to hide. It's not like I have any perverted fantasies or anything like that. I'm just trying to find myself a girlfriend anyway.
Excellent. Are you on the dating apps?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
These algorithms, man, they can really warp your mind. So I just do it the old-fashioned way. I go to bars and approach people at bars.
Yeah, that's a difficult game though, because generally you don't know if those people are single or not. When a dating app, all the people on there are generally single.
Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation at the beginning. It's kind of like fishing. The thing, I don't like the dating apps just because it's all like it's quite in base, very commercial about it. And I'm physically, I want to say I'm good looking. It's just I'm not photogenic, nor do I care to go the extra mile for the social media.
Well, you should. You absolutely should. I'm not saying you have to have all your social media and stuff, but you should have like 5 or 6 good pictures of you. Write a nice, simple profile, and you'll get tons of chicks, especially if you're good looking. How tall are you?
Average, man, average.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'll reconsider it. Maybe I'll re-download it again just to check it out. I haven't used any of those in years.
Okay, well, if you just literally uploaded 5 or 6 good pictures of yourself, and I know you're like, well, I'm not photogenic. Okay, everybody's photogenic in the right light. So you take photos with good lighting, and they can't be all the same kind of photo. One of you with doing what's an activity that you like to do? What's a sport or something you like?
Well, I go run every morning.
Perfect, man. That's an amazing activity. Okay, so a picture of you running, and then a picture of you just hanging out. That's another good one. Perhaps a picture of you with friends. A picture of you. Do you have a dog? Okay, that's all right. Do you know anyone who has a dog?
Yeah, I do.
All right, well, go to that person and ask them if you can just take a picture with their dog. And they're going to say, why? And you say, it's for a dating app, but I want to show that I like animals and I don't have another way to do it. And if they're a real friend, they'll let you take a picture with their dog without a second thought. And then take a picture of you outside and a picture of you just relaxing. Like those 5 or 6 pictures, if you had that in good lighting and everything and good quality. I'm not saying you need to get a professional photographer, though that helps. But if you don't, you just take your phone and do a countdown and just take 10 pictures and pick the best one of each of them. You'll have 5 or 6 really good pictures. Then your profile, it can't be anything too deep, but basically you just say in there, single man who's honest and loyal, looking for my female equivalent. And you'll get a ton of chicks in there. And then what you do is you swipe right on basically every chick. So the algorithms don't like that as much anymore. They care. But so you swipe right on, anybody you don't like. And then the next, you'll have a huge list of chicks who have swiped right on you. And then you start the game and you say to them what you're interested in, how, how you think that you can change their life and all those other things. And you got to think of it like this. If you go to a bar, I don't care how good you are with people, in a given night, you're going to be able to talk to at a maximum 10 chicks. Why? Because you're going to be weird if you're talking to like 30 chicks. I mean, like basically, there probably aren't 30 girls you can post up to. So let's say on your best night, you talk to 10 girls. Okay, that's cool. Do you know how many times you can swipe right? You can swipe right 50 times. Basically, it's a numbers game is what I'm saying, and you want to increase the numbers that you have. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad move for you to still go out to bars and meet chicks that way. That's great. But that means that you're never going to have the opportunity to meet girls who don't go to bars. And I'm not saying that going to bars is bad or that you can't meet girls or go to bars or parties or whatever. That's fine. But you've got to recognize that there are girls out there who say, you know what, I don't like the bar life. I don't like that scene. I don't like getting hit on by random dudes who are drunk or whatever. I'm kind of a bookworm. I'm hot though. And so I just do the dating app thing. And you will never meet that girl because you're not on the dating apps.
Yeah, I mean, if you put it that way, yeah.
Absolutely. It's a numbers game. So what am I saying? I'm saying you should make it your goal to have an interaction with 100 girls a week. Well, how the fuck are you going to do that? I'm not saying go to 100 different Starbucks and hit on the baristas. I'm not saying that. I'm saying when you go to a bar, you hit on whatever, 10 girls or whatever. Cool. Then you get on Tinder and you swipe right on 50 girls. And you get on Plenty of Fish and you swipe right on 40 girls. And you get on Bum and you swipe right on 30 girls. And you get on Plenty of Fish and you swipe right on 60 girls. And you get on whatever other ones there are out there and you swipe right. And at the end of the week, you're going to have like 140 girls who were into you. When going your way, you're going to get 10 girls at a bar, and frankly, they could be great chicks. There are a lot of great chicks who go to bars, but you're not going to get the librarian chick. You're not going to get the girl who maybe is a really great girl but has a child or children or whatever. You're not going to have an opportunity at a lot of these chicks. It's a numbers game. Basically, at the end of the month, you will have had interactions using my strategy with 1,000 different girls. That's a good part of the population. Using yours, there are 4 weekends a month, or 4 or 5, and you're going to meet 10 girls if you're lucky. So it's 50 doing what you're doing versus at least 1,000 doing what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that I just want you to get the best girl that you can. And if you use my strategy, it's a numbers game. Will you hit a home run with all of them? No, you're going to strike out with them some, but you're fine with that if you're in the bar game. It's a numbers game though. And the dating apps are numbers games. So what does that mean? You want to increase, or not just the dating apps, but dating in general is a numbers game. And so you just want to have the most amount of female interactions that you can. And the best way to do that is to get on the dating apps. Look, I'm going to tell you this. I'm a man who has dated girls who weren't just on Tinder. They worked at Tinder. I've dated sociologists who worked at Tinder in West Hollywood. They worked for Match.com. And so I have insider knowledge of how these things work. And what I did back in the day, this is about 10 years ago, but hey, welcome. What's going on? That's my boy Abdullah. How you living, pimp? That's fine. I was able to hack Tinder to the point where I could, with the press of one button, like 256 women at once. And so I just went in and like 256 girls at once. I had to hit the button like 5 times, and that was 1,000 girls. And you know how many girls are in LA? And my phone would just be blowing up with just I'd matched with, and I would just go through. And this girl told me, she's like, yeah, I mean, I work at Tinder, and your profile interested me, and of course I have access to the back end information, and I've never seen somebody who had so many likes. And it's like, she's like, how did you do it? And like, I took an Android phone and modded it using a root system, and then loaded some software to it, and found a way in their system that allowed me to get all these chicks to like me at once. And that was cool. And then and she was cool. She was a really nice girl. At the time though, I was like in Orange County and she was in LA County, and it wasn't that suitable of a relationship. Also, I was much more religious than she was. But later I went on and just they make things. They make it's called a screen. What is it called? It's just an automatic. It's something that automatically moves your phone. It's like an automatic swiper, and I did that. And then I don't know if you can see, but like I have phones right now that will automatically. I program phones. I program macros on phones, and it's very easy for you to do with Tinder or any of those swipe. You just have to have it swipe right for you, and it just one posts on people's Twitches for me automatically. And I have like a bunch of these things. I mean, I've got in front of me right now. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 devices right here, not including everything that's over here or what's behind me or any of that. And you use technology to your benefit. Even if you're like, well, I don't want to get banned on Twitter because I basically told this girl all of the insides, and Match.com and Tinder eventually changed their algorithm. I mean, I told her, look, it's in my best interest to on every chick and then wait to see what girls come into my inbox. And she's like, yeah, I don't. It's a numbers game, and it's exactly that. So what they do now is if you swipe right on every chick, they will flag your profile. So you don't want that. But what you can do is go to another website like OkCupid. You go on OkCupid and you just swipe a bunch of chicks. You can program the thing to swipe right on every chick except for one of 100, and then you just you'll have so many more interactions with women, and you'll get look. At the end of the day, I want you to get a better looking girl. So let's say of the 10 girls you meet on a given night at a bar, there are 0 10s there. Okay, if there are 10, they're going to be taken. So maybe there are 2 10s, but you're not talking to those girls. So you're talking to 9s to 3s, basically. I want you to be able to get a 10. And how do you do that? It's much easier to get these girls, these 10s in your inbox if you have attractive pictures and a simple profile and all the things that the girls are for which they're looking. You can get 10s then. So what am I saying? It's a numbers game. Overcome your fear of going back on the apps. You go back on the apps, which is what you should do, and you should tell the truth to people, but you should get as many matches as you can. And I mean, let's again, in a given month, you're gonna meet 50 women, which is a lot in real life. And I don't think you'll meet that many. I don't think you will talk to 10 girls at a bar. You'll talk to 3 in a given night, and you'll be like, hey, that was good. And that's cool. But I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and we're going to say, hello, you're going to meet 10 girls, but that's not going to happen. You and I both know that. But let's say you meet 10 girls. You get their numbers. That's tough to do, too. Okay, you get 10 girls' numbers. Okay, great. So in a given month, that's going to be at most 50 girls. Okay, cool. In just the Tinder and OkCupid and Bumble and Plenty of Fish, those you're going to meet 1,000. All right. The average looking girl of that 1,000 that you want is going to be better looking than the 50 girls that you met at a bar. And those 50 girls at a bar are also on the dating app, or many of them are. So you might get things, but basically it's about numbers. And I know I keep saying that. That's what sociologists will tell you. That's what I'm telling you. And you want to be able to procreate with the best girl that you can find. Why limit yourself to 50 when you could have 1,000? You get what I'm saying, right?
is quite a knowledge game. Like you said, it's a numbers game.
Exactly.
Well, no, it's a lot to absorb.
Of course.
Well, anyway, thanks for this talk, man.
Absolutely. I'm always here for you. Hello. Don't ever feel fearful to come in here and give me updates. I'm here to help you and I'm here to support you. And I want you to live your best life. I want you to get all that meme coin glory that you want. I want you to get a really beautiful girlfriend. And not saying you can't find her in those 50 girls, but you and I both know it's not 50. You're meeting 3 girls per weekend, maybe. So we're talking about 15 girls, 20 girls maximum. It's a numbers game. I know no one, quote unquote, likes the dating apps, but I think the dating apps are amazing. And I'm the biggest advocate of them that you could have because in no time in human existence have you been able to meet 1,000 girls in a month. Just isn't something that would happen. Generally, what would happen in society is you would be in a small tribe. You would do your best to avoid mating within your family and try to find someone outside your family who just happened to be single. Maybe you would be set up or something like that. But your town wasn't that big and there weren't that many single people. So in the town, maybe there were 10 girls who were available and you'd pick from that. We don't have that anymore. There are thousands. That's just 1,000 in 1 month. If you did this for an entire year, that's 12,000 women that you would meet who aren't just like, you're not just in a football game. These are 12,000 women who are basically saying, if you meet my criteria, I will reproduce with you. That is a great gift that you have. So re-download the apps. Don't just stay on one app. Get on the top 5 or 6. I would get on Tinder, Bumble, OkCupid, Plenty of Fish, and those are big ones. Maybe and all of these are free as well. And I'm sure there are some others in there. Get on them, put your pictures up, make your profile, and do you have an Android phone or an iPhone?
I have several.
Okay, you have several. Perfect. All right. So what you want to do what I do is download something called it's called. I use this all the time, and can't even think of what it's called. Just a moment. I mean, I don't just use it all the time. I use it 24/7 on multiple devices. It's called Click Assistant. So basically, this thing clicks phones for me automatically. And Abdullah, who just came in here, that guy, how did he find out about me? Because I clicked his Twitch and I put my link in. And that's how I've gotten 1,000 people in this Discord. And just, making you aware, you use these technology to your benefit, you're going to have better offspring. Why will you have better offspring? Because you will basically be able to choose for more fertile, more attractive, more intelligent women because you're going with such a larger population, and you're going to have a better life because technology to your benefit. Use these swipers, and if you're like, well, I don't want to do that, okay, that's fine. Then just sit there and be swiping all fucking day and all fucking night or whatever it takes, and you're going to get 1,000 matches in a month. And if you don't, something's wrong because these girls are just swiping away too, and they'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And if you're like, you think you're a good-looking dude, that's great. So that's going to even be more opportunity for you to be able to reproduce.
Yeah, I'm confident with my parents.
Excellent. All right, well then, get your shit done, dog.
Yeah, well, I have a long life to live.
Yeah, you do. Absolutely, and I hope you find a great partner for it.
Are you still part of the Bitcoin community?
Yeah, I should be streaming in there at this very moment.
Yeah, I saw that. That's why I came back over into the Discord. I said come here for emergencies. I'm like, oh shit, maybe this is an emergency then.
No. It's just It's easier for me to interact with people on Discord than it is on Telegram. Telegram is more limited. It doesn't have as many features as Discord does. Um, you can open up different voice chats in here, and you can have like more robots, and um, it's just more consistent for me. Um, to do
I had another one. What are you? How familiar are you with the Lord?
Milady Wars. Oh, that yeah, that crypto that uh NFT project.
Yeah.
Yeah, something about it. It's on the meme of like the guy who's a neck beard who thinks that chivalry hasn't died, and they basically tip their hats to women and that, and it became an NFT and cryptocurrency. It's been, I mean, I haven't seen the chart in a long time, but at one time it was it was the flavor of the week. Basically, it was big. Um, I I personally don't really like that coin. I like coins. Well, frankly, I wouldn't like Harry Potter Bonosonic 10 Inu because it's political, and I don't really like political. But the community is the one that that brought me into it, and so I've stuck by it. But basically, like the Milady coin, in my opinion, it has a lot of growth opportunity, but I think all the coins do. The reason why I don't think it's that great is basically a lot of the people who hold Milady are those Milady guys, are those neckbeard kind of guys who tip their hats to chicks and things like that. Like a friend of mine, he's in the community out. I won't name him, but like he was all about this one coin that was called uh, Fat Girl Investment, and it were Fat Girl Coin or something like that. And I'm like, why are you so about that coin? And he's like, well, because the idea of it is buying this coin is like buying Bitcoin in 2009. Basically, uh, it's like investing in a fat chick who goes to the gym. Like she's gonna be hot. You just have to wait some time. And I was like, okay, fine. But to me, that's kind of an offensive name. And so I do my best to stay away from offensive names. And Bitcoin or Milady is somewhat. It doesn't have broad appeal. I'll just put it that way. Why? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, nothing much. I see it from time to time, and then so again, it goes back to the whole like the mirror, the casino, the mirrors facing mirrors. So I wasn't able to tell if it's like an inside joke about the whole like Milady, or if it's like if the guy, because all of them they're anon, so
Yeah.
maybe I wasn't picking up on the humor.
Yeah, I mean, they just think. I mean, it goes to that meme of that guy that's a neckbeard who is overweight and wears a fedora and thinks it's cool to pick up women by tipping his hat to them and calling them a lady. But uh, in its own way, that's not a bad thing either. There are some people who have that style, and it can work for them. But I think it's slightly offensive to some. So if you were to say, should I invest in it? I would say there are probably better investments out there that are just non-offensive. What would they be? I'm a big fan of animal tokens because animal tokens don't really offend anybody. Women will invest in animal tokens. Like imagine we have some really beautiful girl, and we need her for our project or whatever, and so we have to sell her on our token, and we're gonna sell her on Milady. We're gonna say, "Oh, girl, well, it's a really great token. Haven't you meme though, or whatever?" And then yeah, but you got to understand the community's so great, and you got to overcome all that. And she'll be like, "Okay, whatever." Or we just say, "Hey, do you know what a dog is?" She's like, "Yeah, I know what a dog is." Okay, well, our community is based around dogs. She's gonna be like, "Oh, okay, I can invest in that." Do you understand what I'm saying? It's really easy to get on board with a Doge or a dog or something like that, or something like a giraffe or a capybara or a bear or whatever. It's less offensive. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There you go. All of these are about marketing, though. So keep that in mind. What appeals to the broadest population? I've had a lot of people come to me for just marketing advice and what I know with social media and cryptocurrencies, and really I do my best. It's the idea of KISS, keep it simple, stupid. But when I explain to people how they want to market anything, I say to them, take a first grade class. Okay, if I say to a first grade class, I've got a bunch of different tokens here. I've got the angry gorillas. I've got uh, the man with coin. I've got the Harry Potter Obama Sonic Panini. I've got the dog coin or Doge or whatever. I've got Milady. I've got uh, whatever. Just I named 15 of them. And I say to these kids, literally children, which one do you like? They're going to say, I want the one with the dog. Why? Because it's simple. It's like, it's a dog. They may say, well, I like the gorilla one. That's cool, but it's angry. Well, that's not a positive trait. Okay. I mean, basically, you just want to relate to people with the simplest one. And that's how I go with NFTs as well, especially like NFTs that get really complicated. It's like, okay, that's fine, but the more complicated it gets, the less mass appeal it's going to have. It doesn't have to be a dog; it can be a cat, be a giraffe. It can, but like animals to me are really attractive from an investment point of view because they're not really that offensive. It's one of the reasons why NFL teams or major league teams choose a mascot that's an animal because it doesn't really offend anybody and people can get behind it. Does that make sense? I mean, look at you had the Redskins, now they're the Commanders. You had the Indians, now they're the Guardians. You had the Washington Bullets, now they're the Wizards. Like if you get somewhat political or controversial, it doesn't have as much of an appeal. But the Bears have stayed the same. The Rams have stayed the same. The Cardinals have stayed the same. You know what I'm saying? That like basically it has more appeal. There you go. So I do the same with crypto, and thus man with coin might skyrocket. It could, but it just doesn't have that massive amount of an appeal as some of the others that I see.
All right, man. I'm gonna log off.
Peace, buddy. Take care. Absolutely. Keep me updated.
Yeah, man.
Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, man. We'll go.
Excellent. Take care, big dog.
For now, I'll be rating the Bitcoin Sonics.
Hey, and I'm going to tell you this. I don't promote. I mean, I do promote cryptocurrencies, but the reason why Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu has a chance to be the reserve currency of the world. I'm not just talking bigger than old school Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana. And you're looking at it. Why? Because of data. Data is Earth's number one resource. I have more data than any person ever. If I just keep these bots going and get random Abdullahs coming in here 4 or 5 times a day, eventually that's going to spread. People are going to know what that is. And basically, for the last more than 2 years, every single day, I've had Harry Potter on throughout all of this and all of my merchandise. You're going to want to be associated with that project. And I wouldn't. So what's going to happen with it? You can invest. I don't know what it's at, 8 cents, 7 cents, 6 cents, whatever. It could go down to 3 cents, 2 cents, 1 cent. Hold on to that coin because data. That's what I'm saying. Make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent, my friend. All right, well, you go get some sleep and don't be a stranger. Come in here. I want to hear some updates. I want to hear how the dating apps are going. I want to hear what kind of cryptocurrencies you think are good investments. And I gave you a rabbit hole and all the information that you need to find out everything that you wanted to know on that issue. And tell me what you learned.
Yeah. Will do, man.
Excellent.
Thanks for all of this.
Absolutely, buddy. Peace.
Okay.
Take care.
Sure.
ends changing them after 2 to 3 uses.
Okay, 2 to 3 uses. I might go 4 to 5. I might go 5 to 5.
If your bathroom is so humid your towels don't dry, maybe you won't.
Bathroom is so humid the towels don't dry. We live in a desert. Are you kidding me?
Maybe this is a national standard.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's coming out of D.C. in the swampland.
Yeah, exactly.
Maryland.
But if your bathroom is so humid your towels don't dry,
They get it. We got a great construction guy over there. We'll work that out.
what do you want?
You create an environment for mold or bacteria to linger.
I have noticed that when I went to Florida to visit a friend. When you put your towel up in the shower at night, in the morning, it's still wet. It's so humid that it doesn't dry. But here, they should dry.
I always prefer to never learn myself off the back towel just because it's like that just doesn't.
Yeah, like 330 other million people in America. This guy just told us that he doesn't like to dry off with a wet towel.
Just never learn myself off the back towel just because it's like that just doesn't miss out.
What about recommendations? The recommendation is about every week, maybe even more often if it's under the pillowcase.
That's a general rule. But she says it all depends. You get night sweats, sleep with a pet, or with someone else. You may.
I'm going to step up our sheet changing game.
Is that right?
As a result of the going once a week. I really am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, with changes, will you do that, or is that?
No, we have a lovely lady who is our sheet changer. I mean, just like, you pull into the tires and stuff, get out of the car and help you with the tires. Right. They go in there, there's actually tire changing specialists. That's what I have for the sheets.
You know what bothers me is when I watch NASCAR, they put 20 gallons of gas in 4 seconds. And yet, we all sit at that pump for 10 minutes. We can't extend that service to us. We gotta sit there and wait and wait and wait. And look around to see who's gonna wipe you out.
That's pretty funny.
Well, shouldn't that kind of technology has been around for 30 years?
Sure.
In NASCAR.
Yeah.
And they can't help us out at Arco or Shell.
Yeah. I'm sure they feel like, hey, you're actually getting into your car pretty quickly. Believe it or not. I mean, it's not as quick as NASCAR, but it's pretty quick.
I want it quicker.
You may need to change your sheets more frequently.
Uh-oh. All right, here we go.
It's a lot of laundry. To keep linens fresh, Dr. Minnie says go to bed clean. And that means washing your face or showering every night. And
There you go. Go off with your shower.
And look for breathable materials.
Like actually cotton, linen, bamboo sheets to have a little bit of an antimicrobial property to it. Bamboo sheets to.
With bamboo.
I think that's the thing. I've seen surfing on Instagram and stuff. Yeah. Hard or? No, I mean, I guess it's, it's made from that.
Dr. Lee says, when in doubt, change it out. Denise Tador, ABC7, Eyewitness News.
Steckler used to say he bought these really cheap sheets. I think he said the thread count was 9. And it was like sleeping on tennis nets. Welcome back. We have the hero and another hero that has saved the day. They all made his wife Truvia. Yeah,
But the way that he found his way to us being in touch with him, that in itself is a story.
Yeah.
And of course, the story is riveting.
And he thought that was going to die.
Yeah.
After they saved him.
Right.
That's crazy. Hope you're okay. Yeah.
It's an emotional story.
It is a belly.
Really is.
Yeah. You know, makes you left side. Really long on KFID M240, Conway and Thompson.
The City Council's got an earful for people downtown. We're saying more needs to be done to make it safer and cleaner. Downtown Residents Association, DTLA Residents Association, co-founder Cassie Horton says other large cities are doing it.
San Francisco, San Jose, San Diego, other major cities across California are really focused on downtown recovery. And as residents, we have a vision for how we can do that better here in Los Angeles.
We got a survey last week showing widespread dissatisfaction with crime and health crisis, drug use on the streets, and filth. Residents are pushing City Hall for more police on foot patrols and investing in more communication efforts. This report brought to you by LAUSD
actually is overseeing agencies like the Securities and Exchange Commission that are in charge of regulating industries like cryptocurrency. He has said those agencies are taking a more limited approach, and that could benefit his family that's invested in cryptocurrency.
Public records show President Trump's relatives hold 22.5 billion tokens of world-leading financialists. Trump says he wants to make the U.S. crypto capital of the world. And tourism experts say the drop in people coming to the U.S. could continue even as summer ends.
They say factors like President Trump's tariffs, strict immigration policies, and rhetoric have made international tourists feel unwelcome. U.S. government data confirms an overall drop-off in international arrivals. Figures travel and tourism office show more than 3 million fewer international arrivals months a year. Preliminary data does not include Canada, where many residents have said they plan to stay away in protest. Deborah Martin,
Slight chance of rain out there tonight should go away as the night goes long. Company temperatures almost clear and a little just a degree or two, and then Liverpool is coming Thursday through the weekend. Right now in Fullerton, 103. Coast Base is 79 degrees. Let's hit your freeway.
So we're going to start off to make your way along the 110. This is northbound in South LA. Today's leaving the 105, taking you all the way to 5 freeway in Elysian Park. In southbound 3 Topsville, there's an earlier crash just before Vernon. It's been blocking the 3 right lanes, and that's keeping the drive loading up out of Elysian Park as well from Stadium Lane. In Pomona, the 71 northbound before Mission Boulevard. The crash in the left lane keeps you on the brakes from the 60, and it's also tough. Let's check out that couple pass. 15, making your way along that northbound side. Things fill in right at the 215 merge, taking you ahead to 138. Still tough getting out of Rivido E60. We're seeing delays from just about High Ride as you continue ahead towards Rivido Boulevard, where there crash out of lanes. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Rachel Martinez.
Are Jews who are doing these things with Christians. On the other hand, sometimes the specificity of these things does suggest that it's more realistic. Like, for example, a ban on intermarriage, sure, that's pretty standard. Ban on owning Christian slave Jews should not own Christian slaves. Okay, we hear that too. But mixed dining, blessing across that sounds
Barometer for this?
Like, let's say, for example,
Can you touch your asshole right
there are
now?
laws in the books here in America that also
I have to exhale pretty hard to get to my ass.
riding his horse certain
I
areas
don't.
of New York
Sometimes
City.
I don't shit because I know I can't
Nobody
whip my
rides
ass.
horses except for policemen.
Like if it's a thin toilet and I can't really spread my legs out, like I need to really spread my legs out and then go and then get in there. My feet.
How's your acid reflux going?
You know what? Not great.
Yeah, I've heard it about 30 times since you started.
I know. I know.
You know that.
I already know that. That's reflux. Yeah, I know. I mean,
It might be the 10 egg bites. Most people have
detail there that
the worst part of the bird is that I don't think Tom's going to stop laughing after Bird has a heart attack. He's still going to be sitting there with Bird's replacement, laughing at how Bird ate and drank himself to death. Bird literally has to make a plan to wipe his own ass. Leanne is towns away from having to be Bird's full-time carer. And it's not even funny anymore, it's just fucking gross. He's describing how he's too big to use certain toilets, so he has to strategically avoid shitting altogether, otherwise he'll have to spend the rest of the day with soggy cheeks. And Tom's just sitting there laughing nervously while counting down minutes until he gets to leave. And then there's the reflux. Bird trying to clear his throat has become part of the sound design of this fucking podcast. The guy is dying right in front of our eyes. Meanwhile, he's bragging about bench pressing nearly 300. He's clearly over 300 pounds himself. And if you can barely wipe your own ass, it kind of doesn't count, bro. The guy genuinely only believes he's still on the prime of his life while his body is literally rejecting food and he cannot function with basic mobility. And look, I'm not saying Bert Kreischer is going to explode on air. Actually, no, I am saying that. And when he does, Tom will probably still be sitting there nodding along and laughing and saying something like, he did it, it finally happened, and then get his shit and walk out to his McLaren, start it up and drive home with bits of Bert's organs, hang his nose and ears. Actually, that sounds like a good idea for an episode of Bad Thoughts. You can have that one for free, Tom, you fucking tight ass. Anyway, make sure you head over to my new channel, More Cringe, and check out the link in the description to my Patreon for all my latest Kill Tony coverage. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Some reliability, though, is that by the 3rd century, there are some Jews living in Spain. It is certainly on the periphery of the Jewish world, but this population will certainly increase. And by the time we get to the early 8th century, the Muslim conquest will certainly have a much better sense.
I'm not eating any goodies.
You need half of this real wine and goes fucking.
It's 4 or 5 days. Are you serious? Yeah.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to eat half of this 3/4.
You know I went to Joey's store with I'm gonna get more of that. Joey, I'm not eating it, buddy. No. Joey, no. Guys, Bears on Travel Channel June 2nd. June 2nd at 9 at 8 p.m. No beer episode.
If you don't leave.
I'm only at 1.5. Who cares?
It's like,
come on, there it is, right? Give it. Put any of it.
Great time in Las Vegas last weekend. If you came to see, I want to thank you for that was easy weekend, fucking great time. When it was that 1983, I was walking past the window one day. I was doing laundry on the Lord's Day. Running my own fucking business. I'm just doing laundry. Phone was on. I was on the road. I was living in Snowman. I was in Creekside Apartments, and I'm walking, and I look at this window as I'm walking by, and the window's open, but there's a screen in front of it, the door's right there. All I can do is stick my hand, rip the screen, stick my hand, I got this fucking fool's paradise. And I saw him earlier at the fucking bar, the Mexican place, and there was some type of drugs in this house. I stuck my hand in there, went in, I got a chunk of hash, I got some jewelry, and like 1,500 grams. And I got a couple grams of blow, most blow, miscellaneous blow. I put it together, and I ran out and I went home and I burned the 15 grams. And I took the jewelry and put it in one little safe. My buddy was a property manager in those days for some property management company, and I went to condos that were under construction, and I would put all the stolen loot in the safes. Have the combination. That's the only way I got away with all that shit. So they came to my house, it was going around. The blow I got that was going down. And then I actually had a little spot in the closet where I ripped up the carpet. And with a knife, I picked up the wood. I always, since I was a kid, I was always one of those rapey dude James Bond. Yeah, I love picking up floorboards, picking up floorboards and digging it out. I love all that crazy shit. To me, that was the easiest heist of my life. December 18, 1983. I called my buddy and said, hey, I'm sending you a package tomorrow. Look out for a chunk of hash. It was the jewelry. The jewelry. Trying to jewelry. It's my birthday, and I made a mental note for December 18th. I called him on his birthday because of that robbery. My point is, Vegas was easy. That's good time I had in Vegas.
Did you say you buried in the ground? Buried money?
No, there was a closet that people in the building could put their skis and shit. You had to have a couple keys for it. And I went in there and I fucking dug something out in the corner. You couldn't see it unless you were a professional. No way you could see it. I put it in there. That's where I kept the 15 grand until I went back to Jersey in 84.
Yeah, that's about the same time I went to Miami.
Oh, we're talking about Miami. Yeah. I'm talking about, you give this illusion when you're 19, 20, that there's stuff going on.
there's always stuff going on, you know. Oh my God, it sucks here.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Where's the party at?
The party's in Texas. I heard my friend went. He said that he made out with 8 chicks. And he got 6 blowjobs. And the chicks were topless. Your head almost explodes. And that's a fucking bullshit story, you know. But in your mind, then you see the Budweiser commercials and they're partying. And, well, it wasn't as crazy. The commercials when I was the craziest commercials were Rodney. You know, remember those commercials from Miller Lite? Those are fucking classic. But it wasn't. You had this illusion that you were going to go out. So I grew up in New York City. So when I was like 20, my friend said, "Hey man, my buddy's a bartender in Studio 54." My head was exploding. He was like, "Get you into it." I go, "Let's go." You know, it was like 80 fucking 2. The party was over then. But to just go in there, and I went in there expecting to see like people giving blowjobs. You know, it wasn't. It was just people being free. So my friend said to me at one point, like, "You want to get high? Yeah. Let's go to the women's bathroom." You were a man. You were in the woman's bathroom because it was like the main room. They had those booths with mirrors with those big. It's Studio 54. They had 50 of those in a row. So people would go in there with their cocktails, smoke, and go to the women that supposed to be putting makeup on. They weren't any in the bathroom or with this. They would sit there. You follow me? When you went to tables, people were doing blow. But I went there like 3 times, and I thought that was it. That was the perfect fucking club. Even though I didn't get my dick sucked, even though nobody talked to me, I didn't get one woman to talk to me. I didn't dance with anybody. Like that was the utopia. You know, that was it. But I always thought, like, oh my God, I'm going to Colorado. When I went to Colorado, that was the worst nightlife in the fucking world. And I gotta tell you something, when I went to all these cities, like, compared to what I grew up with, nothing is fucking. I've never seen anything. You know, I don't want to go see I'm too old guy. I'm not going to sit there and listen to brown sugar. That's not happening in my fucking world. But there was one place I went in 1984. That was crazy. It was Coconut Grove, Florida, where the Improv is today. Cocaine was huge. That place was something I had never seen before. Really, I went to visit my family, and my cousin said, "We're going out." It was like the big barrel, and that was where I saw. If 400 people were in there, everybody was on blow. Like everybody was on blow. Everybody was on Miami Vice. It was right at the
It's probably dressed like it, shit, right?
So, brother, in between Scarface and Miami Vice, you have no idea what was happening. You just have no idea.
I was in Florida. I don't remember Scarface coming out, but I do remember Miami Vice. I remember, like, Ron Bennington was a big deal around that time in Florida. Ronnie B was DJ in Tampa.
Who's Ron Bennington?
He does
Ryan Fest radio show.
Okay.
Yeah, shit, tremendous.
He always, Joey, you love him.
I know them. Where are they now?
They're New York. Ron Bennington's New York, Ron Perez is Miami. Can you turn the bass down in my voice? It sounds like tinny.
Bring that beat back.
But yeah, Ronnie B, like those big cigarette boats and cut off shirts like Hulk Hogan used to wear.
Florida's maniacs. It's a crazy state. It's a really crazy state. And it's one of the, like, it's like Nevada in the sense that, like, if you fuck off society, you kind of like do shit up. I bend a lot of rules. I'm kind of fucking a great state to drive in. You know, like, there's so many. The most scumbags I've ever met in my life was living in Florida.
Really?
Yeah, for sure. So many fucking scumbags.
A lot of racists.
A lot of racists.
Yeah, a lot of everything.
Yeah, a lot of. It's not everything. It's a big.
It's a hybrid state. It's been fucking getting all
Yo.
You know, Columbus was down there. I mean, it's just. Jesus was down there. Everybody's been down there.
No state income tax.
General Gleason was down there. It's just one of those places. And for me, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, anything above like West Palm Beach, I don't collect. To me, it's very moral. It's in between and something else. Like, I went to Jacksonville. They didn't think me. I went to that Mandarin one time. They're all the food you could eat Friday night.
Good old boy. Like
Ocala. I've never really been to Live Oak. I didn't do good in Tampa. You know. A lot of Cubans in town. Great fucking city. Great food. Sensational. Just a great blend food. A lot of New Yorkers with flavor. A lot of Cuban food. A lot of Latin. A lot of good cheeseburgers. But I think like the only city, I'm gonna tell you something, guys, has only been where I thought I was gonna die. I came close to dying. One is Florida, Miami, and the other one I think is Houston, Texas. That's a savage city. Real motherfucking city.
Yeah, Houston, Texas. Before or after the hurricane? Okay, after Katrina, Houston got real fucking wild.
Yeah, it
got real crazy.
Katrina, 2005. Yes, 2003, 2002. I was going crazy on my own.
Yeah. I used to love the last stop. I went there after. I went there after. I love Speed.
That is no fucking bro. I love it. He just came to see me.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm so tired. I'm up with people once every 16 days. My wife, Danny.
Yeah, Dan Burton. Old Tempe Improv.
Old Tempe Improv. What a fine shame, man.
Yeah, he died.
No, they said, don't you know where? In Chicago. It wasn't good, guys. He called me about a year and a half ago for a reference to try to get a manager's job at the Chicago Laugh Factory. That's the last place I lived with his brother. He took him to play the club game. They robbed him. He lost his condo. It was like fucking A to Z. It was like he fucking did a lot of creepy things down there, man. Rest in peace, you know. He was good. But then they're not really trusted.
It wasn't good. Rest in peace.
He was a creepy fuck.
Lived with his brother.
Oh, God.
Oil service outside.
Don't you ever got a funeral and the guy's talking and they give a memorial in the back of your head? You're like, this is such a bullshit. Last time I saw this guy was doing blow off the stripper's ankle. And this kid is a loving father, sure. I should have seen him that night. But you love this kid. Yeah, stuck up that fucking young fucking asshole. Oh, God, all those loving fathers, they always are the dirtiest motherfuckers in the world. Dirtiest motherfuckers.
I went to the Tempe Improv one time, and Gary Valentine and it's a bunch of comics told me he got a party with Dan Murr. And I was like, okay. So I get there. We used to tour. What's his name? We get there, we sit down, and I say to Dan, I'm not drinking tonight, but I want to get down on a party with you. He's like, yeah. So I was like, Kevin, James, all these guys said you're really fun to party with you. Don't worry, it'll happen. I was like, yeah. It's like Friday night, Thursday night, Friday night. He's like, I'm not doing it tonight. We'll do it tomorrow night. So Saturday comes, I'm kind of like, I'm not that I don't want to party with them. I don't really care to. I just said what I was supposed to say to be cool. Saturday night comes and I dodge out on it. I don't see him, I leave. I'm like, God, I got to do one Sunday show. I'm just going to drive home. Sunday night, I work in the green room. He's like, tonight's your night, bro. And I was like, okay. So I was like, all right. So all my shit. I was like, I'm going out partying with Dan. And we just had shooters right down the street. Just went there and just sat down at the bar and he just looked at me. What do you think? I was like, what? He's like, this is it. Man, this is the party with me. And I was like, oh, fuck. What? Yeah, it was weird. No, we just had enough drinks where I couldn't drive back to LA. And then he just called it a night. I was like, oh, fuck. So it was the last time I really. It's interesting when people you put all your eggs in that basket sometimes in business. But like a club owner or manager, and you're like, all right, I got this place, and you do cool shit, and all of a sudden one day they're gone, and you're like,
I got line from what's the guy that was running Houston Improv? That guy?
No, not Trey.
No, creepy guy.
He's a creepy fuck. He's a creepy fuck. They said the Darlington, he's the rapist.
Oh, jeez, I wasn't saying any of it.
You know, Dan was a fucking dirty cunt. He would get so coked up that he'd think he had a stroke. His lip would turn like his lip would just So one night, and everybody for years, one night when I had the really bad sleep apnea, and I really wasn't sleeping, I didn't know what. I didn't know what the sleep apnea would the effects were yet. I passed out one night really hard. Most of the way to the door back, and it's Joe Rogan. Marijuana when he was fucking miserable. They say he was an ape. You ever see the evolution of an ape? He was an ape. No joke. Marijuana wasn't. It wasn't. It was something missing. Thank God that he because you didn't know what anti-Trump, anti-fucking-Trump. You know, if Britain came over the next day, I should have like 16 million beers. I'm proud. He would just say that about everyone went to see Doug Stanhope. That's how it started. And he's like, fucking Doug is funny. Somebody's going to talk about his alcoholism. Like, Joe. Nobody says things like that. Why would you say that? He goes, why would I say that? We had 11 beers, 4 shots of tequila on stage. That's how uptight Joe Rogan used to be. No. Or perhaps he gave me Ricky Cole's mouth. He made shit for smoking pot in the comedy store one night. Really? That's how twisted he was. That anti, he was very by the book. You know, what's his name? He just died from drugs. The guy on Saturday Night Live, his buddy on news radio and all that. So he was very. He got shot. Right. Something had happened with Joe. He was very. Not discuss cocaine at that time. Like he wouldn't tell me I would ever be high in front of him. And one night we all said goodnight, and I went back to my room and I started watching TV. And I just passed out, guys. I heard boom, 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 boom. It's Joe Rogan, security. Joe, you opened the door. You all right? What the fuck? We're supposed to be downstairs at 8:30. Now we missed our fucking flight and all this shit. I'm like, hold on. And he's looking around my room. I'm like, no, dog. It was the bed last night. The whole way that him and Chris McGuire, he acted like I know he was a Danny Chris McGuire. I don't know the ball. That's what he was Chris McGuire. He used to open the job. I remember Chris McGuire. Then we get to the roads. Then we get to the fucking flight's delayed 4 hours. So all that yelling and screaming was for no fucking reason. I even told him to say the flight's fucking delayed. Who gives a fuck? But he always thought I was Danny Bird. I'll tell you guys right now. I never did a line of blow with Danny Bird. This is what I did to Danny Bird. I knew what Danny Bird did. Danny Bird knew what I did. Okay? There's people that you have relations like that. That, like, let's say Lee's a coke dealer. Lee knows that you and Bert are friends. Bert goes to Lee, and Bert knows that I go to Lee. We just don't say it to one another. But there's times when we'll be talking about people that are our friends. I'll say, Bert, you see Lee tonight? No, I saw him last night. So it's an odd little secret, but right in the books. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I always knew that he got high, and he knew I got high. We never really did anything. One night he called me up, and he was like, man, I got 2 tickets for the Stones at the Hollywood Bowl. Where you want to go? I'm 400 fucking pounds. I'm smoking 2 packs, 3 packs of Camel Lights a day, and I'm doing a gram and a half and blowing this Jesus Christ. I'm living a straight up fucking mess. Externally, internally. So I'm beating out in Padre, and I buy 2 20s. I buy 10 20s. Because I don't have my no me. And when he came to my ticket, I shook his hand, and I put 3 20s in there. And he took it, put it in his pocket. He never told me thank you. That's old school. Yeah. I don't know. That's the only drug change there. He paid the limo, Padre, to the fucking thing. We got out of that car. My friend blew a heartbeat. Alone with the cigarettes. You ever walk up to the Hollywood Bowl? Yes. You ever walk up to the top and punch the person in the face with ideas to go there? It's all uphill. It's all uphill from Island and Franklin. Oh my God. By the time you get to the top, you want to shoot yourself. Yeah. So we walk in, the seats were just, I can see the sweat on Mick Jagger. You know, Danny fucking around. Yeah, that's one thing. Dude swung hard. He had to take it. You know, let him and his assistant. That's what got him those tickets. Like somebody Big's assistant, Mick Jagger sweat. But the problem was the coke made me want to smoke cigarettes in those days. I couldn't smoke it. That's what happened. One time I went up there by the time I got up, I was huffing and puffing. I almost had a heart attack. I think my blood pressure's 200. And I went right back down. After 3 or 4 more songs, I do another couple of blasts. I walked back up to the top. Again, 3 cigarettes, I walked back down. Finally, I'm down and I go, fuck. Now I gotta pee. I walk all the way back up there. I pee and I go, I'm not walking back down. I just left. I walked right to my apartment, got the fucking rest of that 8 ball and blasted off. He kept calling me, hey, yeah, fuck you. I didn't answer the phone. I think I had a major back then. I still had a major. Fuck you, I didn't even answer the phone. It's gotta be a heart attack, right? Dammer's heart attack. No, he died of a broken heart. Some people die of hearts. Last time I talked to him, it's gotta be hard to take that tumble. Because if I'm going to run in one of the more popular clubs in the country, where everyone wants to work, to getting run out. I guess Mark Anderson killed himself, and that kind of everything fell apart from there. With that club, Dr. Howard wanted Dan out. Dan was a fucking, Dan had lost himself. Dan lost himself, and he wanted to be Hartman. He wanted to be Hartman. He wanted to compete with Hartman. Phil Hartman? No, Hartman. Robert Hartman. He wanted to rub that. He wanted to hang out with celebrities. He wanted to, he loved that. He loved that. He would say, oh, he was at my club this week in Spain, and Sandler, and Chris Rock. He loved saying those words. He loved going to Letterman because the fucking guy that got fired, this chick's really funny. Eddie Brill. That's the only last club that would hire him, because that was Danny Brill, the only way to get onto Letterman. So Brill would get a Letterman tickets and take him out to dinner, and they'd headline him for 10 G's. And you know how that goes. It's fucking amazing how his life works. But he started losing his mind, and he started believing the hype that he was a great club owner. He got a magazine done with his picture. Yeah, his frame. Yeah, in the club. Wait, a fake magazine article? Like a magazine that 3 college kids put together with their cover shot. He got it in the mall, but he was in a Confederate uniform. It's one of those ones you name on. He really believed the hype. He really wanted to be a player. I knew he had invested off record in a lot of comics. CDs. When you go to the comics and say, put my name on your CD, he was a producer. He gave me a lot of notes that years. And who the fuck was he at the end of the day? Like, who the fuck, that's what happened then. He went from being a club manager to being, I know everything about comedy. Look at my club. Yeah, you're good, but stop giving advice. Tell people they can't drink on stage. Yeah, that was one time as fun. Stop getting closer to the scene. If you got your face up, we go to the old Jewy did. He was like a double agent. And then he'd come and hang out, and then he'd want to party with, where's Joe Rogan? Where's Joe Rogan? And he'd sit by Joe, and he'd be called up, and Joe's fucking ears getting hotter and hotter. Every time he tried to say something, his jaw would be going. It was just fucking amazing. At that time, listen, bro, I don't know how you guys feel. Let me just tell you guys something. This is how I felt for 52. This is how I felt for 27 years. I think when I was 25, I said, I feel creepy going on.
I watched this fight, Jim. I was a Golden Glove champion. I'm pretty comfortable around
college. That's the way I said,
I can take a job. For me, please be a coach. Disrespect.
I said, you're not coming to some level. He's 55. Man, like sitting there, really? Isn't that fucking chick bus? You should be on some shit. I go, really? This is just trying to be a cool shit. I flew one of them because it was a 60-year-old that was tatted up. Oh, the way it is that, the way it is, it's 2015. He's still pushing the wing, shaking his head like any other fucking jelly. Who's the fix on your head? It's 73 and 26 years old now.
Wow. But that week in Florida, to me, was the last. I thought the rest of the country was like that. It was the summer of '84, and I was just about to get mad with the my head was around. Yeah, and I was dating this chick, this pussy, and I was a I would steal panties, and I wasn't. Oh my gosh, man, this is just some day we get hooked up together. 69 in the hotel rooms on Fridays and Saturdays, and we used to drink Harvey's Bristol Cream. You remember Harvey's Bristol Cream? It was like a fucking strong Irish, what's that shit, Bailey's? It was like a 90 proof Bailey's that fucked you up. And it took a broad from point A to point C with a half a biscuit and a couple of lines. Me and that chick would get like I'd save money the whole week, like 3 Quaaludes and 2 bottles of Harvey's Bristol Creams, a bag of ice cubes. I'd get a hotel room in Seaside Heights in the wintertime, like $10. And I'd take it down in an alley on a Saturday, cook her up, fucking eat her ass. And we'd 69, she'd stop and go by the coke and clean her nose and suck that fucking pipe again. Those are the days, dog. Those are the fucking days. What is Triple? Triple, you two second little Triple. That's the show you want. That's the trip tank you want. Like the show that you go and see the underground people shoot heroin, people smoking coke, somebody on no, that's what people want to see. It's actually will be blurred. Look at this over here. Look at this over here. He's the biggest sandwich. I want to see what a party's crack. I'm taking a beat from a chick with bad breath and bad mouth. She's like a big up to my breath. The camera has to follow you. Go back to the house and she's shooting heroin. She started a whole but you got to get that from the heroin. You put your dick out loud. And then she ODs and you in the camera crew lead. No, way down the stairs, you come into another party. Like that's the fucking show right there. Somebody wants to see you the rest of it. Going on a roller coaster. Who gives a fuck? You're in 10 seconds. Listen. So at a restaurant registration, it's August of '84. And psychological, I was just starting to digest it. My mother had died. When you have a loss that strong, I was in high school. I was still alive in my head. Just had to deal with it. After 4 years, I had to deal with it. I was in a restaurant, and all of a sudden, this guy comes up and says, $100. Plus family, people, just friend of the families. I would rap. I did film as a kid one time. And 2 sons. You feel like a fairy tale? Oh my God. So hey, some muñeco's looking for you. My mother died of something. Wake and shit, but lost contact with each other. Muñeco was a big time. In 80, about the time they killed, this is a fucked up story I'm thinking about right now. Before my mom died, my mother used me to practice at Colorado.
we despise Muslims. If you know his trouble, being formally in some house, that makes sense. If you lay down, like, that's really sad, you know. I think we went to the funeral when we came home. We got home, she came to me, my mom, and she's like, he wants to talk to you about something. That makes sense. I'm in the 8th grade, 7th grade, but my best friend, that guy right there, going right to George Bell's Avenue, or that guy, come on, football coach.
Absorbed the influences of Islam and of Judaism, at least tip over mysticism, and created literary works, and the implication of generally
The way you describe stuff, that's what I was on vacation. I think on vacation, but I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child, and I got to act like a fucking individual. I can't just, I didn't take my visa with my wife 15 years ago. And then suddenly they're trying to put it down. And Casey's been in the studio. We're on the second floor, so the towers all the way on the second floor. And it's so I was it was that way. It was a Brian story. He was like touring the studio and be like, this is a fucking garage. We do our podcast up there, and you know what's going on with the Hummer? This thing almost falling for it. You can really say like, yeah, I can't get it down. And then Brian like brushes up his back. He's like, dude, you're dirty, buddy. Like, what are you doing here? Like, we got a garage here. What are you doing here? I know this is a fucking freaking garage. Yes, dude, looks good enough. Yeah, it looks good enough. Like with all the lifts, everything. That looks good. It looks cooler, but it takes up so much more space. You know, so it's, yeah, it's a garage. Was that the point? Isn't the lift the point of reducing the space for you?
exacerbated by
yeah, well, walk under those nets. Yeah, so I was going to squeeze it through with whatever premise I could find. There's nothing above me. You're just getting you're like navigating up the thing and then hitting his head up because you know, yeah. And I had a freaking cart full of a bunch of stuff, so it's even harder to
go through their national reawakening, something that had occurred in Eastern Europe 100, 200 years earlier and is now catching up to the Middle East. And we began to see these Jewish immigrants as somehow interlopers and as somehow upsetting the status quo in a very negative way.
Meer dan 2500 slots?
But there was significant conflict between the indigenous populations, Arab immigrants to the region because of increased economic activity, and the flow of Jewish immigration to Israel. So many Jewish fans question that 19th century model, saying, was it really so wonderful?
This is what their fans want. Yeah, listen to an hour of just that's weird. This is what podcasting's become. This is like Brendan Schaub's Reddit.
The Two Bears One Cave summer break is complete, with Chrissy D and Stuffy posting their final guest episode after 6 weeks of carrying the show in Tom and Bert's absence. When they first announced the guest host plan, most of us assumed it'd be a few filler episodes just to keep the ad reads going for Tom to cover his car payments while he was off chasing his Hollywood dreams. But instead, we got a full 6-week arc of Chrissy and Stuffy slowly realizing that not only were they doing the heavy lifting, but the audience actually preferred it that way. This was by far the biggest revelation over the 6 weeks. Seeing the two of them slowly realizing just how much hate there was for Tom and Bert and how starved of real entertainment the YMH fan base is made me realize just how much of a bubble most of these comedians are living in. And by the end, it wasn't even subtle. They openly joked that the only reason they were brought back for a 6th episode was because Tom and Bert just didn't want to do it. And even though the whole thing was supposed to be temporary, you could tell Chrissy and Stuffy knew they were killing it. They know the audience likes them more, and they even started talking more shit about Tom and Bert. Stick around because I'll show you exactly what I mean later on in the video when they call Bert and how he manages somehow to bomb over the phone. He fumbles this fucking weird bit about which products comedians should really be selling. He sucks all the energy out of the room and then he hangs up. But then Chrissy and Dovey immediately roast him for being a predictable narcissist and how he doesn't understand comedy anymore. Towards the end, I'll show you the moment when Mark Norman and Sam Morrell joined the pilot of Tom and Bert, and if you've been following my forensic coverage of the show over the last few weeks, this has been a trend. If you recall, after the first guest episode when they asked us what we wanted to see over the summer, I posted a video asking them to spend more time roasting Tom and Bert, and boy, did they deliver.
I thought about this actually because a lot of our dynamic is me needling you to tell embarrassing stories. And that kind of is Tom and Bert. That is Tom and Bert. Sits back and goes, oh, tell me about that horrifying thing that your family is going to be pissed about you revealing.
Yes.
That's kind of, even though I'm fat.
Yeah, open up your comedy special talking about your daughter's period. By the way, you do look nice in that purple shirt, which is probably the same color as Bert's liver. What's the royal color? I think, listen, he doesn't have a disease, but it's royal.
Like I said, this final episode was when it really started to click for them. They finally realized what we've been saying this whole time. Chrissy starts talking about the rules from the street to say thank you for taking over Two Bears, and Stuffy straight up admits he doesn't get it. He can't understand why people are responding so positively to their takeover of the show, and I mean, fuck, that kind of stuff. Tom and Bert's friends really never realized how far and deep the hate goes. It's that moment where the guest hosts accidentally say what the audience has been thinking for years. This show hasn't been good for a long time, and nobody on the inside seemed to realize it until now. Next to Brendan Shaw and Brian Callen, Tom and Bert are some of the laziest, greediest, low-effort podcasters there are. But just before I show you the moment the penny finally dropped, I want to give a shout out to all of you who have gone over to my new channel, More Cringe, and subscribed. It's only fresh with a few videos, but if you want to see more cringe outside of the usual suspects I cover on this channel, head over there and subscribe so you don't miss out on all the extra content I've been posting. Also, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon for my latest coverage of the Missing Kill Tony London show and their second Netflix show. Kill Tony is currently in a massive identity crisis, so make sure you don't miss out on all my coverage of their downfall. Anyway, let's get back to Chrissy and Stubby having a Schultz epiphany about how far gone Two Bears One Cave is.
I actually can't believe 6 weeks.
It's 6 weeks. We were only supposed to be signed on for 5. They let us go to 6 because Tom and Bert just don't want to do it anymore.
No. And we think this is our last one. If they make us a big enough offer, we'll come back again. Yeah, listen, we know we got the bargaining power now. Yeah. I thought, honestly, I had no idea what to expect. I was like, oh, Chris, it'll be fun. I love doing podcasts with Chris. It's like, I'm trying to conceive a world where you step into someone's podcast and everyone's not pissed off, right? Like, to me, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. They listen for you guys. I have been shocked at how much people love this episode.
People have been stopping me in the street and be like, thank you for over Two Bears.
It almost feels like someone is making them listen to this podcast. I don't understand. I have to go back and watch. I guess the show sucks. Yeah. I always have fun when I do it. I didn't realize people need it. But, it's been great for me.
Watching Stubby process in real time what hate watching actually looks like was like watching the kid being told that Santa Claus isn't real. Wait, what? He's sitting there mid-convo trying to understand why people are coming up to him and saying how much they love Tom and Bears episodes, and then out loud he just blurts it out. It almost feels like someone is making them listen to his podcast. That was the exact moment it dawned on him how badly Tom and Bert have been treating us over the last few years. And the best part is you can tell this thought genuinely hadn't occurred to him before. That's how deep in the bubble these comedians are. To them, podcasting is just this fun little thing to do with your buddies while the ad money rolls in. And if the fans don't love it, well, they're just haters, right? But now they're face to face with some way more uncomfortable. The idea that the audience caring about Tom and Bert a long time ago, that people have been quietly this show out of obligation, just waiting someone to point it out. And once that he drops Chrissy and Stuffy immediately starts spiraling. And it's fucking brilliant. Honestly, the only thing that compares to this is seeing people discover the fighter in the kids subreddit for the first time. They go all in on roasting Tom and Bert. They compare them to two deadbeat dads who promise to stick around and pitch their podcast baby the minute Hollywood calls. They start talking like it's a full-blown breakup, like they're stepdaddies trying to win over a family that's been emotionally abandoned. And it's not even subtle. They say outright, we're just fucking around and people act like this is the best entertainment they've ever had in their lives. That's not a joke, that's a diagnosis. That's two guys realizing they stumbled into a gig where the only competition was two guys who checked out years ago.
Tom and Bert are sort of like the guy that knocked the lady up in high school, right? Promised they'd be there forever. They changed. Right. They don't treat her well anymore. Hey, they're off to Hollywood. Right now, we're just some guy. We're not doing a good job. No, we're just not, I guess, really bad. They set the bar so nice and low. We're just kind of around it. People act like this is the best entertainment they've ever had in their life. But no, I want to be very clear. This is it. We're not making a podcast. We're not. This show about life is like these things are a little surprised. I didn't even expect this to be this fun. No, I really thought there was going to be bull. Yeah, and I was just kind of doing it because whatever. Right. Who gives a fuck? Right. It'll be fun. Let's play some games. I love that we're saying all this and then we leave here at the end of the no understanding it with an immediate guarantee on our another six. On the spot with Yama's on. Right away. Full Yama's on, and we are back for. Hey, it's not the summer bears. It's the fall bears. Autumn bears. Hey, pumpkin bears. First two episodes we really tried to make it big, and then the last three we were trying to run it into the ground. Yeah. Well, I think last week's did it. Yeah, last week's. I think last week if we really just hopefully we can really get into the weeds of comedy and vaccine process. Let's talk seriously about the geopolitical climate. Bring up Donnie as votes are on for sure. Yes, that's it. That is true. We figured last episode, Tom and Bert must have sent some fun videos. Sure. They don't give a fuck at all. They're out. Didn't even send videos. Couldn't bother. And we saw the production value last time. We just weren't doing this outside. This is really the one where we're like, all right, in 52 minutes. This is, because you know what this is? This is, ironically, it's the last day before summer vacation for us. Really? This is our last. No, this is what they're going to do, fire us? Seriously. More brutal than that, they all burn. Now, keep in mind, like they were just saying, this is the final Summer Bears episode. You'd think Tom and Bert might have recorded a quick thank you video, maybe a little send-off message to close out the run. Fuck no, nothing. No video, no message, zero effort. So what do Chrissy and Stubby do? They just cold call Bert mid-episode on speakerphone, and it's everything you'd hope for and more. Bert answers the call while taking his blood pressure medication. Like, actually, I'm not even joking. And then launches into this bizarre half-baked bit about what kind of products comedians should be selling. He's pitching it to them like he's on Shark Tank, but every idea is somehow less funny and more cringy than the last one. And don't forget, guys, Bert is one of the top-selling comedians in the world. Never, ever forget that. And so, while he's talking, you can feel the energy in the room slowly dying. Chrissy goes quiet, Stuffy starts the polite podcast laugh people do when they're trapped in the mothership green room, forced to listen to Rogan ranting about the pandemic and free speech. The contrast between the old bears and the new bears could not be clearer. Then Bert hangs up and Chrissy and Stubby immediately start roasting him. Not behind his back, not passive-aggressively, full-on, this guy doesn't get comedy anymore energy. Like they've been holding this in for weeks and finally had to say it out loud. Guys, we finally did it. We got him. This is amazing, is that literally for our last Summer Bears episode, and Tom and Bert didn't even send in videos. They couldn't have cared less. Should we call them? You want to call them? Should we just see if there's some famous, some of their most famous videos too? Let's just see. I bet you they're not going to answer. Yeah. So just call, see what we got. Bert, what's up, baby? It's me and Stabby. We're live, the very last Summer Bears. We're coming. We wanted to call you.
patterns of economic activity and cultural language. And she was participating in
Oh, wow, you got two. Nice. Cocktail.
I like that. I like to take their way. How coffee's way
Dude, Stavi actually looks good.
much like, today we'll talk about Jewish Americans.
Of course, man. We're trying to like lead it. We're trying to bomb the last two. You know what I mean? We thought it'd be fun for you guys to just take it out of, I mean, an even bigger gaping hole that you left it with us. To us, but
you remember that pilot in Seattle, that guy that stole the plane and did a mural?
Yes, the first 4 episodes was like their little tricks.
You guys are like, hold on, it's still fun. I want to try one more. Is that like when you guys break down other comics? That's always been fun for us. And so my initial instinct was, Tom and I have a vodka, but Joe just diversified himself so much that I think having a vodka is just hack these days. That you need to have a real brand based on the comic. So I was going to have you go through a list of comics and say really what their fans would buy based on who they are.
Okay. Flip flop. You could sell your own blood pressure medicine. That's frontier. Forget about Pfizer. It's Kreischer.
You know for a fact that I treat my bodies and my LeBron James.
100%. I know you do. No, that is good. If I can survive,
and I know that your liver is the same color as the skin.
I love it. We're doing couples counseling. Yeah, you guys are like the married couple at an orgy watching the newlyweds just the shit out of each other. Oh yeah, you guys are just trying to jack off each other's limp dicks. Oh yeah,
that's it. Okay, yes, all right. So if that didn't plummet the ratings, I understand calling Bert. If you're still listening after we just called Bert,
and I believe we call it bad ideas.
Yes,
and it's just bad thoughts.
Right. So that if you're still listening now, you truly need more mental health than I do. We literally just called Bert and Bert talked to himself for 10 minutes.
His idea for a bit is like comics sell.
Yeah,
it's better than alcohol.
Yeah,
it's like how about we tell a joke? Yeah, comedy is always
the joke. It's like
we will be rich. We'll when the apocalypse happens, we will be living in one of Bert's 8 tour buses. I'll be Nanny.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, they're paying us from just dividends of Poor Osos going into their pocket. This is just runoff.
What makes the Bert call so perfect is that it accidentally proves the exact thing they've been dancing around that whole episode. The old bears are done. They've checked out. Tom's been running on autopilot since his airport meltdown, and Bert can't even show up for 10 minutes without fumbling some half-baked branding pitch and killing the momentum like he's headlining a sleep study. If you needed more proof that Bert has well and truly run out of material, then surely this is it. And credit to Chrissy and Stavi. They don't even try to save him. The second he hangs up, they start clowning on him for being stuck in this narcissistic product-pushing loop. And they're not even being mean, they're just telling the truth. But the fun didn't stop there, because then they started pitching ideas to save the show when the old bears get back from their summer sabbaticals.
They also are asking us, what should Tom and Bert do when they come back? How do they win the audience back and the show? Right?
A game of Russian roulette.
Nice.
Until one of them dies. Yeah. I think that's the only thing that will satiate the fans' bloodlust.
Yeah.
I think they need to watch one of them and just like. And the thing is, Tom, even though he wants to live, he actually wouldn't be like that shaken, and Bert would be like, crying. What if Bert shoots part of his brain out and he survives and it just doesn't affect his act?
That's hilarious.
That is crazy work from Stubby. First the Russian roulette, then shitting on Bert's material. Finally, they're saying out loud what we've all been saying for years. Bert's act hasn't changed in a decade. The only thing evolving is his blood pressure, and the fact they can joke about him getting shot on the head and still finishing a tour without anyone noticing, That's not just a roast, that's a eulogy for Bert's entire career. Like I keep saying, the masks are slipping. We're seeing the people closest to the scene getting fed up. They've watched Bert run the same playbook over and over. Shirt off, personal family secrets, a few stories that never happened, followed by the machine story stretched across 40 fucking cities. And they're finally done pretending it's some kind of art form. But instead of trying to fix it, they lean into it, because at this point, there's nothing left to fix, right? And then out of nowhere, Martin rocks up and drops one of the best singers I've heard in a while. I'll never get tired of seeing Bubba catching strays.
San Francisco Chronicles. We got cocky clears. Look at Let's take 5 more minutes. Contractual hour. Right. We see how much we give about the show. We just have a countdown. The second. And the second is one. We're like, all right, this is what their fans want. Listen, they go, that's weird. This is what podcasting's become. This is like Reddit shops Reddit. It's not an art form. You have to remember, this is not art. You know, and we've deluded ourselves.
Martin is about to become the subject of Brendan Schaub's next on-air rage meltdown on the Schaub show on Monday that nobody watches. I don't understand how he's still walking around with all his limbs intact after all the slander he said to Joe Rogan's face on Protect Our Parks. Bro is the luckiest comedian alive, but now he's caught Bubba's attention, and he's either going to find himself at the end of a raging neck vein Z-clamp special or some half-baked lawsuit. Actually, no, that's not right. The lawsuit comes after the cease and desist. And speaking of lawsuits, Stuffy just made the exact point the judge made when ruling against Brenda's failed case against the YouTuber who exposed him for cheating on his wife. This is the guy who represented himself with the aid of a lone wolf anonymous ghost lawyer who fed him legal filings and wiped the floor with Brandon's $500,000 lawyers. No one knows who he is, in the shadows waiting to strike when nobody's looking. Some say he's the assassin's assassin. Anyway, sorry, I'm talking about Stubby's declaration that podcasting is not art. Truer words have never been spoken. If there's one thing Chrissy and Stubby have proven over the last 6 weeks, it's that they're both homeless as fuck and watch all of these videos criticizing Tom and Bert. But stay tuned for the return of the two bears. I can't wait to see how Bert makes up for lost time by taking over every minute of the show to talk about himself or some cringy-ass half-baked idea he had while sitting on a vitamin IV. I honestly don't know how much longer Tom's going to last. He'll either come back refreshed and ready to get back behind the mic, or even more checked out than he was before. Yeah, I'm going to go with option 2 on that one. This is going to be... In the meantime, though, make sure you head over to my new channel for more cringe and check out the link in the description to my Patreon for all my latest Kill Tony coverage. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Rulers of Muslim lands after Muhammad. It might also
you're not like Mark Merritt, he's not like you. What was that? What was that all about?
Whoa, just dropping a big one there. I mean,
is there a beef with you and Mark Merritt?
I mean, I don't ever acknowledge these guys, these mentally ill people, when they, go online and start talking about me and my friends and calling us nuts.
So you guys and Joe Rogan, right? Is that what's happening?
Yes, the 2 biggest, most watched podcasts. Which is such a packed thing at this point. While I put out 2.5 hours of comedy content every week. And, I don't blame.
The 4 horsemen of the comedy apocalypse are self-destructing right before our eyes, and the fallout is funnier than anything coming out of the comedy mothership. The backlash against Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe's obsession with self-promotion and aggrandizement has reached fever-pitch levels, and all their bodies are capitalizing on that momentum by bringing it up at every opportunity. It used to be about young JRE and Kill Tony to promote yourself and get that Rogan Kill Tony bump, but now all you have to do is leave the same effect. This whole thing is so simple. Rogan is famous for his podcast, and Tony is famous for his live talent roast show, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Nobody's disputing that. The problem is neither Rogan or Hinchcliffe can admit that simple fact. They're so stuck in their own fart cloud trying to push this narrative that they're the new gatekeepers of comedy, as if they've created a revolution down in Austin, Texas, when the reality is people are watching for the show, not for them. I'm going deep on this today. Usually I save these types of videos for Patreon, but I'm dropping this on YouTube because there are a few things I really want to say that people should know about. By the way, if you want to see exclusive footage from the Kill Tony London show that Tony and Redman have been trying to hide from everyone, hit in the description to my Patreon because that video is dropping very soon. As for the current situation with Tony Hinchcliffe going on Legion of Skanks and hitting back at Mark Maron and Anthony Jeselnik, the copium is real in this one. Tony's sitting there with reflective sunglasses on, puffing on a British cigarette, acting like Liberace's long-lost love child while getting in his feelings over the growing backlash against the Austin comedy scene is peak comedy.
What's going on? Do you know like Mark Maron is not like you? What was that? What was that all about?
Whoa, just dropping a big one there. I mean,
is there a beef with you and Mark Maron?
I mean, I don't ever acknowledge these guys, these mentally ill people, when they, go online and start talking about me and my friends and calling us Nazis.
So is Mark Maron saying we're Nazis?
I don't think it's us. I don't think Mark knows we're friends with Tony.
Sure.
What's this beef with you?
I mean, look, man, all, the couple guys out of LA that now, are at the store that talk when they have, their once every 3 or 4 years special that they do when they come out like a groundhog or something that people might see. Maron, Jeselnik, they all are on multiple episodes of Kill Tony. They've always smiled right to my face. They all fancy enough, coincidentally, never leave a Bills when they know I'm going to LA. They're never around.
Wait, are they? Jeselnik also came with Kill Tony?
Yeah, Jeselnik.
They've both done multiple appearances on Kill Tony, all pre-pandemic. We were in LA, and when they want to push things, they throw shit.
More like that he recently said something about Kill Tony.
Yeah, Jeselnik's taking a bunch of
when he had a special to be gone for a few years, and while I put up 1.5 hours of comedy content every week, I don't blame them. If the shoe was on the other foot, if I was them, I would I'd be mentally,
Here we go again with the mentally ill narrative Rogan trained his comedy assassins on. And before I go on, I don't necessarily disagree with everything Tony just said. I'll explain in a moment, but using the mentally ill card as a coping mechanism for even the slightest criticism of the Austin comedy scene is so played out and fucking lazy at this point. Rogan has literally called people who comment on YouTube videos mentally ill because they have nothing going on in their lives and probably work at 7-Eleven. Yeah, he actually said that. Of course, though, when the comments are positive, which they rarely are these days for these guys, then it's all good because they're just fans showing themselves, so they're not the mentally ill ones. I don't know why this analogy just popped into my head, but it reminds me of all those viral videos of cops beating the shit out of innocent civilians at traffic stops for absolutely claiming they were resisting arrest. Joe and Tony definitely have the just when we tell it a fucking laugh. Also, no heckling allowed, just as it says. And speaking of ring, Tony's sitting there acting like a mob boss whose nephews betrayed him. Mark Maron and Anthony Jeselnik have both been on Kill Tony multiple times, years ago, and now look how they my heart. I gave them everything, and look how they repay me by speaking their minds in public and taking ownership of their own opinions. If Do You Know Who I Am was person, it'd be Tony Hinchcliffe. But this was the part that broke my heart. Jeselnik had a special to promote for a few years. Meanwhile, I'm pushing out 2.5 hours of comedy content per week. Now look, Tony's absolutely right about Mark and Jeselnik coming out their rock to promote their specials and taking shots at Rogan and Tony to go viral. I mean, Cat Williams did exactly the same thing, and I know he's already a big name. but the formula is exactly the same. But for Tony to back up that statement by saying he's pushing out 2.5 hours of comedy per week is absolutely fucking wild. This is the big lie that Tony and Rogan keep saying out loud. They don't do comedy, they host it. Tony is an open mic comedy show host, and he's a great roast comedian. Him acting like he's pushing out the equivalent of a comedy special every single week is so delusional that I think he actually believes it. Blurting that out in the moment just goes to show you what he really thinks. What he really should have said was, Jeselnik had a special to promote, so he'll be gone for a few years. Meanwhile, I've never released a real comedy special in my entire career as a comedian. There, I fixed it. These guys really need to stop and listen to the actual criticism rather than creating their own narratives in their heads to help them sleep well at night.
The thing with Joe is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to comedy. Sure. And I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that he's a sort of army of people that think they know comedy, specific thing, and what they think is good is not necessarily good at making what they like. Weirdos that we all grew up with in comedy have been sort of pushed aside, and the space for them has become some good comedy. There's a lot of middle section. There's a lot. I believe that we all exist, and it doesn't matter as much. I get why you. It's not all on him. No, the culture has changed, right? And and I don't know the better. What do you think the Austin shelf life is? Well, I don't know. I think that it's so effectively tribalized at this point. It really comes down to material. You're not able to come to an hour without worrying about getting clips so you can get people come see you to do crowd work. Yeah. What are you really? What is your voice? Who do you work for? You'd like to think you're working for yourself, but you're just a platform who doesn't really need to find who they are up there, do anything interesting at all. That's a problem. Yeah. So I'm tired of the attitude. I thought you were going to say violence in this country. No. I'm tired. They come up back to LA. One guy, I want to name his name. I go, "Oh, you seem like you're thriving." And he goes, "I'm killing it." Yeah. You know what I mean? And I'm like, whoa, dude. You moved out because you couldn't survive here. Yeah. This is a different. It's an animal.
By now, everyone's figured out that Bobby Lee was talking about Tony Hinchcliffe, that the arrogance to come out and claim you're killing it now when nobody actually cares about your stand-up act is so typical of the Austin comedy guy. I was reading a post the other day about someone saying how they went to a Tony and how surprised they were to see how many empty seats there were everywhere around them. That's the reality for a guy like Tony. People don't watch kill Tony to see his comedy. I mean, that's why I'm a huge fan of the show. We want to see people bomb and get roasted, and the different guest kids on the panel, occasionally an open monitors on stage, and it's good to see. I mean, look at how Timmy No Breaks basically forced his way back onto the show after Tony and the panel clearly hated him. Nobody's tuning in to see what funny questions Tony's going to ask today. We all know it's the same shit on repeat. But like I said, Tony is right about one thing, and even though I agree with a lot of the criticism, guys like Mark and Anthony Jeselnik are purposely drumming up publicity by going after Tony and Joe. And instead of ignoring it, Tony's getting sucked right into their game.
Especially promote, he's ending his podcast, he's ending it because literally no one's listening to it. I mean, I don't know if you look at the charts at all. No, it's a thing. No one listens.
I just don't get being worked up about stuff ever and be like, just to going public to be like, this scene sucks.
Yeah, and he also calls everybody a hack, and then he talks about Trump for 3/4 of his special, calling him Bad Orange Man, and then talks about his sad cats like he has for 45 years.
That's what bothers me the most. As the mayor of Hacktown, which I call myself, this loosely throwing the H word around. I don't like it. Right? You got to earn your bones as a hack. All right? Chuck, get him up there. Let's see it. My only problem with it, it's very sincere. My only problem with it is people can like what they like or hate what they hate.
comedy is fucking hard enough, man. And Austin is 95% struggling comics that are there to try to fulfill this insane thing that we're all trying to do.
DeRosa's Carlton Banks not getting into a black sorority right now.
But you know what I mean? Like, guys going out on Austin and like, it's hard enough, man. You know?
Shut up, Joe. You're the mayor of Austin. You moved there 6 months ago. I was if you own a house in Pennsylvania. I was the opening to your dissertation on Austin. All right. Everyone is just trying, man. On this crazy little marble we're sitting on in space. Trying to make people laugh for a living.
You're right, I saw that. Great scene there, and Tony and Joe and a bunch of other guys really helped cultivate this beautiful day.
You made the sale, dude. Your hands relaxed.
And by the way, let me just say, you guys would literally have a place in Austin if you didn't have like visitation rights to your children. You know what I mean? You'd be freer, you'd be able to go do fun things. It would be tied down to this dark rat infested cruel city.
Austin has plenty of rats.
All right, let's be honest about what's going on here. Big J and Lewis are jumping on the bandwagon as well. This is what makes this whole situation so fucking funny to me. Rogan and Tony are the only ones who are genuinely butthurt about getting called out. Everyone else around them are just going along for the ride. Lewis brought this whole beef up in the first place, clearly fighting for clips. Then when Joe DeRota jumped in with his cringe-ass take, they completely shut down. I fucking love it. LA comedians have finally figured out that instead of ignoring the backlash against Austin, leading into it is the better option. I really think that guys like Lewis and Big J think the Austin comedy circle jerk is cringe, and they're happy to sit on the outside and troll them.
Say like how much Dave Smith came on, like talks with you after that individually. Me and was like, why doesn't Joe embrace us the way he embraces Dave? And then someone brought up the first picture we ever took here. It's so funny. It's the werewolf. I am standing behind the werewolf. Yeah. I'm getting sucked off. Lewis is acting like he's getting sucked off by the bear, and Dave is just leaning and touching it.
That's hilarious.
Dave keeps going back.
Davis is handled the head gently.
Yeah. Is Dave in the Rogan sphere? We're trying to figure out how we get in the Rogan sphere. My upper sphere is right now. First of all, Shane doesn't need the Rogan sphere anymore. Let's just move Shane out. Move Big J into that position. Doesn't require the Rogan sphere. Or he's moving to Thailand or something. He's gone.
That's how you move, you guys. You're in the sphere right now. You're on show.
Every time the Rogan sphere is talked about, we never get like when Cat Williams had 6 unfunny comics. I knew it wasn't us. I would have to be one of the 6 unfunny comics.
Doesn't count. Probably his point. When I was trying, he thought I wouldn't have him on. I'm like,
Slow Joe strikes again, not realizing he's being trolled by real comedians, and we're starting to see more and more kinks in Rogan's armor. A couple of years ago, I think he genuinely ignored the haters and all the comedy fans who think his comedy sucks, but the backlash has gotten so big now that I think it's impossible for him to ignore. You've probably heard that after a photo of the wall in the Comedy Mothership came out, showing how Rogan had put his comedy special next to all the great guys of all time, he's now had it taken down. There's no way he would have done that without knowing that he was being widely ridiculed for thinking he was in the same league as the other guys up there. There is no way he's hiding from the dozens and dozens of videos getting hundreds of thousands and millions of views dedicated to shitting on his brand of comedy and how much he's ruined the whole comedy scene. You guys have all seen the top comments on any post related to comedy on his Instagram or on YouTube, all trolling him for being a tall and funny comedian. So it's starting to make more sense to me now that behind closed doors, little Joe's getting frustrated.
Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last time we were together. He was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit. They blame other people for their failings, or they get critical. You're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't blame. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, "Oh, those guys are assholes." Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? That's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at now?
You're talking about some old salty comedy.
Yeah, sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely, maybe. Sorry, real quick, just remind me who the mentally ill ones are again. Was it us or them? I'm falsely confused now. According to Joe and Tony, there's no such thing as valid criticism anymore. You're either a fan or a salty, jealous hater. There's nothing in between. And the narratives they come up with to cope with the backlash are totally overblown and exaggerated.
So you guys and Joe, bro, is that what's happening?
Yes, the two biggest, most watched podcasts.
Which is such a bad thing at this point. It's crazy. I mean, like the whole Nazi thing, like I just kind of feel like that's such a 2016 thing to be calling comics. I'm not comic doing it.
You're 2008 with that. I agree that it's played out, but characterizing the criticism as just them calling us Nazis is straight up cope. There's actually a lot more nuance to what Mark and Jeselnik have been saying, even if they're just fishing for a reaction out of them. As you saw in those clips I played earlier from Bad Friends, the main issue is the tribal cult-like nature of the Boston comedy scene and how they've appointed themselves as the arbiters of comedy around the world. We've heard Rogan say multiple times on his podcast that the comedy mothership is the center of the comedy universe and that Kill Tony is the benchmark for comedy around the world. It honestly makes me wonder, has Rogan ever actually sat down and watched a full episode of Kill Tony lately? I mean, whenever he's a guest on the panel, he's either high as a kite or wired out of his brain on nicotine pouches. So I doubt he understands how ridiculous he sounds when he makes outlandish claims like that. As for Tony himself, we're all waiting for his first real comedy special to drop. I wonder which played out jokes he's going to rehash and have to explain later on a podcast after there's a massive backlash against his jokes that nobody understands because there's no apparent punchline. In the meantime, though, if you want to see my breakdowns of all the worst comedy specials at Kill Tony shows, check out the link in the description to my Patreon and become a member so you don't miss out on my longer form uncensored content. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Similar origins. Especially
Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical. You did this. Like, no, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. Like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at?
If we're smart, we would have done Patreon 10 years. We can regulate, so, there's a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. Get made fun of. That's cool. That's why.
At this point, I'm convinced that Brian Callen is low-key trolling Brendan. In basically every episode of The Fighter and the Kid these days, Brian brings up a major criticism of your boy and as a random thought he had or some conversation he was having with somebody else. We saw just a couple of weeks ago how he brought up the shorter life expectancy of athletes and had Chin pull up all the sports that Brendan's attempted over the years, just to show everyone how the leading cause of death is heart disease from steroid and PED abuse. And of course, we can't forget the sad reality of CTE and TBI. Brendan was sitting there biting his nails right off the screen about how his days are numbered. But over the last few episodes, for some reason, Brian's been grilling Chin about his alcohol abuse and all the various health issues that he's been dealing with as a result. Naturally, Brian has this special way of bringing it up. He has the subtlety of a poet and the precision of a marksman.
So Chin's gonna die, and here's the thing: take your pulse right now.
Ironically, Brian's probably the healthiest person in that storage unit, and so in keeping with the theme of bullying his producer over his poor lifestyle choices and bad health, Brendan casually brought up his drinking issues. It's edgy to air your employees' dirty laundry on a podcast just for a laugh. But things quickly turned on Brendan after Brian dished out a piece of advice that seemingly applied more to Brendan than it did to Chin. This was another one of those moments where Brian Callen directed his wise cautionary tale at Chin when he was really speaking to his boy Bubba. Just quickly though, if you haven't already, check out my new channel, More Cringe, which I just launched yesterday, where I play plan to cover cringe from all over the internet, not just on podcasts. Shout out to all of you who have already subscribed and helped to get it off the ground. You guys are the best. All right, Chin, roll the tape.
I'm going to speak in
What are you
this
gonna do for the
video
fights, Jim? Watch by yourself drink? Somebody people messaged me after that episode, by the way.
What they say?
A lot of them have my side. They're just like, you just do your thing. Either way, you do your thing,
bro. Do your thing.
No, and then anyone that says do your thing.
The one thing about the internet is you can count on them.
Yeah, I appreciate their support. And they also, but then also some people said like, yeah, dude, we love you. You know, go to this rehab center in this area. Yeah, people that care about you or people that actually are in for your best interest.
We care.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to help.
The main thing is that
People that says, dude, you're fine, keep doing this, is not your friend.
I think Brendan and I have been around long enough, and we've had our own issues, and so I think what happens is you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody, and we all have to be our own source of change. You know, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, they get bitter. And he said, you're there, you're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? And it's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at now? You know? Yeah. And that's an important thing to say. So for me,
old salty guy.
Yeah, sure, exactly. Maybe.
I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like,
I'm just saying, and I appreciate that with you. But I'm saying that, you know, we're all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. There's like, yeah, things happen in life, but you know, what are you going to do to get out of it? And yeah, there's some salty people out there in our community, and they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have been just happy. It's like, hey, bro,
that's all they are.
Yeah. Or maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. You're not happy with it.
Rely on, but others regard as suspects. Benjamin of Tudela.
I seriously could not watch that clip with a straight face. I was literally cringing the whole time as Brian spelled out Brendan's entire career right in front of him. Nobody is saltier and more bitter than Brendan Shaw. His whole downfall started in the first place because he tried to be someone he wasn't, thanks to his North Star Joe Rogan, who I'll get to in a moment. Don't think I missed that bit. This Mark Maron beef is out of control. But the sheer irony and hypocrisy coming from both Brian and Brendan when it comes to lecturing Chin on taking responsibility for his actions and taking steps to improve his life when they're both sitting in armchairs in some random storage unit in Austin, Texas, making podcasts to entertain their haters and a bunch of bots. Like, imagine being in a meeting and randomly brings up that you're an alcoholic with health issues in the meeting about the stationary button. Brendan has to be one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. Stick around because in a moment I'll pull up a clip of Brendan choking up with tears while blaming everyone else for Brian's problems. He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through Brian right there in that clip. But like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute because when Brian was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Brendan blurted out that he was talking about the old salty comedian. He's talking about Mark Maron. The Rogan beef with Mark is crazy because it all started with Rogan being a little gossip queen and completely making up his own narrative. I know, right? That's completely out of character for a tall and funny comedian like Joe Rogan. When has he ever done that before?
Rogan texted me the other day. Some guy was talking about me on a podcast. And Rogan texted to me, he goes, yo, it's not your boy. He pays attention to that stuff. Joe's hyper aware of weird concentric circles. Like he doesn't care about him. He doesn't care about like he cares about his boys and like just giving you a heads up. This guy talked to me. He said it to me and I was like, the guy. And the guy, I'm friends with the guy. I had him on my podcast 2 times.
What was it about the real thing? Like I was on an Instagram live just doing the thing. And I was rambling on, like I do.
and I was talking about Netflix. And basically, what I said was that Netflix has created this cash grab culture where certain echelon comics can just do, pop-up shows, shit face, and make millions of dollars. Yeah. And I wasn't talking about her. Right. Do you know who I was talking about? No. Chappelle. So yeah. And it's not an unknown thing. Yeah, it does. It was unknown to me, but yeah. But I decided just to be diplomatic about mentioning names. And somebody on Instagram was like, talking about Kreischer. Oh, and then like I'm scrolling and I see him on a podcast saying like, there's this guy, we were friends, he's been on my show, I've been on his show, and like he said some shit, and Rogan told Rogan got my ear and said he's not your boy, and his name rhymes with it. I'm like, oh.
So Joe, don't read the comments. Rogan created a beef Mark Maron and Bert Kreischer for absolutely no reason. I couldn't help but imagine what Dave Chappelle's reaction would have been if Rogan called him up to let him know that Mark had been talking shit about him. He'd probably be like, Mark who? The time Joe was explaining to Chappelle how Andrew Schultz is a comedy genius for doing his little skits in the pandemic, and Chappelle didn't have a clue what he was talking about. And so clearly, according to Callan, Rogan hasn't been following his own rules about ignoring the haters and not giving them any attention, because it looks like Mark Maron's recent publicity tour for his comedy special has been keeping Joe up at night. So funny to me how Rogan falls for this time and time again. Remember how last year Cat Williams caused a stir by calling out Rogan on Shannon Sharp's podcast, which led Rogan to cave and invite Cat onto his podcast, which in turn gave Cat so much publicity that his comedy special went straight to the top on Netflix a month later. Now everyone's talking about Mark Maron talking shit about Rogan, and what do you know, Mark's also got a comedy special out. The whole business model of going JRE to promote your special has been flipped on its head. Now comedians are just calling him out for the same effect. Now that's genius. Maybe he should try that instead. This is turning into the UFC, except there's no fight and they're just comedians. But I promised you earlier I'd show you a clip of Brendan doing exactly what Brian was describing earlier. How Rogan was saying he's sick of these comedians, everyone else, for not being as successful as the top 250 are. And what do you know, Brendan was actually talking about Brian.
I'll get emotional here. It drives me, Paul, if we're being honest. You read this, you don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my, I know you're like this. I'm gonna grab it. It drives me nuts that Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after talent. I challenge any of those comics. I don't give a fuck. If it's the Comedy Store, if we're at Zanies, wherever they're at, and you're telling me Brian's not better than 99 comics, it drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He's better than 99% of them. And you want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and I'm trying to get out. What makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That's not cool with me. That's why you don't see me at those places. Sorry, it's great. Thank you.
Now, let us speak a little bit about what do we call these people. I kind of danced around it.
1,000 episodes.
It is important to
know. Do you guys miss Brendan's side piece, Schnoz? Yeah, me either. I actually have some solid advice for your boy Bubba, though. You see, the thing is, B, you can't keep blaming him for Brian's actions. At some point, he's got to take responsibility for where he, sitting next to a washed-up UFC power bottom with shit for brains. That's on him, bro. You can't keep blaming everyone else for the allegations that brought his comedy career crashing down. By the way, I thought the reason why you don't go to those comedy clubs anymore was because you retired.
Yeah, back in Steel, had a health scare with a baby girl. I guess on my social media, she went for emergency surgery. She has trouble breathing. She's been in on my Instagram post. Usually I hate doing that stuff, but I think this time I just don't care. That's where I'm at. I gotta be home more. I'm pulled back from touring so much, and I just gotta be home, man. I got it. I can't miss tight games. Can't miss my Boston growing up, baby girl. Just I can't do anymore. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I've been hustling for over 12 years now. Not that I'm gonna stop doing the pods, but as far as late life and stuff like that, I gotta chill out. Like new spots in LA, new local, SoCal, NorCal, but going international or going across the United States ain't happening right now. So I'm gonna take a break from that, just focus on family and do my thing, man. Do my thing. So yeah, let's get into it. Enough of that.
You need to get your story straight, B. You're going round in circles. First it was family, then it was too many soy boy comedians talking shit about you, then it was because Rogan left LA and you couldn't get any stage time. What are we doing here, B? But the haters have well and truly broken Brendan Schaub, and at this point it's more pathetic than it is sad. The amount of absolute dog shit this man has spoken into a microphone, and then changed his story to make it worse, and then lashed out at people for things that he was entirely responsible for, is out of control. And instead of following Rogan's advice to take responsibility for his own actions and improve himself, his solution is to start a Patreon to get away from all the haters. You seriously cannot make this stuff up anymore.
Dude, I can't wait for the day when we don't have any reads, just podcasts. I don't know if that day's ever coming, but if it did, that would be awesome.
We just do podcasts, we have to worry about reads.
If we were smart, we would have done Patreon 10 years ago. Yeah. And so then eventually that gets built up enough. We're making the same money you are of that, where it's just all free from the actual fans.
We're going to do it. What's the idea to do a Patreon?
I'd be down for it. We've never really done it. I'd be down for it just to, we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? No. But one thing we have is hardcore fans. And so we for them. Yes, that's the reason how we do it. Yeah. And you can regulate, so, there's a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God, I can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. Get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I would do it. Like that. You'd have to give them incentives after 12 years of a free show. Why they're paying whatever it is, $3. You'd have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. Right? Like, dude, you got it free for them. If you give some like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, you do longer episodes just for the Patreon, you give them a reason to subscribe. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm down. Aria, though, that's my biggest fan. Aria, you down? Oh, and I have to commit to it? Because it's going to be a piece. It's more work than we do now. Bro. All right. What do I look like? Afraid? What do you think, Jim? I'm done. As long as it gives, we'll still put out free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which have been supportive since. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, jokes on there. Yeah, and the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have to do any reason. We're just doing, and they can just enjoy the content without having. That's the biggest thing too.
So we don't have to go.
No, yeah, just so you can play music on there, videos. Like we doesn't have to edit them. It's the Wild West, really. Just be completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something. That's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things and just edit it out. Not just like saying names of people that you don't want to put that on there. That kind of.
Give me something else.
Give me current event? Yeah. All right. Have you guys heard this story? This is wild. I love my serial killers.
That is a classic mama right there. The real reason I'm starting a Patreon is for hardcore fans. It's for them. But also, it's so I can hide from all the toxic haters on YouTube and Reddit. let's get real for a second here. The real reason why Brendan's never started the Patreon is because without ad reads, there's no reason to have a paid subscription, because who's going to pay for all the bots? I'm being serious. Think about it. They start a Patreon, they buy a bunch of fake memberships to boost the numbers, but because there are no ad reads, they can't offset the cost of all the bots. So what would be the point? There's no one to fool. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why these so-called comedy podcasters insist on having production meetings in the middle of a podcast. Tom and Bert do it as well. Guys, nobody wants to hear that shit. Conversation behind closed doors, make a decision, and then announce it. Talking us through the pros and cons of a business decision is fucking boring. Not only that, Brendan's in for a rude shock if they ever do start a Patreon. Does he really think a bunch of homeless cats won't sign up to troll him for the low price of $3 per month? And no ad reads too. I smell a bargain here, guys. Brendan, you should definitely do that. I can't wait. Sign me up. Incidentally, check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my uncensored exclusive content. I'm currently working on a video covering the disaster Kill Tony show in London. That Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redband have been hiding from us. So check that out if you're interested, and don't forget to subscribe to my other channels right here on YouTube as well. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next one.
To put it into perspective, out of over 100,000 veterinarians.
The thing with Joe is I don't know that we had to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to comedy. Sure. And I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that he's created a sort of people that think they know comedy, but they only know a specific thing, what they think is good.
Look, dude, there's an ugliness that's out there right now where, there's certain podcasts out there that if you're a racist, if you're an anti-Semite, if you're a psycho-nationalist and you want a softball interview, there's podcasts out there where you can, and they will laugh at your bad jokes and just give you this path. We've already seen this, and we've seen what it does to a nation, and it's not the way to go. It's not the way to go.
Tall and funny comedian Joe Rogan is back in the spotlight as more and more comedians are getting comfortable calling him out during interviews. The tough thing for Joe is that they're not all calling him out for the same thing. Mark Maron appeared as a guest on Bad Friends yesterday, where he criticized for ruining comedy to the point where he even had Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino agreeing with him because of their mutual disgust towards the whole Austin comedy bubble that Joe created. And then there was Bill Burr last week, who didn't just call out Rogan, but all of the other comedy podcasters who had politicians on their shows and gave them softball interviews instead of staying independent and criticizing both sides. There have been a few channels, including my own, that predicted the comedy bubble would take a major hit after last year's election, and all signs so far are pointing to exactly that. The biggest casualty has been Andrew Schultz, made the transition from comedy podcaster to pseudo-intellectual political journalist, thinking he could ride the wave of political guests going on comedy podcasts, one epiphany time, which backfired spectacularly that his own fans are now his bigots. Even Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer are taking a break from comedy to pursue other interests, that things have slowed down and good material is becoming harder and harder to buy. But for Slow Joe, things are a little more complicated. Rogan's policy of posting and ghosting, never reading the comments, and never listening to or reading any criticism against him has come back to haunt him in the most embarrassing way possible. After being forced to endorse Trump for the White House last year by his close friends and billionaire handlers Elon Musk and Dana White, Rogan is now in an awkward position where he no longer supports the majority of the government's policies, yet can't admit that he fucked up by picking a side. Rogan's bullshit detector hasn't just been exposed, it's been completely hacked and used against him by the very establishment he's always claimed to hate. And so now that the shit has hit the fan, more and more comedians are finding the courage to speak out and criticize Rogan for ruining comedy and becoming a political talking head.
You want me to be open? I can be open. Yeah, you can fly free. I feel that I feel safe with you guys. Sure. That's when I was driving over here. I thought this could be a supportive, safe room. Yeah. You can say whatever you want. Whatever you want. I want to say something before I even say that.
I feel like there's two people that are the pioneers in terms of comedy that inspired this generation. Sure, which is a generation.
Yeah, I get it. Probably all owe it to Tom Green.
Yeah, I did tell you. Yeah, you're right. Tom was first.
The video, by
With the video, yeah. Well, Rogan.
okay.
Who's that?
Joe Rogan. Joey.
Is it Joseph Rogan?
Yeah, he's at it.
Oh, it's actually. Got it. I got it. Got it.
You love Austin, don't you?
He's running half the planet at a Texas.
Yeah.
He's got a tight hold on light and media.
Dude, Barron's disdain.
It's not just saying. It's reasonable criticism.
Reasonable criticism.
Yeah.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
I don't know. That's a good question. I guess it would have been at the store. I never talked to him in Austin. I don't go into the club. I don't really think I'm on his radar. So,
Something tells me you are.
oh, yeah. Something
tells me.
It's weird that you get lumped into a certain thing. And maybe it's my assumption that, his army of healthy fellas.
Is that their title? Army of Healthy Fellas is so good.
You just gotta, gotta stay and keep the machine.
Machine's gotta be good.
Yeah.
It's a shot at Burton.
So I don't know the last time I talked to Joe. People for a while were like, why don't you go on Joe's show? And my answer to that is like, why?
Why? Right. Well, it doesn't service you.
Well, no, I don't need him, and also there's no way for me to what am I going to talk to him about? And there's no way for me to sort of not walk out of there and be like, all right, I guess I'll look at my phone. How long is this going to go on for?
Right. But it's like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X maybe meeting at one point. Let's go historical.
Say it again.
Malcolm X and Martin Luther King meeting in your head at one point.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. And
Pioneers of the civil rights movement.
Which one is Malcolm X and which one's Martin Luther?
Martin Luther King. No,
That's not Martin Luther.
the analogy doesn't work.
No. He's so bad at analogies. Let him go. It's gonna get funnier as it goes on.
Yeah. Okay, let me go with more analogies.
He's like, this is if Hitler's and Goebbels had to hang out off the work site.
One of those is right.
Yeah.
I think you got half that analogy.
So this has always been a problem for Rogan, and it's part of the reason why he looks so fucking goofy on stage. You've probably heard him explain why he wears oversized shirts during stand-up, because he wants to hide his supermarket turkey body so it doesn't distract his audience from his middle school facial expressions. I mean, how else would they know when to laugh? This is the clash between testosterone-fueled vitamin IV-infused kettlebell swinging, HGH gut AG1 sponsored morning routine comedians, and the weirdo offcuts who smell funny and survive off peanuts, chicken wings, and free beer. Man, I could go a bucket of chicken wings right now. You know, the ones in the sticky barbecue sauce, maybe a side of fries and some coleslaw, chuck in a few beers, turn on the footy, and you pretty much hit peak living. And that's exactly what I think Mark's saying there. He's not interested in talking about saunas and cold plunges and the other 6 talking points that Joe has on rotation. And at the end of the clip there, you probably heard him say Bobby Lee's Malcolm X Martin Luther King Jr. analogy didn't make sense, and instead joked that Joe would be closer Hitler or Goebbels, which is a pretty hot take if you ask me. Calling Reagan a fascist is probably a bit of a stretch. However, like you saw in the intro, the same sentiment is growing from guys like Bill Burr, who I'll get to in detail in a moment, where they feel like Joe and his buddies are using controversial guests to get clicks and then giving them softball questions and almost no pushback when they say crazy shit like Epstein topped himself and the Epstein files don't exist. As for Mark Maron, this next clip is where he starts to lose me a little, because I think the exact opposite is the problem. Maybe he needs to watch a little bit more Kill Tony to really understand the problem.
What do you think about the Austin shelf life is going to be?
Well, I don't know, I think that it's so effectively tribalized at this point. It really comes down to material. At what point, it's like whatever they represented in terms of policy. Sure, it's not a stretch. It's like they want trans people are afraid to get health care anymore, and they're afraid of being alive and have no freedom. So that's done. When do you stop with the jokes? Like immigrants, okay? Well, they're being ripped away from their homes, and they're all terrified. And And okay, so that's done. When do you stop with the Joe ride? I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable and marginalized, but I mean, they're down. I mean, like, why do you got to keep hitting them? Unless you're a hack. Now there's a question.
Mark, he comes in swinging. See, I think Mark's only half right there. I mean, have you guys watched Kill Tony in the last 6 months? Hinchcliffe and Redband are hitting those DEI quotas like a Disney franchise. It's all about that Netflix money now. But Mark is also right in the sense that Boston comedy has become hacky as fuck. For me, though, it's not because it's offensive to punch down. It's just cheap. It's not that deep. They're all dropping middle school cafeteria one-liners as if they're channeling the second renaissance. By the way, if you want to see me rip into Kill Tony and all the other Austin comedy assassins, check out the link in the description to my Patreon for all my uncensored exclusive videos. Basically, Rogan's whole idea that he's turned Austin into a true comedy meritocracy is a complete fantasy. Joe and Tony are the new gatekeepers of comedy, and they're making sure there's no more room at the top. They're pulling the ladder up behind them. They're turning Austin into a freak show so they can say they liberated and created a democracy. You know how Tony shuffles through the bucket, pulling out names and throwing them back in until he finds one that fits his target demographic. Or when an open micer absolutely murders on stage, but Tony asks them a few questions and moves the show along because they don't fit into his diversity quota. The worst part is, they don't even try and hide it. They sell it as a feature, not a bug. What happened to just being funny? These guys are seriously worse than Hollywood at this point. Sorry, this is turning into a Patreon video. Let's get back to comedians calling out Rogan.
Talk about the billionaires and politicians stuff. What do you feel, and podcasters, what do you feel about politicians and billionaires who appeared on podcasts of your peers to try to leverage comedy for their own goals?
Oh, it was before that. I remember the first time I saw the president go on the Tonight Show. I thought it was cheapening the office. It's like they never did that. Now that everybody has a camera and blah, 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 it's just so all over the place. I just think the landscape of it has changed. All I can say is personally, I would never do it. I would never have somebody come on that's named for president with my intellect. I'm not going to sit there and like, what's your foreign policy? Like I would be like within 3 minutes, dude, what was your favorite Super Bowl? And then people would be like watching it going, I like that Super Bowl too. I'm going to vote for this guy. It's just like, it's just so far beyond my wheelhouse. Like I have just way.
One of the reasons I like Bill is that he roasts everyone. I know he's changed a bit over the start of the pandemic. More to the mainstream audience. I mean, that movie made called Old Dads was so on-the-nose and predictable, I almost couldn't finish it. But he does go on at both sides of politics, which guys like Rogan and Theo Von used to do before they picked sides and drank the Kool-Aid. In that clip, though, he was referring to what I like to call the Dunning-Kruger experience. This is the phenomenon where Rogan will bring on guests who are clearly biased, compromised, or have an agenda, and pretend to have a balanced conversation with them. And then when it eventually comes out that he was duped, he'll just throw his hands and say, "Don't listen to me. I'm just a 4'8" meathead comedian with shit for brains asking questions." Unfortunately, Joe will probably never get to see this next clip because he's completely detached from any criticism at all. And even though Bill Burr doesn't mention Joe by name, you know he's definitely talking about Rogan here.
There's a difference between the people that read and the people that are the subject of what you're reading. You know what I mean? There's people that like discover and figure it out, and then there's the people that read it. One of the people that can explain the relativity. That's probably not a lot of people, because they can do it, but then there's this ego thing because now I can explain it like I'm somehow Einstein adjacent. It's like, no, you're not. You just read some smart shit. Somebody said to me, "Bill, you know, you're a really smart guy." And I go, "Yeah, in a sports bar." You put me in a sports bar, you want me to talk about 70s and 80s sports? I am wildly. I score very high. Yeah. All right. Me in like that form to interview somebody that is going to run for president, and then as the sports bar guy, you're going to see like, yeah, this guy did go to summer school a lot. So, or whatever. So you're a smart guy. Yeah, compared to what? Yeah. It's all like sort of relative.
Joe Rogan is smart compared to Brendan Schaub. Yeah, I said it. You were thinking it too. But the bit Bill Burr left out is that not only does Rogan always bite off more than he can chew, he's helped spawn a whole genre of podcasters who have an overinflated sense of confidence in their ability to comprehend complex issues. Or in Bert Kreischer's case, he's just overinflated. Every time I sit down with a bowl of popcorn to watch Brendan Schaub stumble his way through a conversation what he asked for, I think to myself, Joe Rogan did this. Or when Andrew Schultz has the same epiphany that most of us had at the age of 15, and his buddies sit around nodding their heads waiting for him to squeeze out yet another break so they can all sniff like he's a genius, I think to myself, Joe Rogan told him he's smart. When Bert Kreischer brings up the machine story for the 5 millionth time on a podcast, I think to myself, Joe Rogan told him to tell this story. Joe Rogan isn't just responsible for ruining podcasting, he's well and truly ruined comedy.
The thing with Joe, is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to comedy. Sure. And I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that he's created a sort of army of people that think they know comedy, but they only know a specific thing, and what they think is good is not necessarily good. It may be what they're like, what they like. But on the outside of that, most of the sort of sensitive weirdos that we all grew up with in comedy have been sort of pushed aside in the space for them has become limited. And it's a little, the alt comedy was, not all comedy. I'm not even talking about the alt people. I'm talking about just like interesting stand-ups. Right. Weirdo.
Is there a world where both these things exist and it doesn't matter? They do. So this is what I always say. Like, I get that that's part of why I love you, because you're like that. And that's what's great about it.
There's some good comics in there, and there's a lot of middle section. There's a lot. I believe that we all exist in the same.
And it doesn't matter as much. Get what you.
It's not all. No. The culture has changed, right? And and I don't necessarily think for the better, but it's changed in a lot of ways. In that, look, there are comics that only drive clips, do crowd work, and they don't care if they do other people's jokes because the traction is with the clip. And what they don't realize, I think, what a lot of people don't realize, is that you're the internet, you're the platform's age. So in the sense that if you're not able to confidently do an hour without worrying about getting clips so you can get people come see you to do crowd work, what are you? What is your voice? Who do you work for? You'd like to think you're working for yourself, but you're just a platform who doesn't really need to find who they are up there, do anything interesting at all. That's a problem. Yeah. So, and the bigger one about what you're saying, I think we all still do exist, but the nature of the comedy business is fragmented and some of it's tribalized, but there used to be a lot more weirdos around, who were kind of exciting and interesting and took it a different place. I would argue with just talk comedy, there's not many people bringing it to a different place, dude. Right.
Well, there is some good ones that I think that Kid Casey Rocket's really entertaining and fun and different and unique. I think they're there, right? I think the problem there's so much sludge. There's way more noise than we can see. So it's hard to appreciate or even care because all that's really being shown is kind of the constant give it to him. So
I'm tired of the attitude.
I thought you were getting violence in this country.
No. I'm tired of coming back to LA. One guy, I want to name his name, goes, you seem like a front killing it. And I'm like, whoa, dude. You moved out because you couldn't survive here. This is a different.
It's an animal.
Never forget when Brendan Schaub hung up the mic and retired from stand-up comedy and said ever since Rogan left LA for Austin, the scene hasn't been the same. Apparently, as soon as Joe left LA, the comedy clubs weren't as kind to Brendan as they once were. The funniest part of that story is that Brendan actually said it out loud for everyone to hear. Like, imagine publicly admitting that your comedy career completely fell apart as soon as Joe Rogan moved to Austin. Mark Maron hit the nail on the head there. It's so refreshing to hear a comic who simply does not give a fuck what Rogan thinks about him, telling it like it is. Even Santino tried to push back by saying, it's all good, we can all coexist and it doesn't matter, because he doesn't want to burn that Boston connection. I'm actually surprised, though, that Bobby Lee didn't push back more than that, to be honest. He was happy to hear Mark trashing Rogan and the Austin comedy scene while nodding and laughing along. Ever since the whole Brendan Schaub and Kalila situation, where your boy Brendan tried to hook up with her and then threatened Bobby and Kalila after she rejected him and started talking shit about Brendan with her friends on Trash Tuesday, that's the point where Bobby probably realized the damage Rogan had done to the comedy scene by bringing in people like Brendan. Now we have guys like Tom Segura talking about their diets and workout routines non-stop while literally hooked up to a vitamin IV, then promoting their new vodka brand in the next breath. It's like Idiocracy meets Trailer Park Boys down there, and anyone who's willing to call it out is a hero in my books. Anyway, if you want to follow the decline of the Austin comedy scene and all the drama and shenanigans that come with it, make sure you're subscribed to both of my channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Bites, and hit the link in the description for my Patreon, where you'll find my exclusive uncensored videos covering the usual suspects. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
At the edges because it is a fibrous product.
You know, when we thought Trump was going to come in and then a lot of things are going to be resolved, we're going to drain the swamp, we're going to figure everything out. And when you have this one hardcore line in the sand that everybody been talking about forever, and then they're trying to gaslight you on that, what you would have thought, take it phone? Man, I hope not. Oh, it's my wife. Should I answer? Silent. Yeah, it's on. You know, it was on silent, but it still goes. How does that happen? If it's still compromised, my phone is compromised. You're friends with me. Well, they don't trust you anymore. They did call me this morning. What are you going to talk about? I don't know.
Joe Rogan's CIA handler is back in the studio to set things straight after everything that's been going on since Rogan took a short European holiday with his family. So now that Joe's back, it makes sense that Mike Baker would make an appearance on JR. He's got this uncanny ability to turn up at the most fortuitous times to walk Joe through what's really going on behind the scenes. People have been calling it in the comments for a couple of weeks now, saying things like, it's only a matter of time before Mike Baker makes an appearance on JRE to give us the CIA's narrative on Epstein. And the comments in this episode did not disappoint either. Mike Baker once again changing the batteries for the bugs he put in Joe's studio. Let's see what the CIA's position on current is. So I think I've actually figured out how Mike Baker's been bugging Joe's studio. If you recall, time he was in there, I pointed out that he holds his cigar in a very strange way. And this time, I again noticed he holds his pen in a strange way as well, which led me to conclude that the bug is in the pen. Joe's probably always wondering why Mike accidentally leaves his pens behind every time he visits the studio, so he keeps them for him in a little tin in the middle of the table. That's why you never actually see Mike writing with the pen. It's just a placeholder in his hand until he's ready to leave it behind. But as you saw in the intro there was quite a bit of talk about the CIA in this episode, much more than usual, and a lot of it was Mike defending the agency and playing down his relationship with them.
We have a really nice relationship. They don't tell me what to say. If I go on TV to talk about something, they just like, you know, it's not like they're going to call and say, here's our view on this. They trust me. Yeah, they trust me. I'm not going to open my app and talk sources and methods. Just talk from an operational perspective. But yeah, so that was my wife, which reminds me, it's my boy Muggsy's birthday today. Happy birthday, Muggsy. Yeah.
Shout out to Muggsy. Happy birthday, brother. And shout out to the other two, Schmucko and Fucko as well. Sounds like such a wholesome family. But as usual, guys, there's absolutely nothing to see here. Everything is completely normal. Just keep calm and carry on. Rogan's just out here asking questions, so don't expect him to have the answers or to provide any sort of pushback against his guests who come on his show to spout their narratives. And even though Joe has access to all the people involved in this, for some reason he routinely asks questions after the fact that he could have easily asked them when they were actually on his show, sitting across from him in the studio.
Having seen stuff is so crazy because when Cash Patel was on here and he was like, "There's no nothing. And I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. I didn't even know what it was, and people were like, why didn't you push back more? My thought was like, put this out there and let the internet do its work. Because there's nothing I can do. There's no tapes. There's no video. That doesn't make any sense. You didn't know about the Mike stuff, the autopsy stuff, where it showed that he had 3 broken bones in his neck, which never happened. It's like, well, we have a film. We're going to release that film. And the film has all missing from it. Yeah. Like, do you think we're babies? Like, what is this? Also, you got people making, including Dan Bongino, right, making bank for a couple of years, talking about how awful it is, and we got to get this huge conspiracy, and then you release a 2-page memo that says, yeah, it's nothing to see here. Yeah, because you're walking by your bedroom window and you see a little laser, red laser across your chest. How's Pam Bondi say we have thousands of hours, and then Cash Patel says we don't have anything, and then Tim Dillon said he has lunch with J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance says that 10,000 hours is commercial.
Right? Yeah. You think this freak show of Epstein wasn't like, it didn't have hidden cameras, it wasn't taped? Come on.
It's so obvious that Rogan hasn't figured out exactly what's going on here. It's so plain and simple for everyone to see but himself. Every single one of Rogan's guests has an agenda, whether it's a comedian, an author, filmmaker, or a scientist. But when it comes to politicians, they're all compromised in different ways. That's what he doesn't seem to understand. Getting the FBI director, Cash Patel, on the show when Elon Musk was dropping bombs on Twitter, accusing Trump of being on the Epstein list, and seeing him squirm and weasel his way out of discussing it should have been the clearest sign yet that his guests are all compromised. There's so much to unpack here through it step by step. I'm even going to give you a hot take on what I think's really going on with Trump and the Epstein list, which I don't usually do, but you know what, fuck it. I'm already balls deep in this shit as it is. And so when it comes to compromise guests, it's never been more obvious that Mike Baker is still a company man. People joke that it's CIA handler, but after watching this episode, it's been clearer to me that he really is. Just listen to the way he fumbles his way through this answer to Joe's question and reveals the reason he turned up to Joe's studio that day.
What do you think, from your perspective, what do you think that was all about? Who do you think was involved? Do you think it was the Mossad? Do you think it was some rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a coordinated effort?
You know, I know this. You know, there's a lot of talk about, you know, did he have some sort of intel connection, right? And that, you know, from my perspective, it's complete speculation. I will say, but from an operational perspective, if you see a guy like this who's super connected and you know, all the way back to what 2008 was like his first trial, right? So he's had a long history of these problems from Chinese intel, right? And I just read the goddamn entertainment news, and you know, there's these rumors and allegations of, you know, high-level people flying off to his island. I'm gonna think that's interesting. If I get somebody right inside that operation, whether it's Ghislaine Maxwell, whether it's Epstein himself, whether it's somebody who's just on the outskirts of it, maybe I'll start picking up some pretty interesting leverageable information on people that maybe I want to influence.
If that doesn't convince you this guy still reports to Langley, then I've got a bridge to sell you. See the way he gave the most basic answer possible that slipped China into the fray. He gave the most high-level basic explanation of what everybody already knows, but made sure to use China as an example and not the CIA or Mossad. This next bit, though, was kind of disturbing. I don't get why nobody's pulled Joe aside and explained to him that when he says things like this, it's really not a good look and makes it real hard to defend.
And it's so funny to me that it always comes down to like carnal needs. You get to like this Bill Gates level and Bill Clinton level, you can't just go pick up gals at the bar.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So if you're a super famous super freak, then you know you like chasing skirts, but you know you can't do it. Like, what do you do?
Well, you do what he did, right? Which is you get, you know, somebody to procure for you, which apparently was primarily Maxwell's job. He was clearly operating as his pimp, or whatever the female version of a pimp is.
Curator.
Yeah, it's a curator.
No. The word isn't curator. The word you guys are looking for is trafficker. You know how Ghislaine Maxwell is currently serving 20 years for trafficking? She's not in prison for curating. That's what fucking museums do. And Rogan said all of this stuff before about how a lot of these guys were super high profile. They couldn't just go in public, so they needed someone to traffic teenage girls for them. Bro, what are you even saying? We're not talking about blind dates here or a double date with a friend. We're talking about serious crimes here. These guys really need to quit downplaying the severity of the Epstein situation. As usual, though, things only get worse.
Yeah, I can't speak to the rumors about him working for one intel agency or another, but I will say, if I'm working for an intel agency and I see something like that, I might find that of interest, right? And then I would definitely go after somebody to see what's going on.
That's the easiest connect the dots puzzle of all time. Yeah. You got rich, powerful people and hot chicks and probably drugs and cameras.
Yeah. No, buddy. We're not talking about hot chicks here, mate. We're talking about children. Jesus Christ with this fight. Bro, you've got 2 young daughters as well. That's honestly crazy. We keep saying shit like this, and it's not the first time. Almost every single discussing Epstein on the podcast, he says something along those, and it just comes off as some sick fantasy. It's almost like he relates to the rich and powerful men who were hanging around Epstein more than identifies as the father of the kids who were abused by them. At this point, Mike Baker had finished planting the seed that they could do with it, and it was probably in China. Now it was time for him to start watering the soil and throw Russia into the mix.
I tell you, the Russians love nothing better than, the truth. The reality is, in terms of recruiting an asset by using blackmail is tough. Right? You gotta that window starts closing immediately. Blackmailing somebody for their cooperation, at some point that's going to go south on. But having said that, look, the Russians in particular love that, right? And Chinese intel, they'll do whatever works from their perspective. The agency, again, people are going to say that's bullshit. The agency tries, blackmail is never really ever on the table as an option because it always leads to a problem. And what well, the asset will turn on you, right? Next thing you know, you've got an agent working now, but double working for the other side, right? Because they're so over by the fact that they're blackmail. And at some point they lose their they decide to roll for the other side. But aren't you constantly monitoring them and looking at their phone? There's only someone there's only someone. So that's the operational reason for trying to avoid blackmail. Right? Has it ever been done? Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it hasn't been done. Of course, but some services go to it much quicker than others services. And I will, again, the Russians are primary users of something like that. They don't, because they have a shotgun approach. Israelis have been known to do that in the honeypot operations and things, but the Russians throw a lot of shit at the wall and see what's there.
Okay, hold on. So now, according to Mike Baker, the CIA running op would have been too unethical for them to have ever been involved. Let's just unpack that for a minute. The organization who brought you Project MK Ultra, one of the biggest domestic wiretapping controversies in history, all of the known human rights abuses, the Iran-Contra affair, drug trafficking to fund operations, hiding covert operations from Congress, and the most infamous of all, allegedly orchestrating the JFK assassination. After all of that, blackmailing rich dudes is supposedly too unethical for them to pull off. That has to be one of the biggest lies I've ever seen a JRE guest say to Rogan. And Joe just sat there. He didn't even think to bring up the prosecutor who claimed he was told not to touch Epstein because he belongs to intelligence. Why the fuck would an American prosecutor be forced to protect a Russian or Chinese intelligence operation? Like, Joe, what is actually going on in that head of yours when your guest lies straight to your face like that? And when he brought up Israel, Mike dismisses it and says, it's probably Russia. So let me get this straight. The CIA thinks that the Jeffrey Epstein operation was orchestrated by China or Russia, an operation that saw the trafficking of American teenage girls to compromise and influence the most powerful men in America. And this is their response.
The agency, it's not like the bureau of the agency. I think most people aren't talking about the Epstein files. They're more
they're more concerned now about this release of Tulsi Gabbard and the talk about, manipulating intelligence, for the 2016 election and Russian collusion and all of that. That speaks more to the agency than the Epstein files do.
Well, tickle me pink and call me fuck. Austin, we've got a problem. Rogan's so open-minded that his brains fell out. This is like that scene where Hannibal feeds Paul his own brains. The main course. He should never ask and spoils the surprise. What Joe should really be saying is, come on, what's in the box? And that's not nearly the end of it, because if you thought that this was the end of the CIA speak, wait until you see this next clip where Mike Baker simultaneously claims that the names on the list are super important, yet probably don't matter at all.
Yeah, look, everybody's worried now, right? No, at first it was like, okay, again, I go back a handful of years. Nobody was pushing for this, right? Because you got people from all sides probably on whatever that list looks like, whatever that Epstein file looks like, whoever was involved looked like. All right, there's kind of this bizarre bipartisan moment where we're push for this, really. We're not going to make a big effort here. We're not putting from DOJ. The Dems aren't, during the Biden administration, calling for the release of the files. Now, all of a sudden, they smell, blood in the water. Nobody's going to look good for this. But I would caution you, just because a name might be in a file, no matter whose it is, doesn't necessarily mean there's nefarious activity. This person was there. Doesn't mean they're connected to something awful with underage girls. Maybe they were, if they're in the file, right? But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people probably, if it ever comes out, who may or may not have been engaged in illegal activity, but just release the goddamn thing.
So just because they're on the list doesn't mean they necessarily did anything illegal. But if they are in the file, they probably did. Either way, the CIA had nothing to do with it. It was probably China or Russia. So just release the goddamn thing. Bro, can you hear the word salad coming out of your fucking mouth? I've never heard anyone hype something up and downplay it in the same sentence. It's not that Baker thinks Joe Rogan good enough to believe everything he's saying. He knows Joe Rogan's stupid enough to believe everything he's saying. I'm convinced that this was a CIA Mossad joint operation, and this next clip made me realize why.
The Epstein situation is going to be so disappointing to so many people now, because I have this theory that nothing ever gets done in Washington, D.C., right? Investigations go to die there. Nothing ever happens. There's never any real consequences of any nature. And we got all sorts of things happening right now, right? So the Epstein case is just one. Regardless of who else is in the files, right? And the Dems, I think, were worried for quite some time and didn't pursue it because, years back they were thinking, okay, Clinton's going to be embarrassed. We don't want that. So, again, my point would be just release everything.
The fact that Mike's saying that nothing gets investigated properly in Washington and that it doesn't matter who's on the list from both sides, they should just release it and be done with it so we can focus on the more important issues of the moment, made me realize something. If this really was a CIA Mossad joint operation, the Department of Justice, FBI, Congress, and the White House don't know the details. Why would Mike be so keen to release the files if he knows the CIA was involved? It could only be because he knows nothing in the files can implicate them. That says to me that the actual files everyone's fighting over don't actually explain the full extent of the operation and probably only contain the ground
There she is. How you living, girl? Kicking ass, taking names, baby. You ready for me?
Yeah, let's go.
Oakley dokley, here we go. You're going to have an invitation in approximately 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got it.
Yay.
Oh, look at you. That was down the middle.
So we just finished talking about the Gaonic period, and one of the communities that was most heavily influenced by Baghdad were the Jews of North Africa. Let's take a few minutes to look at.
Let's go, everybody. Let's go.
Not what I wanted. Not good. Oh, terrible. Terrible. I already think you've got me this game. That did not go the way that I wanted. All right, get it.
No, I got one. You got this. Yes, please. Come on. I got a key. Let's go.
That was good. All but one.
Yeah. Come on, Rabbi.
Got it. Give it to me. All right, I'm gonna get these two for sure.
Yeah, you can get them too. You got this.
Easy peasy, lemon squeeze. Get it, girl. Look at you, just coming out, throwing fists. That was amazing. That was amazing. High five to you.
Well, look at you.
Nope.
You get it.
No. Miss Aquarius, that strike is taking you to the top. Above the top. Okay, you're going to get this time. You're going to get this. No doubt. You're going to get this. All right, that's fine. All right, I'm down 13. Get it.
Let's go.
Okay. This is a big one for me.
You got this.
I needed that. I needed that. I needed that.
You got it.
All right, get a strike. You're going to get a strike. This would be big for a strike.
No.
All right, but you get the spare.
Josephus suggests that some of Abraham's children who did not
I'm
form
practicing.
All right, I got it now. No doubt. All right, give it to me. There we go.
You got this. You got it.
Oh, come on. How didn't it get that?
You got this.
All right, I'll take it.
Yay! You can, yep, and you almost there to 300.
Yes, ma'am.
So they would have been descendants of
All righty.
Augustine, the 4th century, spoke about him as one of the church fathers a while ago. He refers to the local.
Get it. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Right off the bat.
Come on, Rabbi.
Not what I wanted. But let's get a spare here. I'll take it. I'll take that spare. That was good. Yes, ma'am. What you gonna get here? Oh, get another one. That's all right. That's gonna give you 26. Get one of them. You'll get one of them.
No, you got this, Rabbi.
Get this. That was big time. That was big time.
Not Aramaic speakers suggest that it's not at all impossible to imagine migration.
Like this. There we go. Okay. Why would you bounce that?
Look at it coming back. Look at it coming back. Come on back. Let it throw it again. Come on back. Come on back. Wow, it almost came all the way to the front. Oh, it's on. It's on. It's on. No 300. But that's good. 2 strikes in a row. With a...
I'm happy for you. And you're going up 300. Let's go.
Get it.
300, Rabbi.
There will not today. Oh, bad. That was bad. That was bad. I'll take it though. I'll take it. Spare, strike, spare. 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 Look at you. All right. You're at 49. Get these. Get 2 of them at least. You got 2. That was good. All right. I've got it locked
Yeah,
up.
Rabbi, you got this.
It's locked up. It's locked up.
Yeah, another side.
Word, girl. Give it to me.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting to 100. 104. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. 106. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Alrighty. Well, if I keep playing like that, we're going to have 300 this week.
Oh, no, you go then, Rabbi. I just got to practice more. I'm trying to get those bears right.
You know how it is. Miss Aquarius, you win, I win, I win, you win.
I know you win, I win.
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
That's right. You win, I win. Let's go. All right, I'll stay in here with you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Hey. Well, you notice my home
Hey,
too, Rabbi.
Miss Aquarius, you, the next time you level up, you'll be the number 1 person in this, who've spent the most time in here all time. How do you like that?
Nice.
You're tied right now.
I know, but I want you to keep number 1.
Oh, yeah, I'm way ahead, but that's kind of basically going to be hard for anybody to beat that, but you never know.
Okay.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. Woo woo.
Thank you. You too. Good job, Rabbi.
Thank you, ma'am.
We gotta celebrate and get the 300, okay?
God willing, it'll happen this week.
That's good. That's willing. I'll see you tomorrow.
Night, night. Sweet dreams.
For her ferocious defense of her tribe from the Muslim invaders. She actually fell in battle herself, but it is significant in terms of describing the extent to which Judaism had penetrated the local populations. Now, just thinking about North Africa in terms of these kind of exotic warrior clans is a bit of a distortion of what else is going on in North Africa as well. There's actually a lot of scholarship developing, especially on the coast, have more and more scholars coming together in a welcoming environment of Islam to engage in religious studies. Perhaps the most famous is Rabbi Hananel ben Fushia, who was an 11th century commentator who actually wrote the first full commentary on the Talmud. If you study Talmud today in the traditional printing, you will see Rabbeinu Hananel right on the side, the outside margin of every page of Talmud, which is prime real estate for commentaries. He actually wrote his commentary for Rashi, which gives you a kind of indication of the antiquity of his work. Now, he may have been originally from Rome, and that just indicates how important the community of Iran, which is not the same as Cairo. Iran is located in Tunisia today. But that the community was strong enough to attract a scholar of his name. Even more famous than the Hananel, it's impossible to talk about medieval North African Jewry without referring to Rabbi Yitzchak ben Yaakov Al-Fasi. Al-Fasi is the one from Fez. Fez is in Morocco. And he wrote a brilliant and very widely used Talmudic commentary that is still incredibly essential to studying the Talmud. Rabbi Al-Fasi's commentary is interesting in that, as we've discussed in previous lectures, the Talmud is a very unusual document in which there's a lot of discussion of halachic practice, how one should behave as a Jew, and a back and forth of debate, looking at the ambiguities of the text and arguing different positions, and sometimes, but certainly not all the time, lead to a clear and resolved conclusion. But the Talmud also includes a tremendous amount of material which seems really quite tangential in nature, that goes off and talks about metaphysics, or biographies, or recipes, or observations from the natural universe. all kinds of things which are kind of a miscellany that are attached with very, very thin connections to the previous material. I think it makes the comic absolutely fascinating to read. But the